Chapter 1 The blind date failed. There is a system in the end times. In a coffee shop in Kanglan City. I'm not a materialistic woman. I'm not going on a blind date with you just for your money. Then I won't give you a betrothal gift. No. That won't work. My best friend asked for $666,000, so I have to ask for at least $888,000, otherwise I'll look cheap. Lu Zhang looked at the woman in front of him with a half smile, and just found it funny. They keep saying that they should not objectify themselves, but they set a price for themselves and compete with others. Song Yubi was a little panicked by Lu Zhang's gaze, and quickly said, I am a virtuous woman. I will treat you well in the future. Then you'll be responsible for all the housework from now on. No. That won't do. You can ask the maid to do the housework, but I need to do my nails on my hands, so I can't get them wet. Lu Zhang was speechless and just continued to look at her, as if to say, please continue. Song Yubi felt a little guilty when she was looked at, but when she thought of Lu Zhang's family real estate, she continued to speak with a thick face. After we get married, I will listen to you in everything and won't make you angry. From now on, I will be in charge of the family's finances. I will only give you a fixed living allowance every month. No. That won't work. My best friend said that men become bad when they have money. Not only after we get married, but once we confirm our relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, you have to give me your bank card to manage. Looking at the woman in front of him whose left and right brains were fighting each other, Lu Zhang strongly suspected that there was something wrong with her brain. Song Yubi felt a little uncomfortable being looked at and tried to make a final remedy. From now on, what's mine is yours. We're one and the same. Don't be so petty. Then transfer me 100,000 yuan now. No. How can that be possible? Song Yubi suddenly stood up, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, her fur immediately exploded, her eyes filled with anger, pointing at Lu Zhang and complaining. Why are you like this? I've said so many nice things, but you keep contradicting me. There are so many people pursuing me, and I'm giving you this opportunity, but you don't seize it. She went on a blind date because she owed more than 400,000 yuan in online loans and could not pay it back, and she urgently needed a good man to pay off her debts. Let alone 100,000, she can't even take out 100 yuan now. Lu Zhang's words were like calling her a poor person to her face, which made her unbearable. Lu Zhang sneered when he heard this, waved to the waiter, and said to Song Yubi, I came here because of the introduction from a matchmaking agency. Before this, we were just strangers. That's all for today. Waiter, check out. In fact, Lu Zhang originally wanted to go his own way with Song Yubi, but when he thought of the other party's expression just now, he felt that he would have to continue to entangle with her for a while. There is no need to waste time, finish early to avoid affecting your appetite. Song Yubi was dumbfounded. She had planned to ask Lu Zhang to treat her to a meal. After all, she couldn't even afford the money for the meal. Was it just going to end like this? Seeing Lu Zhang finish paying the bill, she quickly said, I can give you another chance. Let's find a restaurant and have a good talk. As long as you transfer the apartment in the family compound of Kanglan University to my name now, the betrothal gift can be reduced to the same as my best friend's. Lu Zhang's father is a university professor and his mother is a writer. They went on a trip when the ship encountered a storm. Only 4 people on the ship were found, and the rest were missing. Later, the 2 were declared dead, and the more than 10 million yuan in savings in 3 houses in a villa next to Kanglan University fell into Lu Zhang's hands. Lu Zhang, who had originally planned to take the postgraduate entrance examination, simply chose to lie down. When his parents were alive, they required Lu Zhang to go on at least 10 blind dates every year before finding a partner. After they left, Lu Zhang still completed the task. During this period of time, I have met all kinds of people, and Song Yubi is the most outstanding one. If Lu Zhang hadn't seen that she was a graduate student at Kanglan University, he wouldn't even give her the chance to meet him. I didn't expect her to be so greedy and stupid. Seeing Lu Zhang driving away without looking back, Song Yubi started cursing, then took out her mobile phone and directly exposed Lu Zhang's personal information on the internet, and even spread it in the university group. With the support of many girls, Song Yubi finally felt better. It turned out that only girls would help girls. How to solve lunch problem? She sighed and could only accept the situation. Post a circle of friends with the text. It's already noon, and I'm still alone. Is loneliness really the norm in life? Settings, only Lick Go is visible. In less than a second, several people left messages inviting her to have lunch together. Song Yubi immediately revealed a disdainful and complacent smile. She looked down on these poor sycophants, but at the same time she felt extremely confident because of their popularity. Lu Zhang. Losing me will be the biggest regret of your life. On the other hand, Lu Zhang didn't care about her at all. He went to the supermarket and bought a lot of snacks and side dishes, enough to last him more than half a month. After losing his family, he got used to playing games and exercising at home and didn't want to go out. The villa was too big, so he rented it out and lived in an apartment in the staff housing complex of Kanglin University. I walked into the elevator carrying a lot of things. Just as I was about to press the close button, two people walked in quickly. Lu Zhang knew one of them, his downstairs neighbor, Gu Lingyue, the youngest associate professor at Kanglin University. Gu Lingyue is tall and slender, with long hair draped over her shoulders. She wears pencil pants and a small suit. Because of her great figure, her outfit looks both formal and arousing. Following behind her was a girl with a ponytail who looked full of energy. Lu Zhang felt as if he had seen her somewhere. Professor Gu, who is this? Although Gu Lingyue was aloof, she was not impolite. She briefly introduced herself. This is my student, Gu Miantong. Lu Zhang showed an expression of sudden enlightenment when he heard this. Gu Miantong, a junior student, is one of the 5 most beautiful girls at Kanglin University. Since her last name is also Gu, she is always compared with Gu Lingyue in the Kanglin University forum. Some people even mistakenly thought they were sisters. Gu Miantong saw that Lu Zhang was handsome, and even looked at herself, feeling a little shy, but still said calmly, "Hello, I'm Gu Miantong." Lu Zhang smiled and said, "My name is Lu Zhang, and I live upstairs from Professor Gu. I bought a lot of snacks. Do you have any you like? Just take whatever you like." Gu Miantong waved his hand. No, thank you." At this time, the elevator reached the 5th floor, and the two said goodbye to Lu Zhang and left the elevator. Lu Zhang didn't care and returned to his room. Just as he put down the food, he heard a loud noise and quickly ran to the window to check. Then he saw a scene that shocked him immensely. A huge pit appeared at the intersection in the distance, and a large amount of black fog gushed out of it. It quickly spread and enveloped all the surrounding vehicles and houses. Looking around, it seemed that black fog was rising from many places in the city. The black fog affected traffic, causing a large number of car rear-end collisions, explosions were heard continuously, and people fell into panic. Lu Zhang murmured to himself, "Is this the end of the world?" Suddenly, a light screen appeared in front of his eyes, with a line of words on it. Ding! The apocalypse begins. Congratulations on obtaining the shelter system. Chapter 2, Unlimited Resource Cards. If interested, please contact us. Please read. Lu Zhang cheered up. If I didn't suffer before the apocalypse, I can continue to enjoy happiness after the apocalypse? Very nice. He quickly checked the system functions. As long as you take in survivors who meet the requirements of virtuous, beautiful, and intelligent, you can get unlimited resource cards. Note: virtuous, talented, and sensible, virtuous, moral, and true to one's heart, beautiful, good-looking, and well-built, wise, intelligent, and sensible. Note: meet 2 requirements to obtain a basic material card, meet 3 requirements to obtain an advanced material card, meet 4 requirements to obtain an extraordinary material card. Lu Zhang's eyes lit up. In other words, this system can screen out girls who meet the requirements? That's great. The human heart is unpredictable, and he doesn't want to keep a bad person around. However, we can't start looking for people just yet. Until the situation becomes clear, the survivors will not ask him to take them in. He has to rely on himself to get through the early stages. Seeing the things he had just bought, he couldn't help but feel relaxed. There is still some rice and flour at home. If he eats it sparingly, all the food together will be enough for him to eat for a month. Oh, and store more water. Lu Zhang's home has an automatic water purifier installed, and after purification, the tap water becomes the same as pure water. He filled all the water containers in the house with water. I charged all 4 power banks. After finishing his work, he returned to the window and was shocked. Because at this time the black fog has completely covered the ground below the 3rd floor, the whole world seems to be shrouded in a layer of black fog. What is even more terrifying is that in the black fog, one can vaguely see monsters that don't resemble creatures from the blue planet hunting down humans. He quickly picked up his phone and opened the short video to watch. Sure enough, no matter how dangerous it is, there are netizens who don't know the consequences of their own actions and take videos of the monsters. After watching dozens of videos, Lu Zhang roughly determined that there are currently two types of monsters appearing in the black fog. The weaker one is the sickle worm, which is about 1.5 meters tall. It looks like a mosquito overall, without wings, and its two forelimbs are like a mantis. But judging from the cold light of its blade, it is absolutely sharp. Even more powerful, but less numerous, is the two-tailed scorpion. Overall, it looks like a big scorpion with a steel-like black shell. Its two tails are more than 3 meters long and can easily penetrate the shell of a car. Its power is so great that it can directly overturn a car. They are all very scary. Fortunately, according to feedback from netizens, monsters can only move in black fog. As long as you reach a high place and stay away from the black fog, you can avoid being attacked by monsters. Now, sinkholes have appeared all over the world, and the land and the sea are all shrouded in black fog. Obviously, this is a global disaster. While his phone was still usable, Lu Zhang posted messages in various groups and university forums. The end of the world is coming, let's gather together for warmth. I am willing to shelter kind and beautiful survivors, and provide food and accommodation. If you are interested, please contact me. If you want to shelter survivors who meet the system's requirements, college students are obviously a good choice. After all, once you enter society, you will face too many temptations and it is very difficult to keep yourself clean. The family building is located in Kenglin University, between the East Campus and the West Campus. It is very convenient for students from either campus to find him. However, he didn't know that just before the outbreak of the apocalypse, he was still experiencing cyberbullying, and as soon as this news was released, he was immediately attacked by everyone. On the forum. Don't eat cilantro get rich version, let me see which stinky guy is this? It turns out to be you. You went on a blind date with my sister, but you couldn't even afford to treat her to a meal. Poor bastards like you can only boast online. The boss's exclusive little wife, no way. No way? There are still men like this in this world, why haven't they all died yet? Our new age women are independent and self-reliant, and they still need your protection? You deserve it? 8-pack abs fitness coach, looking at your photos, you look so weak, yet you still protect others? Ladies, if you need protection, come to the gym on the 7th floor of Wanfang building. We are the only ones who can protect you. Various student groups. Ma Tao, Class 201, Department of Physical Education, dude, are you crazy? Do you really think the apocalypse is coming? Do you think this disaster will completely destroy order? You have no idea of the power of guns and artillery. Yang Dong, Computer Science Class 101, holy crap. Lu Zhang. Boss. It's a shame I'm in Hongye City now, otherwise I'd definitely go and join you. Yang Xian, Class 402, Foreign Languages Department, this is so disgusting. I just had a blind date this morning, and this afternoon I heard such disgusting news. Do you really think you can do whatever you want with the little supplies you have? I don't need those 2 mouthfuls of instant noodles from you. Lu Mingyang, Vice President of the Student Union, classmate Lu Zhang is right about one thing. We should indeed stick together to keep each other warm. As the president of the student union, I have the responsibility and obligation to help everyone through this difficult time. I am in the 7th teaching building. Students are gathering with supplies to me. I will distribute them to everyone to ensure that more people can survive. At Lu Zhang, although you have graduated, I believe you are willing to take the initiative to help these younger students, bring all the food over, share it together, and help each other. This is what a graduated senior should do. Some people criticized him verbally in the group, but privately asked him to share supplies. There were even many shameless people like Lu Mingyang who asked Lu Zhang to send them. Lu Zhang would curse at these people and then block and delete them, not giving them a chance to talk back. As for those who scolded him in the group, Lu Zhang ignored them. He just applied for a few more small accounts to prevent being kicked out of the group. At the same time, he joined more group chats and posted messages. Only by casting a wide net can you catch fish. The system has arrived, can this end of the world still be faked? As time passed, food and water were consumed, and when the life and death crisis came, they would sooner or later have to face reality. Lu Zhang blocked the door with a table, then closed the window, turned on the computer and played games. He still had enough supplies to last him for a long time, so there was no need to rush. 3 days passed in a flash. The black fog stopped increasing after it flooded the 4th floor. It's about 12 meters high. The explosions have not stopped for the past 3 days, but now they have become very intermittent. The whole world seemed to have fallen into silence. There was no traffic, no factory noise, only the rustling sound of monsters moving in the black fog. Lu Zhang checked the messages as usual. Before, it was all verbal abuse, but starting from yesterday, the number of messages begging him to distribute supplies increased. As of today, the private messages are basically all begging him. Suddenly, he found a friend request. It's Gu Lingyue. Her avatar is a photo of herself. When you click it, the system panel appears in front of you. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Gu Lingyue. Age, 29. Position, Associate Professor of Biology, Kenglin University. Evaluation, talented, sensible, upright, kind and humble, gentle and elegant, intelligent and kind-hearted, pure and clean. Conclusion, meet the 4 requirements of virtuous, beautiful and intelligent. Successful protection will grant you an extraordinary quality unlimited resource card. Hiss. She is indeed the most beautiful girl in Kenglin University as described on the forum. This evaluation is directly full. But he heard that the professor seemed to be engaged to someone, so she was considered a wife, right? Lu Zhang opened the search post about Gu Lingyue. She was indeed engaged, but just after they got engaged, her fiancé was sent to prison for economic crimes and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. He had already been in prison for 2 years. After a little thought, Lu Zhang directly clicked to approve the application. Chapter 3 He deleted you, and now it's here. Please read on. As soon as Lu Zhang accepted Gu Lingyue's friend request, he immediately received a message. It wasn't sent by Gu Lingyue, but by Song Yubi. Since Lu Zhang didn't take this person seriously, he hadn't deleted her WeChat. Lu Zhang, my graduate student dormitory, Building 2, 7th floor, 703. Bring your supplies and come find me. I'll give you another chance to pursue me. She still looked superior, as if giving Lu Zhang a chance to spend money on her and pay for her was already a great sacrifice. This made her roommate Yu Zihan quite anxious. Yu, we are asking for food now. Don't use that tone. What if he gets angry and doesn't give us food? What will we do next? Don't worry. Men are lowly creatures, they should be suppressed and made to submit to us strong women. Song Yubi said this with a solemn oath. Didn't Li Chao immediately send us some food via drone after receiving my message? Lu Zhang must be ecstatic when he receives my news. His hands must be shaking with excitement right now, and he can't even type. Her face and figure are indeed quite pretty, and she knows how to dress herself up, so there is no shortage of men who admire her. After the blind date with Lu Zhang failed, she first asked a boy to treat her to a meal, and then asked another boy to buy her a lipstick. When she returned to the dormitory, the apocalypse broke out. Since there was nothing left in the room, she asked the third boy, Li Chao, to bring her some food and water. All these people were circling around her, as if she were to fart and they would immediately smell it and revel in it. Why is Lu Zhang an exception? She concluded that Lu Zhang would reply to her message within a minute. Within half an hour, he would come running to deliver the supplies and be willing to serve her like a dog. But 1 minute passed, 3 minutes passed, and a full 5 minutes passed. Yu Zihan's stomach growled twice, and Song Yubi also felt a little pain in her stomach. Yu, why don't you send him another message or call him on WeChat? He might not have seen the phone. Yu Zihan couldn't help but say. Song Yubi gritted her teeth in anger and said firmly. I can't possibly call him on my own initiative. That would make me look cheap. He paused, and his tone softened. He really might not have seen the message. I'll send him another one. As she spoke, she pressed the phone and sent a voice message. Lu Zhang. You didn't even reply to my message immediately. Your impression of me has been greatly reduced. You have half an hour to deliver all the supplies, otherwise our relationship will be completely impossible. The message is sent and a red message pops up immediately on the chat interface. Lu Zhang has enabled friend verification. You are not his friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. You can chat only after the other party passes the verification. Song Yubi couldn't believe her eyes. Yu Zihan blurted out. He actually deleted you. Song Yubi was defeated when she heard this and threw her phone away in anger. How dare he? What right does he have? Isn't it just that he's a bit handsome and has tens of millions in assets? Such an outstanding girl, took the initiative to send a message, and he actually deleted me directly. Expose him. I must let all the sisters recognize the scumbag. Yu Zihan ignored Son Yubi, who was grunting and running around like an angry wild boar. She looked at the message Lu Zhang sent in the group on her phone, her eyes sparkling. Son Yubi can no longer be relied upon, she has to rely on herself to survive. Click friend request. Going back to 5 minutes ago, Lu Zheng discovered that he still had the contact information of the idiot Son Yubi. He didn't even read what message she sent and directly blocked and deleted her. This kind of disgusting thing is a waste of life if you look at it for even a second. After deleting Son Yubi, he opened Gu Lingyue's chat window. Gu Lingyue felt a little uneasy. Although she and Lu Zhang were neighbors living on the same floor, they were only acquaintances. She read the information on the forum. Unlike those stupid people who cursed at her, she took Lu Zhang's message as an opportunity. Although she had not communicated with Lu Zhang many times, she still felt that Lu Zhang was a very polite, reasonable, and principled person. But in the end times, food and water are the basic needs for everyone to survive. It's almost a part of life. No matter how moral a person is, he will not give you his life if you ask for it. Unless he's a fool. Lu Zhang is obviously not that kind of person. But she didn't have any bargaining chips to exchange for benefits, so she can only give it a try. Mr. Lu, we've run out of food at home. Gu Miantong and I need your help. I'm trying to find a way to get supplies, but I haven't figured it out yet. I promise that if I can find them, I'll pay you back double. As long as you can lend us 3 days worth of food, within 3 days, if I can't think of any other solution, I will go into the black fog to find the supplies and return them to you. I won't be a burden to you any longer. I hope you can lend me a hand. Please. Her attitude was very sincere. If it were someone with a softer heart, they might have agreed. But Lu Zhang replied directly. Professor Gu, lending supplies to others is like cutting off my own livelihood. I won't lend them to anyone. My conditions are very clear. You can come to my home and share supplies with me. You should understand what this means. When talking to intellectuals, Lu Zhang still gave her some face. After reading the message, Gu Lingyue bit her lip lightly. Gu Miantong on the side said angrily. Oh my! This senior Lu looks so gentle, but I didn't expect him to be so ruthless and take advantage of others. What's wrong with helping him out? It's not like I won't pay him back. I'm a national second-level archery athlete. If I had a good bow and arrow, I'd take you out right now. Gu Lingyue shook her head calmly. It's only natural for him to refuse. We can't ask others to be kind. As for taking advantage of someone's misfortune, he simply wanted to use the chips in his hands to exchange for greater benefits, which is understandable. Let's think of other ways. Obviously, since the water has not run out yet, they are not at the end of their rope. Their inner sense of propriety and integrity still prevails, and they have no intention of going to Lu Zhang to compromise. Lu Zhang was not in a hurry. There was still a lot of time. If they didn't come, someone else would come. Yu Zihan, a first-year graduate student in Chinese language and literature, has sent you a friend request. ISNT it here? Lu Zhang clicked on the profile picture that Yu Zihan had specially changed before sending the friend request. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Yu Zihan. Age, 23. Identity, first-year graduate student in Chinese language and literature at Kanglin University. Evaluation, possesses basic moral values and a sense of right and wrong, and is good at assessing situations, has a beautiful appearance, bright eyes, white teeth, graceful demeanor, and is pure and clean. Conclusion, meets both the venerable virtue and beautiful appearance requirements. Successfully protected. Receives a basic quality unlimited supplies card. Chapter 4, Become one of us, then don't come. Please read. Different from Son Yubi, a woman who flaunts herself everywhere, Yu Zihan usually focuses on fitness and staying active. Although she is not interested in poor people, she will respond with a polite smile. She simply shut them out and didn't ask for anything. He cherishes his feathers very much. Her original plan was to find a rich and powerful man, keep himself clean, just to wait for the right price. But now, the end of the world has arrived, and the authorities are helpless as they watch all kinds of terrifying news spread all over the internet. Just let everyone hide in buildings above the 4th floor and don't enter the black fog. This made her realize that money has become waste paper nowadays. Her current goal should be a man who has the resources and the ability to protect her and keep her alive. The man who was closest and had a large amount of supplies was Lu Zhang. Seeing that Lu Zhang accepted her friend request, Yu Zihan looked guiltily at Song Yubi, who was still angry next to her. After all, this Lu Zhang was originally Song Yubi's prey. Although it seems that Lu Zhang does not like Song Yubi, if Song Yubi knew that she contacted Lu Zhang on her own initiative, she would definitely scold her for betraying their friendship. Yu Zihan coughed lightly, pretended to be dizzy, and swayed a bit before saying, Yu, I feel a little uncomfortable. Let me lie down in the room for a while. You continue to think of a solution. Don't worry. There are so many people who like you. You don't need Lu Zhang. With the support of her best friend, Song Yubi felt better and asked with concern, Zihan, are you okay? Go and get some rest. Don't worry, I'll make sure those damn men deliver the food. Yu Zihan made a cheering gesture. I trust you. Seeing Yu Zihan return to her own bedroom, Song Yubi sighed. Only girls can help girls. On the other side, returning to her room, Yu Zihan locked the door, then lay on the bed and sent a voice message in a weak tone. Senior Lu Zhang, I saw you send a message asking to protect a girl. You are such a kind-hearted person. Then she added another point. But what if there are too many people? Senior, will your supplies be too much and there won't be enough to eat? She said this obviously because she wanted to confirm how much supplies Lu Zhang had. Lu Zhang saw what she was thinking, so he opened the refrigerator, took a photo and sent it to her, and also took photos of various snacks such as the instant noodles he had just bought and sent them to her. Seeing so much food, Yu Zihan couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Boneless chicken feet, spicy duck necks, crispy fish, these are her favorite snacks. He really has a lot of food. Immediately, Yu Zihan couldn't wait to say, Wow! Senior, you're amazing. You actually have so much food. It makes my mouth water. I really want to go to my senior, but it's too dangerous outside. I don't dare go out. I'm so scared. Senior, can you give me some supplies? 4 messages in a row, followed by a selfie. In the picture, Yu Zihan is stroking her belly pitifully, revealing her well-proportioned and fair waist. On the one hand, it shows that you are very hungry, and on the other hand, it naturally has the intention of seducing and tempting. Lu Zhang's attitude was very firm. No. I have supplies, I'm not going to risk anything. Come to me, become one of my own, and I can let you survive. Let me tell you a little bit of news. I have a way to get more supplies. I don't need to worry about supplies at all. Even if I'm alone, I can still live for decades. This is of course bragging. If no one comes to ask for his shelter, he will not be able to obtain the supply card, and the things he has can only last for a month. But these modern girls can only be satisfied by scammers. Lu Zhang was just taking a reasonable approach. Yu Zihan and Gu Lingyue are two different people, so the way they are treated should naturally be different. Looking at the text sent by Lu Zhang, Yu Zihan was shocked. He actually has a way to obtain supplies. If one person can survive for decades, then if there are 2 people, wouldn't they be able to survive for another 10 to 20 years? It won't take that long for the authorities to organize a survival base, and then I'll have other options. But what can he do? Is he deliberately lying to me? Yu Zihan was conflicted, but she sent the voice message immediately. Senior, I've never been in a relationship before. If you want me to be your girlfriend, you have to show me your courage. Can you come pick me up? She no longer insisted that Lu Zhang deliver the supplies because she didn't want to share them with Song Yubi. If Lu Zhang's supplies are enough for one person to live for 30 years, then after she joins, the 2 of them can live for 15 years. If Song Yubi is added, that means 3 people will live for 10 years. She and Song Yubi were just ordinary friends, and she didn't want to sacrifice 5 years of her life for her. Lu Zhang's residence is very close to the graduate dormitory building, less than 100 meters away. Although the monsters in the black fog are very scary, the distance of 100 meters should not be a problem if Lu Zhang protects them and they run together. Just when she thought that Lu Zhang would come over immediately, she saw a sentence that made her confused. Then don't come. Yu Zihan was also a little angry. This man is so cowardly that he doesn't want to take any danger at all. I was willing to follow him, but he actually asked me to go find him alone. She suppressed her inner anger and said in a coquettish tone, Oh. I'm just a little girl. I need your protection. You will definitely be a very reliable boyfriend. Lu Zhang still replied very coldly. I'm not your boyfriend. If you can come here, you will only be mine. I'm not in love. In this end times, there's no need for love. I'll give you 3 days. If you come here within these 3 days, I will protect you and ensure you have enough food and drink. But after 3 days, even if you come, I won't let you in. Yu Zihan was completely dumbfounded. She didn't expect that even though she tried so hard, Lu Zhang was still so heartless. Not only did they let her go by herself, but they also set a time limit for her. Even having such a beautiful woman like her is not enough, he actually has to look for other people. Just when she was feeling angry, she suddenly heard Song Yubi scream in the living room and she rushed out. Seeing Song Yubi huddled in fear on the sofa, she walked over and picked up the phone that Song Yubi had dropped on the carpet. What's wrong? As she asked, she saw the video opened on Song Yubi's phone. In the hazy black fog, a fast-running figure was suddenly knocked down by a sickle-like insect that jumped out from somewhere. In the blink of an eye, one of the figure's arms and legs were removed. Along with his shrill screams, his entire body was ripped open. The next moment, his body was dragged into an area where the black fog was even thicker. Song Yubi said in a trembling voice. That's Li Chao. His drone broke down last time, so this time I asked him to run over to deliver supplies while on the phone. I just heard his screams, and then someone in the group posted a video of him being eaten by a monster. Chapter 5 I will punish you severely. I am coming to find you. Please read on. Hearing that Li Chao was going to deliver supplies to the two of them, Yu Zihan couldn't help but ask. Why did you let him call you? Song Yubi said with some annoyance. He was afraid to come at first, so I suggested we keep talking on the phone so I could keep encouraging him. I didn't expect him to be so stupid. I encouraged him so loudly, but he didn't even bring the food over. Yu Zihan sighed. It seems that relying on Song Yubi is not very reliable. It is true that Song Yubi has seduced many men, but there are definitely not many men who can cross such a long distance for her. Among them, almost no one is capable of running over. It seemed that the only hope of survival lay with Lu Zhang, who was 100 meters away. But, there are such scary monsters in the black fog, she is really afraid of being caught up by the monsters. An idea suddenly popped into her mind. It would be great if someone could help distract the monster. He subconsciously glanced at Song Yubi next to him, but immediately rejected the idea. Although she was unwilling to share Lu Zhang's supplies with Song Yubi, she couldn't do anything like using her friend as bait. At this time, Lu Zhang received another friend request. Yang Xian from class 402 of the Foreign Languages Department sends you a friend request. Little brother, do you want to see my legs? I'll send you a private photo. Come find me. Lu Zhang clicked on her profile picture. Just looking at the photo, he could see that she had a sweet appearance and a well-proportioned face. She seemed to be a pure and cute girl. Ding. Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Yang Qian. Age, 21. Identity, junior student in the Foreign Languages Department of Kanglin University, a small welfare chicken at a certain website. Evaluation, ignorant and extreme, insults and attacks others wantonly, has a vulgar image, is out of shape, has a chaotic private life, has committed multiple thefts, and has extremely corrupt moral character. Conclusion, does not meet the requirements. Lu Zhang was speechless. It looked like this profile picture was the result of countless photo editing software. I guess this guy really thinks he looks like this. Just block them. Not even friend requests are approved. There's no need to waste time. Continue playing games. An hour later, Lu Zhang discovered that someone was frantically sending him messages in the school group. He frowned and clicked it. It turned out that it was Lu Mingyang, vice president of the student union, who was looking for him. Lu Mingyang, is Lu Zhang here? I know you can see the message, don't pretend you can't see it. I'm calling everyone to form a mutual aid group. Bring the supplies here as soon as possible so we can share and overcome this difficult time together. Otherwise, I'll bring my men over and punish you severely. His words were copied by many people, hundreds of times. Lu Zhang quickly found out the reason why he was so arrogant. There was actually a video following the first message he just posted. When I clicked on the video, I saw that a boy next to Lu Mingyang casually threw a fireball. The fireball hit the wall, blasting a small hole and leaving the surrounding area charred. It looks quite powerful. Lu Zhang's pupils trembled. Is this a superpower? Come to think of it, he already has the system, so it's not surprising that others have superpowers. But how do others possess superpowers? After searching on the internet for a while, Lu Zhang actually found the reason. There is strength in numbers, and there are always people who can't stand the loneliness and tell the secret. In a video online, a middle school boy who calls himself Son of the Wind casually throws out a wind blade and speaks confidently. As you can see, I have already mastered the power of the wind. Next, I will continue to grow stronger and become the master of the wind in the end times. Oh, by the way, if you kill monsters and eat the crystal cores in their bodies, you can awaken superpowers. I'll give you time to catch up, but you'll eventually surrender to me. Lu Zhang silently gave him a thumbs up and wished him to become the master of wind. It turns out that the monster's crystal core can awaken superpowers, and everyone's ability should be slightly different. But killing those monsters is not an easy task. Lu Zhang's physical fitness has improved due to the fitness training in the past 2 years, but it is very difficult for him to kill a monster alone without getting hurt. With the system in hand, there was no need for him to take any risks. He will get superpowers sooner or later. As for Lu Mingyang's threats, he didn't take a single word of them to heart. The 7th teaching building is almost across an entire campus from here. Just based on that little fireball, if they dared to break in, Lu Zhang would have to admit defeat. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. A day ago, the tap water was cut off, which means that water resources have also become a scarce resource. Maybe many people will store some water, but it will be consumed in a few days. Not eating can help you burn fat. But without water, you will soon become completely exhausted and can only wait to die on the spot. Yesterday, there was a power outage. During these 3 days, many people sent messages to Lu Zhang, and among them there were a few who met the requirements, but when they heard that they needed to come to him, they did not have the courage to do so. Lu Zhang didn't care either. He just waited for the cruelty of reality to force these people again. Gu Lingyue and Gu Miantong, who were downstairs, probably entered the black fog before the power outage yesterday, but they were still in the building, looking for supplies in other people's homes. When the black fog spread, most of the people on the 4 floors below ran to the upper floors. Someone had knocked on the door before, asking Lu Zhang to open the door and let them in, but Lu Zhang had blocked the door and ignored them. The two of them actually found some things, and Gu Miantong even sent a sarcastic message to Lu Zhang. Look! We found supplies. We can survive without your help. Lu Zhang only replied with 2 words. He. It was almost noon that day. Yu Zihan, who was already starving and almost fainting, felt a little dizzy because she had no water. She knew that if she didn't drink water and eat something, she would die soon. Looking at her cell phone, which still had 10 batteries left, she knew that today was the last day of the deadline given by Lu Zhang, and she had to give it a try. Now is the time when sunlight is at its most abundant and the black fog is at its lowest. This is her only chance. She stood up suddenly. Yu, I can't bear it anymore. I'm going to find someone else to go to. Song Yubi, who was equally weak, hurriedly spoke out to stop him upon hearing this. No, Chen Hanfei is already on his way. He will be able to send me food soon. Don't leave, wait with me. It's dangerous outside. In fact, Song Yubi didn't dare to wait here alone, nor did she want to face Chen Hanfei alone. Who knows if that guy has any bad intentions towards me? She would feel disgusted by that kind of lowly and inferior person even if he risked his life to bring her food and touched her hand. She has always believed that only girls can help girls. She only feels safe when Yu Zihan is by her side. Yu Zihan shook her head firmly and said, I don't want to just sit there and wait. I have to fight for my life. I've had enough of waiting for others to give me charity and being disappointed time and time again. Yu, take care. After saying that, she put the phone that had just sent a message into her pocket, then opened the door without looking back and ran downstairs. Her message was simple. Honey, I'm coming to see you. Chapter 6. Take off your coat, you hurt me. Please read on. Lu Zhang didn't read the message sent by Yu Zihan, but was chatting with another girl. This girl was very sensible. After adding me as a friend, she directly sent me a photo. Senior, I want to go to you, do you think I can? Ding. Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Zhang Jingyi. Age, 19. Identity, freshman in computer science at Kanglin University, well-known cross-dressing blogger on a certain platform. Evaluation, having lost her parents at a young age, she grew up with determination, maintained a clean lifestyle, and studied hard. With the help of her fellow villagers, she was admitted to a top university. Later, to raise money for a village child's medical treatment, she became a cross-dressing blogger, donating 90% of her earnings to those in need in the village. She is kind-hearted, sensible, moral, and true to her heart. She is graceful and elegant. Conclusion: meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. Zheng Jingyi knew very well what she was doing. When she was 7, her mother ran away. When she was 8, her father fell to his death while drunk in the middle of the night. When she was 9, her grandmother who took care of her also died of illness. But she did not fall because of the loss of her family. She was born in a remote mountain village. No one took her to an orphanage, so she lived off other people in the village. Because she was sweet-talking and willing to help with housework, the villagers were also very kind and supported her together. She was also very hardworking. After she started school, her grades were always the best in the grade. Later, she received official subsidies and continued her studies. During the summer vacation of my senior year in high school, I earned enough money for my tuition and living expenses by working. But not long after she enrolled in school, she learned that the youngest son of Aunt Chen in the village was diagnosed with leukemia and was in urgent need of money. She wanted to make some quick money, so she started live streaming her drag dance routine. With her excellent figure and temperament, she quickly earned enough money, but she still insisted on being a blogger. She wants more people in the village to get her help. But now, the end of the world has come. There are no tall buildings in the mountain village, and the black fog that comes from the ground covers the entire village. The last time she spoke to the villagers on the phone, she knew that many people had died. Uncle Chen, who was talking to her on the phone, told her to live well and live well for them. After running out of food and ammunition in the dormitory, she went to other dormitories to look for supplies, but unfortunately, the doors of the dormitories with people in them were closed and the doors of the dormitories without people could not be opened either. Food and water are running out. The power bank is out of power and only 2 bars of battery are left on the phone. She remembered the message she had saved earlier and immediately sent Lu Zhang a friend request. After seeing Zhang Jingyi's photo, Lu Zhang replied immediately. Yes, as long as you are willing to become my woman and come to me, I will ensure that you have food and drink and keep you alive. As he spoke, Lu Zhang took a photo of his still very abundant supplies and sent it to her. Without hesitation, Zhang Jingyi replied. Okay, if I can make it through alive, I'll be your woman. She did not feel any aversion to Lu Zhang's request. Just like male animals in the animal kingdom want to dominate more females and some female animals will kill males after reproduction, all of this is due to biological instinct. It's an exchange of interests, not about right or wrong. Lu Zhang could only silently wish her the best. The girls' dormitory building of the computer department is more than 700 meters away from here. The longer the road, the more likely you are to encounter monsters and the more dangerous it is. But there was no way he could take the risk himself. After finishing his conversation with Zhang Jingyi, Lu Zhang suddenly heard the sound of someone running on the stairs. His hearing is slightly better than that of ordinary people. The footsteps were light, but the other person was panting, obviously having just experienced strenuous exercise. At this time, Lu Zhang looked at his phone. Yu Zihan sent a message. Which room are you in? The information released by Lu Zhang only marked the building number. Yu Zihan ran into the building safely, reached the 5th floor, and left the black fog. I looked at the message intervals and didn't expect this woman to run so fast. It looks like he breathed it in one breath. No wonder he was breathing so hard. At this time, Yu Zihan was leaning against the wall, her clothes were soaked with sweat, and she felt as if she had experienced a life and death test. It made her already weak body even more exhausted. She now wanted to find Lu Zhang as soon as possible and have a good rest. 601. Not long after sending the message, there was a knock on the door. Open the door and let me in. Yu Zihan's voice was trembling a little. But Lu Zhang did not open the door immediately. Even if the other party was a girl, he had to remain vigilant to prevent her from carrying any weapon. He walked to the door and said, "Walk a little further, take off your coat, and turn around twice." Yu Zihan couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so cowardly? I rushed through the black fog to find you. I'm already exhausted, and yet you're still so wary of me." She felt very aggrieved at this moment. Although she is not as flashy as Son Yubi, she is also a goddess who is pursued by boys wherever she goes. As a result, I have become so diligent, so hardworking, and so humble. This bastard is actually on guard against me. Stop talking nonsense and either do as I say or don't come in. Lu Zhang said bluntly. Yu Zihan gritted her teeth. There was food and water behind the door. She had taken such a big risk and suffered so much, she couldn't let it go to waste. She moved away from the door and then took off her coat as Lu Zhang requested, leaving only a short-sleeved shirt on her upper body and a short skirt on her lower body, revealing a pair of long white legs. After turning around twice, she walked to the door and asked, Is that all right now? Lu Zhang continued to make requests. Turn on your phone, turn on the rear camera, and let's make a video call. Just as I tell you, check the corridor and make sure there's no one else there. Then I'll let you in. This building has one apartment per floor, so as long as there is no one in the corridor, it is safe. Yu Zihan gritted her teeth and had no choice but to do as she was told. When she came to the door again and was about to say something, the door suddenly opened, and then she felt a huge force pulling her into the room. The next moment, the door closed, and she was pressed against it. Ah! What are you doing? You're hurting me. Yu Zihan struggled subconsciously. Lu Zhang's cold voice sounded in her ears. Don't move, I have a knife in my hand. Yu Zihan was so frightened that she dared not move. Lu Zhang's voice became softer. Don't worry, I'll let you go once I'm sure you're not hiding anything. As he spoke, Lu Zhang held Yu Zihan down with one hand, and with the other hand he began to grope for places where the other person might have hidden something. Feeling the man's hands moving around on her body, Yu Zihan felt humiliated and ashamed. But she didn't dare, and couldn't resist, so she could only endure it all silently. Finally, Lu Zhang let her go. Come here and help me move my things first, then block the door. After doing all this, Lu Zhang pushed a bucket of freshly brewed instant noodles in front of Yu Zihan. Eat it with the soup. Looking at the instant noodles she had gone through so much hardship to get, Yu Zihan couldn't help but shed tears. Chapter 7 Someone Else is Coming. Please read. When Lu Zhang saw Yu Zihan crying, he immediately asked with a smile. What? Don't you want to eat? Yu Zihan quickly protected the instant noodles with her arms and said repeatedly. I want to eat, I really want to eat. I'm just so touched. The power is out now, how come you still have hot water for instant noodles? Lu Zhang pointed to the balcony and said. I have a solar motor for camping. Whenever there's sunlight, there's electricity. Not only can I boil water, but I can also use my laptop. Yu Zihan's eyes lit up when she heard that. I can even play computer games. She had thought that after joining Lu Zhang, being able to solve the problem of food and drink was already a great achievement, but she had not expected that there would be entertainment activities as well. At this moment, she looked at Lu Zhang's already handsome face and felt that he was even more handsome. Honey, you're amazing. Lu Zhang sat next to her, stroking her back with one hand and said with a smile. These are just the tip of the iceberg of what I'm capable of. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, I'll help you wipe your body. You're sweating all over. It must be very uncomfortable, right? Yu Zihan blushed. What body rub? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you bastard. Okay. Thank you, senior. Yu Zihan started eating quickly. Finally, after drinking all the soup, she couldn't help but burp. It feels so comfortable. Lu Zhang asked her to brush her teeth first, and then took her to take a bath. After washing, I went to the bedroom. Ding! Successfully protected Yu Zihan and obtained a basic resource card. More than an hour later, Yu Zihan, with tears in her eyes, hugged Lu Zhang's arm tightly, as if she was afraid that he would run away. I don't care how many women you find in the future, just don't abandon me, okay? Lu Zhang stroked her back and said with a smile. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will always protect you. Okay, you've been exercising too much today. Take a nap first. When you wake up, I'll give you a surprise. After getting Lu Zhang's answer, Yu Zihan felt relieved and fell asleep after a dozen seconds. Lu Zhang clicked on the supplies card to check. Item, Premium Roast Duck. Type, Basic Material Card. Effect, you can take out unlimited premium roast ducks. Now, I don't have to worry about food. Unlimited roast duck. Lu Zhang originally thought that it would be ordinary supplies like steamed buns and rice, but he didn't expect that the first thing he got was a roast duck. No matter what kind of steamed buns you eat, you can still be full by eating roast duck. The only problem now is that the water on hand is still limited. With the current amount of water he has stored, it is estimated that it is enough for 2 people to live for 20 days. Within 20 days, you either need to get a water supply card or find water elsewhere. With a beauty in his arms, Lu Zhang rarely went to play games, but just hugged Yu Zihan to rest. An hour and a half later, Yu Zihan woke up. As soon as I woke up, my stomach growled twice. She had been hungry for too long, had undergone strenuous exercise, and then ate a bucket of instant noodles. Now she was hungry again, which was normal. Ah! Amidst Yu Zihan's scream, Lu Zhang wrapped her in a summer quilt and picked her up. He himself came to the living room wearing only his shorts. "Let me perform a magic trick for you," Lu Zhang said with a smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, a roast duck suddenly appeared on the plate on the dining table. The fragrant roast duck, steaming hot and oily, tempted Yu Zihan's taste buds, making her swallow her saliva. Lu Zhang pulled off a duck leg and handed it to Yu Zihan's mouth. The latter couldn't help himself and took a bite on it. "It's delicious. This is the best roast duck I've ever had," Yu Zihan said excitedly. "Hubby, is this your ability? Just like that Wang Tsong, it awakened after eating the crystal core?" Wang Tsong is the boy next to Lu Mingyang who has awakened the fireball ability. Lu Zhang nodded without explaining anything. "Follow me, there's endless food." Yu Zihan was very excited. Although Lu Zhang had said this to her before, she didn't know at that time that Lu Zhang had such ability. "So I am skeptical in my heart." But now, this sentence is equivalent to providing a huge guarantee for her future life. "Hubby, I will never leave you." She wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Zhang's neck. If she wasn't a little hungry, she would have been unable to resist starting a second in-depth conversation. The two of them ate roast duck together, but the 2 people downstairs took the last biscuit, each took half, and chewed it dry and swallowed it. Gu Mianton licked his dry lips. He was already very thirsty, and after eating the biscuit, he became even thirstier. "Sister Yu, what should we do next? Do we have to go deeper into the black fog and find something to eat downstairs?" Gu Lingyue shook her head. On the lower floors, only one door was open. "We've already taken back everything edible. Yesterday, I went to check the upper floors, and the doors on the 7th and 8th floors were tightly closed. If we don't get help, we'll have to go to the building next door to look for supplies." Hearing Gu Lingyue's words, Gu Mianton subconsciously looked upstairs. Yu Zihan's arrival didn't make a big noise, but it wasn't small either. Even though there was a floor between them, the 2 of them had already heard the noise. Especially after those 2 people entered the bedroom, Yu Zihan's lewd voice really made people blush. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush, and then said shyly, "I never thought that someone would actually come to my door. 2 people doing that kind of thing in broad daylight, is he that horny?" Gu Lingyue calmly analyzed. In the apocalypse, the pressure is immense. It's said that such activities can help relax the mind and body. It's understandable that he's so eager. Gu Mianton was speechless when he saw this professor's sister who had the same surname as him analyzing this problem seriously. She was just making a casual remark. Just as she was about to say something else, she saw Gu Lingyue suddenly look towards the door. "Someone's coming up from downstairs." In the corridor, Zheng Jingyi limped to the 5th floor where there was no black fog. She leaned against the wall, took out her cell phone, and sent a message to Lu Zhang. "I'm here, which room are you in?" Lu Zhang, who was eating roast duck with Yu Zihan, picked up his phone, took a look at it, and then sent the room number. He patted the shoulders of the woman next to him. "Someone is coming. Go to the bedroom first. Don't come out without my consent." A few guesses flashed through Yu Zihan's mind. She nodded, didn't ask any questions, and returned to the bedroom obediently. After she entered the house, there was a knock on the door. The emergency light in the corridor came on, and through the peephole, Lu Zhang saw Zheng Jingyi's figure. "Are you hurt? What happened?" "I encountered a 2-tailed scorpion. It twisted its arm while climbing over a fence. It went after someone else, and I escaped." The information is clear and very authentic. But Lu Zhang showed no mercy to her. According to the procedure, they took off their clothes first, then made sure the corridor was safe, and then pulled them into the house and closed the door. After a body search, Lu Zhang carried him to the sofa. Zheng Jingyi was like a puppet, allowing Lu Zhang to manipulate her without any resistance. Chapter 8, It looks so small, come and save me. Please read it later. Lu Zhang asked Zheng Jingyi to lean on the sofa, then took off her shoes and socks, revealing her swollen foot. Her feet were not particularly smooth, but they were still white and had no odor. You need to take good care of this for 2 days. As Lu Zhang spoke, he took out a medical kit from a cabinet not far away, took out Yunnan bioaerosol, and sprayed some medicine on her to reduce swelling and relieve pain. Then elevate the injured foot. Then let him drink an anti-inflammatory and analgesic medicine. After these actions, Zheng Jingyi's eyes were dazed. She actually imagined her life after coming here. There is a great possibility that she will be oppressed and beaten like a slave. After all, she is now just a parasite dependent on men. There is no choice but to endure it in order to survive. She was also prepared to be pulled into the bedroom as soon as she entered the door. But unexpectedly, although Lu Zheng's behavior was a bit rude at the beginning, he helped her with the treatment very carefully afterwards. Looks very serious. Just like treating a family member. This made Zheng Jingyi even feel a little dazed. Don't you want me to be your woman? Why don't you do it? Zheng Jingyi couldn't help but ask. Lu Zheng chuckled. Although I want to protect many women, I won't attack a wounded person. Wait until you recover. This is the truth. It's definitely not because they just fought a battle and need time to replenish ammunition. Lu Zhang brought the half-roast duck left by him and Yu Zihan to Zheng Jingyi and placed a small table for her. Poured another glass of water. Eat something. It's hard to recover without energy. When you get better, I'll make you one of my own. Looking at the roast duck and water in front of her, and thinking of Lu Zhang's attitude towards her just now, Zheng Jingyi was extremely certain. I made the right bet this time. Thanks. She said something and then started eating with big mouthfuls. Lu Zhang walked into the master bedroom, asked Yu Zihan to put on pajamas, and then let her out. We'll all live together from now on, so let's get to know each other. Yu Zihan and Zheng Jingyi looked at each other and immediately realized that their identities were the same. Hello, my name is Yu Zihan, a first-year graduate student in Chinese language and literature. You look so young, little sister. Zheng Jingyi's figure is petite and delicate. She is only 1.62 meters tall, has a baby face, and a well-proportioned figure that is not outstanding. Compared to Yu Zihan's height of 1.7 meters and plump figure, she is indeed a little smaller. Zheng Jingyi said politely. Hello, sister. My name is Zheng Jingyi. I'm a freshman in the computer science department. Please take care of me in the future. I will be a good boy. She grew up eating at many people's houses, and although she is young, she has a thorough understanding of the ways of the world. He took the initiative to put himself in a weak position, which was both to show weakness to Yu Zihan and to gain more sympathy from Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang laughed at this scene. As expected, the struggle between women is the most interesting. However, now with the addition of Zheng Jingyi, the originally not so abundant water resources have been divided into 3 parts, which can only last for 13 days at most. Within 13 days, some fresh water will need to be replenished. Yu Zihan sat next to Zheng Jingyi, and the 2 women began chatting, while Lu Zhang picked up his phone to check messages. There's very little new information online these days. Most people no longer have access to electricity. Some network facilities were also damaged, but sporadic information can still be seen. For example, this one. In the video, a black cat as big as a hound cuts a double-tailed scorpion into several parts with one claw. The speed is so fast that after images appear. And there was a faint light on its claws just now, which was obviously a manifestation of supernatural powers. Animals can also gain supernatural powers. This is very important information. The threats humans need to face are not only the insects in the black fog, but also mutant beasts. Even the latter is more terrifying. Because the insects will not leave the range of the black fog, the mutant beasts can enter the floor to find food. This made Lu Zhang uncomfortable. He lacks fighting power now. If you get targeted, it's over. The enemy is stockpiling guns and I'm stockpiling food, so I'm becoming someone else's granary? Now I can only try to be careful and avoid being targeted. Lu Zhang also saw many videos of wealthy people on the internet. They offered millions or even tens of millions of dollars and took out boxes of gold and jewelry, just to exchange for some food and shelter. The collapse of order made some wealthy and powerful people feel like the sky was falling. But Lu Zhang felt that it was dawn. A brand new world, with the system in hand, life suddenly becomes fun. Yu Zihan was happily chatting with Zheng Jingyi when her charging phone suddenly vibrated. She picked it up and saw that it was a voice message sent by Song Yubi. Woo woo. Zihan, where are you? Come and save me. Chen Hongfei has gone crazy. He's trying to force his way in. Time goes back to a quarter of an hour ago. After Yu Zihan left, Song Yubi felt panic in her heart. She hung a chain on the door so that people outside could not open it easily. Just as I finished all this, there was a knock on the door. Song Yubi didn't dare to breathe. She tiptoed to the door and saw a young man carrying something through the peephole. The young man was quite tall, but his face was not very good looking and his clothes were very simple. This person was Chen Hongfei, whom she was waiting for. Chen Hongfei is Song Yubi's high school classmate. Since high school, Song Yubi has often asked him to treat her to meals. The two went to the same university for undergraduate study and then to graduate school. It can be said that this person is a long-term meal ticket for Song Yubi. However, Chen Hongfei's dormitory was not close to here, so she had never thought of asking him to come and deliver supplies to her. Later, there was really no choice but to cast a wide net, and Chen Hongfei happened to be selected. Unexpectedly, he actually rushed over. Chen Hongfei was covered in dust and blood, looking dirty. It was obvious that his journey had not been very smooth. But Song Yubi didn't care about these. She was only concerned about the backpack Chen Hongfei was holding. It was bulging and looked like it contained a lot of stuff. Yubi, open the door quickly, it's me, I'm here to bring you supplies. As he spoke, he opened his backpack and showed the contents to the peephole. I have instant noodles, chocolate, mineral water, and a fully charged power bank. Song Yubi was very excited. Food, water, and even electricity. These things made her unable to wait to open the door, but the chain of the security door was still tied and not fully opened. Yu Zihan is not around and she is alone, so she still has a strong sense of self-protection. Through the crack in the door, she saw Chen Hongfei with a silly smile on his face, and then her eyes fell on the backpack in his hand. Thank you, you are a good person. I've been through so many things with people over the years, but you're the only one who's always been nice to me. Give me the stuff. You shouldn't have come in. It's bad for my reputation if people tell others that we're alone in a room together. I know you'll agree. You're the best. Chapter 9, The Awakened Liquor and the Backstabbing Bestie. Please read on. Hearing Song Yubi's words, a hint of imperceptible anger flashed in Chen Hongfei's eyes outside the door. But on the surface he still looked smiling. It even has a flattering meaning. This made Song Yubi relax a little. Yubi, we've been good friends for so many years. It's really awkward for you to say that. I went through a lot of trouble to find these supplies, and I desperately tried to avoid the monsters' attacks, and now they are here with you. It's so unsafe outside. You must be scared being alone in the room. I'll go in with you. I can protect you. After that, I can continue to go out and help you find food. Song Yubi suddenly became alert. In the past, this friend always listened to her. Tell him to do something and he will do it. Now he actually refutes her. I just want to come in. She is a weak woman. If she lets a tall man like Chen Hongfei into the house, wouldn't that be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? There is no free lunch in the world. But as a goddess, isn't it natural for her to be worshipped? You, Chen Hongfei, a toad, want to touch me, a noble swan. Dream. She would never open this door. This really won tea-work. My mother said that girls should not joke about their innocence. Didn't you also say you like traditional girls? I don't want to have anything ambiguous with a man before we get married. You will understand me, right? Chen Hongfei's face looked a little ugly, but he still forced a smile inside. Well, I'm your best friend. Take everything in the bag. I brought it all for you. As he said that, he handed the bag to the crack of the door. Song Yubi carefully reached out, opened the door a little wider, and then grabbed the backpack. At this moment, Chen Hongfei suddenly stretched out his other hand and grabbed Song Yubi's wrist tightly like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. His face was ferocious and fierce. Open the door for me. Let me in. Feeling the pain on her wrist, Song Yubi struggled. Chen Hongfei, what are you doing? Let me go, you're hurting me. If you keep doing this, we won't even be friends anymore. I won't accept the cosmetics you gave me anymore. I won't let you treat me to a meal either. Song Yubi felt that Chen Hongfei seemed to be using a little more force, as if he wanted to crush her bones. She looked at Chen Hongfei and found that his eyes were bloodshot, as if he was crazy. Son Yubi, you bitch. I've been pursuing you for so many years. You've accepted so many gifts from me, spent so much money on me, and you never even let me touch your hand. As a result, I see you entering the hotel with a different man every week. It's the end of the world now. I'm the only one here to bring you supplies and food. I'm the only one who can protect you. But you still rejected me. You want to take my things for free again and treat me like a dog. I killed 2 of my roommates and bought these things with their lives. If you want it, then open the door, open it for me. He seemed very angry, grabbing Son Yubi's wrist with one hand and slamming the door hard with the other. It was like a mad hyena, constantly attacking. Son Yubi was almost frightened silly by his appearance. Continue to struggle hard. No, are you crazy? Let me go. You gave me something on your own accord. Whoever I go into the hotel with is my freedom. You've killed someone. You criminal, let me go now, or I'm going to call the police. She thought her words made sense, but they once again irritated Chen Hongfei. Open the door quickly, or I'll kill you too when I break in. Son Yubi was terrified. She didn't know where the strength came from. It might be the extreme fear that made her explode. She just stuck her head out and bit Chen Hongfei's hand hard. Suddenly, blood flowed out. Feeling severe pain, Chen Hongfei screamed and subconsciously let go of his hand. Son Yubi quickly grabbed her bag and went inside the door, then slammed it shut. The next moment, Chen Hongfei's cursing and banging on the door were heard outside. Open the door. Open the door for me. You bitch, you dare to bite me. I'm going to kill you. Son Yubi pushed the dining table to the door, blocking it, then hid in the bedroom with her bag, curled up on the bed, shivering. After a long while, she quickly took out her power bank, charged her mobile phone, and then sent a message to Yu Zihan. After receiving the message, Yu Zihan only reacted for a second and immediately came to Lu Zhang with her phone. Hubby, Son Yubi sent me a message. She knew that there was a conflict between Lu Zhang and Son Yubi. If she let her know that she was still in contact with Son Yubi behind his back, she would definitely have unpleasant thoughts. When the time comes, you will be the one who suffers. She may not betray her friends actively, but the prerequisite is that she will not be harmed. Lu Zhang looked at Yu Zihan's chat interface. After the first message was sent, Son Yubi sent another photo. There are instant noodles and mineral water in it. Zihan, I grabbed the food and water he brought me. Come back now. We have food and drink. Lu Zhang chuckled and said to Yu Zihan. It seems she cares about you enough to share supplies with you. Yu Zihan pointed out Son Yubi's true purpose incisively. She was just afraid of Chen Hongfei, so she asked me to go over there to attract Chen Hongfei's wrath. She's not the type of person who's willing to share supplies with me. She saw through this best friend clearly. I know she has no good intentions. So, she looked at Lu Zhang and asked. Honey, can I take a picture of the roast duck? Lu Zhang nodded, then waved his hand, and another brand new roast duck appeared on the table, steaming hot. Thank you, husband. Yu Zihan immediately took a photo and sent it to Son Yubi. Yubi, you should come to me. I have roast duck here. When Son Yubi saw the picture of roast duck, she first swallowed her saliva and then expressed disbelief. Impossible. There's no electricity now. Who's going to make roast duck for you? You look like it's fresh out of the oven. Zihan, you can't even afford instant noodles, right? Is it fun to find a picture online to trick me? But the next second, Yu Zihan sent her a video, which showed Yu Zihan eating a duck leg. After taking a bite, Yu Zihan turned the camera to reveal the face of the man next to her. She snuggled in Lu Zhang's arms and said happily. Thank you, husband, for treating me to roast duck. The video ends here. After watching the entire video, Son Yubi felt like she was struck by lightning. Then, she broke down. I picked up my phone and sent a long voice message. Yu Zihan. You bitch. You actually betrayed our friendship and went to find that good-for-nothing Lu Zhang. You even ate roast duck alone without telling me. I won't have a best friend like you anymore. After venting her anger, Son Yubi suddenly heard a loud noise. She quickly plucked up her courage and walked to the door to check through the peephole. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. Chen Hongfei was seen holding a fire axe with a ferocious look on his face, chopping the door lock hard. Chapter 10, Wronged Woman, Say Something. Please read. The sight of Chen Hongfei raising the axe and chopping at her frightened Song Yubi so much that she stepped back repeatedly, even stumbling and falling to the ground. Security doors are designed to prevent thieves, not robbers. Chen Hongfei looked so crazy that the door lock was soon broken. A few minutes later, a hole appeared where the door lock should be. Bang! The door was kicked open by Chen Hongfei. There was no one in the living room. Chen Hongfei grinned, then picked up the axe and chopped open the door of the master bedroom. Still no one. He walked to the cabinet and chopped it down with an axe. Immediately, a scream came from inside. Chen Hongfei opened the door and saw Song Yubi hiding in the corner of the closet, holding a watermelon knife in both hands, and said in horror, "Don't come over here, I'll stab you." Chen Hongfei grabbed her wrist and applied a little force, and Song Yubi let go of the machete. He threw the machete outside. Chen Hongfei threw Song Yubi onto the bed. He raised the axe and aimed it at Song Yubi, chopping it down with all his might. The latter was so frightened that she seemed to have lost the ability to react and remained motionless. The axe stopped above Song Yubi's head. Song Yubi, who seemed to have been to the gates of hell, knelt down in front of Chen Hongfei. "No, don't kill me. I can be your girlfriend, let you touch my hand, and we can fall in love." Chen Hongfei laughed wildly 3 times. Dating? Girlfriend? It's the end of the world now, do you still think you're some bullshit goddess? Now, show me your performance. If you don't twist it well, I'll chop you into pieces. Song Yubi was extremely resistant in her heart. In her mind, she would feel disgusted by a low-class man like Chen Hongfei, even licking her toes. Her body is used to please the rich and powerful upper-class people. But now, her fear of Chen Hongfei overwhelmed her nausea, and she could only twist her body in extreme humiliation. Half an hour later, Chen Hongfei was leaning against the head of the bed wearing only a pair of shorts. At this moment, he felt refreshed. The resentment that had been pent up in his heart for many years was cleared away in one day, and the world seemed to become more open. This end of the world is really fucking great. The goddess who used to be so high and mighty that she wouldn't even look at me. At this moment, she leaned weakly in his arms, and could do whatever he wanted. I don't have to go to school or work. The world is big, and I am the greatest. He pinched Song Yubi's chin, kissed her hard, and then slapped her. Go brush your teeth, it smells fishy. Song Yubi's eyes flashed with resentment, but she didn't dare to show it. She could only pretend to be pitiful and said, "There's no water at home. I can't brush my teeth." Chen Hongfei slapped her again. Didn't I bring 2 bottles of water? Just use those 2. Song Yubi covered her face and said, "What shall we drink when we're done?" Chen Hongfei slapped her for the 3rd time. This is the last time. If you dare to question me again, I will chop you down. If the food and water run out, I'll go find them. From now on, you will be my dog. You only need to listen to my orders and do whatever I tell you to do. Don't let me hear your problems again. The 3 slaps completely calmed Song Yubi down, and she immediately went to brush her teeth. While brushing her teeth, she thought of the extremely humiliating experience she had just had. Although she had taken the initiative to do those things with many men, those were all upper-class men she longed for, but now she had to serve an inferior man like Chen Hongfei. This made her feel very uncomfortable, as if her soul was insulted. She thought of Yu Zihan again. This best friend actually went to join that bastard Lu Zhang. She looked very favored, eating hot roast duck. Why? That trash rejected me but accepted Yu Zihan. You 2 bastards, I will make you pay the price. On the other hand, Lu Zhang and Yu Zihan saw that Song Yubi did not reply to the message, so they no longer paid attention to this matter. Song Yubi and the like are not important at all. Lu Zhang, Yu Zihan and Zhang Jingyi, the 3 of them living a good life together is more important than anything else. At this time, a fierce quarrel was taking place in the home of a resident on the 8th floor, the top floor of the building where Lu Zhang lived. Bai Jia Wei, who was wearing pajamas, was so angry that her plump body began to tremble. She looked at her husband, who was more than 10 years older than her, in disbelief. She couldn't accept that such words could be heard from his mouth, this great writer and professor who was usually admired by others. Xiao Wenchuan. You are not a man at all. You actually let your wife go to another man for food. Is this your scholarly character? Is this the integrity you keep emphasizing in class? I married you despite my family's dissuasion. I even agreed that you couldn't have children. Is this how you treat me? Don't look down, look at me, look into my eyes. Tell me, is this your own idea? Bai Zhihui felt extremely bitter and cold in her heart. A year ago, when she was only 23 years old and had just graduated, she married this respected literature professor and famous writer. There is a 16-year age difference between the two. But she was determined and ignored her family's advice, as she just felt that she was marrying for love. But after getting married, she discovered that her husband was inhumane. No wonder there is no woman at such an old age. But she still didn't leave. Instead, she continued to be a good wife, being filial to her mother-in-law, taking care of her husband, and doing housework, while also working in an editorial office. We have done our best inside and out. Even after the end of the world, she ate less and drank less, giving more supplies to her husband and mother-in-law. The supplies were eventually exhausted. She thought her husband would take the initiative to go out and look for supplies, but just now, she heard something that made her feel like she was falling into an ice cellar. Lu Zhang on the 6th floor has supplies. Go find him. You'll definitely be able to find some food. Xiao Wenchuan was also annoyed when he was questioned like this. I couldn't help but shout loudly. What are you doing? We are a family. Now you have the ability to bring food to everyone. Isn't this what you should do? I can endure such great pain, why can't you be considerate of me? There's no food at home. Mom is old and can't hold on for much longer. We definitely won't find any supplies outside. The only way is to ask Lu Zhang for help. He won't give out his supplies for free, you have to ask him for it. Are you so cruel that you'd watch me and Mom starve to death? Bai Zhihui was disgusted by his shameless look and immediately looked at old lady Fang next to her, her mother-in-law. Mom! Say something. Look at what your son is saying. However, old lady Fang said. Hui, at this point, there's no other way. I can only let you down a little. Anyway, you and Wenchuan are not a real couple. Even if you do something to let him down, I will forgive you. Chapter 11 Young woman, please read. Bai Zhihui was stunned by what Mrs. Fang said. She really couldn't imagine that an old lady who was also a woman and was usually kind and dignified could say such inhumane and unethical words. Is it her problem that she can't have children? I was clearly magnanimous, but now it has become my fault. Now she is being blackmailed into exchanging her dignity for food. Bai Zhihui is also the daughter of a middle-class family, and her self-esteem does not allow her to do such a thing. Looking at the two people's scrutinizing and even coercive gazes, she still shook her head firmly. I'm not going. She gritted her teeth, and these 3 words were like 3 knives piercing into Xiao Wenchuan's heart. The feeling of hunger and shame made the latter completely lose his mind. Pa! Xiao Wenchuan slapped Bai Zhihui hard on the face and said angrily. Once you marry into my family, you are mine. You do whatever you are told to do. I bought you so many things over the years, why are you pretending to be so noble now? What about the character of a scholar, what about integrity? It's all fake. It's fine if you just lie to others, but you take it so seriously. What kind of world is this now? It's the end of the world, and the most important thing for everyone is to fill their stomachs. As long as there's food, anything goes. Go find him now. If you don't, I'll beat you until you go. As he spoke, he was like an irritable monkey, helpless and furious, and just kept on beating and kicking Bai Zhihui. Bai Zhihui curled up on the carpet, the pain in her body was far less than the pain brought by the shock in her heart. God knows how much courage she had to overcome numerous obstacles and marry for love. What we rely on is this sense of belief in character and integrity. She always believed that human beings are ideal living beings and are essentially different from animals in nature. Even in extremely harsh environments, human beings still have the most basic and simple morals and values. But now, her husband, whom she regarded as a role model of thought, showed such a primitive and beastly side. It was like a hammer hitting the mirror in her heart called ideals and beliefs, shattering her world. And the sharp fragments hurt her deeply. Not long after, Xiao Wenchuan, who was weak and hungry, stopped and used his last bit of strength to drag Bai Zhihui out of the door. If you can't get food in return, don't even come in. Before he could finish his words, the door slammed shut. Bai Zhihui was thrown outside the door like garbage. She leaned against the corner, hugged her knees with her arms, curled up, and her clothes were soaked with tears. Her crying was silent, her heart was dead and her sorrow was soundless. After crying for a while, she seemed to want to make amends. He knocked on the door and said, Let me in, open the door, this is my home too. A few minutes later, the door opened. Bai Zhihui thought Xiao Wenchuan finally had a change of heart, and just as she was about to smile, she was kicked in the shoulder. She was kicked over. Stop yelling. You're disturbing my mom's rest. This is not your home. This family is named Xiao, and you are just an outsider. We have no children, no blood ties. You can't contribute to this family, you don't deserve to be my family. Go and buy me something to eat, or you'll never be allowed to enter my house again, or I'll divorce you. After a muffled sound, the door closed again. 4 Bai Zhihui. This time, the door in her heart that symbolizes her ideals and principles was completely closed. Her tears continued to flow until more than an hour later, when the tears dried up and her eyes became dry. He looked up at Xiao Wenchuan's door. This is not my home. She decided that she would survive and then go home. Knock on the door again. Xiao Wenchuan opened the door impatiently and was about to curse, but Bai Zhihui spoke first. I agree. Let me go in and put on some makeup. They might not agree to let me change in my current state. Xiao Wenchuan was stunned when he heard this. But I feel a little uncomfortable inside. After all, Bai Zhihui was his legally married wife. He had no ability and had never enjoyed her once, but now she was being taken advantage of by another man. But he did need Bai Zhui in exchange for food. He immediately snorted coldly and looked at her with contempt. You were pretending to be a pure heroine just now, but now you agree to it? You are such a person at heart, bitch. Go dress up a little better and sell yourself for a good price. Bai Zhihui clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and looked at Xiao Wenchuan with indifference. But at this time, she did not make a fuss anymore, but just came to the dressing table quietly. Looking at her bruised face and messy hair, she felt only sadness in her heart. This was definitely the most embarrassing moment in my life. She began to dress up, covering up the scars bit by bit. Because there was no water, combing her hair made her feel a stinging sensation, but she endured the pain and straightened her hair. Then she changed into black stockings, a pencil skirt, and an open collar shirt. Looking at his wife with beautiful appearance and outstanding temperament, and thinking about what she was going to do next, Xiao Wenchuan couldn't help but curse again. Bitch! Hurry up! Bai Zhihui walked out without saying a word, came to the 6th floor, and knocked on the door of room 601. Lu Zhang was chatting with the two women while they finished the roast duck they had just taken out. Hearing the noise, he asked Yu Zihan to check the door first. Husband, it's a woman. There was a hint of sourness in Yu Zihan's tone. Although she could accept that Lu Zhang had other women, with every additional person, supplies would have to be shared with one more person. Some of the time spent with Lu Zhang will also be taken away. She naturally had emotions in her heart. Lu Zhang didn't pay attention to her little expression. When he came to the door and took a look, he immediately recognized the other person's identity. Isn't this Professor Shou's young wife on the top floor? Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Bai Zhihui. Age, 25. Identity, editor of Youth Ideal Literary Magazine. Evaluation, quiet and elegant, sensible, soft and graceful, with good looks, thrifty and self-disciplined, moral and principled. Conclusion, meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. He is also an editor of a magazine. Across the door, Lu Zhang asked. Editor Bai, what are you doing? When Bai Zhihui heard Lu Zhang's voice, she suddenly became nervous. Although she had made up her mind, the shame in her heart still made it difficult for her to speak. It took her a full minute before she made a sound. I saw the message you sent. Can I look at you? Although I'm married, he can't, so I'm still a girl. Inside the door, Yu Zihan couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard that. I thought to myself, as expected, it comes right to my door. It seems I will have another sister. Chapter 12 What a Beast, unlock the advanced card. Please read it later. Lu Zhang now urgently needs to unlock new unlimited supply cards to obtain water or find a way to break through the current predicament. Naturally, I would not refuse a married woman who came to my door. But there is one thing that needs to be confirmed so that we can respond reasonably to what may happen next. He immediately said. Editor Bai, given your conditions, I can naturally protect you. But does your husband know about this? Bai Zhihui bit her lips slightly, lowered her head, and replied. He asked me to come. He beat me up to get me to come here. He asked me to bring him the supplies back. But I don't want to go back. I want to follow you, okay? Hearing that it was the other husband who forced his wife to come over, Yu Zihan couldn't help but curse. What a beast! Not only does he beat his wife, he also forces her to do this kind of thing. No wonder he can't have children. Serves you right. Lu Zhang did not believe it immediately, but continued. How do you prove that what you said is true? Bai Jiahui unbuttoned her sleeves, revealing the scars on both arms. Then he moved closer to the cat's eye and let Lu Zhang check the marks on his neck. After seeing that those marks were indeed new wounds, Lu Zhang believed it a little more. However, the other party did not have a mobile phone, so he could not be sure if there was someone ambushing behind him. He thought about it and tied a rope to the door handle and asked Yu Zihan and Zhang Jingyi to pull it together. If someone suddenly rushes out, the three of them can work together to quickly close the door. To prevent Lu Zhang from not having enough strength alone. The door opened and Bai Jiahui was pulled into the house by Lu Zhang. No surprises occurred. She was pressed against the wall by Lu Zhang. Zihan, come here for a body search. It's not that he doesn't want to touch it, it's just that the process goes faster when two people work together. No problem, she has nothing on her. Yu Zihan touched Bai Jiahui all over, even under her skirt. She really wanted to find something out and use it as an excuse to ask Lu Zhang to kick this woman out. Unfortunately, Bai Jiahui really didn't bring anything. After being touched once, even though it was a girl, Bai Jiahui's face still turned red. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lu Zhang. She only had a vague impression of this neighbor, but now he came to her door on his own initiative, and there were other people here too. This made her, who was already shy, feel very embarrassed. I wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into immediately. But the next moment, her nose couldn't help but twitch, and her eyes were fixed on the leftover roast duck on the coffee table. There's still steam coming out of it. Lu Zhang walked straight forward and put his arms around Bai Jiahui's waist. The latter trembled and subconsciously tried to break free. But at this moment, I heard the man next to me say, "Are you hungry? Come, have some roast duck first." She stopped struggling, thought about her situation, let the other party hug her, and sat down on the sofa. Lu Zhang directly picked up a duck leg and handed it to her mouth. Bai Jiahui had never even experienced such an intimate act with Xiao Wenchuan. Her face was full of shyness. She opened her mouth and took a bite. The crispy aroma made her unable to help but chew it quickly, and then she took the duck leg from Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang introduced with a smile. The one lying down is Zhang Jingyi, and the one sitting is Yu Zihan. Like you, they both came to seek refuge with me. You two should get along well in the future, and I will make sure you have enough food and drink. As he spoke, he took out 4 cartons of milk from the box next to him and gave one to each person. The water problem has not been solved yet. But now Zhang Jingyi and Bai Jiahui represent 2 high-level material cards. 2 high-level cards should be able to break the current predicament. Therefore, he was in a good mood and quite relaxed at this time. Bai Jiahui wolfed down the roast duck and drank a sip of milk, but couldn't help but shed tears. Yu Zihan saw the twitching scars on her face, and thinking of what she had just heard, she immediately said sympathetically, "Sister Bai, don't worry, the 4 of us are together. Even if that guy comes looking for you, we will protect you." Thank you, thank you. Bai Jiahui stopped eating and drinking and spoke seriously. Xiao Wenchuan asked me to come down to exchange for food. If I don't go back, he will definitely come down to cause trouble. There is no food or water in his home. He has gone crazy for his mother and himself. I don't know what extreme things he will do. I saw a fire axe in the corridor outside. I suggest you take it in case that guy gets desperate. She originally had very bad expectations about being forced to turn to Lu Zhang. Even her husband, who used to treat her with respect and dignity, became like that, leaving only pure bestiality. Why should we expect a neighbor, an outsider, to treat us well? But as soon as she came in, she ate roast duck, drank milk, and had sisters encouraging and supporting her. This gave her, who had been kicked out, an instant sense of identity and belonging. Instinctively, she wanted to protect this feeling. So suggestions were given. Lu Zhang nodded when he heard this. Although he had a boning knife in his hand, he had one more weapon while the opponent had one less weapon, which was an advantage. Immediately, he asked Yu Zihan and Bai Jiahui to go out and bring in the fire axe. After returning, Bai Jiahui continued eating for a while. "I'm stuffed." she said with satisfaction. She has never had enough to eat since the end of the world. Most of the food in the house was eaten by Xiao Wenchuan and his mother. She herself eats very little. Now, when I come to Lu Zhang's place, I can eat delicious roast duck and drink milk, and I can eat my fill directly. The huge gap is evident from this. Lu Zhang didn't waste any time and put his arms around her waist. Come on, I'll help you clean it up. Bai Zhouwei's body suddenly became stiff. She's not stupid. Know immediately what's going to happen next. He immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at Lu Zhang and Yu Zihan. Yu Zihan curled her lips and said, "You guys go ahead, the two of us will guard the door and won't let anyone in." The cleaning process was very short. After all, there wasn't much water involved, just a simple wipe. The drying process is a bit long. Lu Zhang took Bai Zhouwei to the bedroom to dry her off. Ding! Successfully protected Bai Zhouwei and obtained a high-level resource card. Bai Zhouwei had a lot of water in her body, and after wiping for nearly 2 hours, Lu Zhang finally came out of the bedroom. A little tired. But when he saw the content displayed on the advanced material card, he felt that all his hard work was worth it. Item: Python revolver with bullets. Type: Advanced material card. Effect: you can obtain an unlimited number of Python revolvers, each with 6 bullets. Weapons: hot weapons, real powerful weapons. The Python revolver uses magnum caliber bullets, has high power and high penetration, and can knock down large beasts at close range. Lu Zhang took a look and found that it had a 6-inch barrel, which could achieve the best accuracy and ballistic performance. After the surface is blued and polished, this thing is simply a work of art. Chapter 13: Is he still human? What can you do? Please read. No boy can resist the temptation of guns and weapons. If so, he's not a boy. The Python revolver is Lu Zhang's favorite pistol. However, this thing also has some disadvantages. It is heavy and tiring to carry for a long time. The magazine capacity is low, with other pistols having more than twice that. Continuous firing will cause accuracy to drift and require regular maintenance. But this is not a problem for Lu Zhang. He doesn't need to carry it. The supply card has no weight. If you want to use a gun, just think about it and a fully loaded revolver will automatically appear in your hand. Similarly, he has an unlimited supply of revolvers, which means he has an unlimited supply of bullets. And when you change guns after using up the bullets, you don't have to worry about maintenance or reduced accuracy. A gun can only fire 6 bullets at most, and the accuracy can be reduced. With this advanced material card, most of the security issues were immediately solved. The most important thing is that this gave Lu Zhang the confidence to face the monster. Watching the video, since others can kill a monster with ordinary weapons such as machetes and steel pipes, there is no reason why I can't do the same with a revolver with unlimited bullets. Lu Zhang needs to obtain a crystal core to gain his own superpowers. Although he has the system in his hands, he cannot obtain extraordinary abilities unless he obtains the extraordinary material card. Zhang Jingyi can only unlock one high-level material card. Gu Lingyue was able to unlock an extraordinary material card, but this person was not the type to give in easily. Lu Zhang even suspected that, between starving to death and losing her virginity, she would choose the former. It is very difficult to make her your woman. He is not a psychopath. He just gives those people a choice and does not force them. Moreover, the extraordinary material card may not necessarily allow him to gain superpowers. Relatively speaking, it is more reliable to directly obtain a crystal core and gain superpowers. Lu Zhang was thinking about something when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. It's already past 6 in the afternoon and it's getting dark, and there are still people coming to the door? Yu Zihan looked through the peephole and immediately took a few steps back. Husband, be a man. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard someone outside the door shouting. Lu Zhang, is my wife here with you? I'm telling you, don't even think about getting her for free. She's my wife. You have to give me food every time you sleep with her. Besides, my wife's is still original, I haven't touched it. The price will be higher the first time, you have to give me at least 5 servings of food. His voice was loud, and he was afraid that Lu Zhang couldn't hear it. So much so that Gu Lingyue and Gu Miantong downstairs could hear it clearly. Gu Miantong was stunned, his whole worldview was shattered. Isn't that Professor Xiao's voice? His wife is the former campus beauty of Kanglin University, the beautiful editor Bai Zhouwei? Gu Lingyue frowned and nodded. That's him. I didn't expect that he, who usually looks so serious, could actually be so despicable. Gu Miantong was even more direct and angrily scolded. How shameless! He actually put his wife up for sale at a fixed price. Is he still a man? No, is he still a human being? She looked very angry. One reason is that Xiao Wenchuan's character is so bad that he actually relies on selling his wife to survive. Another reason is that Lu Zhang's behavior of taking women was encouraged. She thought no one would come to see Lu Zhang. As a result, including by Zhao Wei, this should be the third one. If no one comes to Lu Zhang, then the two of them may still be able to reach a cooperation with Lu Zhang and get his help by helping Lu Zhang do things. But that's impossible now. Lu Zhang has 3 women in his hands, so he doesn't need these 2. If you want to get Lu Zhang's help, the only way left is to trade your body. If the two of them are unwilling to compromise, it would be almost equivalent to cutting off their lives. No wonder she was so angry. Gu Lingyue did not curse angrily, but said calmly, "Rest tonight. When the sun comes tomorrow, we must set off before our strength is exhausted. We're in Building 5. There's a small shop on the first floor of Building 2. There are quite a few supplies in there. Even if someone has been there, there should be a lot left. We'll have a chance to get some once we get there. Since those 2 women were able to run here, it shouldn't be a big problem for us to run over there. When the time comes, we'll hold the fire axe, lean against the wall, and run quickly. There's a high chance we'll escape the monster's detection. If we're discovered, I'll stay and block you, and you run away with all your might." Gu Miantong said immediately after hearing this. "No, sister Yu, let's run away together. I won't abandon you." Gu Lingyue shook her head. "Impossible. If we encounter a scorpion-tailed spider, we'll both probably die. If we encounter a sickleworm, I'll stay and you might survive. I am the teacher and you are the student. I will protect you and you must obey me." Hearing the last sentence with a stronger tone, Gu Miantong couldn't help but throw himself into Gu Lingyue's arms. "You're my sister." Gu Lingyue touched Gu Miantong's head and said with a smile, "Okay, I'm your sister." Sisters have to listen to their elder sisters. It was obvious that the two of them still refused to give in. They had their own persistence and would not give up their self-esteem for food. At this time, upstairs. After hearing Xiao Wenchuan's words, Lu Zhang also knew the other party's identity. His impression of the professor was that he was aloof and arrogant. Whenever they met, he would just nod and never say a word. Now I should add 2 more words to describe it: naive. The person is in my hands. What can you do if I don't give you food? Lu Zhang was too lazy to pay attention to Xiao Wenchuan. Bai Jarhui came out in her pajamas. She vaguely heard a familiar voice, and when she entered the living room, she heard it clearly. "Lu Zhang. Give me food quickly, or I'll let my wife out. My wife is so beautiful, with such fair skin and a great figure. You definitely won't have enough fun with her just once. If you dare to default on your debt, I won't let her accompany you again." These words made Bai Zhou feel embarrassed and angry, and she shouted loudly, "Xiao Wenchuan. I'm not a toy you bought. You can give it to anyone you want to play with it. I tell you, we have no relationship from now on. You are a piece of trash. Lu Zhang did play tricks on me. He gave me the happiness that you couldn't give me. What can you do? All you can do is yell a few words outside the door, like a toad in a ditch, croaking a few times to annoy people. He is indeed a cultured person. This insult can even be used with metaphors." Lu Zhang, Yu Zihan and Zhang Jingyi were all stunned by Bai Zhou's outburst. I didn't expect that the weak and shy wife when she first came in would have such a tough side. Her words were like knives, piercing the lungs. Xiao Wenchuan was stunned by the scolding. Before this, Bai Zhou had always been a virtuous, gentle, and perfect wife. She had never been angry, and the two had not quarreled in the past year. He never expected that his wife would have such a side to her. The content of Bai Zhou's words made him blush, feel ashamed and furious. Chapter 14, Luxurious RV. Please read on. Come out. Bitch, shameless bitch, come out right here. Xiao Wenchuan cursed angrily and slammed the door of Lu Zhang's house with his hands. But soon he felt pain in his hands and dry mouth. After all, he hadn't had any water or food for more than a day. His emotional outburst at this time would further consume his already limited physical strength. If you have the guts, never come out again. After leaving behind these last words, Xiao Wenchuan could only return to the 8th floor dejectedly. He really has no strength left. Lu Zhang ignored him completely and went to play a single-player game a few minutes ago. Zhang Jingyi's feet had subsided a lot by this time. She and Yu Zihan each moved a chair and sat next to Lu Zhang, watching him play. Yu Zihan would exclaim from time to time, providing emotional value to Lu Zhang. Zhang Jingyi silently fed snacks into Lu Zhang's mouth. After making sure Xiao Wenchuan had left, Bai Jiawei also came over. She found that there were people on both sides of Lu Zhang. She gritted her teeth and went straight to the back of the chair. She asked in a trembling voice, "Mr. Lu, are you comfortable like this?" Seeing this scene, Yu Zihan couldn't help but curse inwardly. It turns out that the more serious someone appears on the surface, the more playful they are inside. You are so big and soft. How can he not feel comfortable using you as a pillow? Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Very comfortable. But can you stand for a long time now?" Bai Zhou Wei's face immediately turned red. This is so embarrassing. How could a cultured person like her discuss such things so blatantly? Bai Zhou Wei almost didn't recognize herself because of her current behavior. Is this the legendary rebirth? Lu Zhang laughed when he heard that. Looking at these three women who were showing off themselves and increasing their presence, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Who says girls don't take the initiative? Aren't these girls all very proactive? After playing for a while, it's time to take a break. There are 3 bedrooms in Lu Zhang's house, just enough for each of the 3 girls. He had originally planned to just hold anyone and sleep with them tonight. After all, he had already fought 2 people in one day. Even though he is in his prime and at full power, he is a little tired. But Zhang Jingyi hugged him and wouldn't let him go. "I can do it." She said this. The other person is not afraid of injuring his foot again, so how could Lu Zhang refuse? As the saying goes, if you don't appreciate the flowers when they are in full bloom, you will only make the flowers unhappy. Moreover, he originally wanted to unlock the new supply card as soon as possible, so the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Ding! Successfully protected Zhang Jingyi and obtained a high-level resource card. Item, Pioneer Luxury RV. Type, Advanced Material Card. Effect, you can get unlimited Pioneer Luxury RVs, including 1,000 liters of purified water, 1,200 lithium battery and 400 liters of diesel. Solved, the water problem is solved. It's not just a water issue. With this supply card, it is equivalent to having an unlimited number of mobile castles. Problems such as housing, eating, electricity, etc. can all be easily solved. However, the ground was covered in black fog, making it impossible to place the RV. There is a possibility of being attacked by monsters. He needs to find a spacious rooftop of a high-rise building, where he can use its own solar power generation system to obtain more electricity. Regain your electricity freedom. As a modern person, it is really inconvenient to live without electricity. Moreover, when Lu Zhang saw that the RV weighed 20 tons, he immediately thought of another application scenario. He can make the items on the supply card appear at any spatial location within a specified range. In other words, he could make the RV appear suspended in the air, and then use gravity to make it fall, thereby hitting the target. A 20-ton giant could cause a human to suffer a fracture if touched lightly. And it is impossible for insects such as sickled beetles and double-tailed scorpions to remain unharmed after being completely compacted by the RV. There is now another way to deal with the black fog monster. Lu Zhang really wants to obtain superpowers. Although he has a pistol with unlimited bullets, it is an external force after all, and cannot compare to the sense of security brought by self-superpowers such as superpowers. He immediately made a decision to find a way to hunt a sickleworm tomorrow. Perhaps because he was too excited, Lu Zhengtian woke up before dawn. After waking up, he did not get out of bed, but picked up Zhang Jingyi's jade feet and played with them. Looks like he's basically recovered. If I massage her again, I guess it won't affect her daily activities by noon. Zhang Jingyi woke up quickly and felt the touch on her feet, which made her subconsciously want to shrink back into the quilt. But after seeing that it was Lu Zhang playing with it, she blushed and stopped moving. I felt a warmth in my heart. Although I was a bit rough last night, it was so gentle to massage my injured foot as soon as I woke up this morning. I didn't expect that this philandering man has such a gentle and delicate side. When Lu Zhang saw Zhang Jingyi open her eyes and secretly look at him, he came over and bit her pink lips. There was a hint of panic in the latter's eyes. She really can't do it anymore. Fortunately, Lu Zhang just bit her lightly and let her go. Get up when you're awake. I'll help you get dressed. After dinner, I have something to plan. Meanwhile, downstairs, Gu Lingyue and Gu Miantong put on their clothes, tied their shoelaces, and looked out the window at the sunlight that was gradually covering the entire community. In the sunlight, the black fog seems to have a little higher visibility than at night. Gu Lingyue showed Gu Miantong a simple map. When you go downstairs later, be sure to move gently and quickly. If anything unexpected happens, we'll follow the plan we agreed upon at the beginning. You run as fast as you can, and I'll try my best to stop the monster. Promise me that you will live well. Gu Lingyue quite likes this student whose name sounds like her sister. Coupled with her sense of responsibility as a teacher, she was able to make this decision. Gu Miantong didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. They helped each other wrap their arms with books as a simple defense. Then Gu Lingyue held a fire axe and Gu Miantong held a machete. The two opened the door and slowly walked downstairs. On the 6th floor, Lu Zhang and the three women had breakfast together. Cooked instant noodles with a roast duck. This roast duck tastes good and doesn't feel greasy when eaten in the morning. While eating, there was another knock on the door. Lu Zhang, Bai Zhouhui, I know you are in there, don't hide and keep silent. You have the guts to play with my wife, you have the guts to open the door. Bai Zhouhui, my mother is coming down. Do you still have the nerve to face her? My mother treats you like her own daughter, and now you're living a life of luxury, looking for other men, and leaving my mother to starve. Do you still have a conscience? Bai Zhouhui was so angry that she wanted to get up and go to the door, but was caught by Lu Zhang. Eat first, then clean them up after you're done. He was thinking about how to attract the monster in the black fog, and at this time Xiao Wenxuan came to his door, which was like walking into trouble. Chapter 15. That guy went crazy, and the world became peaceful. Please read it later. Xiao Wenxuan was really furious when he didn't get any response. He was no longer able to speak. The old lady spoke. Bai Zhouhui, I never thought you would be such a fickle and unfaithful woman. I was so nice to you before. I treated you like my own daughter, but you acted like an ungrateful person. You've been eating our food for so long, and now you're not willing to give even a bite to an old woman like me. Okay, I misjudged you. I have to say that when it comes to swearing, the old woman is quite skilled. All kinds of obscene words spewed out of her mouth. Bai Zhouhui looked incredulous. In the more than 1 year since I married Xiao Wenxuan, I can say that I have done everything a perfect wife should and should not do. I even have to wash the old lady's feet every day. It was obvious that they wanted to sell me to other men, but in turn they scolded me for being unfaithful. He also said that he was an ungrateful person. The dirty words that followed were insulting to her parents and family. Such vicious words actually came from the mouth of the old woman who usually looked extremely noble. Lu Zhang didn't care. Even a little excited. The more harshly these two people curse now, the lighter the psychological burden will be when they do things themselves later. After all, they were the ones who started talking, so it's reasonable for me to fight back. Just as they were finishing breakfast, there was a sudden loud bang from the door. Yu Zihan, who was closest to the door, couldn't help but look through the peephole. Then he exclaimed. It's bad. That guy has gone crazy. He has an axe and is chopping down our door. Lu Zhang frowned when he heard this and looked at Bai Zhouhui. Tell him to wait 2 minutes and open the door immediately. Yu Zihan immediately asked nervously. Do we really need to open the door? That guy is crazy. If we don't give him supplies after we open the door, he might hurt someone. Lu Zhang said coldly. It's okay, I'll make him behave. Bai Zhouhui did as she was told and temporarily calmed the two of them. Lu Zhang put on his clothes, tied a flashlight on his arm, and said to the three people. I'll take them both downstairs in a bit. You don't have to move. Just wait in the house until I come back. Zheng Jingyi immediately hugged his arm nervously. What are you doing downstairs? It's dangerous outside, don't go down. We just got together last night, and now we are attracted to each other and can't be apart. When the three women learned that Lu Zhang was going to take a risk, they were very worried. Lu Zhang took out the python revolver he had taken out earlier from his pocket and grinned. It's okay, I have this. Yu Zihan suddenly widened her eyes and asked in astonishment. Is this a real thing? Lu Zhang nodded. Bai Zhouhui covered her mouth and asked in a low voice. You, how could you have such a thing? It's illegal for Yan Xia to hide this thing privately. Lu Zhang smiled and said. Now no one cares. Then, he fixed his eyes and said to Zhang Jingyi. Open the door. I wonder if he dares to smash it again. The gun shocked the three women greatly. Being smart, they immediately thought that it might be related to Lu Zhang's ability. With guns in hand, they were very safe and did not try to stop them. The door opened. Xiao Wenchuan rushed up with an axe. You bastard, you finally opened the door. The next moment, when he saw the revolver raised in Lu Zhang's hand, he was so scared that he dropped the axe in his hand to the ground. Lu Zhang closed the door and looked at Xiao Wenchuan coldly. What did you say just now? I didn't hear clearly. Say it again. The old lady standing by saw her son trembling like a sieve and unable to utter a word, and cursed him in her heart. What a waste. Then she glared at Lu Zhang. Little bastard, do you think you can scare us with a model toy gun? Gun is banned in Yanxia. How can a low-level scum like you get this thing? Do you really think that we and that idiot Bai Zhouhui are so easy to fool? Lu Zhang aimed at her head without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Bang! The world is pure. Bai Zhouhui's face turned pale when she saw this scene through the cat's eye. She couldn't help but run to the dining table and vomited while holding the trash can. Yu Zihan and Zhang Jingyi also took a curious look, and their faces turned pale. They didn't expect that Lu Zhang would be so cruel. Lu Zhang pointed his gun at Xiao Wenchuan. You and your son are going to starve to death anyway, so I'm doing a good deed by sending your mother away painlessly. Now I give you two choices. First, carry your mother's body and go downstairs to attract a bug monster to me. Second, make your own bait and attract a bug monster to me. As long as you can attract the bug monsters, I will give you 10 days of food and water. I'll give you 30 seconds to think about it. After 30 seconds, I'll send you to reunite with your mother. This was not Lu Zhang's first time shooting, he had played with it before in a gun club. But this was his first time killing someone. From the moment he got the gun, he started to prepare himself mentally. Sooner or later it will come to this. If you don't kill some people, you're putting yourself in a lot of danger. For example, Xiao Wenchuan and his mother. There is no guarantee that they will not think of some insidious way to die together with Lu Zhang. Never underestimate your enemies, and don't assume that they have any principles or bottom lines. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Xiao Wenchuan looked completely frightened. Looking at his mother lying in a pool of blood, his eyes widened and he muttered. My mother is dead, my mother is dead. Lu Zhang picked up the axe that he had dropped and hit him in the face with the axe blade. Come back to your senses. Or you'll die too. After being hit like this, half of Xiao Wenchuan's face was swollen and a tooth was sticking out of his mouth. How satisfying it was to curse just now, how miserable it is now. He regained consciousness and said to Lu Zhang tremblingly. I choose the first one. Lu Zhang shouted coldly. Then move your mother's body down quickly. After a person dies, the body is very heavy. Xiao Wenchuan couldn't move it at all and could only drag it, leaving blood all over the floor. Lu Zhang frowned. There's no way to stay in this place anymore. He plans to find a higher floor with a wide roof that can accommodate luxury RVs, so that he can put down several at a time without worrying about electricity, water, and living conditions. There is no need to rush this. The most urgent thing is to kill a bug and get the crystal core. When they reached the fourth floor, the place was shrouded in black fog. Lu Zhang turned on the flashlight on his left arm, still keeping the gun in both hands. Finally, the two arrived downstairs. Xiao Wenchuan asked in a bitter voice. What should I do? Lu Zhang pointed in a direction where the black fog was denser. Drag the body over there and shout loudly. At this time, between Building 5 and Building 2, Gu Lingyue and Gu Miantong were trotting forward cautiously, crouching down. A cold light suddenly appeared. Gu Lingyue subconsciously pushed Gu Miantong away and dodged to the other side. Looking closely, I saw a sickle worm rushing out from the front. She immediately shouted. I'll hold it back, you run back. There seems to be another one ahead, we can't get through. Chapter 16 You killed my mother, you can't kill me. Please read. Gu Miantong only glanced ahead, then gritted his teeth, turned around and ran back. And Gu Lingyue did not sit idly by and wait for death. She held the axe in both hands in a defensive posture, and when the sickle worm stretched out its front legs, she swung the axe violently. It hit so hard that the axe even penetrated deep into its shell. But she was blown away by the huge force of the sickle beetle and hit the flower bed beside her hard. Enduring the pain, she quickly stood up and ran away, still following the same route. In the black fog, running around randomly will only make you more passive. There is still a glimmer of hope if you return along the same route. The sickle worm that was chopped seemed quite angry, let out a hissing sound, and then quickly rushed towards Gu Lingyue. Perhaps it was the life and death crisis that unleashed Gu Lingyue's potential. She managed to avoid the fatal injuries of the sickle worms time and time again, but dozens of scars appeared on her originally fair and clean body. On the other side, after receiving Gu Lingyue's warning, Gu Miantong ran with all his strength in the direction he came from. Although I tried my best to hold it back, I couldn't help but let the tears flow. If it weren't for her being a burden, sister, you might not have been in danger. There wasn't much distance between Building 5 and Building 2, and Gu Miantong ran over in just over a minute. She saw Xiao Wenchuan dragging the corpse, and Lu Zhang not far away. At that moment, she was completely frightened. Two men were dragging a corpse, and one of them was holding a gun. Wait, a gun? Gu Miantong's eyes sparkled with hope. He rushed to Lu Zhang and said anxiously, "Quick, save sister Yu, she is being chased by a monster." Lu Zhang was just thinking about where to attract the monsters, but he didn't expect that one would be delivered to his door. But he did not rush forward, but asked first, "What kind of monster? Is it a sickle worm or a double-tailed scorpion?" If it was a more powerful double-tailed scorpion, Lu Zhang was not sure whether the gun in his hand could cause fatal damage to it, so he would definitely not take the initiative to attack. Gu Miantong had also watched several videos about monsters and immediately replied, "It's a sickle worm. There seem to be two of them." As she said that, she gritted her teeth and added another chip. "As long as you can save sister Yu, I will be your woman." Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Gu Miantong. Age, 21. Identity, junior student in the Department of Biology at Kanglin University, national level 2 archery athlete. Evaluation, hardworking, physically fit, intelligent, beautiful, curvaceous, and well-built, empathetic, with a basic sense of right and wrong, genuine and sincere emotions, and moral. Conclusion, meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. At this point, Gu Miantong sadly discovered that the only thing she could show off was her beauty. In the past, she thought this was her most common advantage. Now it is the only bargaining chip. Lu Zhang's focus was not on her, even though this was another high-level supply card. But at this moment, he cared more about killing the bugs, obtaining the crystal cores, and mastering superpowers. After learning that they were 2 bugs, Lu Zhang immediately said to Xiao Wenchuan, "You come with me. Quick!" Xiao Wenchuan was pointed at by Lu Zhang with a gun. Although he was very afraid of the monster, he did not dare to resist and just followed orders and moved forward. After walking more than 30 meters, the monster's figure was revealed, and Gu Lingyue fled in panic. At this time, Lu Zhang fired without hesitation. "Ah!" Xiao Wenchuan let out a scream, then rolled to the ground holding his left leg, which was bleeding profusely. His voice and the strong smell of blood immediately attracted the 2 sickle worms. They quickly changed their attack targets and pounced on Xiao Wenchuan. At this time, Xiao Wenchuan naturally understood that Lu Zhang asked him to come over as bait, and immediately started cursing. "Lu Zhang! You will die a miserable death. How could you be so vicious? You clearly promised me that if you killed my mother, you wouldn't kill me." Lu Zhang had no expression on his face and just aimed in the direction he was in. When the sickle worm bit Xiao Wenchuan, he shot without hesitation. The distance was less than 20 meters, and the power of the Python revolver could penetrate a 3mm thick steel plate. The sickle worm, which couldn't even withstand an axe, was naturally hit by the shot, and green liquid burst out of its body. But the position of the shot was still a little bit off from where Lu Zhang was aiming. After all, he had only played with a gun a few times, and even if it was so close, it was impossible for him to hit wherever he pointed. It doesn't matter, he just emptied the magazine. There were 6 bullets in total, and Xiao Wenchuan and his mother each used 1. The remaining 4 shots were all fired in one breath. Lu Zhang immediately took out a new one, aimed at the second one, and continued shooting. The gunshot alarmed the second sickle worm, but it did not recognize the gun, so it rushed directly towards Lu Zhang. The front paws were like blades, as if they were going to split Lu Zhang into several pieces. There was a hissing sound coming from its mouth, which seemed to carry a provocative and warning tone. Lu Zhang fought and retreated at the same time, not being affected by it. He held the gun with both hands to maintain accuracy, and the magazine of the revolver in his hand was emptied again in the blink of an eye. The heads of the two insects had been smashed, but they were not dead yet and were still struggling to stand up. Lu Zhang took out the third gun and continued to empty the magazine. Finally, he got the fourth gun and shot Xiao Wenchuan in the head. His screams might attract more monsters. Then he pointed the gun at Gu Miantong and threw a pair of plastic gloves for washing dishes to her. Go find the crystal core in the monster's head for me, quickly. Professor Gu can't hold on for much longer. If you still want me to save her, hurry up. Not sure whether the monster was dead or not, Lu Zheng didn't dare to approach it himself and originally planned to ask Xiao Wenchuan for help. However, his mother's body did not attract insects. Upon hearing this, Gu Miantong glanced at the muzzle of Lu Zheng's gun, then at Gu Lingyue. Although she was very dissatisfied with Lu Zheng's oppression, she had no choice at this time. She gritted her teeth, put on her gloves, and went to feel around for the first bug. After more than 10 seconds, she took out a grayish-white crystal. That's it. Give me the thing, and you go touch the next one. Lu Zheng happily took the crystal core from Gu Miantong's hand, and then asked her to continue to explore the corpse of another insect. Nothing unexpected happened and 2 crystal cores were obtained. He and Gu Miantong supported Gu Lingyue on both sides, quickly went upstairs, and arrived directly at Lu Zheng's door. Bai Jiahui and the other 2 girls, who had been waiting inside the door for a long time, immediately opened the door when they saw Lu Zheng. Go get the medical kit. Zhang Jingyi hurried to get the medical kit, and the other 2 women helped lift Gu Lingyue, because she had completely fainted at this time. Gu Lingyue's blood-stained clothes were taken off. Lu Zheng took a quick look and found that the most serious wound was in the abdomen. He directed a few girls and said, "Have her lie flat on her back with her legs slightly bent and her head tilted to one side to prevent choking on vomit. Disinfect the wound and wipe it clean. Bring the gauze over. Gu Miantong, hold her down and stop her from bleeding. P.S. The book club has been established. Click on the introduction to join with one click." Chapter 17, Nanny Zhang Jingyi, Powerful Supernatural Powers. Please read. Lu Zheng took out a few bottles of water and a roast duck. If she survives, let her eat these to regain her strength. If you can't survive, then there's nothing you can do. I'm going to the bedroom. Don't disturb me. After saying that, Lu Zheng went straight into the bedroom and locked the door. Take out 2 crystal cores and clean them. But he suddenly hesitated. After all, this thing was taken out from the insect's brain, so in order to prevent any accidents, we still have to do an experiment. After a little thought, he opened the door again and called Zhang Jingyi in. This is the crystal core in the bug's brain. Someone in the video ate it and gained superpowers. This one is for you. Zhang Jingyi looked at the crystal, which was about the size of a fingernail, and was not sure if she could swallow it. But she already trusted Lu Zheng very much at this time, so she nodded, swallowed it like taking medicine, and drank a sip of water to smooth it out. Lu Zheng kept a certain distance from her. If anything unexpected happens, he will hide on the balcony immediately, then take out his gun and empty the magazine. Zhang Jingyi seemed to sense something, and subconsciously closed her eyes, immersed in it. The next moment, she opened her eyes, her face full of surprise. I really have a superpower called Holy Light, which can heal injuries. As she spoke, a milky white light condensed from her hands, enveloping Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng immediately felt a warm feeling coming over him, and then he felt refreshed, as if all the fatigue in his body had been swept away. Then you can go and treat Professor Gu. She's also lucky to have met you and obtained this ability. Lu Zheng's words reminded Zhang Jingyi, and she immediately went out to treat Gu Lingyue. Lu Zheng closed the door, no longer worried, picked up another crystal core, and swallowed it with the water. A surge of energy surged from his abdomen and rushed straight to the top of his head. He subconsciously closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes with a surprised expression. His special ability is called Dimensional Space. The dimensional space is not a portable space and cannot be used to store supplies. He also doesn't need to store. This ability allows him to create a space with a maximum volume of 1 cubic decimeter. Space can be of any shape, but the minimum distance between 2 space barriers is now 1 millimeter. This means he can create a cube with a height of 1 millimeter and a base area of 1 square meter. The cube can appear anywhere within the perception range. Unless the enemy has the ability to break the space barrier is indestructible. He only consumes energy in his body when creating or retrieving a dimensional space. After the dimensional space is created, if it is not taken back or destroyed, it can exist forever. In other words, as long as Lu Zhang spends a little time, he can cover all directions of his house with these dimensional space tiles, thus forming a safe zone that will not be affected even if a nuclear explosion occurs. Of course, since the minimum spacing between the spatial barriers between the dimensional spaces he currently created is 1 millimeter, it cannot be completely sealed. He couldn't be sealed completely either, after all, he would die without oxygen. Lu Zhang thought of another application scenario. He constructed three-dimensional spaces with an area of 2 square decimeters in mid-air, forming stairs of different heights. He stepped on them and walked directly into the air. Sure enough, with this ability, he can build an aerial channel to anywhere. This seemingly ordinary superpower actually has a variety of application scenarios, but Lu Zhang needs to develop it himself. Compared to just releasing a fireball or a holy light, this ability is simply amazing. Lu Zhang walked out of the bedroom contentedly and found that Gu Lingyue had woken up. Her face was still very pale, but her breathing was steady and she didn't seem to be bleeding anymore. She was no longer in serious condition. She needed to eat something to replenish her energy and rest for a day or two. She would probably recover. Seeing Lu Zhang, Zheng Jingyi happily stepped forward to show off. "Hubby, I cured Professor Gu. Isn't that amazing?" Lu Zhang looked at the 19-year-old girl. He didn't expect her to be so lively at this moment. When she first entered this house, she was very cautious. It seems that she lives very comfortably here. He reached out and scratched her nose. "Amazing, but how many times can you use this ability, and how long does it take to recover?" Zhang Jingyi replied. 5 times. I've used up all 5. Based on my current recovery speed, it will take about 2 hours to recover the energy needed for one release. Lu Zhang nodded. "Very good, from now on you will be our nanny. If anyone gets hurt, they have to come to you. There's a first aid manual in the medical kit. You should read it more often. The combination of supernatural powers and medicine should be more effective." Zhang Jingyi now felt a sense of belonging and immediately patted her chest. "Okay, leave it to me." Looking at the complacent Zhang Jingyi, Yu Zihan walked to Lu Zhang, took his arm, and said sourly, "Hubby, I also want to gain superpowers so that I can help you. Is it okay?" When she saw Zhang Jingyi gaining superpowers, she felt bad. He was clearly the first one to arrive, but this little girl got there first and obtained the superpowers first. This even made her feel a sense of crisis that she had fallen out of favor. Therefore, he wanted to obtain his own special abilities as soon as possible so as to consolidate his position in Lu Zhang's heart. A sense of security is particularly important in this end times. Lu Zhang was naturally happy that his woman could help with things. After all, he didn't want to work himself. If a woman could do things for him while he just enjoyed himself and relaxed, that would be best. He immediately smiled and pinched Yu Zihan's face. "Okay, you're so pretty, of course I'll agree to it." Yu Zihan immediately hugged Lu Zhang excitedly and kissed him on the face. "Thank you, husband, you are so kind." Bai Zhihui, who had already been kicked out of the house, felt even more insecure. Seeing Yu Zihan and Zhang Jingyi competing for favor, she hurried over and kissed Lu Zhang on the other side of his cheek. Then he said shyly, I wanted to." Lu Zhang held Yu Zihan and Bai Zhihui in his arms, one on each side, and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll give it all to you. Don't worry, you'll get what you deserve." As he said that, he hugged the two of them and sat on the sofa, then looked at Gu Lingyue. "Professor Gu, it seems your life is no longer in danger. Before, Gu Miantong used himself as a condition to let me save you. Now that you are alive, our deal is complete. Next, if you don't want to be my woman, you can leave. After all, I don't have the extra resources to support an unrelated outsider." Gu Miantong's expression changed, and he said anxiously, No. Sister Yu is still very weak and her injuries haven't healed yet. In this state, it's impossible for her to find food and water. If you drive her out, won't you just let her die? Chapter 18, Agree to Everything, Extremely Unbalanced. Please read on. Protecting Gu Lingyue was completely Gu Miantong's subconscious behavior. On the one hand, she and Gu Lingyue developed a relationship similar to that of family, and they cared about each other's life and safety. On the other hand, she sacrificed herself to save Gu Lingyue's life. The sunk cost is so huge. If Gu Lingyue can't survive, wouldn't her sacrifice be in vain? Therefore, she was very anxious to stop Lu Zhang from driving Gu Lingyue away. Gu Lingyue seemed relatively calm. She said, "Thank you for saving me. I can help you. Don't you want to kill bugs? Using me as bait should help you. For this value, can you let me stay?" In Gu Lingyue's impression, Lu Zhang is not a purely bad person or a sex maniac. This person should be able to negotiate. Lu Zhang fell into deep thought after hearing this. Gu Lingyue is the only woman he has found so far who meets the 4 requirements. He really wants to obtain the first extraordinary material card through her. But judging from this woman's attitude and personality, she probably won't give in easily. If she insisted on leaving, Lu Zhang would not only lose her as a possible target, but also make Gu Miantong feel bad about him. It takes some skill to grasp human nature. What Gu Lingyue said does make sense. Among the 5 women in this room, Gu Lingyue is probably the only one who can remain calm when facing the monster. No one else is up to the task of attracting monsters. Lu Zhang plans to find an opportunity to leave here and also needs a reliable helper, and Gu Lingyue is a perfect fit. Keeping her by your side, there is still a possibility of winning her over in the future. If you die, then it will be impossible. At this time, as if worried that Lu Zhang would refuse, Gu Miantong walked to Lu Zhang, leaned forward, and gently touched his warm lips. She looked at Lu Zhang shyly. "Please, don't let Sister Yi leave. I can promise you anything." Seeing Gu Miantong doing this for her, Gu Lingyue's eyes flickered, and she seemed very moved. Lu Zhang pulled Gu Miantong over and let her sit in his arms. After all, there are people on both sides. "Okay, since the school beauty Gu is begging me so humbly, I'll give you some face. Professor Gu, just as you said, you will act as bait to attract the bugs. I will let you stay with me and provide you with shelter, basic food, and water." Hearing him say that he agreed because of her, Gu Miantong felt a little secretly happy. It seems that I am still very charming. Little did they know that this was just the result after Lu Zhang weighed the pros and cons. Lu Zhang planned to leave in the next few days, so he didn't care much about the supplies at home and started to clean them up. Open the notebook and click on a stand-alone game. Zhang Jingyi fed him drinks, Yu Zihan handed him snacks, and Bai Jia Wei gave him a massage from behind. Gu Miantong had not yet had an in-depth communication with Lu Zhang, and was still a little restrained at this moment. However, after seeing that there was no place for her next to Lu Zhang, she felt a little uncomfortable. At this time, Gu Lingyue, who was drinking the milk that Lu Zhang had brought out to replenish her energy and nutrition, spoke up. "Mian Tang, you are with him, don't make him angry. Lu Zhang is not an unreasonable person. If you follow him well, you should be able to survive. Thank you for saving me. I will do my best to help you gain greater benefits. After you become his woman, you should also be able to gain superpowers. You must make yourself strong so that one day, you can survive on your own. Then I can live with you." Upon hearing this, Gu Miantong couldn't help but reveal a determined expression and nodded vigorously. She had never thought of relying on others to survive. Even now, she depended on Gu Lingyue and Lu Zhang. But she won't remain a parasite forever. It was noon, and Lu Zhang took out 2 roast ducks at once. After all, there were many people. Seeing the roast duck appear out of thin air, Gu Miantong and Gu Lingyue both widened their eyes. "Is this your ability?" Gu Miantong asked subconsciously. Lu Zhang smiled and nodded. "It's just one of my abilities. Follow me, and you won't go hungry." As he spoke, he looked at Gu Lingyue and said seriously, "Professor Gu, my supplies are for my family. You are an outsider after all. Wait until we finish eating, and then you can eat the rest." Although he decided to accept her as his helper, he had to differentiate her from others and let her have a psychological gap. Only in this way would he have a chance to make her willingly become his woman. If everything is the same, why should she agree? There is no benefit, absolutely not. Gu Miantong was about to plead for Gu Lingyue, but Gu Lingyue spoke first. "Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll eat after you finish eating." After saying that, she walked aside and continued to rest and recover from her injuries. At first, Gu Miantong felt that Gu Lingyue didn't eat anything, and he ate too much, which made him feel a little sorry for her. But these past few days, she really hadn't eaten a full meal for a long time, and there was no oil or water in her mouth. The roast duck was so delicious that she couldn't help but eat it faster and faster. Zhang Jingyi can cook. In addition to the roast duck, Lu Zhang asked her to cook noodles, but only added a little seasoning, but the hot soup noodles still made everyone very happy. On the other hand, some people are very unhappy. Song Yubi was kneeling on the ground at this time, carefully holding Chen Hongfei's smelly feet and trimming his toenails. Yesterday, Chen Hongfei broke into her home. Not only was her body toyed with by him, but her dignity was also rubbed on the ground. She was extremely resentful at this moment. Compared to Chen Hongfei, she hated Yu Zihan more at this moment. As best friends, they were all pretty much the same, and Song Yubi even felt that she was better. But Yu Zihan was held in the arms of the handsome Lu Zhang and happily ate roast duck. She was stepped on by the disgusting Chen Hongfei, smelling the sour odor, holding back her vomiting, and trimming his nails. "I feel extremely unbalanced," she said in a sweet tone. "Master, are you worried about where to find food?" Chen Hongfei lifted Song Yubi's chin with his feet. "Why, do you have any good suggestions?" Song Yubi suppressed her nausea and quickly said, "Yes. Look at this video. My classmate Yu Zihan sent it to me yesterday. She went to live with a young man named Lu Zhang. This Lu Zhang is a homebody. He happened to buy a bunch of supplies before the apocalypse and then sent a message after the apocalypse, saying he would provide food and lodging and recruit beautiful women to stay with him. I've met him. He's very weak and easy to deal with." When Chen Hongfei saw the scene in the video, he immediately licked his lips. "Roast duck, it's still hot. It seems this kid has really saved up a lot of good stuff. Where is he? Is he far from here?" Song Yubi was delighted and said immediately, "It's not far, just about 100 meters. You can run there in one breath. There won't be any danger. If my classmate can run there, you can too." Chen Hongfei grinned and said, "It's not me, it's us, the two of us, going together. Chapter 19, we've got your eye on it, so forget it. Please read on." Song Yubi suddenly panicked. If she had the courage to enter the black fog, she would have gone to Lu Zhang long ago. Because she felt that she still had the ability to control that man. "No, I'll be a burden to you. I'll wait for you here. When you come back with the supplies, I'll give you a welcome and a warm welcome." The smile on Chen Hongfei's face disappeared and he slapped Song Yubi in the face. "Have you forgotten your identity again? You are my dog. You must go wherever your master goes. If I hear you contradict me again, I'll break your legs." The wound on Song Yubi's face had not yet subsided, and the pain was even worse after being hit again. But she didn't dare say anything more and just nodded continuously. After venting his anger, Chen Hongfei said again, "How many people do you know here? Can you guess who fired the shot this morning?" Lu Zhang fired so many shots in the morning, and although there was a distance between them, Chen Hongfei could still hear them clearly. There is no doubt about it, someone definitely fired a gun, right inside the family compound. Song Yubi shook her head, a look of fear in her eyes. "I don't know either. The people living in the family compound are all educated people. How could they have a gun? Maybe it's someone from one of their families who happens to work at the Public Security Bureau, but I can't guess who it is. I'm just a student. I don't know much." Chen Hongfei kicked Song Yubi anxiously. "Waste. Come here and relax for a minute." After a few minutes, Chen Hongfei's nervousness was finally relieved. The gunshots in the morning really scared him. He didn't know whether that thing could hurt the monster in the black fog, but it was definitely a powerful weapon for hitting people. He even wanted to escape from here at one point. But without food and Song Yubi, he knew he couldn't go far. He didn't want to abandon this woman. He hasn't had enough fun yet. Before the end of the world, if he even touched a woman like that, he would be arrested and imprisoned for 3 years. What's more, this person is the goddess he has secretly loved since high school. Don't throw it away easily. Therefore, although he was a little afraid of the guy with the gun, he chose to stay. Let's wait and see. First, snatch the supplies from the guy named Lu Zhang, and then we will have the confidence to wait. Go change into some clothes and sneakers, and rush over with me while the sun is shining. By the way, can you see if you can contact that classmate of yours and ask for the specific floor and house number, so I don't have to go through the trouble of looking for him anymore? It would be even better if she could help us open the door from inside and outside." Upon hearing that they were going to deal with Lu Zhang and Yu Zihan, Song Yubi immediately went to change her clothes, showing great initiative. When people do bad things, they don't find it troublesome at all. Family compound. After lunch, Lu Zhang continued to enjoy the services of several girls while playing games. Life is full of flavor. Gu Lingyue needs to continue recuperating, and Gu Mientong is patrolling the door and windows. He did not rush to pull Gu Mientong into the bedroom. Young people should exercise restraint and ensure that they have enough energy to deal with emergencies. Feeling the vibration of her phone, Yu Zihan picked it up and took a look. Song Yubi, Zihan, I want to go to you. Can you tell me which floor and room you are in now? Seeing this news, Yu Zihan showed a surprised expression. Then replied. Didn't Chen Hongfei come to look for you? Can you come out? Song Yubi, he has already left, and I have eaten all the food he brought. I was wrong before, I shouldn't have scolded you, can you forgive me? I was just too frightened at the time, so I kept talking nonsense. Give me a chance. We are best friends. I know you won't abandon me. Yu Zihan wouldn't believe her. What nonsense! It's obvious that he spoke out his true feelings in a hurry. At this time, Yu Zihan found that Lu Zhang had finished a game, and immediately showed him the chat content in her hand. After seeing the content, Lu Zhang raised his eyebrows and said, It seems Chen Hongfei succeeded. These two people are planning to take my supplies, so let them come. As the saying goes, there is a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but you cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. For such a clear enemy, it is best to kill it as soon as possible. I can't let him continue to think about me. It just so happened that even with Zheng Jingyi's holy light treatment, Gu Lingyue was still unable to perform the task of luring monsters today. Now that the two baits are delivered to your door, it would be a waste if you don't make good use of them. If someone is eager to help you, you can't refuse their kindness, right? After getting Lu Zhang's permission, Yu Zihan understood what he meant and replied directly without any hesitation. Well, life here is pretty good. The food and water are enough for the two of us to live for at least half a month. With you here, I'm afraid we can only hold out for 10 days or so. But you are my only friend. Come on over. The address is Unit 2, Building 5, Room 601. Seeing this news, Song Yubi suddenly became excited. This guy is such a fool. We have the address, let's go now. Take all their supplies. Chen Hongfei thought of the roast duck in the video and licked his lips again. Tell her to open the door for you. When the time comes, you open the door and I'll rush in. Chop up that pretty boy, and both of you will be mine. When Song Yubi heard that Chen Hongfei was going to accept Yu Zihan, she subconsciously wanted to refute. After all, she originally thought that she and Chen Hongfei would share Lu Zhang's supplies together. One more person means one more mouth to feed. But she soon thought of the pain and torture she had endured in the past 2 days, and she couldn't bear to suffer alone. It's just right. After catching Yu Zihan, I will ravage her and let myself vent. Who asked her to leave me behind to live a good life? Thinking of this, she came forward attentively and said with a charming smile. When the time comes, let her lick the soles of your feet. Her little tongue is very skillful. Chen Hongfei was even more interested after hearing this, and immediately stood up and said, Without further delay, let's go. 100 meters was not a long distance. After determining the direction, the two of them ran to the bottom of the 5 buildings in one breath. When I reached the stairs, I suddenly saw light in front of me. Who's there? Almost at the same time, Chen Hongfei and the person opposite him asked questions. When Chen Hongfei saw several people appearing on the opposite side one after another, he immediately became scared. He forced a smile and said, Everyone, I'm going up to look for someone I know. I hope I'm not disturbing you. A young man opposite sneered. I'm guessing you're also here to look for the guy who posted about recruiting beautiful women with free food and lodging? We've got our eyes on his supplies, so forget it. The newly appeared people disrupted Chen Hongfei's plan. There were 4 men and 3 women on the opposite side, all holding weapons such as axes and knives. He definitely can't win. But he was unwilling to give up just like that. I know that guy's name and which floor he lives on. I can even trick him into opening the door. How about we work together to eliminate him and split the supplies in half? Chapter 20, Absolutely Impossible, It Must Be Fake. Please read. Yan Yifan laughed in his heart after hearing what Chen Hongfei said. Just a man and a woman, they really think they are a dish. Just based on this piece of news, they want to divide the supplies equally? He gave the others a look, signaling them to be quiet. Okay, but we have to choose first then. He seemed to agree readily. What he was thinking was that letting Chen Hongfei go first would be better than losing one of his men in case of any danger. Yan Yifan is a wealthy second-generation man and is a junior at Kanglan University this year. He bought a house in Building 4 of the staff housing complex and usually lives there. The day the apocalypse broke out was his birthday, so he gathered 3 male and 3 female classmates with whom he was on good terms to have a party. Later, the 7 of them managed to survive until now by relying on birthday cakes and some snacks. I really can't hold on any longer today. So, under the leadership of Yan Yifan, they went downstairs and rushed directly to the 5 buildings next door. The distance is so close, finding Lu Zhang is the most cost-effective choice. They also heard the gunshots in the morning, but did not connect them to Lu Zhang. Instead, I think someone fired a gun, which means the monster has been eliminated or attracted. It's a good time to go out and look for supplies. As soon as I walked into the corridor, I heard footsteps behind me, and then I had a conversation with Chen Hongfei. When Chen Hongfei saw Yan Yifan agreed to cooperate, he immediately smiled and said, "Okay, let's do this. The 2 of us will go ahead, and you all will hide in the corridor. Don't let that guy see so many people coming, otherwise he might not open the door." He also kept an eye on it. He thought that he would just rush in first when the time comes. The 7 people in Yan Yifan's group would be exhausted and it would be impossible for them to stay here. As long as they stayed in there for a day or 2, these people would definitely leave. Yan Yifan nodded in agreement. Although they both had their own ulterior motives, their goals were the same. He just wanted to snatch Lu Zheng away. The group soon arrived at the corridor between the 5th and 6th floors. They didn't notice it before in the black fog, but after reaching the 5th floor, they saw obvious bloodstains on the stairs. A girl couldn't help but say, "Is this human blood? Could this person have been shot?" Yan Yifan frowned. "Very likely. With so much blood lost, the wound must be very serious. He might be dead. The bloodstains extend downstairs. Could it be that someone ran up here after getting injured?" Chen Hongfei saw that the bloodstains seemed to extend to the corridor on the 6th floor and then disappeared. He thought of something and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's possible that Lu Zhang was shot and ran back after being injured. Yuni-san, the girl who spoke just now, put forward her idea again. Could it be that Lu Zhang who has mastered the pistol? Otherwise, why don't we just not provoke him and follow my suggestion and go to the small supermarket to look for supplies? Upon hearing this, Song Yubi immediately stood up and said, "Impossible. That guy is just an orphan with no background. How could he possibly have the channels to get the real thing? He must be injured. No wonder Yu Zihan agreed to let me come so readily. She must have felt insecure after seeing Lu Zhang injured, so she asked me to come and keep her company." As she spoke, she exuded an indescribable confidence. It was as if she was the only one who grasped the truth. Yan Yifan and Chen Hongfei looked at each other, and both felt that this statement was quite reliable. After all, ordinary people had no channels to get guns. Without waiting for the 2 to say anything, Song Yubi took the initiative to walk to the door of room 601 and knocked. "Zihan, I'm here, please open the door quickly, I'm so scared." At the corner, Chen Hongfei was holding an axe, ready to rush forward at any time. Yu Zihan, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, asked, "Are you alone? We are best friends, don't lie to me. If my boyfriend Lu Zhang gets angry, the consequences will be serious." Song Yubi said without any hesitation. "Of course I'm alone. You're my best friend, how could I lie to you? Please open the door quickly. I'm really scared." Behind the door, Yu Zihan sneered, then looked at Lu Zhang, asking with his eyes whether Lu Zhang should open the door. Lu Zhang nodded. At this time, there were only Lu Zhang and Yu Zihan in the living room, and the other girls had already gone to the bedroom. Yu Zihan pushed open the door. When Song Yubi outside the door saw that the door had opened a crack, she couldn't wait to grab the handle with both hands and pulled it hard, suddenly opening the door wider. With a look of madness on her face, she shouted, "Quick, rush in." Chen Hongfei grinned grimly, rushed forward with the axe raised in both hands, his face full of excitement at the prospect of success. However, just as he walked 2 meters outside the door, the smile on his face suddenly froze. The excitement in his eyes faded, replaced by an expression of extreme horror. Behind him, Yan Yifan and the others who rushed up with him were all so frightened that they stood stiffly in place, not daring to move. Lu Zhang held up the python revolver and said with a smile, "Wow! There are quite a few coming. That's great. It saves me from having to look for someone else." Song Yubi, who had just looked crazy, was now filled with panic in her eyes. She said with a trembling voice, unwillingly, "Brother Fei, don't be afraid. It must be fake. He just heard the gunshots in the morning, so he took a toy gun to bluff. He must have left the bloodstains on purpose. Yes, that must be the case. A low-class person like him, a piece of trash, can't possibly have a gun." When Chen Hongfei, Yan Yifan and others heard this, their expressions changed and they actually felt that it made a lot of sense. The gun in Lu Zhang's hand was very exquisite. It looked like a work of art or a collectible, not a real thing. Where can I find such a gun in the country? Yan Yifan had an inference in his mind and shouted directly. "Brothers, don't let him intimidate you with a toy gun, take him down." As he spoke, he pushed Chen Hongfei from behind, forcing the latter to give it a try. Lu Zhang was speechless. There are always some smart people who think they have grasped the truth. But in reality, the truth lies in the hands of others. He hadn't intended to shoot here. There is still a layer of blood on the ground. If there is more, it will be impossible to live here. Looks like I need to plan my move in advance. Bang! A bloody hole burst open on Chen Hongfei's right shoulder, and the axe in his hand fell and hit his foot. Unisan and the other two little girls screamed. Yan Yifan and others were so frightened that their legs went limp and they retreated backwards. Song Yubi stood there in a daze, as if she was frightened silly. "Don't move, shut up," Lu Zhang said coldly. Unisan was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth with her hands, squatted in the corner, and trembled all over. Yu Zihan walked up to Song Yubi and slapped her in the face. "Bitch! Bring so many people to deal with us. Is this how you treat your best friend? I actually wanted you to come over and eat roast duck with me, but you don't deserve it at all. Chapter 21. I've cooperated with you, please forgive me. Please read." Song Yubi was awakened by Yu Zihan's slap. She knelt directly on the ground, hugged Yu Zihan's thighs, and begged while crying. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Zihan, we are best friends. I was just coerced by Chen Hongfei and lost my mind for a while. Don't kill me, I will obey you from now on. I will be your maid and serve you." Yu Zihan kicked her away. There are already enough women in Lu Zhang's family, and she doesn't want to find another competitor. Although she knew that Lu Zhang had a very bad impression of Song Yubi, she was very clear that Song Yubi was very coquettish and had many tricks up her sleeve. If he lets her stay, there's no guarantee that Lu Zhang won't be deceived by her tricks. Therefore, this woman must be driven away or eliminated. "You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're scared." Yu Zihan slapped Song Yubi again, then looked at Lu Zhang. "Husband, you must not let this vicious woman go." Song Yubi was furious that even her humble plea could not move Yu Zihan to show any mercy. She turned to look at Lu Zhang again. "Lu Zhang, please forgive me. I can be your dog. I'll cooperate with you in whatever way you want. Please don't kill me, please." At this time, Chen Hongfei endured the severe pain and kicked her. "Bitch, you can only be my dog." Lu Zhang interrupted the others, shouting impatiently. "Okay, stop talking. I'll give you a chance to live. Now, everyone, line up and go downstairs." Chen Hongfei covered his shoulder, which was still bleeding, and forced a smile. "Brother, can you bandage me first?" Lu Zhang said coldly. "If you say another word, I'll have others carry you down." Chen Hongfei didn't expect Lu Zhang to be so cruel, but when he saw the black muzzle of the gun, he didn't dare to resist. Yu Zihan held a boning knife in one hand and a flashlight in the other, and she kicked Song Yubi on the butt. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Unisan and others quickly obeyed the order and lined up to go downstairs. Yan Yifan whispered to a classmate. "When we get into the black fog, we'll find a chance to run." Just as the classmate was about to agree, he heard Lu Zhang's voice. "One by one, the person behind you puts his hands on the shoulders of the person in front of you. If the person in front runs away, I will kill the person behind him who didn't catch him." Yan Yifan cursed inwardly when he heard this, but he could do nothing about it. In this way, the people behind will definitely try their best to catch the people in front. No one doubted whether Lu Zhang was determined to kill. The situation is already clear. In the morning, someone came to cause trouble for Lu Zhang, but was shot and killed by the other party. Now they all come to my door together, it's so funny. Line up to die. Several people came downstairs tremblingly, and Lu Zhang ordered. "Go 10 meters ahead and shout loudly to attract the insects. If you succeed in attracting 2, you'll pass the level today. I'll arrange shelter for you and provide you with food and water to survive. When they heard Lu Zhang asking them to attract insects, they were so scared that they trembled all over. They have all seen videos of insects eating people. No one wants to face such horrible creatures. Yan Yifan suddenly grabbed Unisan's arm and came to Lu Zhang. He smiled flatteringly and said, "Brother, this is my girlfriend, Yunishan, the beauty from the foreign languages department. I haven't touched her yet. I'm giving her to you. Can you let me follow you?" Unisan was filled with disbelief when she heard this. She said angrily, "Yan Yifan. It's obviously you who's pursuing me, but I haven't agreed yet. I was thinking of agreeing to you today, but I didn't expect you to be such a person. I'm telling you, it's impossible for us." As she spoke, she turned to look at Lu Zhang. "Little brother, can I follow you? I have learned to cook, I can cook breakfast for you." Lu Zhang looked at Unisan, a girl he had noticed a long time ago. After all, her beauty is there. Even if she doesn't wash her hair or face for several days, her looks are still outstanding. But these people are here to kill him. No matter whether it is a man or a woman, no matter whether it is beautiful or ugly, he will not show mercy. If he didn't have a gun, he would have been killed or crippled by these people. The most these women could do was to hypocritically sigh that it was so pitiful, and they might not even have any emotional fluctuations at all. Lu Zhang pointed the gun directly at her. "Stop talking nonsense. Everyone, do as I say immediately, or you will die." Seeing that Lu Zhang rejected Unisan, Yu Zihan happily stepped forward and kicked Unisan. "Get over here. You little bitch, you're still trying to seduce my husband." Although there are several other women in Lu Zhang's family, it does not prevent her from declaring her sovereignty to outsiders. This made her very proud. Unisan's face was ashen. She glared at Yu Zihan with gritted teeth, suppressed her inner fear, and moved to a position about 10 meters away with everyone else. "Shout loudly. If anyone doesn't make a sound within 10 seconds, I'll help him feel the pain." Lu Zhang issued another order. Yan Yifan and others quickly shouted loudly. Lu Zhang observed his surroundings intently. After obtaining the superpower, his perception became a little sharper. Although it was only a small increase, it was already quite rare for him. At least the shooting accuracy can be improved a little. 9 people shouting and 1 bleeding were absolutely attractive to the monster. Just 5 minutes later, Lu Zhang noticed something approaching in the black fog and immediately said, "Shut up and get down." Everyone quickly squatted down as ordered, and just as they squatted down, a terrifying figure appeared. It was a giant scorpion, with each leg more than 1.5 meters long and 2 large claws as big as winter melons. The most terrifying thing is the 2 tails behind it, which are 4 or 5 meters long and stretch forward like 2 poisonous snakes. This is a double-tailed scorpion that is more powerful than the sickle worm. But Lu Zhang did not show any fear, instead he was quite excited. This more powerful monster must produce crystal cores of higher quality. "Everyone run!" Yan Yifan shouted loudly, and then fled in one direction. He obviously wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape from Lu Zhang's control. The next moment, a bullet pierced his skull. Lu Zhang emptied the magazine and shot all the people who were trying to escape. Of the 9 people, only 2 girls were left squatting there, not daring to move. He had changed his gun and was shooting continuously at the double-tailed scorpion's mouth. Instead of moving away, he took the initiative to move closer. Unisan looked at the double-tailed scorpion so close to her in horror. She wanted to dodge, but her legs seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and she had no strength to break free. She closed her eyes and chose to face death. But the pain I imagined did not come, only the sound of gunfire continued to ring in my ears. She opened her eyes and saw a scene that shocked her. Chapter 22. You are lucky to be my servant. Please read. The horrible monster seemed to be trapped in a cage. Although it was less than half a meter away from her, it was as if there was a layer of glass between them and she could not cross. In fact, this is a space cage that Lu Zhang quickly built using the power of dimensional space. He can create a dimensional space of up to 1 cubic decimeter at a time. But as long as the total volume remains unchanged, the shape of the dimensional space can be changed arbitrarily. Now, the minimum spacing of the dimensional wall is 1 millimeter, so he can create a spaceline with a cross-sectional diameter of 1 millimeter and a length of 1,273 meters. Such a long line, if made into a grid with a side length of 10 centimeters, can cover an area of 62 square meters. Lu Zhang placed them one by one around the double-tailed scorpion, forming an invisible cage. The spatial barrier is indestructible. Unless Lu Zhang uses his ability to withdraw to the dimensional space, this situation cannot be shaken. The double-tailed scorpion struggled inside, but ended up getting bruised all over. Lu Zhang discovered that the double-tailed scorpion had a very strong defense. Even with the power of a python revolver, a shot within 10 meters could only create a dent in its shell, and could not penetrate or shatter it. But it doesn't matter. Lu Zhang's guns and bullets are unlimited. After emptying the magazines of 5 guns in a row, the head of the double-tailed scorpion had turned into a pool of mud. Lu Zhang was always alert to his surroundings to prevent other monsters from approaching him. The special power in his body allows him to release 3-dimensional spaces at once, 1 cubic decimeter at a time. The recovery speed is about 1 hour. So he still has enough energy to protect himself perfectly. However, perhaps because there was already a 2-tailed scorpion here, the sickle worm and other 2-tailed scorpions did not approach. The double-tailed scorpion completely lost its movement. Lu Zhang asked Yu Zihan to throw the prepared plastic gloves to Unisan and another surviving girl. There's a crystal in the bug's head. Find it and give it to me. The 2 girls were already weak in the knees, but after surviving the disaster, their desire to survive became even stronger. They hurried to do so. He suppressed his nausea and came to the double-tailed scorpion's corpse, reaching into its head that looked like mud. Suddenly, one of the double-tailed scorpion's tails twitched violently, blowing the 2 girls away. Lu Zhang frowned. He casually threw out a few ropes, forming several triangles in the air, which fixed the tail and pincers of the double-tailed scorpion. Then he walked to the 2 girls who were knocked flying. Unisan was still alive, with blood all over her mouth. The other girl was unlucky and hit the sharp part of the stone. A bloody hole appeared on her head and she was dead. He looked at Unisan. Keep touching it. If you get the crystal core, I will allow you to be my servant and let you live. Having come to this point, Unisan naturally would not give up. She endured the pain of broken bones, walked step by step towards the double-tailed scorpion, and then reached out to touch the pool of blood and flesh. This time, the double-tailed scorpion didn't react at all. A few seconds later, Unisan handed a light yellow crystal core the size of a quail egg to Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang said to Yu Zihan beside him, "Help her upstairs." After saying that, he went straight upstairs. The flesh and blood of the double-tailed scorpion should be able to attract some sickle insects, but after firing so many shots just now, Lu Zhang's hands were already a little numb. Quit while you're ahead. There's no need to rush. The 3 of them returned upstairs, and Lu Zhang looked at Zheng Jingyi. Give Yunishan some treatment. After saying that, he went into the bedroom. When he held the yellow crystal core just now, he felt that the energy inside could be absorbed by him. After entering the room, he immediately lay down on the bed, holding the crystal core in both hands and closing his eyes. The energy in the crystal core quickly gathered into the body through the palm and merged with the original dimensional space power. 5 minutes later, the crystal core turned into powder and floated in the air. Lu Zhang felt that his supernatural power had become much stronger. The original energy limit of 3 units had now skyrocketed to 10 units. Moreover, the maximum space volume has increased from 1 cubic decimeter to 2 cubic decimeters. The minimum spatial barrier distance is still 1 millimeter. But the strength has increased significantly. Lu Zhang was in a good mood. When he returned to the living room, he found Unisan lying on the sofa with a flushed face. How are you? Are you still alive? Upon hearing this, Unisan quickly said, I'm much better, but I still feel a little pain. I think it should be healed after a night's rest. Lu Zhang looked at Zheng Jingyi beside him and motioned her to answer. Zheng Jingyi said, If I release holy light on her twice more to replenish her energy, she should be fine. Lu Zhang nodded and said to Yunishan, You're lucky. You were with those who wanted to kill me before, and I wanted to get rid of you as well. You behaved well just now, though. But I can't treat you like the others. From now on, you are my maid. Yunishan only wanted to survive at this time, so she knelt on the ground and called out, Owner. Lu Zhang nodded with satisfaction. This woman still had some brains. He grabbed a bottle of water, some biscuits, and some bread and threw them to her. Eat these first to replenish your energy. After we finish eating, you can eat the leftovers. Unisan nodded quickly. Yes, thank you for the reward, master. She was very hungry, so she knelt on the ground and started eating. Seeing Yunisan being so humble gave Zhang Jingyi, Gu Miantong, and others a big shock. They had also gone hungry, but they never felt real despair. Therefore, Yunisan's behavior of completely giving up her dignity for food still gave them a huge shock. Lu Zhang looked at Gu Lingyue. Let her work with you tomorrow, the effect will be better. Gu Lingyue nodded expressionlessly. There was nothing to do in the afternoon, and Lu Zhang didn't want to play games, so he simply drew a simple map of the surrounding terrain. The smell of blood is too strong here. We can't live here anymore. With a luxury RV, he decided to find a rooftop of a high-rise building as his campsite. But it can't be too high, otherwise it will be inconvenient to go up and down. The rooftop should also be spacious enough to park multiple RVs so that if new people are added in the future, there is no need to find another place. The distance cannot be too far to avoid any accidents on the road. Finally, after discussing with Yu Zihan and others, the destination was determined: the Kanglin University Library. The library has 6 floors, the highest part reaches 40 meters, but the main part is about 30 meters high, with a central spiral staircase for going up and down. It's only about 400 meters away from here. In principle, driving is not allowed within the school, so there is no need to worry about traffic jams. You can rush through in one go and the risk factor is very low. The roof is flat, about 70 meters long and 40 meters wide. Although there is a building in the middle, the platforms on both sides are 12 meters long and 2.5 meters wide, which can accommodate dozens of luxury RVs. In addition, some other survivors should be found in this place. Maybe there is a target who can be taken in. Chapter 23, Protecting Gu Miantong and Rushing to the Library. Please read. It was evening. Lu Zhang asked Yunisan to help Zhang Jingyi cook rice porridge. He opened a can of meat sauce, took out vacuum-packed pickled cucumbers and sour beans from the snacks, and cut up 2 roast ducks. A simple meal. The maid Yunisan was watching with her mouth watering. Gu Lingyue's expression didn't change at all. She just waited for Lu Zhang and Bai Jiawei to finish eating, and then ate the leftovers with Yunisan. Yunisan then realized that Gu Lingyue was not Lu Zhang's woman, so she could only eat the leftovers. After dinner, Lu Zhang took Gu Miantong to take a bath. I rested right after washing. Gu Miantong did not resist. After experiencing a life and death crisis, she chose to compromise. Ding! Successfully protected Gu Miantong and obtained an advanced resource card. Item: 100 liters of diesel in a barrel. Type: Advanced Material Card. Effect: you can get unlimited 100-liter barrels of diesel. Seeing the supply card, Lu Zhang was a little surprised. Fuel turned out to be a high-end material, but he thought it was a basic material. It makes sense if you think about it carefully. Energy is one of the most important resources at all times. Food and water are considered basic resources necessary for survival, while the others are considered advanced resources. He could take out unlimited luxury RVs with their own fuel, but it would be troublesome to change back and forth. Now he only needs to refuel and can use it for a long time, which is much more convenient. When using the gun in the morning, Lu Zhang discovered something interesting. The things summoned by the supply card can be put back into the card again. All the revolvers he had used before were taken back. Saves a hassle. According to this logic, the RV can be retracted at any time, but things that do not belong to the card itself will remain in place. After recycling, it turns directly into energy and disappears. Take it out again and it's still brand new. The next day, after having lunch in the morning, Lu Zhang said, Jingyi, spend this morning helping Professor Gu and Yunishan with their injuries, so they can fully recover before noon. Yu Zihan, Bai Jiawei, and Gu Miantong, the 3 of you will come with me to sort out the supplies. We'll leave here at noon and head to the library. Several people began to act. At noon, Lu Zhang let Gu Lingyue and Yunisan eat a whole roast duck. Let them replenish their physical strength. Because of this move, the 2 of them were the pioneers. 2 people each held a fire axe and walked in front. Lu Zhang was in the middle, Bai Jiawei, Yu Zihan, Gu Miantong and Zhang Jingyi followed carefully behind, each carrying some supplies. 400 meters is the length of one lap of a standard playground. Even in the black fog, where the vision is not clear, we will definitely arrive within 3 minutes. As long as there are no accidents. But with 7 of them together, they would be a big sight, and Lu Zhang felt that they would definitely attract insects. He was ready to fight at any time. Go downstairs and take action. When they got downstairs, Bai Jiawei and Yu Zihan, who were responsible for lighting, turned on their flashlights. Gu Lingyue and Yunisun gripped their axes tightly and ran quickly towards the library. Lu Zhang and several other girls followed. After running 300 meters in one breath, Lu Zhang suddenly stopped and shouted, "The bugs are coming, keep running, go upstairs, don't hold me back." Several girls ran towards the library at a faster speed. Lu Zhang didn't stop completely, he just slowed down a little. It's impossible to run up directly. The insects are very fast and someone must stop them. After running a certain distance, Lu Zhang left two 1 mm diameter horizontal space ropes in the direction where the insects were rushing. When the two sickle worms rushed to the space rope, they were directly cut into two huge wounds due to their own fast speed. Lu Zhang had seen news reports before about a man riding a motorcycle who crashed into a clothesline and had his throat cut, dying from suffocation. The space rope was only 1 mm in diameter. Although it was not extremely sharp, the insect's impact speed was not slow. Although it did not kill it directly, it also caused serious injuries. Lu Zhang took the opportunity to release more than a dozen triangular space shackles. Lock it in place, then take out your revolver and fire it continuously. Compared to before, Lu Zhang already had experience. He only used 6 bullets and the two sickle worms became motionless. But he still shot it 4 more times to make sure it was completely dead. Then he took out plastic gloves, went over and took out 2 gray-white crystal cores. Then he quickly ran into the library. After the 6 girls entered the library, they did not go upstairs, but waited for him on the first floor. Seeing him come in, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now they all rely on Lu Zhang to survive in the apocalypse, and no one wants to see Lu Zhang in danger. Let's go up. Gu Lingyue, the two of you lead the way. Be careful, there might be bugs here too. As long as there is black fog, there may be insects, and insects can also go upstairs. At the same time, on the 5th floor of the library, a group of people gathered together to discuss something. There were gunshots. Could it be that the authorities sent people to rescue us? A girl said excitedly. But the fantasy was soon broken by a boy. Impossible. We don't have any important personnel here. No one would take such a big risk to rescue us. And the gunshots seemed to come from a single gun, most likely just one person with a gun. I just don't know if he's just passing by or coming to the library. If he's coming here, we can ask him to help us get out. There are 27 people here. At the beginning of the apocalypse, some people ran away, and gradually the number of people decreased until only these people were left. There was no food in the library, but some girls brought snacks, and there were 2 beverage vending machines with drinks, which kept them going until now. Yesterday, they were at the end of their rope and had no water left. Despite their deep fear of the monster, they organized themselves and prepared to rush out together. At that time, who can survive will depend on their own fate. But just as they were about to act, a burst of gunfire stopped them in their tracks. But what if he doesn't help us? Tian Wei said with a worried look on her face. The boy who spoke just now, Bai Zhejiang, said with a stern face. Wei, don't worry, I will definitely protect you and rush out. If he doesn't help us, I'll find a way to take his gun away, and then I'll lead you out. Tian Wei frowned upon hearing this and said. Seizing the gun is too dangerous. If the other party won't help, we can just rush out on our own. There's no need to offend anyone and take such a big risk. Life is difficult for everyone nowadays, so there's no need to provoke each other. At this moment, Bai Zhejiang said in a manly manner. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I will definitely protect you out. Tian Wei fell silent. After all, she still wanted to rely on the other party, so she didn't refute anything. Suddenly, someone whispered. There are footsteps, several people, they are coming up. Chapter 24, I'll listen to you if you're polite. Please read on. As a psychic, he is also a space-related psychic. Lu Zhang's perception was quite sharp. After he went up to the 4th floor, he heard some movement on the 5th floor. There should be quite a few people there. So, on the stairs, before reaching the 5th floor, they asked a few people to stop and point the flashlight upwards. Each floor of the library is taller than an ordinary house, and there is no black fog on the 4th floor. Turning on the flashlight and shaking it is to give a signal to the people above. He said. Everyone up there, come down within 3 minutes. Otherwise, after I get up there, no one left alive will be left alive. As he spoke, he fired a bullet. The bullet hit the wall on the 5th floor, leaving a large hole. This action scared the people on the 5th floor. Then they all looked at Bai Zhejiang at the same time. This guy had just threatened to take the gun away. But at this moment, Bai Zhejiang's face turned pale, and he said in a somewhat bewildered manner. Why is he so fierce? Is he a thug? After hearing these words, everyone became even more frightened. Some girls couldn't help crying. What should I do now? The students were terrified, and a middle-aged woman stood up. Now we can only follow his instructions and go down to see what's going on. After all, none of us wants to die. She is an office clerk in the library. Her name is Hao Mei. The students respectfully call her teacher Hao, and she has some prestige among them. After Hao Mei finished speaking, she was the first to walk towards the fourth floor. Watching her go down, Bai Zhejiang said quickly, "Let's hurry down too. If he comes up and kills someone in less than 2 minutes, it will be too late to regret it." As he said that, he rushed down second. It was as if he was not the one who said he wanted to seize the gun. 2 people took the lead, and the rest rushed down. Hao Mei, who came down first, raised her hands above her head and said as she walked, "I came down, I didn't bring any weapons, I meant no harm." After walking down, she saw Lu Zhang and 6 women. This combination made her stunned. Because the 6 women around Lu Zhang were all very beautiful, she knew 2 of them, and she also had some impression of the others. "Professor Gu, classmate Gu, it turns out it's you." She tried to get closer. Lu Zhang pointed the gun directly at her. "Don't talk. Go over there, put your hands on your head, and squat down." Hao Mei was a woman who knew what was happening. She immediately smiled, put her head in her hands and squatted aside. Bai Zhejiang, who came down next, saw Hao Mei's actions and squatted down next to Hao Mei without Lu Zhang saying anything. As docile as a good dog. Human beings are animals with a herd mentality. With 2 people in front setting an example, the 20 or so people behind them quickly squatted down one by one. College students are well educated. Now, everyone, please introduce yourselves. Name, age, status, what are you doing in the library, and how long have you been here? Lu Zhang pointed at Hao Mei. "It starts with you." "My name is Hao Mei, I'm 37 years old, and I'm an office clerk here. I worked here before the disaster, and I've been trapped ever since." The others followed suit and quickly told the story again. Lu Zhang also basically knew all their information. There were 27 people, 4 of whom were library staff and the remaining 23 were students. According to them, there was no one else in the library. There were quite a few people here at the beginning, but later a few people took the lead and rushed out. They were the last group. Bai Zhejiang seemed to have regained his courage after this ordeal. He glanced at Tianwei and said with gritted teeth, "Brother, could you please protect Tianwei and me and get us out? If you take us to Wanfang building, I'll give you 100,000 yuan." Lu Zhang looked at him as if he were a fool, then glanced at everyone. "Now you have only one chance to survive, and that is to become my subordinate. You must do whatever I tell you to do, and I can provide you with food. You've been hiding here for so long, not daring to go out. I guess you've seen how terrifying those insects in the black fog are. There are a lot of bugs in the black fog. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to survive if they run out. Work for me and I'll have food and drink. I don't have to face the monsters outside. How's that? Are you excited?" Tianwei couldn't help but ask. "What do we need to do?" Lu Zhang smiled and said, "It's simple, just daily chores, moving things around. In addition, you need to select 8 people every day to go downstairs with me and serve as bait to attract the insects so that I can kill them." Bai Zhejiang said in horror. "Being a bait? How could you do that?" Lu Zhang directly put the muzzle of the gun to his forehead and said with a fierce smile, "So you want your head to explode now?" Bai Zhejiang's face immediately turned pale and his legs went limp. Thump! He knelt on the ground, holding Lu Zhang's feet with both hands, and said in a trembling voice, "No, I don't want to die. I do. I'll be the bait. I'll do whatever you say." Hearing this answer, Lu Zhang nodded with satisfaction. The last time Chen Hongfei and his group came to cause trouble, they attracted a more powerful insect, the double-tailed scorpion. This made him realize that enough people must gather together to attract the double-tailed scorpion to appear. It won't work just relying on Gu Lingyue and Yunisan. So after seeing these people, he planned to recruit them, provide them with 2 meals a day to ensure that they would not starve to death, and then together with Gu Lingyue and Yunisan, make up a total of 10 people. Used as bait to attract monsters. Only in this way can you hunt insects efficiently and quickly enhance your abilities. For him who possesses unlimited resources, resources are the cheapest things. It is a wise choice to effectively transform them into his own strength in a short period of time. Lu Zhang pointed at Hao Mei and said, "You will be their manager from now on, so you don't have to go out and face the bugs." Hao Mei was surprised when she heard this. She was the first one to come down, actually because she wanted to see if she could get any benefits. Now it seems that it is true. I immediately expressed my gratitude. Lu Zhang pointed at Tianwei in the crowd again. "You are good looking. I will give you a chance to be my maid. You won't have to enter the black mist, and you can enjoy better food, accommodation, and even electricity." Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Tianwei. Age, 20. Identity, sophomore student majoring in international trade at Kanglin University, vice president of the Kanglin University Dance Association. Evaluation, slim figure, pretty face, full of energy, quick thinking, able to judge the situation, extremely sophisticated and self-centered, good at understanding other people's psychology. Conclusion, meets both the beautiful outside and intelligent inside requirements. Successfully protected. Receives a basic quality unlimited supplies card. Suddenly, many girls looked at Tianwei with envy. Some girls even had jealousy in their eyes. It was because she was beautiful that she was taken care of by Zhejiang at the beginning, and now she can get the favor of this strong man. Tianwei hesitated, and thinking about the fate she was about to face, she was unable to make a decision for a moment. Chapter 25. The slow-moving girl will definitely find you. Please read on. Of course, Tianwei didn't want to enter the black fog, but she also didn't want her last bargaining chip to be taken away like this. From a very young age, she understood that her appearance and figure were huge advantages. So she studied dance diligently to stay young and beautiful and exude vitality. With this advantage, she was able to get along with everyone in college, understand other people's thoughts, and gain great benefits for herself. Even in the end times, she used this advantage to quickly build a group of supporters for herself through some admirers like Bai's. This will prevent her from being taken advantage of by some men with bad intentions. Now, she still wants to do it. "Brother, I've never been in a relationship before. I'm a slow-moving person. Let's start by being friends. You are amazing, but I just can't accept such a quick change of feelings at the moment." Lu Zhang sneered and did not indulge her bad habit. "Tomorrow you will be one of the 8 people entering the black mist. The remaining 7 will be drawn tomorrow." After saying that, he left a word and walked upstairs. "Don't cause me any trouble. If anything goes wrong, I'll randomly kill half of you. Whoever is unlucky will die." Tianwei was dumbfounded. Just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by Zhejiang, who walked up to her. Wei, I knew you weren't that kind of casual woman. Don't worry, I will definitely find a chance to send you to Wanfang building." Zhejiang's voice was very low, and he looked around, as if he was afraid of being heard. Hao Mei said, "Everyone, listen to me. We were going out anyway, and facing danger is inevitable. At least now, we only need to send 8 people tomorrow, and the others can survive the day safely. Besides, this boss wants us to attract the bugs, so he must be confident that he can kill them. He won't let us die in vain. After all, if he does, there won't be anyone left to serve as bait. So I don't think going out tomorrow will be as dangerous as we thought. Tomorrow, I will take the initiative to ask to go down with everyone. Everyone listen to me, have a good rest, and don't make that boss unhappy. At least he's reasonable. We still have hope of survival. Let's not give up." She deliberately made a loud noise. At this time, Lu Zhang was still on the stairs, and these words were actually said to him. As a leader, she knows very well what it means to leave traces of work. What you do must be seen by the people above you, only then can it be considered a credit. When Lu Zhang heard her voice, he agreed. Even if it is a deliberate performance, such an approach and arrangement is relatively stable. This administrator made the right choice. Hongye City, Jingshan Prison. Zhai Jincheng suddenly opened his eyes, but found that his vision was a little blurry. He took off his black-framed glasses and was surprised to find that his myopia had actually healed. The bald middle-aged man who had been waiting for a while asked, "Second brother, how is it? What superpowers did you gain?" Zhai Jincheng waved his hand, and a sharp golden light flew out, directly cutting off the wooden pillar next to him. "Boss, my ability is golden blade cutting. Wang Hu laughed and said. Not bad, very strong. Although it's a little behind my diamond defense, it's still pretty impressive. Now that you've gained superpowers, what should we do next? Can we go out and find a woman to relax? From the very beginning, Wang Hu wanted to leave prison. But after analysis, Zhai Jincheng told him that this was the safest place. Before they gained a certain amount of strength, this place surrounded by fences could give them space and time to develop. Wang Hu then stopped here with a group of people. Later, by looking at the messages on his mobile phone, he discovered the effect of the crystal core. They used the terrain here and the guns in the prison to successfully hunt several insects, allowing Wang Hu and another person to gain superpowers. Zhai Jincheng is the third of these people to gain superpowers. Now, he also has the power to protect himself. Okay, let's go northeast. It's a bit more remote over there, so there shouldn't be many cars on the road. Driving is safer than walking. Wang Hu nodded and said. Okay, I'll listen to you. I've been holding it in for a long time, I need to find some pretty girls to relieve my heat. As he spoke, he patted Zhai Jincheng on the shoulder and said with a smile. I know you're a romantic, I promise. I'll take you back to Kanglan City and find your fiancé. I'm actually very curious about what kind of woman could make you so obsessed with her. When Zhai Jincheng heard this, the image of Gu Lingyue appeared in his mind. She was an incredibly perfect woman. She is virtuous, beautiful and intelligent, with both beauty and wisdom, a cool temperament, rational thinking, emotional ability, and an impeccable face and figure. He fell in love with Gu Lingyue completely from the first moment he saw her. After desperate pursuit, he finally made the other person fall in love. Who would have thought that just after they got engaged, he was arrested and imprisoned for economic crimes? He died with regrets because he was unable to completely possess that woman. Therefore, after the apocalypse broke out, he took the initiative to approach Wang Hu, gave him advice, and successfully formed a team of more than 30 people. It not only ensures one's own safety, but also lays the foundation for going to Kanglan City later. He clearly understood that it was impossible to get to Kanglan City on his own. He must bring a group of people with him as cannon fodder, consume them along the way, and pave a road with their corpses, so that he can see his fiancée again and possess her completely. Zhai Jincheng swore silently in his heart. Lingyue, wait for me, I will definitely find you. This is his only obsession to survive. After these days of humble development, he has already mastered the basic power. Now he just needs to follow the steps and expand his influence and enhance his strength step by step. Find an opportunity to get rid of Wang Hu and take the position of boss himself. Now you can set off for Kanglan City. He didn't believe Wang Hu's promise at all. None of the people in the prison could really believe it. The only person you can trust is yourself. Wang Hu didn't let Zhai Jincheng gain superpowers at the beginning just to guard against him. Now that Wang Hu has become strong enough, he dares to let Zhai Jincheng gain his own power. However, Wang Hu was ultimately defeated. He was just on guard against Zhai Jincheng. From the very beginning, Zhai Jincheng wanted to use his power to grow stronger and find an opportunity to kill him. Their decision-making and execution capabilities are not on the same level, and death has become a foregone conclusion. When Zhai Jincheng and others left the prison, Lu Zhang and his group of 7 came to the roof of the library. The girls were still unclear as to why Lu Zhang chose the rooftop. When they saw Lu Zhang wave his hand and a huge RV appeared on the roof, their eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 26 Golden Egg Fried Rice, Planning a Comprehensive Building. Please read. Lu Zhang was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He hadn't explained it clearly until now, just to see their reaction. Let's go and take a look at our new home. Open the door of the RV, and you will see bright lights and luxurious decoration inside. It has 2 floors, a living room, bedroom, dining room, bathroom, and kitchen, everything you need. There is even a large bathtub in the bathroom. After turning on the air conditioner, the car became very cool. Leaning on the sofa, without Lu Zhang saying anything, Zhang Jingyi and Yu Zihan had already taken the initiative to sit next to him and lean on him. Yu Zihan said excitedly, "Husband, you are so awesome. I heard that this kind of top-of-the-line RV costs tens of millions to buy, and you can actually make one with ease. In this RV, we can live like before." Zhang Jingyi also praised. "This place is so nice, it's more luxurious than those big houses. I never thought I could live in such a nice place. Hubby, I'm so lucky to have met you." Compared to the two of them, Bai Jiahui is more direct. She sat in Lu Zhang's arms, hugged his neck, with a hint of charm in her eyes. "Honey, I see that bathroom is quite big. Can you help me take a bath tonight? Lu Zhang sucked hard on her little mouth and said with a smile. Okay, let's take a shower together tonight. Seeing this, Yu Zihan quickly said coquettishly. Hubby, I want one too. Gu Mianton, who was still a little hesitant, stood by and looked a little at a loss, while Gu Lingyue looked around thoughtfully. Yunisan looked at the girls who were acting coquettishly towards Lu Zhang without restraint, with a face full of envy. She deeply regretted that she had joined forces with Yin Yifan and his gang to deal with Lu Zhang. Otherwise, with her beauty, she could definitely become a favored character like these women, instead of being a humble maid. But when I think about being able to live here in the future and having the living conditions of a civilized society again, compared to those people below, it's already very good. Yunisan felt a little proud again. I must perform well and strive to get promoted. Feeling the fragrance coming from these soft bodies, Lu Zhang couldn't wipe the smile off his face. But he still has a rational existence. One night, one woman is enough. If it's any more, he will be completely exhausted in a few days. Although beauty is nice, you need strength to enjoy it all the time. Becoming stronger is the most important thing. Okay, go charge your phones and tablets, listen to some music, play some games, etc. Gu Lingyue, Yunishan, the two of you come out with me. Seeing that Lu Zhang had something to tell them, Zhang Jingyi and the others tactfully walked away and went to choose their own beds. When they got outside, Lu Zhang released 2 more RVs. It's just an RV, and it must be a bit crowded with so many people living in it. Since the RV is unlimited, there is no need to put yourself in a difficult position. He pointed to one of the cars and said, I'll use this car all by myself. I'll assign the remaining 2 cars to you later. Gu Lingyue, you patrol outside. Yunishan, come in with me. When they got into the new RV, Lu Zhang looked at Yunishan and said with a smile. You know what to do, right? Yunisan went forward with eagerness in her eyes. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Yunishan. Age, 21. Identity, third-year student in the Foreign Languages Department of Kanglin University, Vice President of the Kanglin University Minority Languages Association. Evaluation, beautiful and graceful, gentle and plump, strong in language skills, can speak 5 languages, poor judgment and decision-making ability, and a somewhat blind personality. Conclusion, meets both the beautiful outside and intelligent inside requirements. Successfully protected. Receives a basic quality unlimited supplies card. An hour later. Ding! Successfully protected Yunishan and obtained a basic supplies card. Lu Zhang clicked on the supplies card to check the information and found that there were quite a few things on it. Item, Golden Egg Fried Rice Deluxe Set. Type, Basic Material Card. Effect, you can get unlimited Golden Egg Fried Rice Deluxe Set meal. This set meal includes a large bowl of egg fried rice, 2 braised eggs, a grilled sausage, a portion of crispy pork and a glass of ice cola. Compared to the roast duck I got before, this thing has both food and drink. If you only drink Coke and not water, you may get diabetes. Lu Zhang was very satisfied with the supply cards he unlocked this time. This fried rice can not only improve the food, but also be used to make food for those below. You can't feed them roast duck every day, right? That tasted so good. It will make them feel that Lu Zhang is a very easygoing person. Some people can only be feared because they are not grateful. Lu Zhang took out a sausage and gave it to Yunisan. How does it taste? Yunishan's mouth was stuffed, and she said incoherently. Delicious, really delicious. Lu Zhang nodded with satisfaction. This little maid is very sensible. But a maid is still a maid and still has to work. It was evening. Lu Zhang, Gu Miantong and others were sitting in the living room eating, while Yunisan and Gu Lingyue were guarding the door outside. Drinking ice cola and eating crispy pork, Bai Jiaowei's face was full of happiness at this moment. Before, when she was at Xiao Wenquan's house, she gave most of the food to Xiao Wenquan and her mother-in-law. She did everything a good wife should and should not do. The result was that he was kicked out of his home and sold like a commodity. Now, she felt the joy of being a woman with Lu Zhang, and she could also eat and drink enough, live in such a comfortable place, and not worry about the threat of the black fog monster. It's like a paradise and a hell. After everyone finished eating, Gu Lingyue and Yunisan started eating. After the 2 of them finished eating, Lu Zhang asked Gu Lingyue to go downstairs and asked Hao Mei to take the 4 people to the 6th floor and bring down the remaining fried rice and a bucket of water. The leftovers were about a small bowl per person. The water was only enough to quench their thirst. Don't give too much, keep them hungry so that they can face reality. As for the braised eggs, grilled sausages, crispy pork and ice cola, they were naturally left in the RV. There is a refrigerator in the car, and it is very cool, so it is no problem to store it for a while. Lu Zhan was too lazy to put it into the supply card. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. Bai Jiahui helped Lu Zhang put on his clothes before she started to put them on herself. Lu Zhang came to the edge of the tall building and looked at a building not far away. It is a comprehensive building with some profit-making institutions such as barbershops, milk tea shops, printing shops, supermarkets, etc. The complex was only 3 stories high, and the entire building was shrouded in black fog. Most people probably wouldn't dare to get close to that place, so there must be a lot of supplies inside. Although Lu Zhang has no shortage of food now, the variety of flavors is limited. Also, some daily necessities were not brought with them. He had already made up his mind to go there and search for supplies. In the past, it was not difficult, but it was a bit troublesome to transport the supplies one by one. After all, in the black fog, visibility is too low, and walking with things in your hands will make you slower. It will almost certainly attract bugs. There might even be bugs living in there. After some thought, Lu Zhang decided to go and investigate tomorrow. Today's goal remains the same, hunting bugs. Chapter 27, 2 Women's Superpowers, Yu Zihan's First Battle. Please read. Lu Zhang is eager to enhance his abilities. After all, he is unable to obtain other superpowers for the time being. Before unlocking the extraordinary material cards, he has only one choice, which is to continue to enhance his superpowers. Before that, he called Yu Zihan and Bai Jiahui to his side. These 2 crystal cores were obtained from the sickle bugs I hunted yesterday. Eat them and see what abilities you can gain. The 2 women were immediately surprised when they heard this. Zhang Jingyi had previously acquired superpowers and had already achieved a more superior position. In addition to serving Lu, Zhang Jingyi has other roles in the team. This is very important. Uniqueness is a necessary condition for a person to exist in this society. If anyone can replace you, you will look cheap. The 2 of them couldn't wait to eat it. Then they fell into the understanding of their respective special abilities. The first one to recover was Bai Jiahui, with a look of loss on her face. What's wrong? Didn't you gain superpowers? Bai Jiahui threw herself into Lu Zhang's arms. With a crying voice. I have superpowers, but my superpowers may not be able to help my husband. Lu Zhan laughed in silence. He didn't expect that this woman would consider him so much. Tell me, what ability? Only then did Bai Jiahui stop crying. The portable space currently has about 2 cubic meters of space. It's an absolute vacuum and can only hold inanimate objects. Lu Zhang's eyes lit up. It's really like someone gave me a pillow just as I dozed off. Who says this ability is bad? This ability is so good. He patted Bai Jiahui's plumpness and said with a smile. This ability is great. It can help me right now. Stop crying, you silly woman. Bai Jiahui burst into laughter and said happily. Really? That's great. Honey, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. At this time, Yu Zihan woke up. Lu Zhang hugged the excited Bai Jiahui. Don't worry. Zihan, what is your special ability? Yu Zihan clenched his fist, threw a punch, and said. I seem to have become more powerful. My ability is called Qi and Blood Explosion, which can instantly increase my speed and strength. Lu Zhan nodded. It seems like you're going to go the close combat route. You need to start training your close combat abilities. Yu Zihan made a bitter face and hugged Lu Zhang's arm. I just want to be a little girl behind my husband and not fight bugs. Lu Zhang pinched her chin, looked into her eyes and asked. You mean, I won't have to share any crystal cores I obtain in the future with you? Yu Zihan instantly realized that if she could not show enough uniqueness, she would gradually be marginalized, and as the number of Lu Zhang's women increased, her status would plummet. Thinking of Zhang Jingyi's holy light ability, which could heal her even if she was injured, she gritted her teeth. No. I want to fight. I will stand in front of my husband. If anyone wants to hurt you, they must step over my dead body first. Only then did Lu Zhang smile. He put his arms around Yu Zihan's slender waist and kissed her on the lips. Don't worry, I won't let you die. You are my woman. Come on, follow me downstairs. Let's face the bugs a few more times and eliminate your fear of them. Today we're going to hunt these bugs and show you how easy they are to deal with. The group arrived at the 4th floor and everyone was called over. Draw the remaining 7 people. The person who was picked had a look of despair on his face. Tian Wei took the initiative to step forward and said, "Master, I am willing to be your maid. Can I not go? Please." Her pitiful look made Baizhong beside her feel distressed. Lu Zheng said coldly, "It's too late today, you have to go down." After a pause, he glanced at the 8 people who were chosen. "You are actually lucky. As long as you survive, you can have a big bowl of egg fried rice and a braised egg for lunch. Other people can only have a small bowl of fried rice. Now, let's go." Tian Wei had a bitter look on her face, regretting her stupidity yesterday. "I thought Lu Zhang would be as easy to control as those little boys in Baizhong, but I didn't expect him to end up like this." But when she saw Lu Zhang taking those girls downstairs, she felt a lot more at ease. It can be seen that those girls were well raised. There was no dirt on his body, and his hair was very soft and greasy, obviously he had just washed it. Being so kind to them, Lu Zhang obviously wouldn't let them take risks. This means that it is very likely that it has the ability to deal with insects. Thinking of this, hope ignited in Tian Wei's heart. As long as you can survive, there is still a chance. Soon, everyone went downstairs. Lu Zhang first used his supernatural powers to build a simple cage, drew a circle on the ground, and let 10 people including Yunisan and Gu Lingyue enter the circle. "Just stay here in the circle and shout loudly. No matter what happens, stay here and don't run outside. Otherwise, if you die, it's your own fault. Let us get started." Yunisan was the first to start shouting loudly, followed by Tian Wei and Hao Mei, who joined involuntarily. 5 minutes later, the first bug appeared. Just a sickle worm. Through the energy of the crystal core, Lu Zheng identified the sickle worm as a first-level worm, and the double-tailed scorpion as a second-level worm. There is a huge difference in strength between the two. The python pistol is quite powerful and can penetrate the shell of a sickle worm with one shot, but it cannot penetrate the defense of a double-tailed scorpion. Without superpowers, it is almost impossible to deal with a double-tailed scorpion with just a pistol. It is extremely fast and can rush in front of you and tear you to pieces in a short time. The sickle worm rushed towards the crowd, and its 2 sharp front legs slashed at the nearest person, who was frightened and stepped back repeatedly. The next moment, the sickle worm's blade seemed to hit a solid wall, and the huge recoil force made it take a few steps back. The spatial cage constructed by Lu Zhang using spatial lines is stronger than a wall of steel. Even the double-tailed scorpion couldn't shake it in the slightest. Not to mention this mere sickle worm. Lu Zheng didn't wait for it to launch a second attack. He released the spatial lines and constructed triangular spatial shackles to fix it firmly in place. Empty the magazine. In fact, 3 shots are enough to completely kill a sickle worm. After all, Lu Zhang was shooting at a fixed target. 3 shots hit one place and directly made a big hole in the head. But he was used to emptying the magazine. After all, it was very convenient to change guns directly. A full magazine can bring a full sense of security. In order to train Yu Zihan's courage to face insects, Lu Zheng asked her to dig out the crystal core in the insect's head. Yu Zihan suppressed her nausea and took out a grayish-white crystal core. At this moment, 2 sickle worms rushed over from different directions. One of them was less than 5 meters away from Yu Zihan. Such a short distance can be reached in a flash. In a flash, Yu Zihan raised the axe in her hand, which she had been holding, and chopped at the insect with both hands. Qi and blood burst out. The battles between creatures are all predictive, and they make an attack prediction based on the target they see. After using the Qi and blood explosion, Yu Zihan's perception, reaction ability, speed and strength were all improved. The sickle worm's prediction of her was wrong. She chopped the sickle worm's head with an axe, creating a huge dent and a large amount of green blood oozing out. Chapter 28, Let me choose, my power upgrades to level 2. Please read. The blood flowed out and splashed on Yu Zihan's clothes and hair, which further stimulated her fighting spirit. The axe kept swinging, once, twice, and then more than 10 times in a row. The insect's head was completely chopped into a puddle of mud. Lu Zhang walked to her side and took out a tissue to wipe the green blood off her face. Yu Zihan came to her senses and looked at Lu Zhang in panic. "Honey, if that blood splashes on my face, will it disfigure me?" "That stuff does have a certain burning effect." Lu Zhang smiled and said. "Don't worry, Jingyi is here and will clean it up for you in a moment. Dig out the crystal core first." You behaved very poorly just now, completely losing your judgment. However, it's good that you have the courage to face the bugs in your first battle. Come to my RV tonight. Yu Zihan hugged Lu Zhang excitedly. Thank you, husband. In the next 2 hours, he killed 8 sickle worms in a row, bringing the total to 10. From this we can see that the density of these insects is not low. It's just that there are relatively fewer double-tailed scorpions. After killing 10 sickle worms, the first double-tailed scorpion appeared. Compared to the sickle beetle, the double-tailed scorpion is more powerful. But for Lu Zhang, the process is the same, except that more bullets need to be consumed. Neither the sickle worm nor the double-tailed scorpion can break free from the spatial shackles he created using the dimensional space. If you want to break free, you have to amputate your own limbs. Before that, Lu Zhang had already emptied the magazine and killed him. He was quite happy to get a second-level crystal core. It was noon and his hands were tired from shooting all the time, so he immediately announced that he would go back upstairs to eat and continue in the afternoon. The people in the space cage cheered. At first, they were really scared to death when facing the insects. But later they found that the insects could not attack them at all, as if there was a cage protecting them. Even if a bug sticks its foot part way in, it cannot enter completely and will still be blocked outside the circle. After seeing Lu Zhang kill many insects in a row, the fear in their hearts gradually dissipated. But at the same time, he felt even more in awe of Lu Zhang. After all, he had only submitted to Lu Zhang because he had a gun, but now he discovered that he actually possessed a very powerful superpower. Killing insects is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Working under him, apart from anything else, gives you a completely secure feeling. After eating a whole bowl of fried rice and a braised egg at noon, several people felt that this job was very good. When the others heard their stories, some were skeptical while others were expectant. After all, you will still feel hungry if you only eat a small bowl of egg fried rice. Seeing others eat a whole bowl of food, including a braised egg, and looking so satisfied, they also felt a little envious. When people are starving, their bottom line will continue to drop. After the meal, Lu Zhang did not take action immediately, but absorbed the crystal core energy first. 10 first-level crystal cores were given 2 each to Yu Zihan, Zhang Jingyi, and Bai Zhouwei to enhance their abilities. It absorbs the remaining 4 by itself, and finally absorbs the second-order crystal core. Including this one, Lu Zhang has absorbed 2 second-level crystal cores, but this did not allow his superpowers to be promoted to the second level. However, the energy limit, which was originally 10 units, has now skyrocketed to 20 units. Moreover, the maximum space volume has increased from 2 cubic decimeters to 3 cubic decimeters. The minimum spatial barrier distance is still 1 millimeter. This means that he can instantly create a 3 square meter, gapless, absolute defensive barrier. Enough to completely cover him. Safety is undoubtedly greatly increased. Not far away, Gu Miantong felt very uncomfortable watching Lu Zhang communicating with the 3 women about their supernatural powers. She felt as if she was being ignored. She was obviously the most beautiful among the 4 women Lu Zhang had, but Lu Zhang got so many crystal cores but didn't give her one so that she could also gain superpowers. She whispered to Gu Lingyue. Sister Yu, does Lu Zhang hate me? What did I do wrong? Can you help me? I also want to gain superpowers. Gu Lingyue sighed. There's nothing wrong with you. Don't doubt your charm. He's telling me something by doing this. I am no longer of any use to him. With those people as bait, my existence is dispensable. He wants me to make a choice as soon as possible, to follow him or to leave. Gu Miantong was stunned for a moment, then looked at Gu Lingyue with a complicated expression. Sister Yu, I don't want to leave you, but I also respect your choice. But if you're alone, I'm afraid you can't even leave this campus. Lu Zhang, although he is a playboy and a womanizer, he is powerful and has sufficient supplies, which gives us hope of seeing our family alive. I've now accepted who I am. Gu Miantong's words came from the bottom of his heart. At first she was indeed very resistant. After all, she was the campus belle of Kenglin University. She was good at studying and sports. She was simply the perfect girl. Why should I serve a man together with other women? But in order to save Gu Lingyue, she made a choice. After spending these days together and seeing their living conditions improve, she realized that being with this man was indeed a blessing. If it weren't for Lu Zhang's protection, he would have ended up in a miserable situation. Because of this, she no longer has any thoughts of leaving, but only wants to get more attention from Lu Zhang. Gu Lingyue didn't answer. She understood the logic, and she even judged from the beginning that Lu Zhang was not an ordinary person. But she still couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. "Wait a little longer, let me think it over." She said so. In the afternoon, the hunt continued. By evening, a total of 14 sickleworms and 2 double-tailed scorpions had been hunted. As night approaches, the insects become more active. The number is much more than in the morning. It could also be because a lot of bugs were killed in the morning, and the smell of blood and flesh attracted other bugs. During this period, a mutant cat that seemed to have eaten the crystal core approached, but was then scared away by the gunshots, which made Lu Zhang alert. In addition to insects and humans, these mutant beasts are also a dangerous factor. Lu Zhang absorbed all the gains this time by himself. He first absorbed all the first-order crystal cores, and finally absorbed 2 second-order crystal cores. The second-order crystal core caused his supernatural powers to undergo a transformation. Lu Zhang felt something in his heart. This was a promotion to the second level. The energy limit has reached 50 units. Moreover, the maximum space volume has also increased from 3 cubic decimeters to 5 cubic decimeters. The minimum spatial barrier distance is reduced to half a millimeter. This means that the maximum flat defense Lu Zhang can create is 10 square meters. A cube that is 2 meters long, 1 meter wide and 1 meter high has a surface area of exactly 10 square meters. Lu Zhang can use the space barrier to completely protect himself. 360 degrees, no blind spot defense. Real security. To sum it up simply in 3 words, invincible. I haven't passed chapter 29 yet, it's a bit difficult. Please read it later. At this moment, Lu Zhang felt that he could go anywhere. The spatial barrier is almost impossible to destroy by human power. Even if one possesses powerful supernatural powers, he cannot break his defense. He can wrap himself up in a moment. Apart from the half-millimeter gap, he had almost no weaknesses. The only thing you need to avoid is attacks like smoke or venom to prevent being contaminated by them through the gaps. Lu Zhang was in a good mood. Tianwei happened to ask for a meeting at this time. Lu Zhang went down to a reading room on the 5th floor, sat on a chair and admired Tianwei's dance. As expected of the vice president of the Kenglin University Dance Association, she danced gracefully under the moonlight, like a fairy walking down from the moon palace. Her sweet smile brings with it a seductive feeling. After the dance, Tianwei Shan walked to Lu Zhang with sweat dripping down her face, slowly squatted down, hugged Lu Zhang's legs, put her head on Lu Zhang's knees, and looked at Lu Zhang with her big eyes. "Master, I know I was wrong. I will be obedient in the future." Lu Zhang stretched out his finger and lifted her chin. "Since this is your first offense, I'll forgive you this time. From now on, you'll be my dance tutor. Come on, let's go to the window and study some dance moves." Tianwei realized something and her face turned red. "Here? I haven't been there yet." Lu Zhang stood up and said. "Right here." A few minutes later, tears came out of the corners of Tianwei's eyes as she leaned against the window. More than an hour passed. Ding! Successfully protected Tianwei and obtained a basic supplies card. Lu Zhang carried Tianwei, who was in poor health, to the rooftop. After entering the luxury RV, Tianwei suddenly felt that everything she had just done was worth it. This is the life that people live on the rooftop. Those downstairs are just slaves, or in modern terms, cattle and horses. When she was placed in the big bathtub, she couldn't help but hug Lu Zhang's neck tightly. "Master, don't leave me." Lu Zhang stroked her smooth back and said with a smile. "If I don't leave, you'll live upstairs and help me clean up the car and stuff like that. You have things to do tonight." At first, Tianwei thought that Lu Zhang wanted her to teach him dance moves again in the evening. It was not until Yu Zihan came in that she understood. Lu Zhang wanted her to help Yu Zihan correct her movements. This is also quite hard work. The next day, early morning. Lu Zhang clicked on the newly acquired supplies card to check the information. Item, premium fruit basket. Type, basic material card. Effect, you can take out an unlimited number of premium fruit baskets. This is very good. Lu Zhang took out a fruit basket, took out all the fruits inside, and found that there were many kinds of fruits in it. Lychee, grapes, apples, oranges, grapefruit, kiwi, peaches, cantaloupe, mango, bananas, cherries. There are 11 in total, symbolizing a lifetime. Of course, what it symbolizes is not important. Such a variety of fruits can greatly improve living conditions. Yu Zihan opened her eyes and saw a bunch of grapes. Her eyes widened immediately, and then she said with surprise, "Wow! It's fresh fruit. Husband, you are so awesome. Is this for me?" Lu Zheng smiled and said, "Of course it's for you. Besides grapes, there are other things as well." Yu Zihan smiled charmingly. "Hubby, I'll let you eat the grapes I peeled." Tian Wei, the maid who was woken up nearby, saw what the two were doing and came over to help with great work ethic. As a result, breakfast time was postponed for half an hour. As soon as Lu Zhang stepped out of the RV, Bai Jiawei came over from the side, took his arm, and said with concern, "Hubby, you have to take care of yourself and don't indulge yourself. We sisters are counting on you." Lu Zhang rubbed his waist subconsciously. Although he is still in his prime, he really needs to restrain himself with so many beautiful girls waiting for his attention. Every girl had fresh fruit for breakfast, except Yunisan and Gu Lingyue. Gu Lingyue is still an outsider now, so naturally she has nothing to eat. Although Yunisan and Tian Wei are both maids, there are differences between them. Tian Wei can live in Lu Zhang's RV and is a maidservant in the room, while Yunisan is just the most humble maid because she had been hostile to Lu Zhang before. This further stimulated Yunisan's inner desire to upgrade her status. After dinner, she found an opportunity and said to Lu Zhang, "Master, I remember that our foreign languages department has a young and beautiful Western European teacher named Emilia. She lives in the teacher's apartment, not far from here. Before the apocalypse, I just spoke to her on the phone, and she was resting in her apartment. In principle, she should have fewer competitors." But Yunisan knew that the only things that could attract Lu Zhang were insect crystal cores and beautiful women. She couldn't get the former, and the latter was her only hope of escaping her current identity. Lu Zhang's eyes lit up when he heard this. It must be good if Yunisan says it's beautiful. A new supply card can be unlocked. He nodded with satisfaction. "I understand. I'll go to the complex building this morning and get some daily necessities. I'll go find that foreign teacher this afternoon. If you find one that suits my taste, you can dine with us later." Yunishan immediately said excitedly, "I will definitely not let the master down." After successfully advancing to the second level, many insects around him were killed. Lu Zhang decided to stop hunting for a day and improve his living conditions first. Now he has no worries about food and drink, but he has fewer choices. In addition, there was a shortage of daily necessities such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, and facial cleansers. Bai Jiawei happened to have acquired the ability to carry space with her, so she could take her with her and bring back a lot of things. Bai Sui initially had 2 cubic meters of space, which increased to 3 cubic meters after absorbing 2 first-order crystal cores. Obviously, it is much easier to improve her abilities than Lu Zhang's abilities. That's understandable. After all, her abilities are too limited, while Lu Zhang's abilities are extremely creative. Every improvement greatly increases his strength. Lu Zhang asked the others to stay, and only he and Bai Jiawei went to the comprehensive building. In case there are bugs inside, he can also protect 2 people. If there is one more person, it will be a bit difficult. The library was not far from the comprehensive building. 2 minutes later, the two arrived inside the building. Lu Zhang confirmed that there were no insects inside. They did not go to the supermarket immediately, but went to the barber shop next door to take some hairdressing tools. For girls, hair trimming is also a very important thing. Before coming, Bai Jiawei told Lu Zhang that she wanted to get some hairdressing tools. Since it was a convenient thing to do, Lu Zhang agreed. When I arrived at the supermarket, I found that everything inside looked as if it had not been touched. Bai Jiawei started to shop around excitedly, first taking some daily necessities, then various drinks, snacks, marinated products, etc. 3 cubic meters of space is not small, but it was quickly filled up. The two were about to leave when they sensed someone coming up. There were 3 of them, all boys. Chapter 30. A new target appears, but it has no brains. Please read on. Noticing the bright lights in the supermarket, the 3 boys immediately became alert, and one of them said, "Is anyone inside? I'm Chang Ziqian, the captain of the school basketball team. We're just here to get some supplies. We won't have any conflict with you." Lu Zhang said. "Come in, let's talk." He is now unable to attract women to him through the internet, so he can only take the real route. So, it's a good thing to discover other teams. In order to make the other party speak properly, Lu Zhang took out his gun and pointed it at the door. Sure enough, after the 3 came in, they shuddered when they saw the gun in Lu Zhang's hand. Brother, we really mean no harm. Don't shoot, the supplies here are all yours, we're leaving now. Chang Ziqian quickly smiled and raised his hands. He was extremely horrified at this moment. When I heard gunshots before, I thought I had misheard them. I didn't expect that someone actually hid such a weapon in this university. Is this still the positive and progressive Kanglin University that he remembered? He was about to retreat and escape when he heard Lu Zhang's cold voice. Stop, did I let you go? Chang Ziqian paused, then said with a sad face. Brother, what do you want us to do? We are just ordinary college students, not worth much. Lu Zhang smiled and waved his hand, putting the gun aside. Sit down and chat. Don't worry, I'm not some thug who kills innocent people. Wei, give each of the 3 students a bottle of Pocari Sweat to quench their thirst first. Chang Ziqian and the other 2 then noticed that not far behind Lu Zhang, in a slightly dimmer place, there was a beautiful woman. Seeing that there was a woman beside Lu Zhang, the 3 of them felt a little more at ease. Taking the pulse, Chang Ziqian said with a smile. Thank you, sister-in-law. The other 2 also followed suit, and this name made by Wei very happy. Brother, whatever you want to know, I will tell you as long as I know it. Lu Zhang nodded. Tell me about your experiences after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Where are you gathering now? How many people are there? Chang Ziqian immediately answered truthfully. There were quite a few of them at the beginning, all of whom were students attending classes in the 3rd teaching building not far away. Later, many people chose to leave and go to other places, and now there are only more than 100 people left. There was a snack vending machine in the teaching building, and they survived for a while by relying on the snacks and drinks in it. 2 days ago, Chang Ziqian brought some people here and took back some supplies. But there were too many people and the food was quickly consumed. This is my 2nd time here. Lu Zhang asked. You're the only ones here? Why don't you send someone else? There are bugs in the black fog. Can you guarantee you'll escape unscathed every time? Although there is only a distance of more than 30 meters between the comprehensive building and the 3rd teaching building, the comprehensive building is completely shrouded in black fog, and the risk factor is very high. With over 100 people together, how can we keep having the same 3 people come over? Chang Ziqian replied. Last time I came here with 2 other people. I was here once and was familiar with the place, so I came again. I didn't expect this to be your territory, big brother. I apologize for any offense. When this kid spoke, his expression was very rich and he seemed to have a very good attitude. You want to be the boss of this gang, right? But your method is wrong. You can't gain their respect just by showing favors. You can't, let me help you. Go pick up some supplies. I'll go with you to the 3rd teaching building. Plans cannot keep up with changes. For Lu Zhang, the most important thing is to obtain more supply cards. Everything else can be postponed. He and Yu Zihan and others agreed to return before noon. It was still early, so they could go look for the target to unlock the supply card. Chang Ziqian plucked up the courage to ask. Brother, are you planning to recruit us? Lu Zhang shook his head. I'm just helping you out. At the same time, I'm checking to see if there are any female college students who need my help. Chang Ziqian glanced at Bai Wei not far away and understood instantly. This big brother is going to find a beautiful girl. Thinking of the goddess he had been pursuing in the teaching building, his heart tightened. But now he has no choice. That gun is too intimidating. The 3 of them quickly filled the backpacks they brought and each carried a bag in their hands. They must all exercise regularly. Chang Ziqian is 1.88 meters tall, and the other 2 are also over 1.80 meters tall, with some muscles on their arms. As soon as they reached the 1st floor, a sickle-like insect rushed towards them. Chang Ziqian was so scared that he dropped what he was holding and ran away. At this time, Lu Zhang fired. 3 shots were fired, and the sickle worm stopped moving. 3 more shots were fired, completely smashing its head. Lu Zhang pointed at a boy. Put on these gloves and extract the crystal core from the insect's head for me. The boy hesitated, and Lu Zhang sneered. He shot him directly. Do you think I'm out of bullets? My bullets are unlimited. The bullet hit the boy's feet, and he was so scared that he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Hurry up. Chang Ziqian walked over and kicked the boy, knocking him to the ground. Then he smiled and said, Brother, calm down. These young people are just hot-tempered and have no sense at all. Don't bother with them. Lu Zhang took the crystal core dug out by the boy and smiled. He looked at Chang Ziqian and said, "You are very sensible. If this harvest satisfies me, I can consider taking you as my younger brother and giving you resources to help you become stronger." Chang Ziqian immediately smiled and flattered. "Thank you, big brother, for giving me the opportunity. I will definitely seize it." He also saw the existence of the crystal core through the short video. But none of them had the courage and strength to kill the insects. Now it seems that Lu Zheng can kill the bugs effortlessly. If I could use his power to obtain a crystal core and master superpowers, it would be a great guarantee for my personal safety. Chang Ziqian knew very well what to choose. Soon, the 5 people arrived at the 3rd teaching building, and someone was already waiting at the entrance of the corridor. Seeing that in addition to Chang Ziqian, there were 2 other people coming together, and there was also a very beautiful woman like Bai Zhaowei, a girl couldn't help but say, "Senior Chang, we already have enough people here, and the supplies we brought are not enough. Why did you bring more people back?" Hearing the girl's words, Chang Ziqian's face changed and he scolded. "Zhang Lin, what nonsense are you talking about? This is my new big brother. Thanks to him for killing the bugs, otherwise we wouldn't be able to come back." When the girl named Zhang Lin heard that Lu Zhang had actually killed the insect, she questioned. "Him? Look at the muscles on his body, they're not even as strong as you, senior. You're no match for a bug, how could he possibly kill one? Senior, you didn't deliberately make up a story to deceive us just to get these 2 people to stay, did you?" Chang Ziqian immediately looked at Lu Zhang nervously. "Brother, she is just brainless. Don't bother with her." Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Do you think you can calm me down with just one word from you?" Chapter 31. Listen to my explanation, I will fight you. Please read. Lu Zhang intended to accept Chang Ziqian as his younger brother, so he guided him and said, "Remember what I told you before? Without deterrence, this is what will happen. They won't listen to you and will only treat you like a servant. Do you still need me to teach you how to do it?" Upon hearing this, Chang Ziqian looked at those people, with a hint of helplessness and decisiveness in his eyes. He walked up to Zhang Lin and slapped her twice without holding back. Zhang Lin's face was swollen after just 2 slaps. Such performance stunned the people around Zhang Lin. A girl next to Zhang Lin yelled angrily, "Chang Ziqian, what are you doing? How could you hit a girl? Are you still a man? Are you worthy of our trust? We really misjudged you. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back." Chang Ziqian slapped the girl who was shouting twice. The girl was with her boyfriend, and just as she was about to attack Chang Ziqian, she was held down by 2 of Chang Ziqian's men. Chang Ziqian went up and punched him. Then, he looked at them fiercely. "Behave yourself, or you'll be the next to be beaten. These 3 people will have no food today." As he spoke, he looked at the boy who was assigned by Lu Zhang to dig crystal cores and ordered, "Wang Yi, go gather everyone here and pay them respects to big brother. Those who don't come won't have any food to eat in the future. Get them out." After saying that, he turned around and smiled at Lu Zhang. "Brother, do you think I'm doing okay?" Lu Zhang nodded and said, "It's okay, but it's not enough of a deterrent." As he said that, he took out his revolver and shot the girl named Zhang Lin at her feet. Then he looked at her coldly. "If it weren't for Chang Ziqian, you would be dead." After hearing the gunshot, Zhang Lin immediately felt his pants getting hot and a fishy smell came. Then she started crying in horror. The next moment, Chang Ziqian slapped her again. "Stop crying. If you disturb big brother, you will die too." Lu Zhang nodded again. This kid is improving so fast, no wonder he can become the captain of the basketball team. With the threat of guns, everyone in the 3rd teaching building was quickly gathered together. Squatting on the ground with his head in his hands, Chang Ziqian said, "The complex has been occupied by my eldest brother. If you want to survive with supplies, you must obey my eldest brother's orders. Otherwise, you will be shot. My eldest brother not only has a gun, but he's also a superpower. He's killed a lot of bugs. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies. Just follow my eldest brother's instructions. Do you understand?" No one answered. Chang Ziqian walked up and kicked the boy in the front of him in the face. "I'm asking you, do you understand?" At this time, the girl next to him stood up and shouted, "Chang Ziqian, what are you doing? How did you become like this? You are aiding and abetting the evil, do you know that? Bang! There was a bloody hole on the girl's head, and she fell next to the boy who had just been kicked. The boy suddenly became furious and started to pounce with a roar. Another gunshot rang out and he fell down. Lu Zhang glanced at everyone and said coldly, "Is there anyone who still doesn't understand?" Suddenly, a voice came out. "He only has 4 bullets left. Don't be afraid. Charge forward and subdue him." There was only sound, no one stood up. Lu Zhang sneered. "Who said that just now? If you point out him, I will kill him alone. Otherwise, I will kill everyone in line and see who is more unlucky. You can bet on whether I only have 4 bullets left. I'm counting down from 5 seconds now. Kill the first person in 5 seconds, and the second person in 10 seconds, until everyone is dead." He pointed the gun at the first man and began counting down. It was Director Ma, he said that. Someone stood up and pointed at a middle-aged man with a crew cut in the crowd. Upon hearing this, Ma Baotian said angrily, "Don't be so slanderous. I admire you very much, big brother. As a student, don't you want to get your diploma?" As soon as he said this, several people nearby pointed him out. Ma Baotian quickly said to Lu Zhang, "Big brother, please listen to my explanation. This is not what I said." As he spoke, he grabbed the collar of a middle-aged man next to him. It was him, that's what he said. "He teaches physical education, has a wild temper, and doesn't obey discipline. I'll beat him for you." The middle-aged man angrily pushed Ma Baotian down and roared, "Ma Baotian! Not only did you play with my wife, but now you want me to die. I'm going to fight you." Bang! A bullet blew up Ma Baotian's head. Lu Zhang said coldly, "Get down, I'm the only one who can decide whether you live or die here." The middle-aged man immediately squatted down in fear. Lu Zhang looked at Chang Ziqian. "You select 20 people to form a patrol team, and you will be the leader." As he spoke, he came in front of a tall girl. "Come with me." Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Xiong Jiner. Age, 20. Identity, second-year student in the law department of Kanglin University, vice captain of the Kanglin University women's basketball team. Evaluation, both civil and military, possessing considerable talent, wisdom, vigorous body, fair skin and long legs, good judgment, able to endure, and tenacious. Conclusion, meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. The system has very high requirements for judging virtue, and talent and knowledge must reach a certain level. If Xiong Jiner is given another 4 or 5 years to develop and grow, she should also be able to receive the highest level of evaluation. But now, it's only second class. That's not bad. Lu Zheng came here just for the sake of convenience, so he decided to take a look. I didn't even want to subdue these people at the beginning. But because of Chang Ziqian's behavior, he had no choice but to accept these people. Chang Ziqian is still too kind. He probably thought that after Lu Zheng took control of the complex building, these people would have no source of living supplies, so he asked Lu Zheng to take all these people in, so that at least most of them could survive. This guy is indeed a good person. Although Lu Zheng himself would not do this, he would not condemn others either. Doing good things is indeed worthy of encouragement. What he hated was always being stupid, not doing good. Xiong Jiner looked at Lu Zhang and said, "You already have a woman, she's prettier than me, do you still need me?" Lu Zhang smiled and said, "She's not my only woman. As long as they're beautiful, the more the better. I can afford to support them all. Follow me, I can provide you with survival supplies and even grant you superpowers. You're so outstanding, you don't want to starve to death here, right? Life in the future is colorful. Think about your family and friends. Do you want to live?" When Xiong Jiner heard that Lu Zhang was willing to talk to her, she immediately said, "Can I make an offer? My family is in the South City area, and I hope you can help me find them. As long as you agree, I will follow you." Lu Zhang, what if I don't agree? Xiong Jiner, I will follow you too. Lu Zhang, then you will find a way to escape, right? Chapter 32, Protecting Xiong Jiner, that's all I want. Please read on. Xiong Jiner did not admit it, but did not deny it either. Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Okay, I promise. As he said that, he hugged Xiong Jiner in his arms and kissed her. The latter responded awkwardly. Many boys present were heartbroken, including Chang Ziqian. Chang Ziqian has been pursuing Xiong Jiner. Although Xiong Jiner has clearly rejected him, he still refuses to give up. But at this time, he finally let it go. He knew Xiong Jiner's character very well. Since Xiong Jiner agreed to be Lu Zhang's woman, she has made a decision and no one else can change it. Lu Zhang agreed to Xiong Jiner's conditions, but Chang Ziqian knew that he could not promise it. In comparison, he naturally had no choice but to withdraw. Lu Zhang let go of Xiong Jiner, whose face was flushed. The woman was about 1.78 meters tall, and her long legs looked very white. His mouth is also soft and his skin is very good. He doesn't look like a basketball player. At this time, an equally tall girl stood up and said, "Brother-in-law, my name is Sun Ru. I'm Jiner's roommate and teammate, and also her sister. Please take care of me in the future." Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Okay, from now on you will be Chang Ziqian's deputy and help him manage these people. Chang Ziqian will serve as the chief steward and part-time patrol team leader, and you will be the deputy chief steward and part-time director of the logistics department. How do you think that works?" Sun Ru nodded in surprise. "Brother-in-law is so generous. I will definitely not let you down." Several girls around showed regretful expressions, while others were eager to try. Xiong Jiner spoke. "Where are we going next? You won't stay here forever, will you?" Lu Zhang nodded and said, "My people are all over at the library. However, since I'm taking over this place, I have to set up a base here." At this time, Chang Ziqian had already selected 20 patrol members, including 2 strong girls. "Boss, what are we going to do next?" Lu Zhang glanced at the 20 people, and none of them, including the 2 girls, was shorter than 1.8 meters. This is indeed a good force. He waved his hand, and 20 servings of golden egg fried rice deluxe set meal appeared on the table. A big bowl of steaming egg fried rice, 2 braised eggs, a grilled sausage, a portion of crispy pork and a glass of ice cola. "I will not be stingy with my subordinates. This is my welcome gift to you. Working for me will ensure that you have enough food and drink. As for whether I can survive, it depends on whether you can create value for me." This miraculous method shocked everyone, including Chang Ziqian. Sun Ru was the first to react. She shouted, "Long live the boss!" Chang Ziqian followed suit and led everyone to shout together. Lu Zhang raised his hand and suppressed the voices of the crowd. "You guys eat first. Chang Ziqian, Sun Ru, Jiner, follow me." With the deterrent of 20 people who received the deluxe fried rice set, there is no need to worry about anyone causing trouble. Lu Zhang brought the 3 of them to the rooftop. With a wave of his hand, a luxury RV appeared on the roof. The 3 of them looked horrified. When she walked inside, Sun Ru exclaimed in amazement, "Wow! This place is so luxurious. This sofa, this refrigerator, and even this big bed." Lu Zhang smiled and said, "From now on, this will be where you and Chang Ziqian live. How about it?" Sun Ru said excitedly, "Wow! Brother-in-law, you are so handsome." She looked at Xiong Jiner again. "Sister, you will enjoy a happy life after you follow your brother-in-law." Xiong Jiner was also filled with surprise at this time. She thought it was just an ordinary transaction. "I didn't expect the rate of return to be so high." The abilities that Lu Zhang possessed completely exceeded her expectations and even exceeded her scope of cognition. With such means, it is the end of the world for others, but for him, it is no different from a vacation. When Chang Ziqian came to his senses and looked at Xiong Jiner again, he actually felt a little relieved. It seems that after the goddess followed the big brother, her life was much better than he had imagined. This way, he can rest assured. "Boss, what mission do we have next?" Chang Ziqian is a man with a keen eye. Having received such a great benefit, he immediately took the initiative to ask to take on the task. Lu Zhang said, "In the next 2 days, you should sort out everyone's information and see if anyone can contact the others. I'm focusing on collecting information about beautiful women. I'm a sucker for that." Hearing Lu Zhang's request, Chang Ziqian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He thought Lu Zhang wanted to expand his power and strive to control the entire campus, but he didn't expect that he wanted him to collect information about beautiful women. But he nodded in agreement immediately. "Yes, boss." Hearing this name, Lu Zhang frowned. He didn't want to be a gangster. He was a civilized person. Call me boss from now on. Yes, boss. A quarter of an hour later, seeing Lu Zhang bringing back such a tall beauty, Yu Zihan and others had different expressions. Zhang Jingyi is the type who sneaks a peek and observes secretly. Yu Zihan just pouted her lips, obviously jealous. Gu Miantong sighed, as if he saw his status had dropped to another level. The two maids, Tianwei and Yunisan, had a hint of envy in their eyes. Xiong Jiner joined as Lu Zhang's woman, unlike them, who was just a maid because of her stupidity. Lu Zhang first introduced Xiong Jiner to everyone, and then took her directly into his RV. He is a very goal-oriented person. Now that the people are here, let us get the supply card first. As for day and night, it doesn't matter. Ding! Successfully protected Xiong Jiner and obtained an advanced resource card. Item, M416 assault rifle with bullets. Type, advanced material card. Effect, you can get unlimited M416 assault rifles, 30 rounds of ammunition, an infrared sight, and a silencer. Seeing these new supplies, Lu Zhang almost jumped out of bed. Wow, this is really turning up the intensity. The power of an assault rifle is far beyond that of a pistol. If Lu Zhang gave one directly to each of his women, they could directly provide firepower coverage and kill the sickle worms without the need for superpowers. Even the double-tailed scorpion has to avoid the sharp edge. This shows that the core is fully capable of establishing a survivor camp when it enters the scene. However, due to the black fog, traffic was paralyzed everywhere, vision was unclear, and effective rescue was impossible. But in places close to the core, a certain degree of order can definitely be restored quickly. That's where most of the survivors found their home. With this supply card, Lu Zhang can also form a team. But he didn't want to put the gun in other people's hands. Unless you are able to ignore the bullets, this kind of weapon should never be easily handed over to others. Otherwise you are creating danger for yourself. However, with an assault rifle, killing the twin-tailed scorpion becomes much easier. It was just noon. Lu Zhang took Xiong Jiner, who was having sex for the first time, to have lunch with the women. Go to the teacher's apartment this afternoon and hunt some bugs to get crystal cores. His main plot now is very clear: find women and kill bugs. Chapter 33. I'm a foreigner, and I'm yours. Please read on. It's only about 300 meters from the library to the teacher's apartment. I killed 3 bugs along the way, and including the time spent digging for crystal cores, it only took a quarter of an hour to get here. Lu Zhang only brought Yunisan with him. On the one hand, let her lead the way and translate when necessary. On the other hand, someone has to dig out the crystal cores and do the dirty and tiring work. He is so capable, he can't do everything by himself. Maids have to be ordered around. However, I don't know if this girl did it on purpose. She often cried out in fear and snuggled into Lu Zhang's arms. This little trick is blatantly taking advantage of the owner. Lu Zhang tried out the power of the assault rifle. He had only played with a rifle once before, but fortunately the supply card came with the instruction manual. After completing the training, the shooting movements were quite good. 5 bursts of fire blew up the head of a sickle worm. This is his current level. His gunshots excited the group of people in the apartment. A nigger said excitedly, "It's gunfire. The Corps is coming to rescue us." I knew that Yanxia treated foreigners very well. They would definitely give up those yellow-skinned monkeys and come to rescue us first. Wilson, it looks like we don't have to listen to your adventures in finding food outside. The middle-aged white man named Wilson frowned and said. The gunshots sounded sparse, like there was only one gun, not a regiment. Emilia, you two should hide first. If it turns out to be a bad guy, Terrell and I will protect you. We are gentlemen. There were more than 20 people gathered here, including foreign teachers and their relatives. The black man, Terrell, waved his hand indifferently and said, "Don't worry, even if they are bad guys, they won't dare to do anything to us. We are foreigners. Emilia, now that we are about to be reborn, and I am so protective of you, shouldn't you accept my pursuit?" As he spoke, he looked at Emilia with burning eyes, as if he was ready to strip her clothes off at any time. Emilia glared at Terrell. "Give up on this idea, you idiot. My man must be extremely strong, handsome, and good-looking, not a charcoal-like person like you." It was obviously the kind-hearted Mr. Wilson and his men who protected me. What does this have to do with you? Being in the same room with you makes me feel sick. Terrell was scolded by Emilia, and he became very angry. He stood up and walked towards Amelia. Damn you blonde pig, let me teach you how to be a lady. Wilson stood up and shouted. That's enough. Terrell, do you want us to start a fight while there are gunshots outside? Amelia, go hide quickly. The shooting has stopped. They may come up at any time. Not long after, shouts were heard from inside the building. Teacher Amelia, I'm Yunishan, are you still alive? Unisan followed Lu Zheng's instructions and shouted loudly in Amelia's native language. Amelia stood up in surprise. She's my student. Could it be that she brought people to rescue me? Oh my God. I'm so touched. We're just ordinary friends, but I didn't expect her to bring people to rescue me. She immediately replied loudly. Yunishan, I'm here, will you come and save me? When Unisan learned that Amelia was still alive, she immediately showed an expression of surprise. Now, she can finally improve her status a little. Yes, Teacher Amelia, don't move, we'll be there soon. Unisan replied, determined the approximate location, and then quickly brought Lu Zheng to the large flat in Building 701. The foreign teachers' apartments at Kanglin University all have 3 bedrooms and a living room, decorated in Western European style, and they are very willing to spend money. A few minutes later, Unisan hugged a blonde beauty. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Amelia. Age, 26. Position, Associate Professor of Foreign Languages at Kanglin University, pianist. Evaluation, kind and pure, intellectual and elegant, hot and charming, but with a bad temper, low emotional intelligence, and poor judgment. Conclusion, meets both the venerable virtue and beautiful appearance requirements. Successfully protected. Receives a basic quality unlimited supplies card. What a pity, it's just a basic supplies card. Lu Zheng was a little disappointed. I originally thought that Amelia, like Gu Lingyue, was a professor and talented, so she should at least have a high-level card. The results were not satisfactory. The gap between people is indeed huge. Although their achievements are similar and their appearances are different, there is a big gap in their inner qualities. Now that you are here, you must take the person away. Yunishan pointed at Lu Zheng next to her and introduced him to Amelia. This is my master. I boasted to him about your beauty, so he brought me here to rescue you. Follow my master, you can get a safe place to stay, delicious food, and you don't have to worry about survival. Ms. Amelia, I thought you would come with us. Wilson, who was not far behind, couldn't help but say. Wait, classmate, you mean you're just here to take Amelia away, right? Without waiting for Unisan to answer, the black man Terrell could no longer hold back and rushed forward. Amelia is mine, no one can take her away. Damn you yellow monkey. Quickly escort us to the base. I need to find the consulate. I want to go back to my country. I'm a foreigner. Lu Zheng took out a revolver, pointed it at his head and pulled the trigger. Without the slightest hesitation. The black man with a bloody hole on his head fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe that Lu Zheng dared to kill him. He is a noble foreigner. Lu Zheng curled his lips and kicked the black man in disgust. You keep on blabbering on, and I don't know what you're saying, but your attitude is very arrogant, and I really don't like it. He pointed the gun at Amelia. You can speak Yanxia language, right? You should be able to understand what I'm saying. Now, in this school, I am the only one who can provide you with stable food and water and a comfortable living environment. Therefore, becoming my woman is the only way for you to survive. Make your choice. Amelia looked at Lu Zheng in surprise, then looked at Unisan. You're not here to save me, but to find someone for him to hunt for? Yunishan grabbed Amelia's hand and said seriously. Teacher, I'm saving you. You'll thank me. Amelia sighed and looked at Lu Zheng. Well, strong man, I can follow you. But I have a request. Mr. Wilson and his family took care of me, and I hope you can give them some help. Lu Zheng glanced at Wilson and the others and nodded. I can give them 3 days of food and water, but how they survive after that depends on themselves. Amelia held out her hand. Deal, I'm yours. Chapter 34. Everyone goes downstairs, new supply card. Please read. Lu Zheng will not do business at a loss. He promised to give these people some food, but it was not free. I had 2 goals this afternoon. In addition to finding Amelia, he also needs to kill as many bugs as possible. The density of insects varies in different places. He had already killed the bugs around the library once, and it would take time to attract another batch. The bugs in the teacher's apartment haven't been cleaned out yet. He encountered 3 of them on his way here, which shows that there are quite a lot of insects here. These foreign teachers are just used as bait. A large number of people can attract a large number of insects. Now that Lu Zhang has an assault rifle, his efficiency in killing insects has greatly increased. In addition, his supernatural power has reached the 2nd level, and his self-protection ability is also sufficient. Then hunting insects can be done more radically. No need to use conservative strategies to attract insects one by one as before. These foreign teachers all knew Yanxia language, and after Lu Zhang stated his request, everyone's expression changed. Amelia said directly, "You can't do this. You clearly promised me that you would provide them with 3 days of food and water. Why are there additional requirements? Do you think I'm not worthy?" Without Lu Zhang's answer, Yuni-san took the initiative to respond. "It's the end of the world now. Supplies are scarce. Without food and water, they will all die. A meal and a bottle of water is worth a life. Teacher, although you are beautiful, you are just a life. Do you think that with so many people and 3 days' worth of supplies, you are so valuable?" Although Amelia was straightforward and had a bad temper, she could still understand what Yuni-san said. The supplies were indeed very precious, and she didn't have the courage to shamelessly say that they were of such great value. He could only look at Lu Zhang helplessly. "Sir, I hope you can keep them safe. They really helped me." Lu Zhang chuckled and said, "As long as they follow orders, there will be no danger. Now, everyone, get downstairs immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out an assault rifle, pointed it at the top of the crowd, and fired 3 shots in succession. Suddenly, everyone who had wanted to resist lowered their heads and quickly moved downstairs. Lu Zhang drew a circle at a relatively open intersection and asked them to stand inside and not come out, including Yuni-san and Amelia. He used the space barrier to create a platform in mid-air, stood in mid-air, and took out an assault rifle. The nigger's body was carried down and placed in the circle. Let them make some noise, and soon, bugs came out one by one. The foreign teachers in the circle began to run outside in panic, and then found that they had hit a barrier, as if there was a transparent cage and they could not get out at all. Lu Zhang ignored them and tried to kill the bugs without using any supernatural powers. But in the end, most of the bugs were killed with the help of superpowers, especially the 2-tailed scorpion. This thing had strong defense and fast speed. A magazine of bullets was fired at it. If you were unlucky and couldn't cause fatal damage to it, you would be the one to die if it rushed in front of you. However, the sickle worm is relatively easier to kill now that we have an assault rifle. On average, 7 or 8 bullets are enough to kill one. Of course, this is also because Lu Zhang has the confidence of supernatural powers. Standing in a high position, he has no fear psychologically. If it were an ordinary person, they would be more or less nervous and scared when facing such a monster. It will definitely affect the hit rate, and more bullets will be consumed. This wave eliminated 2 double-tailed scorpions and 12 sickle insects, which was a great harvest. Lu Zhang asked 5 foreign teachers to help him dig out the crystal core, and then took them back to the upstairs where they were just now. As soon as he went upstairs, Amelia rushed over. She put her arms around Lu Zhang's neck, stared at him with her blue eyes, and said emotionally, "Lu, you're so cool. You're the kind of man I'm looking for. Come on, love me." Foreigners are open-minded. Dare to love and hate. Lu Zhang is a person who doesn't know how to refuse, especially when a beautiful woman asks for help. He found a clean room where no one was and walked in with Amelia in his arms. Ding! Successfully protected Amelia and obtained a basic supplies card. More than an hour later, Amelia dressed neatly and appeared in front of everyone with Lu Zhang. Foreigners have bigger frames, so their physical fitness is better. Although it was Amelia's first time having sex, she didn't let it affect her actions. Instead, she felt a little excited. The basic supplies card she unlocked is also good. Item: wine and beverage set. Type: basic material card. Effect: 1 unlimited drink and beverage package. A wine and beverage package includes 50 kinds of wine, such as Mutai, Wolyangye, Romane Conti, and 50 kinds of drinks, such as Fanta, Pocari Sweat, and milk, for a total of 100 kinds. One portion is 100 bottles, and Lu Zhang can only take out one type of wine at a time. For example, now, he took out 40 bottles of Farmer 3 Punch mineral water and 40 bowls of egg fried rice in a row. After leaving these supplies, Lu Zhang took Amelia and Yunisan back to the library. Seeing that Lu Zhang brought back another beauty, still with big wavy blonde hair, Yu Zihan's mouth was so sexy that she could hang a soy sauce bottle. Zhang Jingyi and Bai Jiahui also felt the urgency and wanted to improve their status in Lu Zhang's heart. Gu Miantong bit her lips lightly, her expression somewhat miserable, like a concubine who had been banished to the cold palace. Tian Wei's eyes were full of envy. She, like Yunisan, was just a maid. Xiong Jiner frowned slightly. She thought Lu Zhang was lustful, but she didn't expect that in this situation, he would not devote all his energy to developing his strength, but instead was busy collecting beautiful women. This made her a little dissatisfied. After all, she still wanted Lu Zhang to help her find her family. If Lu Zhang doesn't develop and just keeps playing with women, then there's probably no hope. But she didn't immediately come out and accuse anyone. She still has some brains. Amelia was shocked when she saw the luxury RV on the roof. Then she excitedly blew Lu Zhang a kiss. "Honey, you're amazing." She had originally thought that there were no daily necessities like quilts in the library, and it would be uncomfortable to live in, so why did Lu Zhang use this place as a base? After seeing the RV, she finally understood. Lu Zhang casually took out another RV and said, "Jiner, Amelia, you two will live in this car from now on. There is no shortage of RVs, but if many people are crowded together, it will affect the experience. If they live separately, it will be like a bedroom. Lu Zhang can invite people to his RV, or he can go to any car to play at any time." When we got back, it was already late and it was almost time for dinner. Lu Zhang took out some red wine and drinks and had a delicious dinner with the girls in the RV. At the same time, the third teaching building welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Chapter 35. Why not join me? You are nothing. Please read. Wang Song's face now had an expression of surviving a disaster. He and several people around him were all panting, obviously having just experienced a strenuous activity. To be precise, they had just experienced a life and death escape. After he gained superpowers, he killed several more insects with the help of Lu Mingyang. In the entire team, 4 people gained superpowers. So the group went to the second cafeteria to search for supplies, but they encountered a double-tailed scorpion. They split into several groups and fled in panic. Wang Song led a dozen people to run towards the third teaching building because it was close to the comprehensive building. After escaping danger, they could go to the comprehensive building to loot supplies. They were chased by insects all the way here, and several people died. In the end, only 7 of them were left and they escaped here. "Brother Song, there seems to be someone up there." A younger brother noticed the sound of people talking and immediately reminded them in a low voice. Wang Song nodded and said, "These people must have survived by relying on the supplies in the complex building. Let's go up and get them some food." He was originally an introvert, but after hanging out with Lu Mingyang these days, he has become bolder. He brought a group of people directly upstairs. As soon as they came up, they were discovered by the patrol members on duty, who immediately shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Wang Song's younger brother stepped forward and pointed at Wang Song. "This is Brother Song, a person with superpowers, you know that? Several insects have died at his hands, and you dare to speak loudly to him. Hurry up and take out your food and serve it to Brother Song, otherwise you will be in trouble." Hearing that Wang Song was actually a person with superpowers, the patrol member hesitated and said, "Our boss is also a superpower, but he is not here now. This place is temporarily under the management of our captain. I advise you not to be too arrogant. Our boss has a bad temper and kills people without mercy." Wang Song's younger brother thought the other party was just trying to scare him, so he immediately stepped forward and kicked him, then kicked and cursed at him. "Fuck you. You're ruthless in killing people, right? You have a bad temper, right? What a bullshit boss. From now on, this place will be managed by our Song brother. Let everyone come and pay their respects to Song brother." Someone took advantage of the poor lighting at night and immediately went to the roof to report the matter to Chang Ziqian and Sun Ru. The two of them immediately went downstairs and organized all the patrol members. Seeing more than 100 people gathered together, Wang Song's heart began to beat fast. After all, he could only release a small fireball now. If he was beaten by a group of people, he would not be able to stop it at all. Chang Ziqian stood up and said, "Hello, my name is Chang Ziqian, and I'm the manager here. We are all classmates, so there should be no conflicts. Come, sit down and we will eat and talk." Wang He, bring some food to the students. Seeing Chang Ziqian's kind attitude, Wang Song felt a little more relaxed and asked a few of his men to bring some chairs for him to sit down. Seeing that Wang Song did not attack or hurt anyone, Chang Ziqian guessed that the other party also had some concerns, which meant that they could talk. He immediately smiled and said, Wang Song, aren't you following Lu Mingyang? Why are you here? Wang Song narrowed his eyes when he heard Chang Ziqian directly reveal his identity. The president has too many people under his command. We came out looking for supplies. But we encountered a double-tailed scorpion on the way. We had no choice but to hide here and there, and finally came here. Manager Chang, why don't you all join us? Our student union will definitely protect the interests of every student so that everyone can survive. Without waiting for Chang Ziqian to speak, Sun Ru directly refused. Impossible. We are the boss's people. Wang Song, if you could really keep everyone alive, you wouldn't be in such a mess. On the contrary, I think you should bring your people to join us. The boss has no shortage of supplies. Moreover, he has superpowers and a gun. Countless bugs have died at his hands. Neither you nor Lu Mingyang can be the boss's opponent. Wang Song, you have to understand one thing. Lu Mingyang kept you here just to have you work for him. Are you really willing to be a dog under his command? If you talk to our boss, with your ability, he might carve out a separate area and a group of people for you and make you the general manager. This is your chance. It depends on whether you can seize it. Unless forced to do so by life or death, Sun Ru would never join other forces. Not only had she just gained Lu Zhang's appreciation, but she also had a sister, Xiong Jiner, who could whisper in Lu Zhang's ear. If you don't hold on to such a stable relationship and go to other forces, you might not even be able to make a living. Therefore, she tried hard to get some credit. At this time, he stole the limelight from Chang Ziqian and said these words. When Wang Song heard Sun Ru say the first part, a trace of anger appeared in his heart. After all, being pointed at in the nose and scolded like that, and being asked to surrender and submit, seemed to be somewhat looked down upon them. But when he heard that Lu Zhang not only had superpowers but also had a gun, he immediately came to his senses and his anger disappeared. However, he naturally wouldn't be persuaded so easily. He said in a deep voice. It's just a gun. The bullets will run out soon. We don't just have one psychic. Sun Ru suddenly stood up and said to Wang Song. Come on, I'll show you something, and you'll understand how to choose. Wang Song was naturally not afraid of a girl like Sun Ru, and immediately said to his men. You guys eat first. I want to see what she has up her sleeve. A few minutes later, Wang Song followed Sun Ru back and said to his men. Brothers, I've decided to follow Boss Lu. Lu Mingyang is just a student. Compared to the real boss, he is still far behind. If you are willing to continue to follow me, I promise that you can eat better than before. Now these people are in other camps, and their boss has surrendered to the other camp, so naturally they have no intention of resisting. They all expressed their willingness to continue following Wang Song. Wang Song smiled and said to Chang Ziqian and Sun Ru. Brother Chang, sister Sun, please say a few good words to the boss. If I can be appreciated by the boss, I will definitely repay you well. Seeing his attitude change so much, several younger brothers were curious about what he had seen. Wang Song, however, kept silent. There are some things that should not be known too much to the people below you, so as to avoid jealousy. He just saw the luxury RV. It is impossible to drive a car up to the teaching building, so it can only be as Sun Ru said, that Boss Lu took it out casually. A boss who can easily take out such a luxurious RV for his subordinates to live in and provide them with rich food is obviously more promising than Lu Mingyang. Not to mention, the opponent's superpowers seem to be more powerful, and he has a gun in his hand that seems to have unlimited bullets. This is simply invincible. Lu Mingyang, who the hell is he? Chapter 36, I look forward to your answer, this is so cool. Please read it later. The next day, after breakfast, Lu Zheng called Gu Lingyue into the RV to talk alone. Professor Gu, do you have any plans for the future? This question made Gu Lingyue stunned. She thought Lu Zhang wanted to ask her if she could make a choice. What plans do I have now? I just want to survive first, and if I have the chance, I'll see my family again. Her parents are both researchers, working in a research institute far away in the West. So, from the beginning, she had no intention of rescuing her parents. Because it's impossible to accomplish. But as children, we still pray in our hearts that our parents are safe. One day, we may meet again. Lu Zhang continued. So you plan to just rely on the relationship between Gu Miantong and me, and just live a life of idleness and wait for your parents to come find you? Don't you want to gain power and take the initiative to find your parents? Think about this question carefully. I look forward to your answer. After saying that, Lu Zhang did not wait for Gu Lingyue to give an answer immediately, but called Bai Jiawei, Yu Zihan, Xiong Jiner and Emilia to go to the third teaching building together. Yesterday he obtained 2 second-order crystal cores and 15 first-order crystal cores. The second-order crystal cores were absorbed by themselves. The energy limit increased to 60 units, and the maximum spatial volume reached 6 cubic decimeters. Xiong Jiner and Emilia each obtained 2 crystal cores and gained their own special powers. Emilia gained the combat ability, Wind Blade. The Wind Blade is quite powerful and can cut through the sickle worm's defense. With Emilia's current energy, she can release a total of 4. If the hit rate is higher, she can kill a sickle worm alone. But she doesn't have the fighting qualities, so she needs to be trained more. Xiong Jiner gained a special superpower, Life Fluctuation. With her as the center, an energy wave is released, which can sense the location of life within a certain range, and can be called a human radar. This is definitely something you should carry with you. Xiong Jiner can currently sense a range of 50 meters. This ability does not consume much energy, and the consumed energy can be restored every 10 minutes. In other words, Xiong Jiner can inform Lu Zhang of the safety situation within 50 meters every 10 minutes. Zheng Jingyi and Yu Zihan absorbed 3 pieces each. Bai Jiahui absorbed 5 of the remaining 11 crystal cores. The portable space is increased to 5.5 cubic meters. This is quite a large space. The reason for giving her such great help was that Lu Zhang planned to transfer all the food in the comprehensive building to the third teaching building. Moving by manpower is too slow, but this portable space can move things very quickly. But the size of this space is not enough. I have to continue hunting insects today and try to improve Bai Jiawei's abilities. The area near the third teaching building has not been cleaned yet, so there should be quite a few insects around. Lu Zhang brought 4 women to the third teaching building, and Sun Ru excitedly told the story of how she persuaded Wang Song to surrender. It seems I made the right choice as the deputy general manager. Today I will help you gain superpowers. Sun Ru said in surprise. Thank you, brother-in-law. At this time, Wang Song came over and said respectfully. Hello, boss. Seeing 4 beauties following Lu Zhang, Wang Song felt that he had made the right choice. The standards of these 4 are all very high. There's even one from abroad. Sometimes, you can tell how strong a man is by looking at his woman. That guy Lu Mingyang is still pursuing the school beauty Zhang Ningzhu but can't get her, while this boss is surrounded by beautiful women. This is the difference in strength. Lu Zhang looked at Wang Song with a smile. It was only when he saw this kid releasing a fireball that he realized there was such a thing as superpowers. Lu Mingyang still wanted to rely on having this kid in his hand to force him to hand over the supplies. Now, this kid has taken the initiative to join his team. Interesting. Lu Zhang asked with a smile. Wang Song, how many crystal cores have you absorbed so far? Do you have any second-order crystal cores? The kind produced by the double-tailed scorpion. This question made Wang Song feel a little embarrassed. Including the one that awakened its superpowers, I absorbed 4 in total, all from the bodies of those sickle bugs. There are no second-level ones. Lu Zhang shook his head. You are one of the first people to obtain superpowers, and a powerful offensive superpower at that. You have only absorbed 4 crystal cores so far. My women have absorbed more than you. It seems that Lu Mingyang has taken a lot of your crystal cores. Hearing this, Wang Song immediately agreed. Yes, it was that fellow Lu Mingyang who took advantage of his position as the guild leader and forcibly took my crystal core. Lu Zhang patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Don't worry, I will take you to seek justice. But today's mission is to kill bugs, so you have to bear with it for now. Wang Song immediately volunteered. Boss, I'll join the fight too. My fireballs are very powerful, and I'll make sure you see my worth. Lu Zhang nodded. Very good, your courage is commendable. I appoint you as the captain of the second patrol team. You will be under the command of Chang Ziqian. For the time being, your men will be the team members. Chang Ziqian, call out everyone from the patrol team and come with me to kill the bugs. Chang Ziqian and Wang Song each led a team, and together with Lu Zhang and his 4 women, the team had more than 30 people. This is a big goal. When people gather together, the smell becomes stronger and the insects will soon gather. Lu Zhang led his men to a selected open area, drew a circle, and asked everyone to enter the circle. He himself walked into the air as if walking in the void. Xiong Jiner issued a warning. Here they come. 2 to the northeast, 1 to the northwest, all sickle bugs. Wang Tsong suddenly became nervous. Although Lu Zhang said that there would be basically no danger in this circle, that was facing insects after all. But when he saw Lu Zhang take out the assault rifle, he was completely stunned. When I heard Sun Ru say that Lu Zhang had a gun, I thought it was just a pistol, but I didn't expect it to be such a powerful assault rifle. This thing has a range of 200 to 300 meters. How can any bugs get close to it at such a long distance? Wang Tsong was sure that if it weren't for the black fog blocking his vision, Lu Zhang could use the gun to eliminate all the insects from 50 meters away, and there would be no danger at all. Day. After reaching a certain distance, Lu Zhang began to fire. The 3 sickle worms fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Xiong Jiner continued to report on the life fluctuations, while Lu Zhang ordered Wang Tsong and others to dig out the crystal core. The insects were attracted by the sound and human breath and quickly gathered together. Lu Zhang led his men to slaughter the insects. He found an opportunity to leave 1 or 2 sickle worms behind so that Emilia and Yu Zihan could hone their combat abilities. In just one morning, they killed 6 double-tailed scorpions and 38 sickle worms, which was a huge harvest. At noon, we returned to the 3rd teaching building and had our meal while awarding our rewards. Chang Ziqian, Sun Ru, and Wang Tsong all obtained 3 first-level crystal cores. Emilia, Xiong Jiner, and Yu Zihan each received 10. The remaining 2 first-level crystal cores were given to Bai Zhouhui, and another second-level crystal core was given to her to amplify her supernatural powers. Naturally, Lu Zhang absorbed the other second-level crystal cores himself. Boss, will you continue in the afternoon? Wang Tsong asked excitedly. He discovered that following Lu Zhang was completely safe and sound, it was purely about killing monsters and leveling up, which was so cool. Chapter 37, The Subordinate Special Abilities, The Genius Female Academic Master. Please read. Before, when I followed Lu Mingyang, he treated me like a dog. Asking him to lead people in a life-and-death fight against insects is completely disregarding his life. Compared with now, it is really incomparable. This is the boss who is truly worth following. Lu Zhang nodded when he heard that. We'll continue in the afternoon, but not here. I have other things to do before 2 o'clock. After 2 o'clock, we'll go to the direction of the girls' dormitory. After Chang Ziqian and Sun Ru absorbed the crystal core, they each gained special powers. Sun Ru obtained a combat-related ability called Flash Bomb, which is a light-based ability that releases a ball of light the size of a quail egg. After the explosion, it not only has a shock wave, but also has the effect of temporarily blinding the target. It has both long-range combat capabilities and auxiliary functions, which is a good ability. Chang Ziqian gained the ability to heal quickly. After being injured, he can recover quickly, which means he can take the route of exchanging injuries for injuries, but he needs to hone his close combat ability. After Emilia and the others absorbed 10 crystal cores, their strength increased significantly, but they did not get promoted. After absorbing 2 first-level crystal cores and 1 second-level crystal core, Bai Zhouhui successfully reached the 2nd level, becoming the 2nd mutant to reach the 2nd level after Lu Zhang. The size of her portable space directly reached 20 cubic meters. With such a large space, she can put in a heavy object and then use gravity to attack the target. She can take out objects from any location within the space within her perception range, with a maximum distance of 20 meters. 20 meters above the sky is also fine. After it appears, it will fall down due to gravity. It can be said that they have initially acquired a certain level of combat effectiveness. A brick falling from 20 meters can kill someone. If a heavy truck falls, even a second-level double-tailed scorpion will be hit directly and will be seriously injured if not killed. But Lu Zhang helped Bai Zhouhui improve her abilities, not to let her fight. Her role to Lu Zhang is mostly just like a personal bag. Taking advantage of the lunch break, Lu Zhang took her to the comprehensive building and cleared out all the food and water inside. Then they were kept in temporary warehouses in the 3rd teaching building and the library respectively, as reserve supplies, provided to subordinates for use. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the more than 30 people who had gathered in the morning gathered again. They were all full of fighting spirit and had no fear of facing insects at all. After the experience in the morning, they had basically eliminated their previous anxiety. As the number of people with special abilities in the team increases and their strength increases, they become more confident. The girls' dormitory building is more than 400 meters away from the third teaching building. It is a large area with many active insects. After being strengthened by 10 crystal cores, Xiong Jiner's life fluctuation ability now has a perception range of up to 85 meters, and it can be restored once every 5 minutes. If used repeatedly, it can be released 30 times in one breath. Thanks to her investigation, Lu Zhang could clearly see the location of the insects and then complete the deployment in a targeted manner. The black fog blocked his vision, and Xiong Jiner was his eyes. Once the arrangements are complete, all that remains is the harvest. The insects were attracted and fell one by one under his gun. The crystal core is taken out and then moved to another location to attract the next wave. These insects will also eat the corpses of their companions, so the smell emitted by the insect corpses will also attract the living insects around them. This attracts insects from farther away. While Lu Zhang was harvesting insects, in the gymnasium, a girl had just completed the absorption of a crystal core and successfully gained superpowers. Ningzhu, what superpowers did you gain? A middle-aged woman in her 40s asked. Zhang Ningzhu raised her hand, and a stone flew into her hand and then circled around her. The stone's speed increased until no trace could be seen. Zhang Ningzhu pointed in a direction and stone shot out. Bang! A small hole was punched in the wall. The power is almost as strong as a bullet. If it were replaced with bullets or objects made of other alloys, the power would definitely be stronger. My ability is called gravitational field. Within a certain range, I can continuously exert gravitational force on a target in one or more directions. Just now, I used gravity to accelerate the stone and achieve this speed. Although the initial gravitational force is only 100 grams, as long as I am given enough time, the kinetic energy can theoretically be infinite. In reality, there are factors such as friction, so it is definitely impossible to reach that level. However, with sufficient preparation, it's not difficult for me to kill the bugs alone. Teacher, once I kill the bugs, I will let you gain superpowers as well. The middle-aged woman was delighted and said with a smile. Don't call me teacher. It's the end of the world now. Just call me Aunt Fong. Your ability is very powerful. After a while, when your strength increases a little more, we can set out to find our godmother and the others. Her name is Fong Shuyi, and she is Zhang Ningzhu's doctoral supervisor. Zhang Ningzhu, 19 years old, is a doctoral student and a true genius. Fong Shuyi is an orphan who has achieved her current success thanks to the support of Zhang Ningzhu's grandmother, whom she calls her godmother. She was a celibate, never married, and had no children. He always treated Zhang Ningzhu as his own daughter. Zhang Ningzhu has been looking for an opportunity to acquire superpowers and master strength so that she can leave school and go to Fenglin City to save her family. She gathered together with Lu Mingyang and his group. Lu Mingyang wanted to pursue her and promised to give her the crystal core, but in fact he was always on guard and never gave the crystal core to anyone except his own confidants. Zhang Ningzhu used experimental reagents to make explosives and Molotov cocktails, and killed a bug by himself. I just completed the crystal core absorption and successfully obtained my own superpowers. Moreover, this ability is very powerful. If it is amplified by enough crystal cores, it will be enough to support her in fighting her way out to find her family. After picking up a few nails, Zhang Ningzhu took Fong Shuyi back to the 5th teaching building where everyone was gathered. They were previously in the 7th teaching building, but later moved here as a group. It is closer to the 2nd canteen and the comprehensive building, making it more convenient to obtain supplies. But when they went to the 2nd canteen last night, they suffered heavy losses and Lu Mingyang fled back with his men in disgrace. Wang Tsong and others had not returned until noon. Whether they were dead or left, it was a big loss for the entire student union. Lu Mingyang was in a very bad mood. He directly grabbed a pretty girl and brought her into the house. After venting his anger, he found that the girl was already dead. During the process, the girl resisted too strongly, and he was overwhelmed by anger. The girl, who was already extremely weak due to lack of food, died instantly. After Zhang Ningzhu came back, a girl immediately came over to complain. Senior, Lingling never came out after being dragged away by Lu Mingyang. She must have been killed by that beast. That guy's true nature has been revealed. He's a demon in human skin. Zhang Ningzhu immediately realized that the group was on the verge of collapse and that he had to make a choice. Chapter 38 What the hell is a women's community? Please read on. In fact, she had no choice. From the very beginning, she saw through Lu Mingyang's hypocritical nature. knowing that the current stability of the student union is actually a superficial appearance. Once faced with a crisis, Lu Mingyang and his men would definitely show their ugly faces. This is also one of the reasons why she is eager to obtain superpowers. As a girl, although she has paid attention to physical exercise since she was a child, due to her physical condition, she cannot gain weight at all. She has no flesh on her body and her strength is just average. You can't face the bugs directly, nor can you fight against a group of beastly men. Fortunately, she now has a certain amount of power and is no longer in a completely passive position. Behind her were more than 20 girls and a dozen boys, who came to Lu Mingyang together. "Where is Huo Lingling?" Zhang Ningzhu asked in a deep voice. Such a direct question made Lu Mingyang feel that his position as president was challenged. "Zhang Ningzhu, what are you doing? Are you planning a rebellion? Do you want to destroy our peaceful life?" His face looked somewhat ferocious, and his eyes were fixed on the other person. "I'm asking you, where is Huo Lingling?" Zhang Ningzhu completely ignored Lu Mingyang's words and continued to ask questions. Lu Mingyang suddenly laughed 3 times. "You want to find her? Well, go find her. I've thrown her downstairs. She's probably in the belly of a bug. Maybe you can dig her body out of the bug's belly and piece it together into a human form." After a pause, he looked at Zhang Ningzhu fiercely and said, "Who do you think you are? You, all of you, are able to survive until now because of me. It's your blessing to let me play with you. If you dare to resist, you're courting death. Zhang Ningzhu, you have to accompany me now, otherwise, everyone here will die." As he spoke, his body suddenly swelled up, a layer of black scales appeared on his body, and his palms turned into claw-like shapes. At first glance, the whole person looked like a big lizard. This is Lu Mingyang's special ability, transforming into a lizard. After the transformation, Lu Mingyang's strength, speed, explosive power, perception and reaction ability have increased significantly. Fighting against ordinary people, it is not an empty talk for him to kill everyone here by himself. However, at this time, several iron nails flew out from the side of Zhang Ningzhu, and the iron nails flew quickly with Zhang Ningzhu as the center, getting faster and faster. Superpowers. Zhang Ningzhu also gained superpowers. One of Lu Mingyang's younger brothers was startled and couldn't help shouting, "You are controlling metal?" Lu Mingyang no longer had time to think about how Zhang Ningzhu obtained the crystal core. He had to consider whether he could defeat the other party without getting hurt. If not, he has to be more cautious. There are no medical conditions now, so let us put aside whether it can be cured or not, as it may cause him to die from the pain. He had never been injured since he was a child, but he didn't want to feel pain. Zhang Ningzhu sneered. "That ability is not as strong as mine." She said this on purpose to make Lu Mingyang hesitate. After all, she had just obtained the superpower, and Lu Mingyang had already absorbed several crystal cores. If it really came to a life and death fight, it would be hard to say whether she could win. At this time, her goal was not to seek justice for Huo Lingling, because she knew she didn't have the ability. He came to confront Lu Mingyang just to use this incident to put pressure on him, so as to build momentum for himself and gain the support of a group of people. Sure enough, Lu Mingyang suddenly turned back into a normal person. "Zhang, campus beauty, don't be impulsive. Now that you have acquired superpowers, you can talk to me directly. We are on equal footing. Just tell me what you want." Lu Mingyang is not a fool either. He was just in a bad mood, which caused his small head to control his big head for a while, and he lost his mind. Now that he is calmed down, he can see that Zhang Ningzhu doesn't want to fight with him. Therefore, the idea of negotiation was proposed. The iron nails around Zhang Ningzhu were still circling around him, but the speed was no longer increasing. "What do I want? I want 2 words, fairness. Everyone works hard together, but you are so high and mighty. This is not good. Since you can't distribute the supplies properly, let's split them in half. Half goes to you, and half goes to me. I'll protect the girls, so you don't have to bother with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she was immediately greeted with cheers. Many girls supported her, and some girls even pulled their boyfriends to stand behind her. Seeing this scene, Lu Mingyang understood Zhang Ningzhu's thoughts and felt secretly resentful in his heart. At the beginning, he was also obsessed with lust and actually believed the woman's lies again and again. He did not attack her directly. Instead, he waited until now, when the other party also gained superpowers, and it was a powerful superpower, which made him unable to take action. Zhang Ningzhu has already gained the upper hand. If a conflict breaks out, Lu Mingyang is not completely sure of victory and can only swallow his anger for the time being. Okay, then we'll separate and you can go. Lu Mingyang waved his hand and said. Zhang Ningzhu said loudly. Take out half of the supplies. This teaching building will be divided into east and west. The west side will be yours, and the east side will be ours. Seeing that Zhang Ningzhu did not fall for the trick and left directly, Lu Mingyang impatiently sent people to follow Zhang Ningzhu to distribute supplies. After watching the crowd leave as if they had won a victory, a young man with triangular eyes walked up to Lu Mingyang and whispered. Brother Yang, those are the supplies we painstakingly retrieved. Are we just going to give them half of them? These women are too arrogant. How can we just indulge them like this? Lu Mingyang smiled sinisterly and said. They only have one person with special abilities. If Zhang Ningzhu takes people out to look for supplies, there will be no one to protect the rest. When the time comes, we will capture them all, eliminate the men, and leave the women to the brothers. Hearing this, the man with triangular eyes looked extremely happy. He had long wanted to hold a woman down and have some fun with her. It's the end of the world, why are you still pretending? Which man doesn't want to be happy holding a woman? If he doesn't want to, he's not a man. Before, Lu Mingyang had not yet fully taken control of the power, and wanted to pursue Zhang Ningzhu and maintain a good image, so he had been maintaining order. Now that the relationship has fallen out, there's no need to pretend anymore. Just do what you should do. On the other side, Zhang Ningzhu led his men to move half of the supplies to the classroom on the east side of the 5th teaching building, and then distributed the supplies directly to everyone. Actually, there is not much, barely enough for one person to eat 2 meals. She glanced around and saw that there were 57 people following her, including only a dozen boys and more than 40 girls, which were basically all the girls in the group. Sisters, Lu Mingyang has torn off his disguise and revealed his devilish nature. If he could forcibly take away an insult while lingling today, he could take any one of you away tonight. We can't stay with them anymore. We have to move. This place is only a little over 100 meters away from the girls' dormitory. Let's all rush over there, keep our distance from these people, and unite as many sisters as possible. We can help everyone gain superpowers, fight the bugs together, and create a community that belongs to us women. Chapter 39, The Order of the Phoenix is established and needs your help. Please read on. Zhang Ningzhu's words were quite tempting and immediately attracted the support of all the girls. Even if there are bugs outside, Zhang Ningzhu has now mastered supernatural powers, which gives them great confidence. Besides, they don't want to suffer the same fate as Huo Lingling. Moreover, they had just experienced a victory in a struggle, and their morale was high at the moment, with a feeling of passion. This is exactly the momentum that Zhang Ningzhu wants. She is not some brainless boxer, and the women's community is just a means to win people's hearts. Leaving here is true, and going to the girls' dormitory is also true. It is also true that it even helps more girls gain superpowers. But the ultimate goal of doing these things is to establish an effective organization to help her quickly obtain enough crystal cores and upgrade her abilities. Once her strength reaches a certain level, she will take Fang Shuyi away with her. As for what will happen to those people later, she doesn't care. She has done her best to help them escape from Lu Mingyang's clutches. She is not a compassionate person, but just an ordinary person with basic judgment and simple emotions. When everyone was ready, Zhang Ningzhu immediately led his men out. There was no dragging of feet. By the time Lu Mingyang learned the news, Zhang Ningzhu had already brought people downstairs. What? She actually took everyone away. You bitch. You took all my women away and you're looking for death. Lu Mingyang had already regarded all those girls as his private property. He had originally just divided them into different places, as a way of temporarily placing those properties in another place, so he did not react too much. But now, Zhang Ningzhu is taking away all his property. This made him extremely angry. Li San. Immediately call 20 people to come with me to capture these people. I'll let you play with as many of them as you can. Lu Mingyang's younger brothers were already excited by what he had just said, and now they rushed downstairs like wild beasts in heat. The distance between the 5th teaching building and the girls' dormitory building is indeed only 100 meters. Coincidentally, at this time, Lu Zhang and his men were attracting and hunting insects not far away on another floor of the dormitory building, making the insects here almost extinct. So Zhang Ningzhu and his group quickly arrived at the girls' dormitory. At this time, Lu Mingyang brought his men to kill them. Zhang Ningzhu had anticipated this, so she stayed behind the team. The iron nails flew out at an accelerated speed, mercilessly piercing through the heads of the two men. This achievement shocked Lu Mingyang's men, turning their originally extremely passionate hearts into ice cold. Damn! This bitch's ability is so strong. Lu Mingyang also cursed inwardly. Then he said angrily, "Let's go, retreat first." The power of Zhang Ningzhu's supernatural power exceeded his expectations, and he himself might be injured by this method. That rusty nail, let alone piercing the head, even if it just pierced the skin, the bacteria on it would be enough to cause a person to die in pain. He really wants to play with women, but he doesn't want to get hurt. After making sure that Lu Mingyang and his gang had left, Zhang Ningzhu returned to the 6th floor of an apartment building, and then she heard a burst of gunfire. This surprised her a little. How could there be guns inside a university? What's more, it sounds like a rifle, which is even stranger. He quickly made some arrangements for the female subordinates and asked them to gather the other girls trapped here. Zhang Ningzhu went downstairs alone and headed towards the direction of the gunshots. But when she came over, Lu Zhang's side had just finished fighting, and everyone was returning towards the 3rd teaching building. Today Lu Zhang only came to hunt insects to obtain crystal cores and had no intention of entering the girls' dormitory building. Although he needs to take in more women to unlock supply cards, ordinary women are no longer very attractive to him. It is far less important to obtain crystal cores and increase strength. Watching the crowd walk away, Zhang Ningzhu did not continue to follow. I don't know what kind of organization the other party is, so I can't approach them easily and expose myself. But on the way back, she had some thoughts. Compared to training people with special abilities to hunt insects, it is obviously more efficient for the other party to have guns. If I could get help from the other party, I would be able to advance to the 2nd level faster. Then I would have the power to protect myself and could set out to find my parents and relatives. As for setting out to find her family, she hoped to do so as soon as possible. Even a day of delay may result in the death of a family member. She needs to seize every resource available. Back at the girls' dormitory, Fang Shuyi and several girls that Zhang Ningzhu had focused on training came to her. "President, we've notified all the dormitories in this building. When they learned that you founded the club, they all gathered together. What should we do next? By the way, what is the name of our club?" A girl with a ponytail asked excitedly. Zhang Ningzhu smiled and said, "Thank you all for your trust. As for the name of the club, I think we should call it the Order of the Phoenix. How about that?" No one objected and everyone cheered. "Okay, this name is grand. From now on we'll be members of the Order of the Phoenix." Then someone else asked, "So what are we going to do next? Go look for supplies, or kill bugs?" Another person asked, "President, when are we going to kill that devil Lu Mingyang and avenge Huo Lingling?" Zhang Ningzhu raised her hand and pressed it, maintaining a gentle smile, and said, "Everyone, the most urgent thing should be to fill your stomachs first. Live today first. I will inform everyone tomorrow about what will happen tomorrow. We can't be too hasty in seeking revenge. There are at least 3 people with special abilities among the student union members. If we engage in a full-scale battle, it's uncertain whether we can kill Lu Mingyang. Many of our sisters will surely be killed or injured. So, everyone, listen to me, get some rest, be prepared, and we'll take it one step at a time. Sisters stand together and are not afraid of anything." The girls cheered, and after they left, Zhang Ningzhu ate the dry bread while frowning and thinking about the next plan. Overall, the situation was not favorable to her. On one side is the beastly Mad Dog gang headed by Lu Mingyang, and on the other side is an unknown powerful force with guns. Unless these two forces can fight each other. On this side, Lu Zhang returned to the 3rd teaching building and began to distribute today's results and distribute the crystal cores. In the afternoon, 7 second-order crystal cores and 36 first-order crystal cores were obtained. Emilia, Xiong Jiner, Yu Zihan and Bai Zhouwei each obtained a 2nd-level crystal core, and Bai Zhouwei's supernatural powers were enhanced. The other 3 women's abilities were all upgraded to the 2nd level. Chang Ziqian, Sun Ru and Wang Tsong each received 5 first-level crystal cores as rewards. Looking at the 5 crystal cores in his hand, Wang Tsong was overjoyed. He turned his eyes and came to Lu Zhang and whispered, "Boss, I heard you're looking for a beautiful woman. Among Lu Mingyang's group, there's a real beauty. Her looks are no less beautiful than the sisters-in-law. Moreover, she's only 19 years old, but she has a doctorate. She's definitely a high IQ beauty and a top student. I think she's in dire straits with Lu Mingyang and his gang. She needs your help. Chapter 40, I will definitely kill you before I die. Please read on. After listening to Wang Song's account of Zhang Ningzhu, Lu Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up. A 19-year-old doctoral student, if she has decent moral character, is likely to meet the 4 requirements of the system. As long as you can take her in, you can get an extraordinary material card. Lu Zhang did not give up on his target Gu Lingyue, but she was not easy to control. If there was an additional option to obtain the first type of extraordinary material card, he would be very willing to do so. Very good. If that girl is really as good as you say, I will reward you with a second-level crystal core when I bring her back. Wang Song was immediately surprised. Thank you, boss. Boss, don't worry. Zhang Ningzhu will definitely not let you down. Congratulations in advance, boss, on finding another happy marriage. Lu Zhang casually took out 10 roast ducks and a fruit basket and waved his hand. These are given to you as a reward. Take them out and eat them. It's getting late now. Tomorrow morning, come with me to find Lu Mingyang and his gang. Looking at the steaming roast duck, Wang Song was shocked. The boss had such a method. He was really powerful. He swallowed his saliva and said quickly, I obey your orders. Thank you for the reward, boss. Wang Song took the crystal core and food and happily went to share them with his brothers. After arranging things in the 3rd teaching building, Lu Zhang returned to the rooftop of the library. While eating, Lu Zhang asked several girls about Zhang Ningzhu. The first person to speak was Gu Lingyue, who was not at the table. Zhang Ningzhu is very talented. At the age of 15, he was admitted to Kenglin University for a bachelor's, master's, and doctoral program. He is now a doctor. Her parents, grandparents, and grandparents-in-law are all well-known figures in the scientific research community. He has a high talent in the field of quantum physics, and one of his papers was supported by the National Key Research Project Fund. If possible, such talents should be protected as much as possible. Gu Lingyue is already considered an extremely rare talent, but she herself believes that there is still a certain gap between her and geniuses like Zhang Ningzhu. Perhaps out of mutual admiration for each other as both were outstanding talents, she couldn't help but say a few words. Lu Zhang smiled and said, Indeed, such an outstanding talent cannot be lost like this. I'll find a way to bring her here tomorrow. Amelia brought the peeled lychee to Lu Zhang's mouth and said admiringly, I've heard of her too. Zhang Ningzhu is a very outstanding girl. Only a man like you can protect her. After fighting with Lu Zhang for a whole day, this blonde foreign teacher became even more obsessed with his strength and wanted to kneel down and worship him. Lu Zhang didn't quite understand, but he also enjoyed this feeling. Reward Amelia to his RV in the evening. The next day, morning. After breakfast, Lu Zhang brought Xiong Jiner to the 3rd teaching building, and then asked Wang Song to lead the way, and the 3 of them went to look for Lu Mingyang and his gang. Unexpectedly, when the 3 of them just arrived at the 5th teaching building, they heard that Lu Mingyang had already taken people to the girls' dormitory building. Lu Mingyang naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation because Zhang Ningzhu took away so many girls last night and killed 2 of his men. He discussed with a few of his men and came up with a strategy of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. They split into 2 groups. One group attacked the girls' dormitory building head-on to attract Zhang Ningzhu's attention. Another group of people attacked secretly and captured some people. They took several girls hostage and forced Zhang Ningzhu to submit. This was actually an open conspiracy, because even if Zhang Ningzhu found out, she alone would not be able to prevent Lu Mingyang from arresting people. What's more, Lu Mingyang chose this time when the sun had just risen. Those girls were not very defensive to begin with, and they slept soundly in the early morning, so they were easily taken advantage of. When Lu Zhang and his men arrived, the 2 sides were confronting each other in the corridor on the 5th floor. Lu Mingyang put the knife on a girl's neck and sneered. Zhang Ningzhu, don't you want to rescue all the girls? Their lives are in my hands now. Kneel down right now and kowtow 3 times, and I will release this girl. Otherwise, I will kill her immediately. Remember, if she dies, it's you who killed her. It was you who refused to kneel. You thought your dignity was more important than her life, and that's why you killed her. The girl who was threatened by Lu Mingyang with a knife turned pale with fright and looked at Zhang Ningzhu with a pleading look. Senior, please save me, I don't want to die, please. The iron nails around Zhang Ningzhu were flying. She looked at Lu Mingyang coldly and said, If you dare to kill a girl, I will kill 2 of your men. Remember, it was you who killed your men. She knew very well that Lu Mingyang would not just ask her to kneel down. The other party wanted to gradually break down her psychological defenses and resistance. The first time they asked a girl to kneel down and kowtow before letting her go, the second time they asked her to take off her clothes before letting her go, and the third time they asked for even more excessive things. Zhang Ningzhu saw through Lu Mingyang's intention at a glance, so she would not give in no matter what. She is very calm. Hearing her threat, Lu Mingyang and his subordinates' faces changed. Several of Lu Mingyang's subordinates quickly took 2 steps back and let others protect them. Especially those who had witnessed Zhang Ningzhu's iron nail-head blasting skills yesterday, they wanted to hide in the dormitory next door immediately. Lu Mingyang said angrily with a ferocious look on his face. Zhang Ningzhu, you're determined to fight us to the death, right? You're alone, and we have 3 people with special abilities here. Are you planning to take those girls with you to die? Zhang Ningzhu still answered in a flat and cold voice. Whether it's 3 or 5, before I die, I will definitely kill you and avenge all my sisters. Hearing this, a girl in the crowd behind her couldn't help but yelled. Boss, let's fight them. We have no supplies to survive anyway, so we'll have to take these demons with us to die. These words attracted a lot of responses, which made Lu Mingyang's face even uglier, and his subordinates also showed a retreating expression. For them, if they can't get these girls, there are other girls they can play with. Women are cheap in the apocalypse. They haven't even enjoyed it yet, how can they die so easily? At this moment, there was a commotion among the crowd behind Lu Mingyang, and 3 people walked from the back to the front. After seeing one of them, Lu Mingyang's face lit up with joy and he immediately said, Wang Song, you're not dead yet. That's great. Zhang Ningzhu, that woman, dared to betray me. Help me get rid of her. However, Wang Song ignored him and pointed at Zhang Ningzhu on the opposite side and introduced her to Lu Zhang beside him with a smile. Boss, that's Zhang Ningzhu. Don't you think her looks are impeccable? There was no need for him to introduce her. Lu Zhang's eyes had already fallen on Zhang Ningzhu, and the admiration in his eyes was no longer concealed. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Chapter 41, She is younger, we can talk. Please read. When Lu Mingyang saw Wang Song's attitude and heard his address, his face immediately turned ugly. He shouted in a deep voice. Wang Song, what do you mean? Who is he? Lu Mingyang's tone made Wang Song very unhappy. He shouted angrily. What are you barking about? Didn't you see my boss is admiring the beauty? If you disturb my boss's fun, I'll rip your head off. Do you believe it? Wang Song's words shocked everyone who knew her, including Lu Mingyang. He used to be submissive to Lu Mingyang, but now he is so tough and shows his disdain for Lu Mingyang everywhere. This made everyone speculate more about Lu Zhang's identity. At this moment, Lu Zhang was indeed concentrating on admiring the beauty. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Zhang Ningzhu. Age, 19. Identity, second-year doctoral student at Kanglin University. Evaluation, exceptionally intelligent, calm and composed, naturally beautiful, exceptionally graceful, of excellent character, kind and sensible, pure and innocent. Conclusion, meet the 4 requirements of virtuous, beautiful and intelligent. Successful protection will grant you an extraordinary quality unlimited resource card. Full marks. This girl is impeccable. In some ways, she is even better than Gu Lingyue. After all, she is younger. Lu Zhang was extremely satisfied. In a good mood, he turned to look at Lu Mingyang and said with a smile. You're the vice president of the student union, right? Do you remember me? Didn't you say you were going to bring people to find me? Why haven't you done anything yet? If you don't go, I'll have to come find you. Lu Mingyang reacted and said in astonishment. Are you the Lu Zhang who posted in the school group that he's recruiting beautiful women, offering free food and accommodation? Lu Zhang nodded and smiled. You remember now, don't you? I'm so kind that I let you die with a clear conscience instead of letting you die with regrets. Lu Mingyang's eyes twitched wildly. He had a premonition that something terrible was about to happen, and he immediately spoke out to make peace. Wait, we can talk about. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Lu Zhang shot him in the head. Lu Zhang held a gun in each hand, a revolver in his right hand and an assault rifle in his left hand, and glanced at everyone. Everyone, get down on your knees now. I'm taking over here. Seeing the gun in his hand, everyone was stunned. It would be fine if it was just a pistol, but they even had rifles. Could they have been stolen from the Corps? No one dared to resist, even Jiang Ningzhu squatted on the ground at the first moment, but her eyes were staring at the gun in Lu Zhang's hand. So the group that slaughtered the bugs yesterday afternoon was led by this man. Her thoughts were flying. With this man's help, I can become a second-level esper within a day or two, or even become stronger. If I could get a gun, it would be much easier for me to go out and look for my family. Seeing that everyone squatted down obediently, Lu Zhang nodded with satisfaction, and then instructed Wang Song. Separate the boys and girls, and lock everyone up in separate dormitories. Keep them under guard and wait for my instructions. Wang Song immediately nodded in agreement. Then, he threw out a fireball, creating a huge crater downstairs, and said fiercely, "Behave yourself, or I can kill you all by myself without the boss's help." Lu Zhang was not interested in other people. He walked up to Jiang Ningzhu and said with a smile, "Come on, follow me to the rooftop, we can talk alone." Jiang Ningzhu nodded, and then followed Lu Zhang and Xiong Jiner to the rooftop. Lu Zhang waved his hand, and a luxury RV appeared. He waved at the stunned Jiang Ningzhu and said, "Come on, it's too hot outside, let's go inside and eat and talk." Jiang Ningzhu entered the RV and saw Lu Zhang wave his hand again. A fruit basket with various fruits appeared on the table. Lu Zhang opened the fruit basket and asked, "What kind of fruit do you like to eat?" Jiang Ningzhu said, "Lychee." Lu Zhang took out a plate of lychees and placed it on the table, smiling. "Sit down and talk while you eat." Xiong Jiner had already sat next to Lu Zhang, picked up an orange, peeled it, and handed it to Lu Zhang's mouth. This girl is obviously aware that her status has been affected and wants to increase her presence when necessary. Jiang Ningzhu first said thank you, then sat on the sofa and ate 8 lychees in one breath before looking at Lu Zhang. "You seem to possess more than one superpower. You are very powerful. Do you want to possess me?" Lu Zhang nodded. "I like women like you very much and want to have you. Whatever you want, as long as it is reasonable, I will do my best to satisfy you. The condition is that you become my own. How about it?" Jiang Ningzhu said in a deep voice. "I want to reunite with my family. They are all in Fenglin City, Shifeng County. Can you help me find them within 3 days?" The condition was bold, but she said it anyway. As the saying goes, you ask for a high price and you pay it back when you get it. What if Lu Zhang agrees? She was disappointed. Lu Zhang shook his head. "I can't do that. If it were within this city, I could take you there right now, but West Wind County is too far away. I have other women, so I can't take the risk of going there with you. Do you really want to be reunited with your family?" Jiang Ningzhu nodded and said, "Yes, that's my only request." "Then let's both take a step back. I'll accompany you once, and you'll help me enhance my abilities. At the same time, you'll give me guns and other resources so that I can have the ability to find my family. How about that?" She didn't beat around the bush. Sweet words were useless for someone like Lu Zhang who occupied the absolute top ecological niche. The first time she saw Lu Zhang, she was sure that Lu Zhang would not give up until he got her this time. He was fundamentally different from people like Lu Mingyang. He could not delay and could only fight for his own benefits as much as possible. After all, she didn't want to die and wanted to find her family. Lu Zhang smiled and nodded. "You are indeed extraordinary. I can agree to all these conditions, but you can't just stay with me for one night. 3 days, please. I can help you improve your strength as much as I can during these 3 days. Within 3 days, you belong to me. When you leave, I'll give you as much help as I can. But when we meet one day, you will still be my woman." Jiang Ningzhu thought about it for a moment and agreed directly. Because she estimated that it would take at least 5 days to advance to the second level on her own. Not to mention other material assistance. The remaining time and other extra supplies may be the key to keeping parents and other relatives alive. Lu Zhang likes her personality very much. He is very decisive and purposeful in assessing the situation, but he still retains his humanity. Lu Zhang stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Ningzhu's hand, saying with a smile, "A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. I only have 3 days, so I must cherish it. Come on, I'll help you take a bath first." Although Jiang Ningzhu was very calm, she was still an innocent girl after all. When her hand was suddenly grabbed by a strange man, her body tensed up immediately. The body trembled slightly. Chapter 42, Sheltering Jiang Ningzhu, Extraordinary Supplies Card. Please read. Seong Jiner watched the two people enter the bathroom of the luxury RV, curled her lips, and left the RV. She didn't want to watch a live-action movie. Coming downstairs, Wang Tsung hurriedly came up and asked, "Sister-in-law, does the boss have any instructions?" Seong Jiner waved his hand and said, "Just don't disturb him. It'll take at least an hour and a half. Just wait." Wang Tsung immediately understood and said with a chuckle, I understand. Sister-in-law, if you need anything, just tell me." Seong Jiner remembered that Lu Zhang had promised Zhang Ningzhu to let him take people to find his family. She felt that if she made a request, Lu Zhang would most likely agree. But the prerequisite is that you need to have a certain level of combat effectiveness. At present, she does not have any useful power in her hands. Once she is surrounded by insects, she will almost certainly die. Take me to the girl's side and let me pick out some capable men. Wang Song immediately understood that his sister-in-law wanted to personally control a certain amount of military power and was obviously a person with great ambitions, so he quickly did as he was told. On the rooftop, inside the RV, at Zhang Ningzhu's request, Lu Zhang found a white sheet to put on the bed, and then got down to business. Ding! Successfully protected Zhang Ningzhu and obtained a superb supplies card. Zhang Ningzhu lay on Lu Zhang's chest, her whole body seemed to have been washed by water, and her originally youthful face blossomed like a flower. After Lu Zhang saw the contents of the extraordinary material card, he liked the person in his arms even more. Item, Beast Taming Ring. Type, Extraordinary Material Card. Effect, you can obtain an unlimited number of beast taming rings. The beast taming ring can be used on any target with a complete spiritual consciousness. It has a 100% success rate against targets one level weaker than itself, and a 1 in 10 chance of success against targets of the same level as itself. It cannot be used on targets higher than itself. Once failed, the beast controlling ring will disappear and will cause mental backlash to one's own spiritual consciousness. After successful use, the person who releases the beast controlling ring will gain control of the target and influence the opponent's spiritual consciousness. In other words, in order to avoid getting hurt, it is best to use it only on targets weaker than yourself. It seems to have no effect on increasing combat power. But you have to know that Lu Zhang's material card is an unlimited material card. He can obtain unlimited beast taming rings. Now that he is a second-level psychic, he can use it on psychics or ordinary people below the second level, that is, first-level psychics, and make them all under his control. Can also be used on insects. If we can control a large number of sickle insects, we can build multiple lines of defense against insects and create a real safe zone. An extraordinary material card brings enormous strategic value to Lu Zhang. It can completely change his future development ideas. Such a great gain made Lu Zhang like the beauty in his arms even more, and he immediately bent down and kissed her. Zhang Ningzhu opened his eyes dazedly and murmured, "No, no." Lu Zhang chuckled and said, "Lie down, rest here first, and I'll come back and prepare something delicious for you." Zhang Ningzhu nodded without even opening her eyes, obviously very confident in Lu Zhang's arrangements. People like her are always absolutely sure about what they have decided on, and they are absolutely determined in their hearts. Lu Zhang dressed neatly and left the RV, then called Seong Jiner and went downstairs together. Through Seong Jiner's perception, he quickly came to a sickle worm, took out a beast taming ring, and activated it. In an instant, a silver light shot into the sickle worm's body, and Lu Zhang felt that there was an extra thread in his mind, extending towards the sickle worm. He thought about it, and the sickle worm crawled on the ground, and still did not move even after he approached. The beast taming ring is extremely overbearing, and its power of control is irresistible. Lu Zhang was extremely happy, and asked Seong Jiner to help find 5 sickle worms, control them all, and then let them communicate with other sickle worms and double-tailed scorpions to attract them all here. He realized that the unlimited supplies like the beast taming ring meant that he would have a stable source of crystal cores to harvest in the future. Not only can you increase your own strength, but you can also have abundant resources to train your subordinates. This is definitely the foundation for him to build a large force. He is a casual and free-spirited person, and what he likes most is actually lying down. But in this turbulent end times, if you want to enjoy a safe, stable, prosperous and free life, you have to build a large base to serve yourself completely. Now, he can start preparing for this. After seeing Lu Zhang use the magical silver rings to control many sickle worms, a light of hope appeared in Seong Jiner's eyes. She couldn't help but say, "Hubby, can you let me control 2 sickle worms as well? I also want to go find my family, is that okay?" There was pleading in her eyes, as if she was afraid of Lu Zhang's rejection. Lu Zhang held her in his arms and said with a smile, "You can control the sickle bugs, but I promise to help you find your family, so naturally I have to go with you. You didn't have the strength to build up before. Wait a couple of days. Once I've consolidated my influence at the university, I'll take you to find your family. How do you think?" Xiong Jiner answered him directly with action. After a long time, their lips parted. Xiong Jiner looked into Lu Zhang's eyes and said seriously, "I trust you." A moment later, Lu Zhang brought Xiong Jiner back to the girls' dormitory building. He first selected and dealt with a dozen people in Lu Mingyang's gang who had aroused public anger, in order to calm people's hearts. "From now on, I will take control of the entire Kanglin University. All of you must obey my orders and follow my arrangements, otherwise you will be eliminated. A new organization has been established, called the Blue Society. I will be the president. It will have patrol teams, a logistics department, and other departments. Personnel arrangements will be determined later. You work for me, and I will give you food and water. If you do well, you can also be rewarded with crystal cores, which will allow you to gain your own special powers. Do you understand everything?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Song immediately took the lead and shouted, "Clear." "Hello, President." Lu Zhang waved his hand, and 100 roast ducks and 200 bottles of various drinks appeared on the spot. "Wang Song, share this with everyone so they can have a full meal first." Seeing the steaming and fragrant roast duck, both boys and girls couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They haven't had a single hot meal these past few days, let alone meat. This time, Wang Song didn't need to take the lead. Someone immediately shouted, "Thank you, President. Long live the President." Amid the cheers of the crowd, Lu Zhang brought Xiong Jiner back to the RV on the rooftop. Zhang Ningzhu has woken up. She had just come out of the bathroom, wrapped in a bath towel. Lu Zhang picked her up and came to the dining table. He took out a roast duck, a golden egg fried rice set meal and various drinks, and said with a smile, "Eat something first. After you're done, we'll go get the crystal core to help you enhance your abilities." Hearing Lu Zhang's active willingness to help her, Zhang Ningzhu took the initiative to peel a lychee and handed it to Lu Zhang's mouth with a sweet smile. "You eat." Seeing the beautiful and intelligent student treating him like this, Lu Zhang felt a great sense of satisfaction. But immediately, he couldn't help but think of another person who represented the extraordinary material card, Gu Lingyue. Chapter 43 is not ready yet, only one day left. Please read it later. Lu Zhang asked himself if he had given Gu Lingyue enough time to consider. It was considered a great respect for her. It's time for her to make a choice. If she delays any further, it may backfire. Let her have the illusion that you are pursuing her and she can keep herself hooked. This is also the difference between Gu Lingyue and Zhang Ningzhu. Zhang Ningzhu has clear goals and makes firm and decisive choices. Gu Lingyue, on the other hand, takes things one step at a time, without any precise goal, and simply chooses the approach that is more beneficial to her at the moment. Zhang Ningzhu quickly ate and drank enough and recovered his strength. Lu Zhang took her and Xiong Jiner downstairs and came directly to the residential building next to the school. He killed a lot of insects inside the school, but relatively speaking, the density of insects outside was higher. He did not start hunting directly, but controlled more sickle insects first. The number of animals was expanded to 20, and then the hunting activity began. With these sickle insects summoning their companions, the entire killing process went very smoothly. Lu Zhang also taught Xiong Jiner and Zhang Ningzhu how to use guns. The method of use is not difficult, the only problem is the lack of experience and physical strength. After all, guns are not light in weight, and if used continuously, the impact force will put a heavy burden on the human body. With the help of sickle worms to attract and hunt insects, it only took 4 hours to harvest 133 first-level crystal cores and 6 second-level crystal cores. According to Lu Zhang's records, he used 4 second-level crystal cores and more than a dozen first-level crystal cores to advance to the second level. But the others completed their promotion by absorbing 10 first-level crystal cores and 1 second-level crystal core. He gave Zhang Ningzhu 10 first-order crystal cores and 1 second-order crystal core, but Zhang Ningzhu was unable to break through. So Lu Zhang gave her 3 second-level crystal cores, which allowed her to advance to a higher level. This is very telling. Zhang Ningzhu's ability quality is top-notch, just like Lu Zhang's. Therefore, it takes more energy to advance to the next level. After realizing the whole problem, Zhang Ningzhu was even more grateful for her choice. Without the help of a powerful man like Lu Zhang, she would never be able to obtain so many second-level crystal cores in a short period of time with her own power, which would have a huge impact on her plan to find people. Now she has directly reached the second level, which has reached the strength standard she had previously expected to set out to find her family. Lu Zhang took out a beast-controlling ring and introduced it. This thing is called a beast-taming ring. Once it reaches the second level, you can use it to control first-level bugs. I will give 5 to each of my women to increase their self-protection abilities. As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Ningzhu. You're going out to look for your family, so you'll need more defenses. I'll give you 20 at once to help you control 10 sickle bugs first. You can keep the remaining 10 beast control rings for emergency use. Once the creature controlled by the beast taming ring dies, the beast taming ring will disappear, so it is a consumable item. You use it with caution. Zhang Ningzhu had already felt very eager for it when Lu Zhang used the beast taming ring just now. Because she planned to go look for her family with Fang Shuyi alone, they would have to take turns keeping watch at night. It's still exhausting and not completely safe. But if there were a few sickle insects on guard around, it would be much safer than the two of them keeping watch at night. When he heard that Lu Zhang not only gave him 1, but also gave him 20 at a time, and even wanted to help him catch 10 sickle insects in advance to serve as his subordinates, he suddenly felt touched. Although she knew that Lu Zhang was only after her body, these benefits were real. Thanks. Zhang Ningzhu took the beast taming ring. Xiong Jiner also got 5 beast taming rings. It was getting late, and digging crystal cores was a tiring job, so the three of them returned to the girls' dormitory building. When they got to the RV, Lu Zhang looked at Xiong Jiner and said, I see you seem to want to be in charge. How about you become the head steward of the girls' dormitory? I'll let Wang Tsong assist you. Don't worry about rescuing your family. We can set off tomorrow. Xiong Jiner nodded. Okay, I'll take care of this. As the former captain of the women's basketball team, she is indeed more interested in management. However, managing so many people is obviously different, and some of them are boys, so adding Wang Tsong as an assistant is indeed better. Lu Zhang left Xiong Jiner and Zhang Ningzhu in the girls' dormitory. It is very convenient to live in a luxury RV. He returned to the third teaching building, made some arrangements, and then returned to the library. After being away for so long, several girls were very concerned about me. Especially the two maids, Tianwei and Yunisan, they have lost even their dignity and only want to rely on Lu Zhang to survive. If something happens to Lu Zhang, they really don't know how to survive. Master, welcome home. Yunisan knelt on the ground and said sweetly, taking the initiative to change him into a pair of comfortable slippers. Tianwei brought a glass of iced cold drink. Master, have a drink of ice to cool down. Lu Zhang nodded with satisfaction and sat down in the RV. The other girls also came out of the RV next to them and gathered here. Where's Sister Jiner? Is she arranging something down there? Bai Jiahui asked curiously. Lu Zhang hugged Yu Zihan and Zhang Jingyi, who sat next to him first, on his left and right, feeling them massaging his hands with their bodies. Tianwei massaged his shoulders behind him, and Yunisan put his legs on her knees in front of him and tapped them gently. I left her in the girls' dormitory. I found a new sister for you. Jiner is with her now. I'll arrange for you to meet tomorrow. Looking at Lu Zhang, who was occupied by other girls as soon as he entered the room, Gu Miantong, who came later, couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. She felt more and more like a concubine banished to the cold palace. Because of all this, she couldn't help but subconsciously glance at Gu Lingyue next to her. Gu Lingyue heard Lu Zhang's words and thought of something and asked, Has Zhang Ningzhu agreed to be your woman? Lu Zhang's muffled voice came from under Amelia. No, she has become my woman. She was decisive and put forward conditions, which happened to be met. Professor Gu, can you answer my question now? Gu Lingyue knew better than anyone here what kind of person Zhang Ningzhu was. She is truly a favored daughter of heaven. A true genius, the kind that even she felt ashamed of. Learning that Zhang Ningzhu had volunteered to be Lu Zhang's woman made her a little dazed. Is there any meaning in my persistence? I haven't thought about it yet. After a while, Lu Zhang's voice was heard. I'll give you one last day to think about it. By this time tomorrow, I need your affirmative answer. Chapter 44, The Moving Palace, They Are Still Alive. Please read. Lu Zhang has been supporting Gu Lingyue for some time. He was really coveting the extraordinary material card, and at the same time he understood that Gu Lingyue was indeed a person with his own moral principles. Gu Lingyue was not pretending, she really cared. Lu Zhang respects this attitude. He is not a bad guy who does all kinds of evil, he is just a simple lustful person. These women followed him willingly. If Gu Lingyue really can't make the decision to follow him, then Lu Zhang will no longer be attached to this woman. After discovering Zhang Ningzhu, Lu Zhang was certain that there was no shortage of women in the world who could meet the 4 criteria, but the range here was too small. So he should go out for a walk. There were no conditions before. The black fog was everywhere and traffic was blocked. It was really troublesome to walk in the dark on foot. But now that he has the extraordinary material such as the beast taming ring, he can use a large number of sickle insects to clear the road first, making it easier for him to drive the RV. It is equivalent to a mobile palace. Since I don't have to work hard now, I might as well travel around, rescue beauties, and enjoy the mountains and rivers. Although others were in dire straits and facing life and death, it had nothing to do with him. After all, when he was starving before, no one came to give him $1 million to make him worry-free. Perhaps because he was too comfortable being taken care of by several girls, Lu Zhang actually fell asleep. If he hadn't exhaled hot air that made Amelia blush, Amelia would have thought she had accidentally suffocated him. Lu Zhang woke up at dinner time. After having dinner together, he began to absorb the crystal core. His intuition told him that if he only absorbed the second-level crystal cores, a huge amount would be needed to upgrade his supernatural powers. But at least after absorbing it now, the strength can still be improved. However, as long as the level remains unchanged, the essence cannot be changed and the power cannot be increased dramatically. Now the minimum gap of the space barrier is 1/2 millimeter, which is 500 microns. When it can be reduced to less than 50 microns, its power will be greatly enhanced. The curvature radius of machetes and axes is between 50 and 200 microns. Once this level is reached, it means that the spatial lines created by Lu Zhang have become as sharp as a blade. If the bug hits you, it will cut you in half. This is the power that Lu Zhang is pursuing. But we are still far from it now. The next day, after breakfast in the morning, Lu Zhang took Xiong Jiner, Zheng Jingyi and Zhang Ningzhu and left Kanglin University. Zhang Jingyi was brought along just in case. If someone was injured, Zheng Jingyi could provide treatment. At the same time, help Zheng Ningzhu improve his combat experience and capture more sickle insects. Last night he told everyone about helping Xiong Jiner find her family. The supplies and personnel arrangements have also been made, and they also helped by Zhao Hui control 2 sickle insects for patrol and defense. With Yu Zihan, Amelia and other people with special abilities, plus a pistol left by Lu Zhang, there will be no trouble in the school. More than 20 sickle worms led the way, and Zhang Ningzhu drove the car. Lu Zhang enjoyed the service of Xiong Jiner and Zheng Jingyi. Xiong Jiner gave him a massage and Zheng Jingyi fed him fruit. The journey is not boring. When encountering a larger swarm of sickle insects, Lu Zhang will go down to expand the army. If he encounters a double-tailed scorpion, he will go down and kill it. To him, the first-level sickle worm is now a kind of coolie soldier, and the second-level double-tailed scorpion is the source of crystal cores. It is 23 kilometers from Kanglin University to Xiong Jiner's home in the southern part of the city. Before the end of the world, it could be reached with just one step on the accelerator. But transportation is inconvenient now, and even if there are sickle worms rushing to clear the way, the speed will not be too fast. After an hour's journey, we had only covered half the distance. However, the number of sickle worms under Lu Zhang has reached 50, and he has harvested 3 second-level crystal cores. Xiong Jiner seemed to be worried, and Lu Zhang held her in his arms. You have to expect the worst. In this apocalypse, anyone can die at any time, including you and me. If your family has suffered an accident, you have to live well. Upon hearing this, Xiong Jiner couldn't help but hug Lu Zhang tightly, as if she was afraid that he would leave her. Any normal person with flesh and blood would be reluctant to see their loved ones leave. When Lu Zhang's family members passed away, it took him a long time to get over the grief. Because the number of sickle worms under his command increased, the process of clearing the road was much faster. The second half took only half an hour, and the RV stopped at the gate of a community called Yonghuoshi Yuan. After the 4 got out of the car, Lu Zhang put away the RV and walked towards Xiong Jiner's house together. Xiong Jiner is an only child. She lives with her parents and grandmother. Her grandparents passed away very early. Her home was on the 2nd floor, shrouded in black fog, and it was obviously impossible to stay there for a long time. After searching inside, there was indeed no trace. During the last call, My dad said they were staying at the home of a security guard named Mao Song. It seems to be on the 8th floor, but they didn't say exactly what day it was. After a pause, Xiong Jiner continued in a deep voice. But according to my perception, there are no living people in this building. After reaching the second level, Xiong Jiner's perception range now reaches 100 meters. This building is not tall. When she approached here, she already knew that it was an empty building. I entered the house just to look for traces of my family. Then go up and take a look. As Lu Zhang spoke, he held Xiong Jiner's hand, which made her feel much more at ease. A few minutes later, they arrived at the 8th floor and searched every room. Through some handwriting, they determined that Mao Song's home was room 804. Suddenly, Zhang Ningzhu found a note and quickly called a few people to look at it. Jiner, if you find this place, come find us at the first prison. We've been transferred to the first prison with Officer Mao Song and the others. We've already set up a base there. Xiong Jiner was very excited to see the news. They're still alive. Lu Zhang was not as optimistic as her. The first prison of Kanglan City was 2 kilometers away from here. The distance is not far, just 20 to 30 minutes walk. But it is not easy to get through the black fog full of insects. There is a high probability of accidents along the way. But he did not attack Xiong Jiner. He immediately took her downstairs, and they got in the car and drove towards the first prison. A few minutes later, the car stopped nearby. Lu Zhang looked at the holes on the ground and had a bad feeling. There are living people. There are quite a few living people inside. Xiong Jiner grabbed Lu Zhang's arm and said excitedly, "Let's go in and take a look." Lu Zhang held Xiong Jiner's hand, Zhang Jingyi and Zhang Ningzhu followed behind. Through Xiong Jiner's life perception ability, they came to the building with the most people and went straight upstairs. At the entrance, 2 or 3 men were stunned when they saw the appearance of Lu Zhang and his companions. One of them was the first to come to his senses and said, "Are you new survivors? Come register with me." Chapter 45, The Third Monster, Feed 3 or 4 people. Please read. Lu Zhang noticed that the expressions of these 3 people were not normal. It's like a greedy jackal seeing its prey. He spoke directly. "We're not here to seek refuge. We're here to find someone. Who's in charge here? Is Security Officer Mao Song here?" When one of the men heard the name Mao Song, his expression changed slightly. "Everyone, follow me. Wait a moment. I'll go call the steward over." Lu Zhang nodded, and the 4 of them were taken into a room. It looked like a normal room, nothing out of place. A few minutes later, a man brought 4 glasses of water, ordinary paper cups, and nothing unusual. "Hurry up and drink some water. The steward is busy and will be here in a while." Lu Zhang waved his hand. "We're not thirsty. Is Constable Mao Song here? If he's not here, we'll leave." Hearing him say he was leaving, the man immediately said anxiously, "No, our manager will be here soon, just wait a moment." Zhang Ningzhu had already realized that something was wrong. She had taken out the bullet from her pocket and was circling it under her feet, ready to fire at any time. At this time, a burst of laughter was heard. "Ha, you guys have come from far away, how can you just leave like that? You have to eat something, and stay overnight." Before the voice fell, a middle-aged man with straight eyebrows and a crew cut walked out. He was wearing the uniform of a security guard, but Lu Zhang felt that this guy should be the one locked up. "I'm looking for Mao Song. Do you know this person?" Lu Zhang asked calmly. Sun Xiaonan narrowed his eyes when he saw Lu Zhang's fearless look. Each of the 3 women around Lu Zhang was clean and dressed neatly, which was obviously different from those who were struggling in the end times. In addition, the other party came from another place to look for someone, so it was obvious that he had something to rely on. Sun Xiaonan laughed and said, "Mao Song, I know he's my colleague, but he was injured yesterday and is now unconscious. He needs to rest and can't be disturbed. If you want to see him, you have to wait until tomorrow. Brother, you are a mutant, right? What are your abilities?" "A very powerful monster appeared here and ate many of us. If you are strong enough, we can deal with that guy together." He obviously wanted to change the subject, but Lu Zhang was indeed interested in this question. "What kind of monster is that? Isn't it a sickle worm or a 2-tailed scorpion?" Sun Xiaonan put away his smile and said solemnly, "No, it's a giant worm, about 15 meters long. It can emit dizzying sound waves. It crawls out of the ground and can swallow 3 or 4 people in one bite. That thing suddenly appeared the afternoon before yesterday. It was very scary. Fortunately, after it eats 3 or 4 people, it will disappear into the ground and won't reappear for half a day. Lu Zhang's eyes fixed. It was indeed a new monster, which meant a new crystal core. Instead of being afraid, he felt a little excited. Then why don't you leave here? Sun Xiaonan sighed. How do we leave? With so many people together, it's likely to attract a large number of insects. We won't be able to leave. Zhang Ningzhu suddenly interrupted and asked. So you feed that bug 3 or 4 people every half a day? Sun Xiaonan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and laughed. Miss, you're joking. We are public security officers. How can we take human lives lightly? You must be very tired after all this journey. I'll arrange accommodations and food for you. You should rest well for a day. Tomorrow, after I take you to see Mao Song, we'll work together to find a way to deal with that worm. Lu Zhang said coldly. Either find Mao Song, or you die. Don't waste my time. Such an attitude made Sun Xiaonan's face become extremely gloomy. Ha, brother, don't think you're great just because you have superpowers. Within 7 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. The next moment, Lu Zhang pointed a gun at his head. You're right. How about we try it out and see which is faster, your gun or mine? Sun Xiaonan was completely stunned when he saw a gun suddenly appear in Lu Zhang's hand. Just as he was stunned, the gun at his waist suddenly flew into Zhang Ningzhu's hands. After Zhang Ningzhu's gravitational ability was promoted to the 2nd level, the gravity increased from 100 grams to 1 kilogram. Later, he absorbed 2 second-level crystal cores, and now it has reached 2 kilograms. A pistol fully loaded with bullets weighed only 940 grams, and she easily took it out using gravity. Seeing that his gun had also fallen into the other party's hands, Sun Xiaonan quickly raised both hands. He seemed extremely skilled in this action, as if it were muscle memory. Everyone, don't be impulsive, don't shoot, I'm a security officer, what you're doing is illegal. Hearing his voice, several people outside gathered around. When they saw Lu Zhang and his men pointing guns at Sun Xiaonan, they were dumbfounded. How come this is different from the original script? Bang! Lu Zhang shot a bloody hole in Sun Xiaonan's leg, causing him to scream in pain. His younger brothers immediately took out their weapons in panic, including guns, sticks, and knives, and pointed them at Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang sneered. I'll count to 10, and if Mao Song doesn't show up, I'll kill you. Sun Xiaonan knew that he had run into a tough guy, so he quickly said. No, brother, Mao Song is dead. It was eaten by that monster. Let's talk it over and don't shoot. Xiong Jiner immediately asked excitedly. Where are the others? Where are the others Mao Song brought? Are they still alive? Sun Xiaonan responded repeatedly. The others are still alive. I'll take you to see them. Help me stop the bleeding first, okay? Lu Zhang signaled to Zheng Jingyi. The latter stepped forward and raised his hand. A white light flashed and Sun Xiaonan's wound healed. Sun Xiaonan looked at the scene in horror. Then he thought of something and asked. Did you forget to take out the bullet? Lu Zhang smiled and said. Then I'll fire another shot to open your wound? Sun Xiaonan shuddered and quickly shook his head. No, the 4 of you come with me. I'll take you to meet those people. As he said that, he turned around, took a few quick steps, and came to the side of a younger brother. Then he suddenly hid behind the younger brother, snatched the gun from his hand, and pointed it at Lu Zhang. Boy, you have something, but this is my territory, even a dragon has to coil around me. Before he finished speaking, his eyes were filled with fear. Because Lu Zhang on the opposite side had already taken out an assault rifle and pulled the trigger without hesitation, firing a burst of shots. Before Sun Xiaonan could react, his head exploded. Soon, all those holding guns were dead, leaving only one man who was holding a knife and hiding in the corner. Lu Zhang went up and kicked him. If you don't want to die, take me to see the people Mao Song brought here. Chapter 46, as long as it can break through the defense, it will die today. Please read. Lu Zhang's cruel killing behavior almost scared the man silly. He was kicked over at this time. He was so scared that he quickly took a few people to the prison cell where the prisoners were held. Then I saw a group of refugees locked in closed cells. Most of these people looked pale and thin, obviously because they did not have enough food. When they arrived at the door of a cell, the man pointed inside. Here are the people Mao Song brought. At first glance, Xiong Jiner did not find the appearance of her parents and relatives, and her heart sank to the bottom. She noticed a familiar face and asked, "Uncle Wang, I'm Jiner, where are my parents?" Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Hai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. After seeing Xiong Jiner, his eyes widened a little. "Jiner, how did you get caught here? They're a bunch of beasts, get out of here." These words made Xiong Jiner extremely uneasy. She quickly said, "Uncle Wang, don't be afraid. We've already killed the bad guys. Tell me quickly, where are my parents?" Hearing the news that the bad guy had been killed, Wang Hai was stunned again. He glanced at the trembling little brother of Sun Xiaonan beside him, then said with tears in his eyes, "Dead, all dead. Security officer Mao Song finally brought us here. We thought we had escaped. A monster appeared that day. Mao Song and other security guards went to resist it and were seriously injured. Then they were killed by Sun Xiaonan and his gang, and their weapons were taken away. Sun Xiaonan didn't give us food and just treated us as rations to feed the monsters. Brother Bear and the others were just fed to that monster as rations." In an instant, Xiong Jiner's whole body stiffened, as if struck by lightning. "Are you saying that my parents are dead?" Wang Hai sighed. "Kid, you have to cheer up. Everyone dies. At least, you have avenged your parents." Lu Zhang stepped forward and hugged Xiong Jiner in his arms, and the latter immediately couldn't help crying loudly. "Try to become stronger. Maybe one day, we'll be able to bring the dead back to life. Then, there won't be any need to be so sad." Upon hearing this, Xiong Jiner immediately thought of Zheng Jingyi's holy light ability. "Then I thought of the supernatural powers possessed by other people. They have all kinds of abilities. Maybe there really is a resurrection technique." She cried in Lu Zhang's arms for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, she raised her head. "Hubby, I want all of Sun Xiaonan's people to die. I'm going to kill that bug." Lu Zhang nodded without any hesitation. "Okay, kill them all." An hour later, there were no more prisoners in the entire prison, only some refugees left. Based on the descriptions of Wang Hai and others, Lu Zhang roughly calculated the size of the worm, and then waited near the entrance of the hole where Wang Hai fed the worm. This worm appears very regularly, as if it needs time to digest what it eats. After waiting for about an hour and a half, Xiong Jiner suddenly whispered, "Here it comes." The life force fluctuations are very strong, much stronger than the double-tailed scorpion. It is very likely a third-level monster. "Honey, is this too dangerous?" Perhaps because of the departure of her parents, Xiong Jiner became more dependent on Lu Zhang, her only relative, and now she was actually worried about Lu Zhang's safety. Lu Zhang comforted softly. "Don't worry, no matter what level it is, as long as we can break its defense, it will die today." This is not because he is arrogant, but because of his confidence in the spatial barrier. If a mere third-level monster could break the spatial barrier, Lu Zhang felt that the world would be destroyed. No one can survive. The ground shook and a hideous maggot emerged from the ground. Its body is bluish-brown and ring-shaped, like a fat earthworm, and its mouthparts are made up of circles of barbs of different sizes. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth as if to emit sound waves. But Lu Zhang's space shackles were activated instantly. Strands of spatial threads formed a triangle, stuck in the circular depression of the sonic worm. No matter how the sonic worm struggled, it could not break free. Lu Zhang took out 3 assault rifles and gave one to Xiong Jiner and Zhang Ningzhu respectively. The 3 of them aimed at the sonic worm's head and opened fire. At first, only the sound of bullets hitting flesh was heard, but no wounds were seen. However, as the 3 men emptied the magazines of the 3 guns, a large pool of brown liquid was left on the head of the sonic worm. The defense has been broken. The next step is to enlarge the wound. He emptied the magazines of the 3 guns again and smashed the devouring worm's head into pieces. And that's not all. Lu Zhang controlled more than 20 sickle worms to rush forward, cutting its body while searching for the crystal core inside. A blood-red crystal core was delivered to Lu Zhang's hands. After feeling the rich energy in it, he was sure that the insect in front of him was dead. With a raise of his hand, the spatial lines were removed. The huge corpse of the sonic worm fell down with a loud bang, and quickly slid into the pit and disappeared. This pit definitely does not lead underground. Anyone who fell down would surely die. Xiong Jiner threw herself into Lu Zhang's arms again. Her originally tall figure now looked so weak and pitiful. "Let's go home." After witnessing the tragic scene of Xiong Jiner losing her family, Zhang Ningzhu couldn't help but feel worried. She still doesn't know what her family's current situation is. If they encounter bad people or bugs, they will probably be in great danger. But she also knew that there was no point in getting anxious now. She had to rely on Lu Zhang's power and resources to make herself stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if you set off early, you may die on the way or be delayed for a long time. When returning from Nanchur district, since there was no need to rush, Lu Zhang collected a batch of sickle worms along the way, directly expanding the number of sickle worms to 150. Killed 12 double-tailed scorpions. The second sonic worm was not found. The third level worm is obviously not common now. 150 sickle insects, 10 of them in a team. 15 teams are enough to provide tight protection around the entire Kanglin University and prevent other insects from approaching. Before evening, they returned to Kanglin University. Wang Hai and others were also brought here. The reason why so many sickle worms were attracted along the way was thanks to these people gathering together to act as bait. Lu Zhang is now certain of one thing. If humans gather in the black fog, their aura will be amplified, causing insects farther away to sense it and gather towards a certain location. This is a good thing. Lu Zhang only needs to arrange a group of people to stay in the black fog regularly, so that he can expand the sickle insect team regularly, kill more double-tailed scorpions, and obtain second-level crystal cores. The second-level crystal core is still effective in improving his ability level. According to his estimation, he would need about 50 second-level crystal cores to advance to the third level. This is his goal for tomorrow. Chapter 47, My heart feels warm, my supernatural power reaches the third level. Please read on. It is very important to improve your own energy level. It's not just a matter of improving superpowers. Because the safe use condition of the extraordinary material card Beast Taming Ring is to use it on a target with a lower level than oneself. Once Lu Zhang is promoted to the third level, he can control second-level creatures. He can control the double-tailed scorpion. And if he could control a group of double-tailed scorpions, his strength improvement speed would reach a new level again. And for now, there will be no danger. After returning to Kanglin University, Lu Zhang enjoyed the services of several women and suddenly made a decision. I'm going to hunt insects tonight. Jiner, Ningzhu, Jingyi, Zihan, and Emilia, the 5 of you will join me in the battle. Upon hearing the news, several people couldn't help but be surprised. Bai Zhehui said worriedly. Insects are much more active at night, and it's pitch dark in the black fog. Isn't it too dangerous? You also said that if a new bug appeared, even if it was a sonic worm, I would be distressed even if it was just injured. She acted very gently, like a wife concerned about her husband's safety. Lu Zhang smiled and said, It's about keeping them active. I need a large number of second-order crystal cores to upgrade my rank. The number of insects that can gather during the day is too small. I have to attract double-tailed scorpions from farther away to gather here. Don't worry about my safety. I have a full 150 sickle bugs as guards. Even if I'm besieged by 15 double-tailed scorpions, I can handle it calmly. At worst, I'll just fly into the sky. It's the others. I brought you into battle to hone your abilities. The world is a wonderful place, and I'm not going to trap you guys in an RV. Only when you have strength can you see more beautiful scenery, and I also need some people to help me manage it. Yu Zihan is full of confidence. She took the lead and said, Hubby, I will definitely work hard. Emilia still had admiration in her eyes and said, My dear, I will follow in your footsteps. Zhang Ningzhu didn't say anything, but she was quite moved. She thought that Lu Zhan was so actively improving his strength now probably so that she could obtain enough crystal cores as soon as possible so that she could become stronger before leaving. After all, I am already his. He would still be worried if I let him go so far away. Thinking of this, she felt warm in her heart. I made up my mind that before leaving, I must make Lu Zhang feel enough happiness that I brought him. In the corner, Gu Miantong sighed again. She has not yet acquired any special powers. Although she is Lu Zhang's woman, her status now seems to be similar to that of the 2 maids, Yunisan and Tianwei. Even worse. After all, those 2 would occasionally be called by Lu Zhang to join in the fun. But she had never been with Lu Zhang again since that time. This feeling is really uncomfortable. I just feel empty inside. She subconsciously glanced at Gu Lingyue. Although she had tried her best to restrain herself from thinking about the reasons for her current predicament, she would eventually think of Gu Lingyue. Gu Lingyue also noticed Gu Miantong's eyes and sighed in her heart. After looking at Zhang Ningzhu, it seemed that he should also take the initiative to find his family like her, instead of waiting here for an outcome. 8:30 at night. In the darkness, Lu Zhang asked more than 100 people from the comprehensive building, more than 300 people from the girls' dormitory building, and dozens of people from the library to come to the second floor of the library. More than 500 people gathered together, and the aura released immediately caused a commotion among the sickle insects controlled by Lu Zhang. They were just controlled by Lu Zhang, but their instinct to sense the breath of living things still existed. And through their feedback, Lu Zhang also confirmed that his approach was very effective. A large number of insects began to gather towards Kanglin University. He took out a handful of beast-controlling rings in advance, waited for the sickle worm to approach, and then threw them out to complete the control. If a double-tailed scorpion approaches, either go over and kill it directly. If you don't have time to go over, let the controlled sickle worm block it. In just 2 hours, the number of sickle worms controlled by Lu Zhang increased dramatically to 200. Killed 3 double-tailed scorpions. This stimulation is not enough. According to the initial requirements, 10 people stood up, took out knives and cut a wound on their bodies. Blood oozed out and the smell of blood quickly spread. After bleeding for a while, Zhang Jingyi gave them treatment. After a while, another 10 people will take over. And so on. They are all volunteers. After bleeding once, they can eat roast duck for every meal for 3 consecutive days. The continuous smell of blood stimulates and attracts more insects. At 12 o'clock in the morning, the number of sickle insects controlled by Lu Zhang reached 350, and 15 double-tailed scorpions were killed that night. The progress is very encouraging. If he maintains this efficiency, he can obtain at least 35 second-level crystal cores this night. Together with those that Lu Zhang absorbed before, it should be enough for him to be promoted to the 3rd level. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly, the ground shook. Xiong Jiner warned Lu Zhang immediately. It's a sonic worm. It's about 100 meters underground. It's about to emerge from that location. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang immediately controlled the sickle insects in that place to retreat. The next moment, a large number of rocks flew out from the ground. Lu Zhang had already flown to a height of more than 15 meters, stepped on the space barrier, and took out an assault rifle. A giant worm poked its head out of the pit, emitting a sound wave that made people around who heard it feel dizzy. Lu Zhang was prepared and used a space barrier to temporarily isolate his head. As long as he is not hit directly by the sound waves will not have much impact on him, a 2nd-level mutant. The sonic worm only had time to emit one attacking sound wave before its body was bound by Lu Zhang's spatial lines, and then it was unleashed with firepower. After emptying several magazines, the sonic worm died completely. Even though he just pulled the trigger, Lu Zhang still felt his hand sore. In fact, if Lu Zhang hadn't taken into consideration the 3rd-level crystal core in this guy's body, he would have thrown a bucket of diesel in there long ago. After the diesel barrel explodes, the impact force and high temperature generated can definitely kill the worm directly. After obtaining another 3rd-level crystal core, Lu Zhang immediately stopped attracting insects. 2 3rd-level crystal cores, plus nearly 32nd-level crystal cores, are enough for upgrading. After entering the RV, he took out the crystal core and began to absorb it. It takes 5 minutes to absorb a blood-red crystal core. After all the crystal cores are consumed, the level is finally upgraded. He became a 3rd-level mutant. The effect of supernatural powers has made a qualitative leap. The minimum spatial barrier interval that Lu Zhang was most concerned about was reduced to 1/10 of a millimeter, or 100 microns. This curvature radius can be used as a blade. If a permanent protective net is made, it would be tantamount to suicide for insects to force their way in. The energy limit is increased significantly. Chapter 48, Protecting Gu Lingyue, a new bed sheet. Please read. When you first enter the 2nd stage, the energy limit is 50 units. At the 3rd level, the energy limit starts at 300 units. The maximum space volume increased to 20 cubic decimeters. The space barrier defense that can be released instantly at a single time can reach a maximum area of 200 square meters. Even if it is bombed by missiles, it can be completely protected. Even a safe house can be built in a moment. With such a large paving area, it would be enough for him to build a space barrier bridge for vehicles to travel in a few days. Overall, there has been tremendous improvement in strength. After completing the breakthrough and familiarizing himself with his strength, Lu Zhang appeared outside again, looking for a double-tailed scorpion and activating the beast taming ring. Not surprisingly, the capture was successful. Too strong. With this thing, when Lu Zhang levels up, it is actually equivalent to improving two superpowers at the same time. A dimensional space, a beast tamer. The power of the double-tailed scorpion is much greater than that of the sickle worm. A double-tailed scorpion can easily flip over a car. If a double-tailed scorpion is used to clear the road, it is likely that a main road can be cleared in one morning. This thing is fast too. The back is relatively flat, so if you install a seat, it can be used as a mount. It was early morning. People who had been busy all night ate the sumptuous food provided by Lu Zhang and went to bed. Lu Zhang had dinner with a group of girls. Ningzhu, tonight I will help you reach level 3, and then help you capture 4 double-tailed scorpions as pets. This way you can use them as mounts to travel much faster. As one of the 2 most outstanding women he had ever met, she naturally received more care. When Zhang Ningzhu heard that he really wanted to help her upgrade quickly, she felt deeply moved. Okay, once I find my family, I'll find a way to get in touch with you. If I can't get in touch with you, I'll find a way to find you. After hearing these words, Lu Zhang knew that he was not being taken advantage of. As Zhang Ningzhu has received such a high evaluation from the system, there is no need to doubt his character. After having a pleasant breakfast, Lu Zhang prepared to go to bed and have some rest. The long period of killing last night really made him feel a little tired. So no woman was allowed to get on the car. But just as he lay down, suddenly, an unexpected figure walked into the car. Professor Gu, what can I do for you? At this moment, a blush appeared on Gu Lingyue's face that she had never had before, and she was obviously a little embarrassed. She began to speak. Can you also help me improve my strength so that I can go find my family? Lu Zhang immediately understood what she meant. Thinking that it was another extraordinary material card, he became very excited, and even seemed to have swept away all the fatigue in his body. Certainly. Now that we've become a family, I will certainly support you in finding your family. You will gain your own special powers. I will help you reach the 3rd level, give you a beast control ring, let you have insect guards, and even train you a team to lead to rescue your family. Would you like to? Gu Lingyue turned her head and said. I'm going to take a shower first. Please change the sheets. Hearing this, Lu Zhang couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect that Professor Gu attached great importance to this aspect. He immediately changed the bedsheet, but worried that Professor Gu couldn't rub his back by himself, he went in to help. A long time later. Gu Lingyue lay on Lu Zhang's shoulder, in a daze for a while, and the look in her eyes seemed as if she was reminiscing about something. Ding! Successfully protected Gu Lingyue and obtained a superb supplies card. Item, Strengthening Pill. Type, Extraordinary Material Card. Effect, you can obtain unlimited amounts of strengthening pills. The body strengthening pill can comprehensively enhance physical fitness, detoxify and beautify the skin, strengthen the body, increase qi and blood, and prolong life after taking it. In the initial stage, you can take up to 5 pills a day. Taking more than 5 pills a day will cause drug resistance, which will reduce the effect of subsequent use and eventually have no effect at all. For every 100 pills taken, the daily dose can be increased by 5 pills, and so on. Good stuff. It just so happened that he felt like his body was hollowed out. Lu Zhang immediately took out one and ate it. The pill melts in your mouth. In an instant, the body was wrapped in energy, feeling extremely comfortable. The feeling of fatigue is swept away. He just felt like he wanted to defecate, so he immediately went to the bathroom to clear out the waste in his body. Then I took a shower and felt refreshed. I even feel as light as a swallow. Judging from personal perception, strength and speed have increased by at least 10%, and even reaction and thinking abilities have increased. This thing is really an all-round enhancement. Back on the bed, Lu Zhang held Gu Lingyue in his arms, then took out a strengthening pill and handed it to her mouth. Eat it to detoxify and beautify your skin. Gu Lingyue was surprised for a moment, then opened her mouth. Seeing the arrogant and cold Professor Gu being so well behaved at this moment, Lu Zhang felt very comfortable. Gu Lingyue took the strengthening pill and her body reacted. She quickly broke free from Lu Zhang's arms with a blushing face and rushed into the bathroom without even bothering to put on her clothes. Not long after, Gu Lingyue, who had washed up, looked at herself in the mirror and touched her face in surprise. I think I look better now. Although Professor Gu is devoted to academic research, he does not care about his appearance. She's just very confident in herself, so she doesn't pay too much attention to it. But now that she was nourished for the first time, coupled with the obvious changes brought about by the strengthening pill, she keenly discovered that she really looked better. Moreover, he seemed to be a little stronger. The fatigue and pain from before seemed to be gone. Gu Lingyue returned to Lu Zhang, stared into his eyes, and suddenly kissed him. More than an hour later, Gu Lingyue let out a long breath. Then a result was obtained. It seems that it's not that kind of thing that can improve physical fitness, but that pill. Thinking of this, she stuffed a pill into her mouth. Gu Lingyue smiled. Lu Zhang scratched her nose. Little greedy cat, this is the last time today, you can't eat it all. Gu Lingyue blushed. She admitted that she was a bit greedy. It was noon, and Gu Miantong was filled with astonishment as he looked at Gu Lingyue, who was radiant beside him. She was not shocked by Gu Lingyue's compromise, but by Gu Lingyue's change. Everyone has experienced that kind of thing, so why did Gu Lingyue change so much? It's too strange. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on her, even Gu Lingyue, who was proud by nature, couldn't help but lower her head. This is so embarrassing. It gave her the illusion of being a new daughter-in-law being scrutinized by her in-laws. Obviously, I was the first one to enter. After this thought came to her mind, Gu Lingyue felt even more shy. After all, she is such a serious person. Even when she agreed to Zhai Jincheng's proposal, it was out of consideration for her personal development and to reassure her parents, rather than out of love. But now I have this idea. Stop looking at me and ask your husband. Chapter 49, even the elixir is available, why would anyone want it? Please read on. Lu Zhang saw the gazes of the girls, who were full of curiosity at this moment. Sure enough, no matter what time it is, becoming whiter, more beautiful, and more pretty are what these women pursue. He didn't keep the secret any longer and took out the strengthening pill. This is called a body strengthening pill. It can strengthen the body, detoxify, improve complexion, and prolong life. One per person, but don't eat them together. You'll need to go to the bathroom afterward and clean the dirt from your body. After hearing what he said, the girl's eyes all gleamed. Zhang Jingyi said in surprise. Isn't that the same as the legendary elixir? Husband, you are so amazing that you even have this kind of magic pill. Lu Zhang smiled and said. Not only do I have some, I have a lot. I'll give you one every day from now on, and it will make you more and more beautiful. Whoever performs best will be rewarded with an extra one. As he spoke, he placed the elixirs one by one on the table. Several women quickly reached out and took their own elixir. Even the two maids, Tianwei and Yunisan, got it. After all, the person is going to enter the house to serve, so the prettier, cleaner and in better health will make the experience better for Lu Zhang. I'll eat first. Yu Zihan couldn't wait to eat it. A few minutes later, she walked out of the bathroom and threw herself into Lu Zhang's arms. Hubby, I still want more. Everyone also saw her changes at this time. The skin has become whiter and the complexion has improved a lot. At first glance, there is indeed a huge change. The others couldn't sit still anymore. One by one they began to take the elixir and then went into the bathroom. There are quite a few RVs in bathrooms, which can accommodate several people washing together at the same time. Soon, all the women came out looking brand new. Although Yu Zihan acted coquettishly in Lu Zhang's arms, Lu Zhang still did not give her the second one. In fact, among these women, she is the most suitable to take this elixir. Even the digestion speed should be faster than Lu Zhang's. Because her special ability is qi and blood explosion, it consumes a lot of qi and blood, and the improvement of her physical fitness has greatly improved her combat effectiveness. It was also because of this realization that Yu Zihan persisted in staying by Lu Zhang's side. He used all kinds of tricks, soft and hard, just to get one more health-strengthening pill. But Lu Zhang will not let others surpass him, even his woman is no exception. Therefore, he would only give them one elixir these days. Except for the two people who want to leave, the rest of the people need to be restrained, otherwise they will easily get out of control. After calming the girls, Lu Zhang took out two first-level crystal cores and handed them to Gu Lingyue and Gu Miantong, allowing them to gain superpowers as well. Gu Miantong was very excited, she finally got out of the cold palace. Her special ability is the light of petrification, which can target a target and turn it into stone after hitting it. Currently, it cannot actually turn it into stone, but it can make the target lose its ability to move and perceive. Very good support ability. Gu Lingyue's special ability is mental hypnosis, which is a kind of mental fluctuation. It can be used on a single target or released on a group. This ability is very powerful and hard to guard against. Even Lu Zhan was not absolutely sure that he could avoid being influenced by Gu Lingyue. In the afternoon, Lu Zhang gathered people and began a carpet search of Kanglin University to gather all the survivors. He also has some trapping and hunting for bugs tonight. There are still too few people under my command now, and they are not attractive enough. He needed a large number of crystal cores to enhance the strength of himself, his woman and his subordinates. The scale of last night was far from enough. After the end of the world, many people in the university had already escaped. But there are still quite a few people left. When they were found, most of them were pale and thin, and looked like they were about to die of thirst and starvation. By killing some evil elements who aroused public anger, a more stable ruling foundation was basically obtained. As the number of manpower increased, the subsequent sweeps became faster and faster. A little after 5 in the afternoon, everyone gathered together and completed a basic personnel count in the process. At this time, the total number of people had reached more than 1,700. In the entire university, there are less than 2,000 people left alive, less than 1/10 of the number before the end of the world. However, it is probably enough to attract insects. At worst, we can just let some people bleed a little. After being rescued, many people burst into tears of excitement. They were truly in despair. I didn't expect anyone to rescue everyone. While eating fried rice, most people felt grateful to President Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang didn't care about their thoughts. His supplies were unlimited, and using these people as bait had almost no cost. The benefits in return are huge. But there are also some people who cannot see the situation clearly, or in other words, they lack self-awareness. A girl weighing over 150 pounds saw that Gu Miantong and the others were all clean and eating fruit, so she immediately came to Lu Zhang. President, I also want to follow you. I have only had one boyfriend, and I hope you can treat me well. Lu Zhang looked at her and said in astonishment. Where do you get the confidence from when you look so fat and big-eared? Hearing Lu Zhang's comments, the girl suddenly became anxious and said angrily. How can you say that about a girl? I have a slightly plump figure, and men like my figure the most. Why don't you cherish it? Don't look at me as a bit disheveled now, it's because I haven't showered and put on makeup in a long time. But I'm naturally beautiful. You should be able to tell that I'm the kind of beauty you only see once in 1,000 years. I'm giving you a chance. Apologize to me immediately. Otherwise I'll be angry, don't blame me for not giving you the chance to have me. As she spoke, she put her hands on her hips and pouted, looking like she was unhappy and asked someone to comfort her. Lu Zhang sneered and said to Chang Ziqian. Take him away, beat him up, and don't give him any food today. He really wanted to slap the girl in the face. But I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. It can only be handed over to others to deal with. The girl was in disbelief. All the boys had sent her private messages before, asking her to date them. Her sisters also praised her beauty. How could this man treat her like this? Isn't he a real man? Soon, screams like pigs being slaughtered were heard outside. As night fell, Lu Zhang gathered everyone in the library and had them all enter the black fog on the second floor. Another group of volunteers were selected and bled to create a bloody smell. A new hunt begins. A large number of insects gathered together, and with the guidance of the undercover insects controlled by Lu Zhang, the scale of the insect gathering became larger and larger. Soon, the number exceeded thousands. Compared to killing, using the beast taming ring to control is obviously more convenient and simpler. So there is no killing tonight, only continuous expansion of the army. When the sky brightened, the number of sickle insects controlled by Lu Zhang reached an astonishing 2,600, and the number of double-tailed scorpions reached more than 50. The real hunting moment begins now. Chapter 50, with my husband's blessing, I collected them first. Please read on. During the day, because sunlight can penetrate the black fog, although the visibility is still extremely low at the bottom layer, it seems to have a significant impact on those insects, so most of them hide in dark corners and rarely come out to hunt. According to Lu Zhang's investigation, the underground parking lot of the community is the place where insects like to stay the most during the day. The bugs were concentrated in one place, which was a good thing for him. Immediately launch concentrated elimination. Let Xiong Jiner find out the location, and then Lu Zhang sent his insects to rush forward and eliminate these fellow tribesmen. Dig out the crystal core and hand it to him. After obtaining the crystal core, Lu Zhang gave it directly to Zhang Ningzhu and Gu Lingyue. Both of them wanted to leave. In order to ensure the safety of his women, Lu Zheng decided to help them upgrade to the third level. The third level supernatural power, coupled with a bug team consisting of second level double-tailed scorpions and first level sickle bugs, is enough to deal with most troubles. That's all I can do. It is impossible for Lu Zheng to accompany everyone on adventure. Although he also planned to travel far away, now was not the time. According to his plan, he needs to reach at least the fourth level before he can travel far. After all, he now needs to rely on a large number of living people to attract insects to obtain crystal cores. After reaching the fourth level, it would probably become extremely difficult to upgrade with these low-level crystal cores. Upgrading can be postponed. The focus should be on finding the goal of unlocking the extraordinary material card. Now, only the extraordinary material card can make him feel excited. The hunting operation during the day went very smoothly, and we harvested 1,348 first-level crystal cores, 127 second-level crystal cores, and 2 third-level crystal cores. There are very few sonic worms. Lu Zheng's search range was limited to the residential area surrounding Kanglin University, but he only found 3. Zhang Ningzhu and Gu Lingyue reached the third level, consuming a total of 80 second-level crystal cores, with Zhang Ningzhu consuming a little more. The remaining second-level crystal cores helped Zhang Jingyi and Xiong Jiner advance to the third level respectively. Zhang Jingyi's Holy Light ability is the only healing ability in the team, so of course it needs special attention. Xiong Jiner's life fluctuations are also the only detecting ability, and must be taken care of. The others only obtained some first-order crystal cores and were still at the level of second-order psychics. The two maids, Yunisan and Tianwei, also obtained crystal cores and successfully gained superpowers. Tianwei can release ice spikes and Yunisan can release fireballs, so they have attack capabilities. Of course, it is basically not the turn of these two little mates to go out and fight. Their battlefield is still in the RV. However, Tianwei's special ability allows her to create ice, which undoubtedly solves the problem of water use. Although Lu Zheng could constantly change RVs to get fresh water, this required him to do it himself. When he was not around, these people would have no water source. Now I don't have to rely on him completely. It was evening. That night, Lu Zheng was no longer busy hunting insects. Because Zhang Ningzhu and Gu Lingyue are planning to leave tomorrow, Lu Zheng needs to accompany them. After an in-depth exchange, there was no need for any more sweet talk, as they each left with 100 strengthening pills. Lu Zheng reminded them of the precautions to take when taking the strengthening pills. The two men each sat on a double-tailed scorpion and left in different directions. Gu Lingyue's home is not too far from here. Kanglin City is located to the east of Zhongyang County, and Yishan County is to the south of Zhongyang County. Gu Lingyue's family is in the northwest of Yishan County. If it is a period of convenient transportation, you can drive on the highway and arrive in 3 hours. The average speed of the double-tailed scorpion is about 60 kilometers per hour. Even if there are factors such as black fog and traffic congestion, it can still maintain a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. If everything goes well, Gu Lingyue will be able to reach her destination by evening. So she only brought enough supplies for one person to eat for 10 days, most of which were intended for her family after she met them. Zhang Ningzhu's destination was a little further away. She left with Fang Shuyi. Lu Zheng also helped Fang Shuyi acquire superpowers and upgraded them to the second level. It can be considered as a care. Watching the two of them go away, Bai Jiawei took Lu Zheng's arm and said softly, "They have their husband's blessings, so everything will go well for sure. Don't worry." Lu Zheng was not worried. He was just thinking that he could plan to search within the city to see if there were any new extraordinary material cards. Although he had almost no rest last night, the effect of the strengthening pill made him full of energy and vitality. But he was a little confused about where to find someone. "Is there anyone you're looking for?" "Within this city." The girls looked at each other, and Gu Miantong stood up and said, "I have an uncle who is the vice president of Zhongyang First Hospital. I want to find his family. Is that okay?" Lu Zheng asked in surprise. "Where are your parents?" Gu Miantong sighed, lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "On the day the apocalypse broke out, my parents happened to be abroad communicating with other scholars, and we lost contact afterwards." Lu Zheng nodded. Gu Miantong is also a national second-level archery athlete. For an ordinary family, it is very good for him to be able to study. The fact that he can achieve such success in his hobbies shows that his family conditions are extraordinary. A hospital is also a densely populated place. Lu Zhang felt that there should be a lot of bugs in that place, and there were also nurses. Okay, then I'll go to Zhongyun Hospital with you. Gu Miantong showed a look of surprise when he heard this. His father has only one brother and his mother is an only child. It can be said that his only relatives in the country are his uncle's family. Because she had been ignored by Lu Zhang before, she didn't dare to mention going to look for her family. I didn't expect Lu Zhang to agree so easily. Thank you, husband, she said gratefully. There is no time to lose. Lu Zhang felt that he needed a lot of crystal cores to reach the 4th level, so he had to hurry and look for more. After arranging things at the university, Lu Zhang immediately took Gu Miantong, Xiong Jiner and Zhang Jingyi with him and drove there. The double-tailed scorpion led the way and arrived an hour later. Honey, there are a lot of bugs. There are at least 200 sickle bugs and more than 10 double-tailed scorpions. They are all in the underground garage of the hospital and in the nearby rooms. Very good, let's go and collect them first. Lu Zhang showed a happy expression. He sent most of his bugs out to hunt other bugs. With a squad of 10, it was easy to hunt a bug of the same level. After a successful hunt, find the crystal core and hand it over to Bai Jiawei. When he returns, he can directly absorb or assign it to the people below. Wang Tsong and others would also hunt insects around the university. They obtained crystal cores, which were theirs. Lu Zhang looked down on those trivial things. Just think of it as letting them hone their fighting abilities. At the same time, inside the hospital, 2 groups were confronting each other. Gu Linfeng shouted in a deep voice. Head Nurse Pang, you have to understand, the power is out, they can no longer survive, these precious supplies should be used on living people. Chapter 51, Hypocritical Expressions, Have you seen enough? Please read more. After hearing Gu Linfeng's words, Pang Ruoyu said righteously. But they're not dead yet. Director Gu, as a medical worker, you should remember that as long as there is still breath left, we cannot give up treatment. Before Gu Linfeng could speak, a male doctor opposite him shouted. Even if we let them live for a day or 2, what's the point? Without those medical equipment, they won't survive for 5 days. Wasting 5 days of food to keep them alive is wasting the lives of others. Pang Ruoyu's eyes couldn't help but darken a little when he heard this. She said in a deep voice. If it was your parents lying there, would you be willing to give up that portion of food to someone else? If the rescue team arrives tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, then what you are doing now is not taking human life lightly? The people around Gu Linfeng looked at each other, obviously feeling embarrassed by this question. At this time, Gu Linfeng said. Yes, so the people lying inside are not our relatives. That's a bunch of strangers. Are we going to give up our lives for strangers? Pang Ruoyu said. Those are not strangers. They are our patients, the people we admitted to the hospital. Since we admitted them, even if we cannot cure them, we should keep them in their original state and return them to their families. Director Gu, we are medical workers and should be worthy of the trust placed in us by the public. A woman with pink hair in the crowd shouted. Pang Ruoyu, put away your hypocritical expression. We don't have the same noble character as you. We are just ordinary people. Supplies belong to all of us and should be distributed by all of us, not by you. Everyone, they want to cut off our lives. Charge forward and take our things back. As soon as she finished speaking, a man with tattoos in the crowd shouted. Charge! Then, he threw a glass bottle used for infusion directly, hitting someone on the head and causing him to bleed immediately. In an instant, chaos broke out. Gu Linfeng quickly shouted. Stop! Don't hit me! He immediately realized that someone was deliberately instigating a fight between them. Want to take advantage of the opportunity to gain benefits. There are no people with special abilities here. Gu Linfeng and Pang Ruoyu have gained the support of some people by virtue of their personal charm and their original status in the hospital. Most of the people on Gu Linfeng's side were hospital staff, while those on Pang Ruoyu's side were mainly family members of the hospital's patients. The disagreement over supplies only broke out the day before yesterday. It is obvious that someone deliberately spread these remarks, causing the two sides to split and hate each other. This led to the outbreak of today's war. Just as Gu Linfeng shouted, he saw a man walking towards him with a murderous look in his eyes. He was holding a fire axe in his hand and looked very fierce. He immediately became alert, took the scalpel in his pocket in his hand, but blocked it with his sleeve, waiting to strike. The man rushed over and swung the axe at him. He dodged decisively and swung the scalpel. The scalpel was very sharp and easily cut the blood vessels in the other person's arm. The man screamed and dropped the axe. Gu Linfeng took the opportunity to quickly walk away, then caught a glimpse of Pang Ruoyu being pulled by someone. He immediately rushed forward and scratched the man's arm. "Nurse Pang, come with me quickly. Someone wants to take advantage of this opportunity to create chaos and get rid of us. Let's find a place to hide first." As they were talking, the two of them ran quickly. Taking advantage of the mixed crowd and their familiarity with the hospital environment, they successfully hid in a closed room on the third floor shrouded in black fog. Pang Ruoyu smelled blood, picked up the flashlight and shone it on Gu Linfeng, and immediately couldn't help but exclaimed, "Dean Gu, your back is injured. Wait a minute, I'll see if there's anything to stop the bleeding." Gu Linfeng covered his abdomen and said, "Don't bother. I'll probably die in another hour. The wound is too deep." As he said this, he sighed. "When this group of people first gathered, I felt something was wrong, but I had already been pushed to the front and couldn't uphold justice. The people below would definitely rebel against me, and in the end, they would seize the opportunity to seize power. That old pervert, Huang Rihui, has had his eyes on you for a long time. I feel bad for those patients, but you have to give up something in order to gain something else. Ruoyu, you don't have the ability to save everyone, but being able to save one person is already a great merit." Pang Ruoyu burst into tears when she heard this. "Dean, please stop talking. Save your energy. I'll go find some hemostatic medicine and try to treat you. As long as there is a little hope, I will not give up." Looking at Pang Ruoyu looking for something, Gu Linfeng sighed. She was indeed a good girl, only a little older than his niece. He actually had selfish motives in standing up. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to establish his own prestige, and then lead his men out under the pretext of going out to look for supplies, to see if he could return home, and then go and rescue his niece. But now, I can't even protect myself, I just hope everything is fine. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. "Husband, there are two people in here." Hearing this voice, Gu Linfeng quickly said to Pang Ruoyu, who was not far away, "Ruoyu, don't move, there are people outside." The next moment, the door was kicked open. Lu Zhang came in first. Behind him, a ball of light appeared in Zhang Jingyi's hand, illuminating the room. "Second uncle, you are injured." Gu Miantong came closer with a worried look on his face. At this time, Pang Ruoyu also came to Gu Linfeng and looked at them with a vigilant look. "Who are you?" When Gu Linfeng saw Gu Miantong, he was shocked. When he came to his senses, he looked happy. "Mian Tang, why are you here? Did you come here specifically to see me?" Gu Miantong nodded when he heard this. "Yes, this is my husband. I asked him to help me find you." Gu Linfeng looked at Gu Miantong's so-called husband, but saw that Lu Zhang's eyes were fixed on Pang Ruoyu beside him. Lu Zhang was indeed attracted to Pang Ruoyu from the beginning. Pang Ruoyu was wearing a nurse's uniform, which showed off her figure perfectly. The panic and alertness on her face, as well as her messy hair, added a different feeling. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Pang Ruoyu. Age, 26. Occupation, head nurse of Zhongyang Hospital. Evaluation, young and promising, attentive and considerate, graceful, with rosy lips and fair complexion, kind and principled, possesses a certain degree of judgment, but is overly emotional and lacks rational judgment. Conclusion, meet the three requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. What a pity, I was just about to get an extraordinary material card. But it would be nice to get a high-level supply card. Pang Ruoyu glared at Lu Zhang. Have you seen enough? Chapter 52. What can you do? You alone are not enough. Please read. No. Lu Zhang answered truthfully. Pang Ruoyu suddenly became even angrier. This man was obviously the boyfriend of Dean Gu's niece, but he looked at her so unscrupulously, completely disregarding Gu Miantong's feelings. This made her feel that Gu Miantong must have seen her wrongly. But at this moment, she didn't foolishly start cursing. After all, the other party seems to have a very high level of military power, so we cannot easily provoke conflicts. At this time, Gu Miantong looked at Zheng Jingyi anxiously. Jingyi, please treat my second uncle. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jingyi looked at Lu Zhang, and Lu Zhang nodded. Then she released the holy light towards Gu Linfeng. Zheng Jingyi is at the third level. His holy light can reconnect broken limbs, which is very powerful. Gu Linfeng's injury is very serious in the current situation, but for the third level holy light ability, it is nothing. He recovered almost in the blink of an eye. Looking at Gu Linfeng, who had stood up, Gu Niantong and Pang Ruoyu both showed happy expressions. It's amazing. Is this the superpower they mentioned in the news? With this ability, doctors wouldn't even be needed. Gu Linfeng exclaimed in amazement. Lu Zhang said, "Okay, now that we've found your second uncle, let's get out of here. Don't you still want to rescue your second aunt and the others?" Gu Miantong nodded. "Second uncle, let's go and rescue second aunt and the others." Gu Linfeng looked at Pang Ruoyu. "Ruoyu, come with us. Otherwise, if those guys find you, they will definitely not let you go." Pang Ruoyu was embarrassed when she heard this. She hesitated and said, "But if I leave, what will happen to the patients and their families?" As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and looked at Zhang Jingyi. "By the way, your abilities are so powerful, you can definitely heal a lot of people." She looked at Lu Zhang again. "You were able to bring her here, so you must have some very powerful abilities. If you suppress her, you can save many people." Lu Zhang looked at her doubtfully. "Are you giving us orders? Why should I save people?" Pang Ruoyu was stunned for a moment, then said, "Isn't this a matter of course? With great power comes great responsibility. It's easy for you to help others, so why not do it? Helping others is a traditional virtue." Lu Zhang chuckled. "But helping them doesn't make me happy. I don't want to help, so what can you do?" Xiong Jiner also interrupted and said, "Kindness is something you ask of yourself, not others. To be generous with other people's money is hypocrisy. If you really want to help them, do it on your own, don't force others to do it." "Who do you think you are?" The last question made Pang Ruoyu lose his mind. Indeed, she realized that her actions were somewhat self-centered. It is obviously wrong to ask others to do good things to fulfill your own ideas. Xiong Jiner's words were like a wake-up call to her. It made her feel instantly awake. But after waking up, I feel confused again. Because she really wanted to help those people, even just one or two. Especially when she thought of the faces of several children among them, she became even more worried. But unfortunately, I can't do anything about it. Suddenly, she realized something and looked at Lu Zhang. "What will it take to get you to agree to help these people in the hospital?" Lu Zhang smiled and said, "I have always been interested in beauties. If there were 7 or 8 beauties as pretty as you who were willing to follow me, I would be interested in making a move." Upon hearing this, Gu Linfeng glanced at Gu Niantong and saw that she lowered her head. He then noticed Xiong Jiner and Zhang Jingyi beside Lu Zhang, and he immediately understood his niece's current identity. He sighed secretly but said nothing. He had anticipated this situation, or even situations 10 or 100 times worse than this. At least judging from Gu Niantong's current condition, she is clean and doesn't seem to have been bullied. "It's pretty good." Pang Ruoyu blurted out. "You already have a girlfriend, and you still want 7 or 8 women?" Lu Zhang smiled and held Zhang Jingyi and Gu Niantong in his arms, one on each side. "In fact, I already have 7 or 8, but I want more, not just 7 or 8. Zhang Jingyi took the initiative to kiss Lu Zhang on the face, and Xiong Jiner followed suit. Looking at this scene, Pang Ruoyu clearly understood their current relationship. For a moment, she was speechless. "Okay, let's not waste time here anymore, let's go." As soon as Lu Zhang said this, Pang Ruoyu said anxiously, "Etc. I can follow you, but I can't do anything about the others. Please, save them." Lu Zhang looked at her and didn't expect that this woman could make such an important decision in such a short time. This is a person who can truly sacrifice himself for others. From the perspective of a medical worker, she is indeed very competent and a good person. "Just you, that's not enough. How about this, do you know any girls who are about your level? If there are more than 2, help me find them, and I will help you quell the unrest in the hospital." Before Lu Zhang finished speaking, Pang Ruoyu's mind was working rapidly and several faces quickly appeared in his mind. She gritted her teeth and nodded. "Okay, I promise to help you find them, but whether you can convince them to join is up to you. I can't force others." Pang Ruoyu still has principles and bottom lines. She had just been lectured about not being generous to others, and now she realized that she couldn't sell out her friends. There's nothing wrong with providing a piece of information. You might even be able to use it to save a friend from trouble. Lu Zhang nodded and smiled. Make a deal. Let's go up and take a look. Upstairs, the commotion had subsided by then. Everyone was suppressed by a group of people. The two leaders were a man with tattoos on his arms and a bald head, and a man wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses. The bald man with flowery arms said to the middle-aged man in a white coat beside him, "Director Huang, we have the people under control now, but we haven't caught Gu Linfeng and Pang Ruoyu. This is still a problem. Your subordinates are most familiar with the hospital environment. You must send someone to find it as soon as possible. Gu Linfeng, I must see Pang Ruoyu alive or dead. I must capture her alive. She's a top-notch specimen, and I must get my hands on her." Upon hearing this, Huang Rihui glanced at the bald Lu Guangzhu with tattoos on his arms. "You don't need to remind me, I've been eyeing that hot chili girl Pang Ruoyu for a long time. I've had sex with probably all the nurses in this hospital, and the rest are just ugly. There's only one person, Pang Ruoyu. Because of Gu Linfeng's protection, I have never succeeded. However, the world is in chaos right now, and it's an opportunity for heroes like you and me to shine. We can also enjoy women of Pang Ruoyu's level. We might even be able to get a taste of the big star Shursweki. I heard that Shursweki stayed at the Pengcheng Hotel in the Jinj building before the apocalypse broke out. We have a good chance." Chapter 53, Are you kidding me? Let me stab you. Please read on. After hearing Huang Rihui's description, Lu Guangzhu immediately showed a look of fascination. Shursweki is one of the hottest and most popular actresses today, ranking first among the 4 little actresses. She became an internet celebrity at the age of 13, and then was admitted to a prestigious school to study acting. She made her debut at the age of 16, and now at the age of 22, she has become a big star. She just won the Best Actress award last year and has reached the pinnacle of an actor's career. This kind of woman is the favorite fantasy object for a low-level social scum like him. Okay, let's quickly control these people and force them to help us hunt bugs. After we obtain the crystal cores, we can then master our superpowers. Once we have accumulated enough strength, we can go to Jinj building and snatch Shursweki away. Lu Guangzhu's thinking was still very clear. He had conspired with Huang Rihui on this matter many times in private. I'll arrange for more people to find those 2 people. As soon as Huang Rihui finished speaking, he saw a younger brother running towards him in a panic. "Director, Dean Gu and head nurse Pang are back." Lu Guangzhu immediately laughed and said, "It seems they are desperate and are willing to follow us." The younger brother said quickly, "No, it's not just the 2 of them, there are 3 beautiful women and a man." Lu Guangzhu was even happier and clapped his hands. "Great! She even brought us 3 beauties. Is this a show of sincerity?" The younger brother uttered the last words. The man had a gun. In an instant, the smile on Lu Guangzhu's face froze. Huang Rihui was shocked. "What? Did those 2 call the security guard?" Lu Guangzhu came back to his senses and immediately said loudly, "Quick, gather everyone. One gun can't do anything to all of us. We have hostages in our hands. The security guards won't dare to do anything to us." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a group of people walking over. One of the men was holding a pistol in his hand. Without any hesitation, Lu Guangzhu took a knife and put it on Huang Rihui's neck, then blocked it in front of himself. He looked at Lu Zhang fiercely and shouted, "Put the gun down or I'll kill him. You don't want innocent people to die because of you, do you?" Lu Zhang looked at him speechlessly. "No, is this person mentally ill? Threaten him with an unrelated stranger? Is this a joke?" Gu Linfeng suddenly whispered, "Mr. Lu, the kidnapped hostage is Huang Rihui. He is most likely one of the masterminds of this riot." When Lu Guangzhu saw that Lu Zhang didn't say anything, he thought that he was really worried about something, so he immediately stabbed Huang Rihui in the thigh. "I told you to put down the gun, did you hear me? Otherwise, I'm going to stab him in the heart." Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Really? I don't believe it. Try stabbing it yourself." Lu Guangzhu was confused. "What's wrong with this security guard? He asked me to give it a try. Does he think he's not cruel enough?" Huang Rihui quickly whispered, "Don't stab me. He doesn't look like a security guard. That gun looks like a foreign product. Lu Guangzhou said anxiously. What should we do then? Should we kneel down and beg for mercy? Wang at FAI said. We can surrender first, and then find a way to get the gun. It's impossible for him to hold a gun in his hand while exercising with Pang Ruoyu. As long as we survive, we still have a chance. Let me go quickly. I need treatment immediately, otherwise the wound will get infected and I'll die. He seemed very anxious. It was true that Lu Guangzhou was holding him in front of him like a shield, making him feel like he would be shot to death at any time. His feeling was not wrong. Before Lu Guangzhou could make a decision, Lu Zhang had already opened fire. Kill Huang Rihui first with a shot to the head. Then the second shot took Lu Guangzhou away, who was still in a daze. He was too lazy to listen to what the two men had to explain. According to Gu Linfeng's description, Huang Rihui was a beast in human skin, and that bald guy was not a good guy at first glance, so he was just physically eliminated and everything was over. Lu Zhan looked at Gu Linfeng and Pang Ruoyu. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. Gather everyone together and I'll re-elect the management and leave the supplies. The hospital has a large number of staff and the conditions such as accommodation are also good, making it suitable as a base. It actually didn't take Lu Zheng long to get here from Kanglin University. In the future, if you harvest insects in two places at the same time, you will get more crystal cores. So, from the very beginning, he planned to take over this place. Pang Ruoyu and the friend she said she would introduce to Lu Zhang were both unexpected surprises. Since Huang Rihui and Lu Guangzhou had already carried out centralized control of the two groups of people, the gathering was easily completed. There are indeed quite a few people left in the hospital. There is a cafeteria here, and many patients have a lot of nutritional supplements and other things. In addition, there are also stored glucose and other water sources, so the supplies are relatively abundant. According to rough statistics, including those patients lying in bed, there are more than 3,000 people alive. With so many people gathered together, it will definitely attract a lot of insects. There should still be quite a few people in the staff dormitories and affiliated residential areas next to the hospital. Zhang Jingyi used holy light to treat some of the trauma patients, and most of their injuries could be cured. She has reached the 3rd level and can release holy light many times. Lu Zhang gave her some crystal cores to restore her energy, and completed the treatment for all the people who could be treated in one go. Pang Ruoyu said to Zhang Jingyi gratefully. Thank you. Without you, they might not have made it. Now they have the rest of their lives. Zhang Jingyi took Lu Zhang's arm and said with a smile. Don't thank me, this is just a deal between you and my husband. You and I are a family now, so there's no need to say thank you. Hearing this, Pang Ruoyu blushed slightly and glanced at Lu Zhang. She never thought that one day she would agree to share with another woman. But since I have agreed, I can't go back on my word. What's more, this place will need Lu Zhang's protection to maintain stability in the future. Lu Zhang selected 3 people from these people, 2 men and 1 woman, to serve as Deputy Director of the General Affairs Department and Director and Deputy Director of the Logistics Department respectively. He looked at Gu Linfeng. Uncle Gu, from now on you will be the Director of the General Affairs Department of our Kanglin Society Hospital branch and manage the affairs here. Mian Tang and I will go pick up the people from Auntie's side. You don't need to go. We still need you to stay here and take charge of the situation. After you absorb these 10 crystal cores and master the supernatural power, it will be easier to control this place. Gu Miantong also spoke. Uncle, don't worry. We'll bring them here right after we find Aunt. Don't worry. Gu Linfeng didn't hesitate to pull it and nodded directly. Well, please, leave this to me. I promise there won't be any more trouble. Chapter 54. It's time to get down to business, Thunderstorm Bazooka. Please read on. Gu Miantong's second aunt lives in Lanha community, not far from here. The family was lucky. Before the apocalypse broke out, I happened to purchase a batch of food, which has kept me going until now. After successfully bringing them back, Lu Zhang looked at Pang Ruoyu. It's time to get down to business. Pang Ruoyu was stunned for a moment, lowered her head with a red face, and then silently followed Lu Zhang into an empty ward on a certain floor. She was still wearing her white nurse uniform. Ding! Successfully protected Pang Ruoyu and obtained a high-level resource card. The process went smoothly and Pang Ruoyu gave Lu Zhang a thorough physical examination. I found that he was in very good health and was almost a Superman. This surprised Pang Ruoyu greatly. After taking the strengthening pill, Lu Zhang's physical fitness improved every day. Pang Ruoyu naturally couldn't understand how he could be so strong. Lu Zhang was worried that something might happen to her, so he had to ask Zhang Jingyi to come and help. After all, Zhang Jingyi has holy light that can relieve physical fatigue. More than 2 hours later, Lu Zhang looked at the newly appeared advanced material card with satisfaction. Item: Thunderbolt Bazooka. Type: Advanced Material Card. Effect: you can obtain an unlimited number of thunderstorm bazookas with one each of fuel-air explosive, armor-piercing, and incendiary bombs, and you can specify the type of shells to be loaded. With this thing, killing the third-level sonic worm should be very easy. A high-powered blast that can destroy a tank in one shot. The sonic worm has a very strong defense, and rifle fire cannot break through its defense unless the same part is hit for a long time. But one rocket is definitely no problem. With Lu Zhang's increasingly strong physical fitness, using a rocket launcher in combat is as convenient as using a pistol. Moreover, he can use it unlimitedly to achieve the same continuous firing effect as shooting, and one person can also form fire coverage. Lu Zhan was very satisfied with the new supply card, which made him more interested in the extraordinary supply card. Watching Pang Ruoyu take a strengthening pill, wash up, and quickly come out, he pulled her into his arms. The latter immediately trembled, twisted his body and said, "No, I'm not fully recovered yet." Lu Zhang smiled and said, "You said you wanted to introduce me to some friends. Tell me quickly, starting with the ones closest to me." Hearing these words, Pang Ruoyu's shyness instantly disappeared. She sighed and said, "I have a high school classmate who is the school doctor of Kanglin No. 1 Middle School. Her name is Tang Kalin. Her appearance and figure are not inferior to mine. If you can rescue her, whether you can succeed or not depends on you." After a pause, she continued, "I have a high school classmate named Shirsueki. You should have heard of her name. She's a popular star. Before the apocalypse broke out, she was in the Pengcheng Hotel in the Jinj building. You were able to snatch her away, which shows that you are quite capable." She herself didn't realize that the last sentence already had a hint of jealousy in it. Lu Zhang was surprised. "Shirsueki turned out to be your high school classmate, and you're still in touch with her. I didn't expect you to have such connections." Pang Ruoyu snorted lightly. "I'm really good. It's really a bargain for you to get it so easily." Lu Zhang didn't argue with her, kissed her, and said, let's go find your school doctor classmate first. I hope she's still alive and won't let me down." Pang Ruoyu showed a worried expression. She must still be alive. Kalin is very smart and must know how to protect herself. Let's go there quickly, we can definitely find her. Lu Zhang was surprised. "You care about her so much?" Pang Ruoyu showed a nostalgic expression. "I, Kalin, and Sueki were classmates in junior high school. Even after Sueki became a star and famous, we would often get together. Before the apocalypse broke out, we had just finished a party and returned to our respective posts. But I don't know if there will be another chance to meet you." At this time, in the staff cafeteria of Kanglin No. 1 Middle School, almost all the students and faculty members gathered here. Most of the buildings in Kanglin No. 1 Middle School are 6-story buildings. The floors below the 4th floor are shrouded in black fog, so students can only go to the 5th and 6th floors. The school is densely populated, with a large number of living people gathered together. The increase in popularity causes insects to gather below, waiting for the food above to come down by itself. They couldn't move at all. Dean Huangsu came to Vice Principal Lu Ping and reported in a low voice. "Principal, the remaining food and water can only feed these people for one more meal at most. We must find a way to obtain new supplies, otherwise some people will die of hunger and thirst." Lu Ping said in a deep voice. "Then let's follow our plan from yesterday. Have everyone gather on the east floor. We'll select a few people and send them to the west floor to kill the bugs with all our might and obtain the crystal cores. So far, they don't have any people with special abilities here. It is impossible for ordinary people to get supplies through the black fog. They already knew about the crystal core. But all the insects gathered together, making it impossible to obtain the crystal core. It wasn't until yesterday that I discovered that the bugs would move according to the movement of people. As long as most people gather in a certain place, the bugs below can be attracted there. So, if they were to deal with lone insects, they still had hope of success by using weapons like fire axes." The principal still had some power over him and quickly put everyone in a position. After the brave teacher took a flashlight to investigate, he found that there was almost no trace of insects in the other direction. After making a simple layer of protection with books, several teachers and students practicing physical education went downstairs. As they entered the black fog, they were immediately attacked by a sickle worm. Duanyu, the boy who was practicing shot put, suddenly threw the axe in his hand and hit the sickle worm's head. The axe was deeply embedded in the sickle worm's body, but the sickle worm with an axe stuck on its head still rushed forward at the same speed. At this time, the physics teacher Sun Wuxing shouted loudly, stood at the front of the team, and chopped hard at the sickle worm. Bang! The sickle worm's forelimbs cut a big gash in Sun Wuxing's stomach and knocked him flying. Duanyu, who took over another fire axe, jumped onto the sickle worm's body and continued to attack the place where the axe had just hit it. Because there were many targets appearing around the sickle worm at the same time, and Duanyu's flying axe injured it, for a while, it was unable to knock Duanyu down. This also announced its death. Realizing that the sickle worm was dead, Duanyu ignored the burning sensation brought by the sickle worm's blood and suddenly reached into its head until he touched a crystal core, then he shouted loudly. "Let's go, hurry up!" Several other students and faculty members dragged the injured Sun Wuxing upstairs quickly. The insects that appeared later missed. Sun Wuxing gasped for breath, and Duanyu shouted loudly. "Dr. Tang, please come over and stop the bleeding for Teacher Sunday." Tang Kalin rushed over and looked at the wound on Sun Wuxing's abdomen with an expression of pity, tears almost coming out. "Teacher Sun, hold on. Chapter 55, I beg you for one thing, solid support. Please read on." Tang Kalin hurriedly disinfected and stopped the bleeding for Sun Wuxing, but the wound was too big and the simple medical kit in her hand was of no use at all. "Don't waste your energy, Duanyu. Teacher, please do me a favor. Protect Fei Fei." Sun Wuxing sighed and stopped Tang Kalin's actions. He looked at Duanyu with a complicated look. This guy was secretly dating his daughter Fei Fei. He had already taught him a lesson, but now that he was dying, he could only ask him to take care of his daughter. Duanyu shook his head and said, "No, I still want to toast you. Eat this crystal core." As he said that, the boy stuffed the crystal core directly into Sun Wuxing's mouth. Sun Wuxing swallowed the blood. Duanyu made the right choice by accident. While the crystal core gives humans superpowers, it can indeed stimulate the body's vitality and speed up the recovery of Sun Wuxing's wounds. After the bleeding stops and a simple bandage is applied, you just need to rest and you will recover. The ability Sun Wuxing obtained is called Fire Spirit Bullet. Has good attack power. This is a very precious long-range attack ability, which is of great significance to people like them. By seriously injuring or even killing a sickle worm remotely, they can obtain the second or third crystal core without any damage, thus allowing more people to have superpowers. After eating a little and recovering my strength, Sun Wuxing dragged his injured body and brought Duanyu and others into the black fog again. Duanyu took the initiative to act as bait to attract insects, and soon, an insect came chasing after him. Sun Wuxing did not release the fire spirit bomb in a hurry, but waited until the insect was only 10 meters away from him before releasing it. A fire spirit bullet hit the insect's head and exploded, causing it to fall down directly. Sun Wuxing fired another shot, completely blowing his head apart. Duanyu quickly dug out the crystal core inside, and then fled back upstairs with everyone. He approached Sun Wuxing with a suspicious look on his face and asked, "Lao Dang, are you deliberately trying to get the bugs close to me and kill me? Does that invalidate your promise to let me take care of Fei Fei?" The insect's front legs were less than half a meter away from his body. If he had been a step later, he might have died, so he strongly suspected that Sun Wuxing wanted to go back on his word. Sun Wuxing snorted coldly. "Although I really want to take back what I said, I'm a teacher and I can't possibly harm my students. Please respect my profession." Duanyu chuckled. "I respect you very much. Please let me absorb this crystal core." At this time, the Dean of Education Huang Su came up to the group and said, "Where is the crystal core? I'll absorb it. I'm also a leader and need to contribute to everyone." Looking at his righteous look, those who didn't know would think that he had just led the charge. In fact, this guy has been hiding at the back, taking up a lot of supplies. He is very stingy in distributing supplies to students, but he eats a lot every day and has to go to the toilet twice. Duanyu frowned immediately. The Dean of Studies came out to ask for it, and he had no way to refute this reason. It was impossible for him to compete. But at this time, Sun Wuxing said, "This crystal core should be given to classmate Duanyu." He rushed to the front twice and was very brave. We should strengthen his combat power so that we can obtain the crystal core more quickly. Director Huang, I understand your desire to help everyone, but we have to take things one step at a time. How about this? I'll give you the third crystal core, and then the three of us can go bug hunting together. Sun Wuxing has always been very strong. As an ace teacher in a middle school, he even dared to criticize the principal in person and did not give Huang Su any face at all. Hearing him say this, Huang Su felt indignant, but he could only nod and smile. Okay, then let's do as Teacher Sun says. Duan Yu immediately swallowed the crystal core quickly to avoid any further complications. The next moment, he gained the superpower, Lightning Flash. With the power of thunder, his body moved as fast as lightning. The sudden increase in speed brought a huge impact force, which made his instantaneous explosive power reach a very terrifying level. Unfortunately, this skill, like the fire spirit bullet, is high consumption, and he can only use it twice at present. Huang Su clapped his hands and laughed. Student Duan Yu, this ability is great. Go and continue hunting bugs. If we kill all the bugs down there, we can go to another cafeteria and the campus supermarket to get some supplies. Sun Wuxing's supernatural power has not recovered yet, and he can only release the fire spirit bullet once. But he still followed Duan Yu into the black fog. There are not many supplies now, and they really need to quickly increase everyone's strength to fight against the bugs and obtain more supplies. The third crystal core was obtained smoothly. Huang Su successfully absorbed the crystal core and gained the long-range attack ability of a wind blade. But when Duan Yu asked him to go down with him to kill the bugs, Huang Su directly refused. No, I have to go protect the principal. If anything happens to you, someone has to take the lead. I need to be your solid backup. Go quickly and continue hunting bugs so that more people can gain superpowers. Faced with Huang Su's face like this, Sun Wuxing was helpless. He could only wait until his abilities recovered before continuing to hunt insects. But he had just rested for 10 minutes when something strange happened. The building where people gathered suddenly shook, and then, in the black fog, a huge worm poked its head out from the ground, emitting a sharp sound wave. Many students were shocked by the sound waves and fainted. Those who were still conscious had splitting headaches, were in a state of confusion, and had apparently lost their ability to fight. Quick, everyone, run west! Principal Lu Ping shouted while enduring the pain. Tang Kailin also quickly dragged a fainted female classmate and ran in the direction away from the insects. The sound waves of sonic worms are not only extremely lethal to humans, but also extremely destructive to buildings. Cracks have appeared in many parts of the walls, and the impact of double-tailed scorpions and sickle worms has caused the collapse of floors. At first, some students fell into the black fog and were bitten by insects and eaten. Huang Su, who rushed over after hearing the news, turned around and ran back, while Sun Wuxing and Duan Yu rushed forward. Duan Yu spotted Sun Wuxing's daughter Sun Feifei at first sight, and immediately rushed over and grabbed Sun Feifei's wrist before she was about to fall. Feifei, hold on to me, don't let go. Duan Yu grabbed Sun Feifei with one hand and the broken wall with the other, his whole body trembling, obviously having reached his limit. Lightning! A flash of lightning appeared on his body, and then he burst into strength. He suddenly jumped up and pulled Sun Feifei to roll away from the collapse. Before he could be happy, he caught a glimpse of Tang Kailin, who was holding a female classmate tightly, and immediately exclaimed, Dr. Tang! Be careful! I saw a huge piece of rubble rolling towards the two of them. At this moment, the sonic worm also opened its mouth. Chapter 56. He makes me unhappy, I let him die. Please read. At this moment, an armor-piercing bullet suddenly flew over and directly penetrated the sonic worm's head, making a big hole. A group of double-tailed scorpions and sickle insects emerged from the black fog and actually attacked their own kind. The big rock that was about to hit Tang Kailin seemed to be held down, frozen in a certain position, unable to slide down any further. As everyone was astonished, a man walked towards them from mid-air. In his hand, he was holding a rocket launcher. Lu Zheng's gaze fell on Tang Kailin, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that she was still alive. Unexpectedly, because of such a delay, Tang Kailin almost died. It seems that next time I get the news, I have to act as soon as possible, otherwise there may be some unexpected problems. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Tang Kailin. Age, 26. Occupation, middle school doctor. Evaluation, beautiful and kind-hearted, with a strong sense of justice, fearless of danger, able to take responsibility, and brave enough to express herself. However, her bravery can sometimes lead to her losing her ability to perceive danger and lacking judgment. Conclusion: meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. As expected of Pang Ruoyu's friend, he has a very high evaluation. The system has very high standards for evaluating virtue, and it is difficult to achieve it without a high level of knowledge. Apart from this, Tang Kailan received very good reviews in other aspects. Sun Wuxing stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you an official who has come to rescue us?" Lu Zhang shook his head and pointed at Tang Kailan. "I'm here to see her." Seeing Tang Kailan's astonished expression, Lu Zhang added, "Pang Ruoyu said you might need my help, so I came to take a look." When Tang Kailan heard her good friend's name, she was immediately surprised. "It's Ruoyu. It's great that she's still alive. Thank you for your help. We still need your continued assistance. Many of my classmates are injured. Could you please bring me some medicine from the infirmary?" Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Okay, but I won't help you for nothing. I'm here to find you. Come with me and I can help you. How about that?" He didn't like to talk in a roundabout way and stated his purpose directly. Immediately, Tang Kailan's face changed, and the faces of many people around her also changed. Some people were angry, and some people looked strange. Huang Su suddenly stood out from the crowd. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have superpowers. We also have people with superpowers, and we won't let you take Teacher Tang away. Teacher Tang, don't worry, I will protect you." Lu Jing sneered when he heard this. "Are you going to go against me? Please confirm this." Huang Su looked at the rocket launcher in Lu Zhang's hand and found that it was an empty tube. He immediately swung out a wind blade, hitting the wall on the side. He said in a very majestic and domineering manner, "Yes, what can you do?" The next moment, a look of horror appeared on his face. Because the rocket launcher in Lu Zhang's hand was gone, and it was replaced by an assault rifle. Wait. He only had time to utter a word before he was shot once in the head and twice in the chest and fell down. Seeing Lu Zhang kill someone without any reason, everyone was scared and fled. Tang Kailan subconsciously scolded. "How could you kill innocent people?" He just said a few words. Even if you are very angry, his crime does not deserve the death penalty. Lu Zhang smiled contemptuously. Whether he is guilty or not is a matter for the law to handle. He made me unhappy, so I let him die. This is the rule in the apocalypse. I won't leave anyone behind who wants to go against me. Dr. Tang, Pang Ruoyu asked me to give you a chance, but it seems like you can't grasp it. I can save all these people, even those who are bleeding profusely, but I understand you're unwilling to sacrifice yourself. So, let them die. I'm leaving." At this time, a sickle worm under his control handed the 3rd-level crystal core of the sonic worm to him. A 3rd-order crystal core is of little help to his current strength growth. But as time goes by, there will always be a day when you will be promoted to a higher level. At least, this is much better than the 2nd-order crystal core. Watching Lu Zhang turn around without hesitation, Tang Kailan glanced at the classmates who were wailing in pain. "Etc." she said through gritted teeth. "Do you really have a way to save them all?" Deep down, Tang Kailan still adheres to the principle of a benevolent doctor and does not want to give up on anyone who could be saved. Especially since these were students she had met before. She couldn't bear to see lives that hadn't even reached adulthood wither away. So I had no choice but to make this heavy choice. Lu Zhang turned around. "It's okay now, but after a while, even gods can't save me." Tang Kailan looked into Lu Zhang's eyes. "Okay, I promise to go with you. You must save them all." Lu Zhang nodded, then quickly came to the RV in the black fog and brought Zhang Jingyi to the injured person. The power of the 3rd-level Holy Light superpower is very strong. Although these people have serious wounds, this kind of physical injury can be cured by the Holy Light as long as the person is still alive. Seeing that all the classmates had recovered as before, Tang Kailan was greatly shocked. After all, as a doctor, this method of being able to treat countless people with just a wave of the hand is really shocking. It was as if the things they had previously put so much effort into learning now seemed ridiculous. "Okay, now that all of them have survived, can you come with me?" Tang Kailan nodded and did not argue with Lu Zhang. She said, "You shouldn't be alone. You should need some people to do things for you. These students are very brave. Why don't you take them all away? From the methods Lu Zhang displayed, she could see that Lu Zhang's ability was not just as simple as mastering a certain supernatural power. Now everyone in the school is at their wits' end, and they have been attacked by sonic worms, resulting in many casualties. If you don't get help, even if you survive today, you may not live to see the day after tomorrow. So she hoped Lu Zhang could take everyone away. Lu Zhang next planned to go directly to Jin's building to look for Shursweki. Tang Kalin had an accident, and he felt that if he couldn't go there as soon as possible, Shursweki might have a bigger accident. But when he saw these students, he suddenly thought of a way to continue expanding the insect team. Okay, I'll take anyone who's willing to come with me. But the prerequisite is that those who dare to run in the black fog must follow my team closely. Once we reach our destination, I will provide you with sufficient supplies and make you my subordinate. The destination is Jin's building, 6 kilometers away. Anyone who dares to enter the black fog, get downstairs. Chapter 57. Don't be ungrateful, you will regret it. Please read. Lu Zhang's idea was very simple, which was to gather everyone together and use them as bait to attract insects along the way. He only needs to continuously release the beast controlling ring to expand the insect army. Anyway, the beast controlling ring is infinite. The more insects you control, the faster you can harvest the crystal cores. Little by little, it adds up to a lot. 52nd level crystal cores allowed him to advance to the 3rd level, and perhaps 502nd level crystal cores could allow him to advance to the 4th level. We must not slack off in improving our energy levels. Only with strong strength can you have the opportunity to unlock more material cards. Lu Zhang entered the black fog, and the students looked at each other, many of them with worry and fear in their eyes. Tang Kalin looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Students, the school's supplies are very limited. If you stay, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, we'll still need to go deep into the black fog to search for supplies, and we'll still have to face the bugs. At that time, we will have to face it on our own. This person is very powerful. He easily eliminated the bugs just now, and he can also control other low-level bugs. Follow him, and we'll have a chance of survival. Everyone, at any time, choice is more important than hard work. This is your only chance to survive. Think about your parents and your family. You must survive so that you can see them again one day." At this time, Sun Wuxing also stood up and said, "Teacher Tang is right. We have no choice. Staying here means death. The environment here is no longer suitable for us to live in. We must move. During this process, with such a powerful psychic guarding us, our safety will be much higher than if we were to move on our own. Don't hesitate, let's go now." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Yu shouted loudly, "Come on, I'll lead the team, follow me downstairs." The students were at an age of high spirits and courage. After some guidance, almost everyone followed them downstairs. There weren't many supplies left, so everyone just grabbed what they could and ran quickly. When I got closer, I found that in the black fog, a luxury RV was turning on its headlights, illuminating the road ahead. Lu Zhang did not go into the car, but stood on the roof, which made it easier for him to control the insects that were chasing him. The walking pace is too slow. Lu Zhang asked them all to ride bicycles. The injured had been treated, and those who were unable to ride were taken care of by others. In any case, it was impossible for them to ride in Lu Zhang's RV. Although he can summon countless luxury RVs, they are not for these outsiders. The car was not moving fast. After all, it needed the double-tailed scorpion to lead the way before it could move forward. At the same time, Lu Zhang also needed these people to attract the insects. If he moved too fast, it would be ineffective. Just as Lu Zhang expected, as the car moved forward, the insects quickly gathered in large numbers. The double-tailed scorpions and sickle worms quickly gathered together under the attraction of the spies controlled by Lu Zhang. The beast controlling ring in Lu Zhang's hand kept flying out, and the army of insects continued to expand. By the time he approached the Jinj building, the total number of sickle insects under his control had exceeded 4,000, and the number of double-tailed scorpions exceeded 200. This is a powerful force, enough to completely tear a small army apart. Even if the number of ordinary people was twice as much, they would not be able to withstand the attack of these killing machines. The entire transfer process was just a false alarm for those students. Although insects kept attacking the crowd on the road, they were all blocked and controlled by the insects controlled by Lu Zhang on the periphery. Even the students in the middle had no idea what was happening. Jinj building has a large flow of people, and coupled with the abundance of supplies here, many people will probably choose to gather here. Lu Zhang felt that there must be many survivors among them. Xiong Jiner checked and found that there were indeed more than 3,000 people alive in the entire building. This means that a fragile new apocalyptic order has been formed inside, maintaining basic stability. The establishment of order requires a stable material foundation, which shows that there is a lot of food stored here. The area downstairs of the Jinj building that was swallowed by the black fog was filled with sickle insects and double-tailed scorpions, which were obviously attracted by the breath of more than 3,000 people. Lu Zhang immediately took action to control them all, causing the insect army to expand again. The luxury RV stopped at the door, and Xiong Jiner, Gung Yanton, Zhang Jingyi, and Pang Ruoyu got out one after another. Pang Ruoyu and Tang Kailin hugged each other. "Kailin, I'm sorry, you haven't really become Lu Zhang's person yet, so he won't let you get on the car. When you return, you don't have to ride the bike. It's very comfortable in the car." Pang Ruoyu's words made Tang Kailin blush. Thinking of her promise, she couldn't help but sigh. "He came here because of Sweki, right?" Pang Ruoyu nodded when he heard that. Lu Zhang is a big pervert. He originally set up a base at Kanglin University and housed many people. Later, he helped our Dean Gu's niece to find Dean Gu. When he saw me, he not only asked me to follow him, but also asked me to tell him the names of several women. I thought you might need rescuing, so I mentioned you too. He is still reasonable. If you don't agree, he won't take you away by force. Tang Kailin was not angry at Pang Ruoyu's betrayal, but said gratefully, "Thank you. If he hadn't appeared, I might have really died. He is indeed very capable and can bring all these people here. Perhaps my choice is the best one." While the two were reminiscing about the past, Lu Zhang had already led his men upstairs. At the same time, a great battle had just taken place on the 8th floor. While receiving the bandage, Wei Sun said, "Sweki, don't worry. Li Dayong's gang has been scared by my killing. They can only hide downstairs. Once my injuries recover a little, I will lead people to hunt them down and kill them completely. I won't let anyone bully you. Anyone who tries to take you away must die." Sure, Sweki saw Wei Sun's ferocious look and forced to smile. "Mr. Wei, thank you for your care. If order is restored in the future, I will do my best to help promote your company and bring you considerable profits." Hearing this, Wei Sun snorted. "Sweki, don't you understand how I feel about you? Do you think I'm not worthy of you?" Sure, Sweki quickly waved her hands. No, it's me who is not worthy of you. You are the CEO of a listed company, and I am just an entertainer. I cannot be on the stage and embarrass you. What's more, you have a wife and children, and your sister-in-law is also very virtuous. You've treated me well. How could I do something so immoral as to destroy your family?" Wei Sun suddenly stood up, looked into Sher Sweki's eyes and sneered. "These thousands of people in Jinj building have to rely on me for support, and you are one of them. There is no difference. I'm giving you face by letting you speak up on your own initiative. Don't be ungrateful. Now I'm going to kill Li Dayong. When I come back, I hope to hear good news. Otherwise, you will regret it." Chapter 58. What level are you? Change 1 for me. Please read. Watching Wei Sun leave, Sher Sweki couldn't help but reveal a bitter expression. In fact, I don't want to destroy Wei Sun's family, these are all excuses. Because she had already learned that Wei Sun had taken possession of several good-looking girls, and after playing with them, he threw them to the people below to continue playing with them. Some people were beaten to a mental breakdown and then thrown downstairs and discarded like garbage. She was very afraid that once her bottom line was crossed, she would suffer the same fate. But Wei Sun kept a close watch on her, and she had no chance to escape or seek help. It seems that the only way left is compromise. At this time, Li Dayong fled quickly downstairs with a dozen people. He originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that there were 3 people with superpowers among his people to raid Wei Sun's group and seize the opportunity to seize the management rights here so that he could get those women and enjoy them. But Wei Sun was too strong and they couldn't defeat him, so they could only flee. While escaping, they happened to collide head-on with Lu Zhang and his group who had arrived on the 5th floor. Seeing several stunning beauties following Lu Zhang, Li Dayong, and others' eyes suddenly lit up. Boy, this place is not safe anymore. The people inside are going to kill people. Come with me quickly. I will help you escape. Li Dayong said quickly. At this point, he really wanted to taste those women. But Wei Sun was chasing him right behind him, so he had to leave here quickly. These people are all strangers, and it seems that they are here to avoid disaster. We should trick them away first and leave together, so that we will have a chance to succeed later. Lu Zhang took out his pistol and pointed it at Li Daong. Tell me, what's going on? After seeing the gun, Li Daong and others subconsciously squatted down with their heads in their hands. It can be seen that they are all habitual offenders. After realizing what was happening, Li Daong stood up and answered. There's a person with special abilities here named Wei Sun. He can transform into a werewolf and is very powerful. He has lost his humanity. He has taken over the famous star Shursueki and made everyone his slaves, committing all kinds of evil. We tried to resist but failed, so we had to flee. Young man, I can tell from the first sight that you are a man of justice. You can definitely get rid of that bastard. Hearing Shursueki's name, Lu Zhang looked at Li Daong and asked. Shursueki, has Wei Sun succeeded? Li Daong was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said. That should be it. We've been together for so many days. How could someone like Wei Sun possibly endure this? I definitely couldn't have endured it if it were me. Lu Zhang nodded and waved his hand. Come on, lead the way for me to see Wei Sun. He did come to find Shursueki, but there were so many people here, and some of them might also be able to unlock the supply cards, so the absence of Shursueki didn't affect anything. Jinj Building is more suitable as the headquarters of the force than Kanglin University. He planned to use this place as the base point, expand towards Kanglin University and the hospital, connect the points into lines, and then converge into a surface. You need to have a large enough sphere of influence to harvest insects and obtain crystal cores. Li Daong didn't want to confront Wei Sun face to face at all, so he smiled and said. Where you need a guide, just go up and you'll see them. If I go up with you, I will definitely alert the enemy and even let Wei Sun take action first. For your safety, I think it would be best if you take your men up there yourself. I'll pick you up from behind. He actually wanted Lu Zhang and Wei Sun to fight to the death, with both sides suffering losses, so that he could take advantage of the opportunity to reap the benefits. At this time, Sun Wuxing and others came up one after another with students and faculty members. Lu Zhang brought with him more than 700 people. Although most of them were students and looked small and weak, these teenagers were not lacking in bravery and aggressiveness. It is definitely a force that cannot be ignored. Lu Zhang didn't say anything, but Duan Yu stepped forward and shouted. My boss asked you to lead the way, so why are you talking so much nonsense? This proactive gesture of goodwill made Lu Zhang quite satisfied. Any status and treatment are earned by yourself. People who take the initiative will be given more attention and promotion. If you don't have the awareness to do anything, there is no point in talking about becoming stronger. Being pointed at and scolded by a young boy, Li Daong showed an angry expression on his face. He said in a deep voice. Boss, how dare a little brother interrupt us while we're at it? Let me teach this ignorant brat a lesson. Bang! Just as Li Daong was about to take action, his head exploded. Lu Zhang turned the gun around, pointed it at Li Daong's men, and said coldly. Who are you to teach my little brother a lesson? Lead the way, otherwise, you will die. Shocked, Li Daong's younger brother hurriedly led the way upwards. Not long after, they met a group led by Wei Sun on the 6th floor. Seeing Li Daong's men with a group of strangers, Wei Sun raised his hand and signaled the people behind to stop. Brother, I'm Wei Sun, the manager here. Li Daong led his men to try to create chaos, and I was hunting him down. You recruited his men, so I wonder what his current situation is like? Lu Zhang smiled and said. I didn't recruit them, I just let them lead the way. Li Daong is dead. I've taken a fancy to this place, and everyone has to listen to me, including you. Wei Sun had already seen the gun in Lu Zhang's hand, and he also saw Pang Ruoyu, Xiong Jiner and other beauties beside him. This all symbolizes strength. If you have a gun, you may also have superpowers. After all, as long as you kill the bugs and obtain the crystal cores, mastering superpowers will be a natural thing. Before knowing Lu Zhang's strength, Wei Sun was not prepared to conflict with him. He immediately smiled and said, Brother, if you want to develop here, there's no need to be so confrontational. This place is so big, we can live in peace. You want some people and supplies. I can give them to you. Let's unite and reduce internal losses. Only then can we have a strong force to fight against the bugs. What do you say? Lu Zhang looked at Wei Sun and smiled. I heard you can turn into a werewolf. I'm curious. Let me see you turn into one. This tone, this attitude, is like watching a monkey perform. Wei Sun was once the chairman of the group and a senior executive. Now he was in charge of so many people, so of course he immediately became extremely angry. But people like him value their lives the most. Seeing Lu Zhang's arrogant attitude, we know that he must have something to rely on. It is impossible for him to bring so many people here with just a gun, and it is impossible for him to have so many beauties following him. Okay, since you brothers want to get to know each other's abilities, I'll demonstrate them first. He said this to give himself a way out, and at the same time he wanted to find out what Lu Zhang's special ability was. The next moment, his body suddenly changed. With bulging muscles and thick limbs, in the blink of an eye, it turned into a gray wolf wearing huge shorts, reaching a height of about 3 meters, bringing a strong visual impact and oppression. Chapter 59, I can't grasp it, I am pure and untainted. Please read it later. Lu Zhang looked at the changes in Wei Sun and nodded repeatedly. Your ability is quite good. At the second level, you have all-around enhanced speed and strength. Normal offensive methods of the same level, if they can't hit your vital points, won't cause you any harm. You're qualified enough to be my little brother. Well, do you agree? Wei Sun maintained his werewolf appearance, leaning over to look at Lu Zhang, his mind filled with anger. After the transformation, there is a side effect, which is that the brain will become less effective and prone to anger. Wei Sun had obviously forgotten about this. And Lu Zhang happened to say something that angered him again. Ouch! After a wolf howl, Wei Sun suddenly pounced towards Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang raised his hand, and a rocket launcher appeared on his shoulder, and he pulled the trigger. Boom! The werewolf that jumped up was blown to pieces in mid-air, with broken flesh and blood scattered everywhere. However, Lu Zhang was not affected at all. At the first moment, he used the spatial barrier to add a layer of protection for himself. Lu Zhang sighed and put away the rocket launcher. Even if you were given a chance, you couldn't seize it. Let's go on upstairs. Lu Zhang waved his hand, and the frightened students behind him hurried to follow, fearing that Lu Zhang would turn around and fire a rocket at them if he was unhappy. Those who had followed Wei Sun were all dumbfounded at this moment. Summoning rockets at will, what kind of incredible power is this? Others can only fight small monsters, but you can directly fight the final big devil alone. How else to play? After going up one floor and reaching the 8th floor, Lu Zhang did not move any further. He felt that this was not right. As a big boss, how could he go up to meet those people? He should let them come down to see him. Lu Zhang immediately gave orders to Duan Yu and one of Wei Sun's younger brothers, asking them to take their men up and call everyone down. Tell them, you only have one chance. If you don't come down, you're courting death. He likes to keep things simple. If someone says he will die, he will definitely die. No matter who it is, if they don't come down, they are against him and deserve to die. It is a good thing for a fool who fails to recognize the situation and is too smart to die. It will be good for everyone. Soon, a large number of people came down from upstairs. Lu Zhang gave 2 hours. This place is very big and there is no elevator, so it takes time to notify the people upstairs. It was a good opportunity for him to take a break. Sitting casually on a large sofa, Xiong Jiner, Zheng Jingyi and Gu Miantong sat down naturally. Start massaging him, pounding his legs, and feeding him fruit. This emperor-like enjoyment left everyone stunned. Tang Kailin whispered. Does he usually enjoy himself like this? Also, how come he has so many fresh fruits, even watermelons? Pang Ruoyu replied. I've only known him for a day. But he really does enjoy himself. These women all possess supernatural powers, and he seems to have mastered more than one. Making food and fruit out of it is one of his abilities. Tang Kailin couldn't help but laugh at herself and said. Then it seems like following him is not bad. Besides having to serve him, I have no worries about food and drink, and I can even eat fruit and master supernatural powers. At this time, Lu Zhang waved to Sun Wuxing. Go compile a statistics of these students' information and report to me. Sun Wuxing immediately did as he was told. Not long after, he handed a piece of paper to Lu Zhang and started to tell a story. There are 737 students and 32 teaching staff, 2/3 of whom are boys and 1/3 are girls. The majority of the age group is 17, which accounts for 2/3. Lu Zhang nodded. You will temporarily manage these people. I will appoint you as the chief steward, and the guy named Duan Yu will be the deputy chief steward. Continue to count the people who have come down. You can assign some of them to be your assistants and appoint them all as stewards. Sun Wuxing showed a look of joy. No matter what, being a leader is better than being used as cannon fodder. He still has a daughter to protect, and it's good to have the support of power. He quickly thanked her. As people from upstairs came down one after another, Lu Zhang saw the most outstanding one among them at a glance. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Sweki. Age, 26. Identity, film queen, talented actor, singer, philanthropist. Comment, fair skin, beautiful appearance, graceful figure, enterprising spirit, young and promising. Half of her wealth was donated to the poor. She entered the entertainment industry for charity. She is constantly learning, well-read, and pure and flawless. Conclusion, meet the 4 requirements of virtuous, beautiful, and intelligent. Successful protection will grant you an extraordinary quality unlimited resource card. Lu Zhang really didn't expect that as a person in the entertainment industry, a female star who became famous so quickly would have such lofty ideals and morals. He has always kept himself clean and is untainted by the mud. He even had some respect for her. He definitely couldn't let go of an extraordinary supplies card. At this time, Pang Ruoyu and Tang Kailan saw Sweki, and they immediately ran over happily. When Sweki saw these two people, she also showed a surprised expression. The 3 of them hugged each other. I never thought that the 3 of us would be able to meet again one day. How did you get together? And how did you get here? After Sweki asked the question, she saw her 2 best friends looking at one person together. It was Lu Zhang who was sitting on the sofa and enjoying the service of several beautiful women. Lu Zhang saw their gazes and waved, motioning them to come over. Pang Ruoyu and Tang Kailan took Sweki's hand and came to Lu Zhang. Sweki was surprised and said, "What are you doing?" Pang Ruoyu blushed and said, "This is our husband, Lu Zhang. She saved me first, then at my request, she saved Kailan, and now she's here to save you. Sweki, come join us. This way the 3 of us can be together forever." When Sweki heard this, her eyes widened. She couldn't believe that this was what her best friend said. Tang Kailan said at this time, "If you don't want to, Lu Zhang won't force you, but he might expel you. You are so beautiful. If you fall into the hands of those with bad intentions, your end will be very miserable. You might as well stay with us. Sweki, you have to think carefully." The 2 good friends persuaded her together, and Sweki was in a difficult situation. At this time, a woman ran out from the crowd. She quickly came to Sweki's side, took her arm, and then smiled at Lu Zhang and said, "Hello, sir. My name is Tao Yingshi. I'm also an actress. I play a minor supporting role in Sister Sweki's play. Excuse me, may I follow you?" Lu Zhang looked at Tao Yingshi. At this moment, the woman was disheveled and looked as if she had intentionally painted herself into an ugly appearance. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Chapter 60, How Nice It Is to Have a Cousin Who is a House Cat. Please read on. Lu Zhang thought he had discovered a hidden hit. In the end, it turned out to be an ordinary item. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Tao Yingshi. Age, 22. Identity, 3rd-tier actor. Evaluation, slim figure, pretty face, quick thinking, clean and pure, able to judge the situation, likes to cling to power, hypocritical, good at acting, and only wants to sell herself for a good price. Conclusion, meets both the beautiful outside and intelligent inside requirements. Successfully protected. Receives a basic quality unlimited supplies card. This woman has a good appearance and figure, and she also has brains. But he lacks virtue, let alone great wisdom and a sense of the overall situation. This kind of person is actually very common. It's just that there are not many people with such looks and figures. Something is better than nothing. Having an extra supply card is always a good thing. Lu Zhang casually summoned a luxury RV, then waved to Tao Yingshi and said, "Go in there and wash yourself clean before coming out." Tao Yingshi was overjoyed when she heard this. She had been hiding in the crowd before and was not caught by Wei Sun because she saw that there was no good future in following him. But Lu Zhang is different. The women around him were all glamorous and looked healthy, and had never been abused. They were obviously very suitable for her to settle down. She had wanted to sell herself for a good price before, and now that the apocalypse has broken out, she still has the same idea. Because she knew that she couldn't reach the highest point with her own ability, she could only borrow help. Let yourself have a good life. At this time, Lu Zhang waved his hand and conjured up a motorhome and asked her to take a shower, not caring at all about the extremely precious water source in the apocalypse, which made her extremely surprised. She made the right bet. Lu Zhang's move also brought great shock to Shursueki and others. The most important thing in the end times is supplies. Even if you have great strength, you will starve to death if you don't have food. Others store food while you store guns, but the prerequisite is that others have food. If everyone is hungry, then everything is in vain. Lu Zhang not only has powerful strength, but can also summon supplies at will. This ability undoubtedly makes his followers very excited. This means that at least they will not starve to death. Lu Zhang was not in a hurry to force Shursueki to make a choice. It was rare to find a girl who could provide extraordinary material cards, so it was okay to spend a little time and energy on her. This kind of person is very smart and can figure things out on his own. The people upstairs continued to be taken downstairs, and 10 minutes later, Tao Yingshi came out after washing and changing into new clothes. It was a joy to look at the refreshed beauty with some water droplets in her hair. Husband. Tao Yingshi sat directly and openly in Lu Zhang's arms and put her arms around his neck. As a female star, she has seen grand and luxurious houses, but this kind of top-level RV is the first time she has seen it. In the end of the world, she huddled in a corner, surviving like a stray dog on the roadside. After entering the RV, she felt like she was back in civilized society. She didn't want to be a stray dog anymore. How nice it would be to be a house cat. Lu Zhang hugged Tao Yingshi's soft body and kissed her, then hugged her and said, "Any beautiful woman of this appearance can come to me." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 100 plates of steaming roast duck appeared on the ground. Anyone who provides information about a beautiful woman can receive a roast duck. If someone finds someone who meets my requirements, I will reward them with 100. Although there are abundant supplies in the Jinj building, fuel is limited after all. After the water and power outages, many people have not had a hot meal for several days. Seeing the steaming roast duck, everyone's eyes turned green. Immediately, a girl who looked like a college student stood up and said, "I have a cousin named Zhang Xiangtong, whose appearance and figure are definitely up to standard. She just graduated this year and works in operations at a media company in the Red Square building next to the zoo. I still have her pictures on my phone, but my phone is out of battery." Lu Zhang gently patted Zheng Jingyi's butt next to him and said with a smile, "Go get a power bank from the car." Wang Yu charged her phone, turned it on quickly, and then showed Lu Zhang a photo of herself and Zhang Xiangtong. Lu Zhang took a look and found that it was indeed very good looking. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Zhang Xiangtong. Age, 23. Identity, Operations Manager of Ale Culture Media Company. Evaluation, lively, innocent and cute, kind and sincere, helpful, but not good at thinking and often deceived. Conclusion, meets both the beautiful appearance and venerable morality requirements. Successfully protected. Receives a basic quality unlimited supplies card. Okay, sure. Go get a roast duck. I'll give you this iced Coke as a reward. Wang Yu immediately thanked Lu Zhang happily, and then started eating on the spot. She made a start. Many people began to show Lu Zhang the photos on their phones, including cousins, best friends, colleagues, goddesses they were pursuing, and even their own daughters. But most of them were of average appearance, and Lu Zhang could tell the good from the bad just by looking at the photos. After all, the system doesn't make mistakes. To his disappointment, none of them could produce extraordinary material cards. This further highlights the preciousness of Gu Lingyue, Zhang Ningzhu, and Shursueki. Seeing Lu Zhang's behavior that was like choosing a concubine, Shursueki couldn't help but ask in a low voice. "With his reckless behavior, I'm afraid there will be no shortage of women. Aren't you afraid of falling out of favor and falling into a miserable state?" At this time, Xiong Jiner, who had been standing next to them for some time, suddenly interrupted. "Although my husband is very lustful, he is also very good to us. Not only do we have enough food and drink, but we also help improve our abilities. Now, we are all second-level Esper. Compared to other survivors, we are definitely superior. Even if my husband finds a new love in the future and ignores us, we can still make a living on our own. What's more, we sisters will unite and help each other. There will be no situation where we can't make ends meet. It just so happens that your two best friends have both become husbands now. With your knowledge, it should be easy for you to understand this matter. Two of us sisters wanted to rescue their families, and my husband gave us great support. He even helped them master third-level supernatural powers, allowing them to do what they wanted to do more safely. This world is very dangerous. Who knows what monsters are hiding in the pits? With my husband's help, it's at least easier and faster for me to grow than if I were to struggle to survive on my own. Sweki fell into deep thought after hearing this. Here, Duan Yu and others came to Lu Zheng to report that everyone had been brought down. Lu Zhang asked him and Sun Wuxing to register and classify these people. Then he distributed fried rice to these people one by one. Everyone who takes a portion of fried rice from him will say this respectfully. "Thank you, boss." After calming everyone down with a bowl of fried rice, Lu Zhang took Tang Kailan and Tao Yingshi to get down to business. Chapter 61, Gunship, Sisters of God. Please read. For Lu Zhang, there is only one important thing, and that is to obtain new supply cards. Ding. Successfully protected Tao Yingshi and obtained a basic supplies card. Ding. Successfully protected Tang Kailan and obtained a high-level resource card. I got 2 unlimited supply cards in one go. Item, steamed bun. Type, basic material card. Effect, you can get an unlimited amount of steamed buns. You can choose your own flavor. Baozi, a very practical food. There are both vegetables and noodles, and with buns, you don't need other staple foods. You can choose from a variety of flavors of buns, including pork and green onions, preserved vegetable pork, leek and egg, mushroom and meat, etc. You can also choose vegan ones. There are even soup dumplings and crab roe dumplings. As long as it's buns, you can take out a tray. In short, it is unlimited. This is great, you can try different flavors, it's so cool. I've been eating roast duck and egg fried rice lately and I'm tired of them. Although there are fruit baskets and drinks to relieve the greasiness, you can't keep eating them, or you will feel nauseous. Now I can finally change my taste. Moreover, compared with other foods, buns are easy to distribute and are easier to arrange as food for the people below. This thing made Lu Zhang very satisfied. Item, Wing Long Attack Helicopter. Type, Advanced Material Card. Effect, you can obtain unlimited Wing Long Attack Helicopters. Helicopter? It is a good thing. After all, it can get off the ground and away from the black fog. It is definitely a very safe means of transportation at present. But the key is, who will drive it? This thing isn't like a gun where you just aim and shoot. If you can't control it well, the plane will crash. Of course, Lu Zhang has the ability to create spatial barriers, so he is not afraid of crashing. But others are afraid. This kind of thing must be used by subordinates. Therefore, we need to find a professional to train a group of people. After breaking free from the gentle embrace, Lu Zhang called Sun Wuxing and Duan Yu. Go check for me if anyone among these people can fly a helicopter, or knows someone who can. Although they didn't know why Lu Zhang suddenly asked this question, the two of them immediately did it. Originally, Lu Zhang didn't have much hope, but he didn't expect that just half an hour later, Sun Wuxing came to Lu Zhang with a middle-aged man. Boss, this guy's called Chen Digong. He's a retired Air Force pilot and now a pilot at the aviation club. He came here with his family to shop and encountered the end of the world. He hopes the boss can give him a job. Lu Zhang looked at Chen Digong, who looked like an honest man. Come with me. Lu Zhang brought Chen Digong to the rooftop and casually summoned a Wing Long Attack helicopter. Can you drive this thing? Chen Digong did not answer immediately, but quickly went into the helicopter to take a look. Yes. I can use these weapons too. In addition to the main pilot, the Wing Long Attack helicopter has 4 seats, with a 6-barrel anti-aircraft machine gun in the center of the seats. In addition, there are 2 rocket launch ports under the helicopter, equipped with 10 rockets. This thing has quite a bit of firepower. Lu Zhang asked. I'll give you a group of people. How long will it take for them to master the basics of taking off and landing? After a brief thought, Chen Digong said. Master the basic rise and fall in a week. But the possibility of safety accidents is very high. To master it, it will take at least 2 to 3 months, and a long time of practice. If the boss needs someone to fly a helicopter, I suggest you look directly at the Blue Aviation Vocational College in Xiqing District. They have a specialized helicopter piloting program there. Many of the students in my club are from that college. This suggestion made Lu Zhang's eyes light up. Because he immediately thought that there should be a group of beautiful flight attendants in the aviation academy. Among them, there should be a few who can obtain unlimited supply cards, right? It's settled. You take me to the Aviation Academy tomorrow morning. He had originally planned to return to Kanglan University early tomorrow morning, but now he had more important things to do, so he could go back later. Anyway, now that we have helicopters, it won't take more than half an hour to get there. The next morning, Lu Zhang, in a good mood, distributed a tray of buns to everyone, all filled with mushroom and meat. Everyone was eating with great pleasure, and they all shouted, "Long live the boss." Lu Zhang didn't care. After breakfast, he asked Chen Digong to fly a helicopter to take him and Xiong Jiner to the aviation college. The flight was very fast and we arrived in just over 10 minutes. The aviation college has a dedicated apron, and although it is covered by black fog, it can still be used for parking. After the plane stopped, a large number of insects swarmed over it. Lu Zhang accepted them all, and then he and Chen Digong each rode on a double-tailed scorpion, with Xiong Jiner with him. Through Xiong Jiner's investigation, they quickly arrived at a crowded place. At this time, in the second teaching building, a girl with two huge fruits like watermelons hanging in front of her was kneeling on the ground and bowing in one direction. Behind her, a girl of the same build watched the scene speechlessly. "Sister, you've been praying for several days. If there really were gods who could sense it, they would have taken action long ago. Give up. With our looks, the gods won't like us." Tantai Huanyan turned around and glared at her sister, straightened her body, and said proudly, "We have such great figures. We're both 1.72 centimeters tall, with long, white, and slender legs. Although our faces aren't as natural as Shursweki's, they're still top-notch. Why not? The apocalypse has broken out, and it's very likely that gods also exist. In this situation, only gods can help us out of this predicament. Come kneel down and pray with me." Tantai Xiaoyu had no choice but to kneel down with Tantai Huanyan and bow in the same direction. She didn't really believe it. But there is no other way. She and her sister have similar brains, otherwise they would not have been admitted to the same technical college. However, they have never thought about really becoming flight attendants. They opened a short video account when they were freshmen. Now they have more than 3 million followers. They only need to manage their personal image well and earn millions every year. It doesn't require much brains, just show off your body. However, with the outbreak of the apocalypse, this figure seems to be of no use anymore. With no way to save themselves, the two of them simply began to pray to God. "It's a way to give myself some psychological comfort." Not far away, a tall and strong boy was looking at the two of them with lustful eyes. The male student next to him said, "Director Ma, order has already collapsed. What are we waiting for? Why not just take action? I'm sure you've been coveting this for a long time." Hearing this, Ma Kuo glanced at him. "Zhou Zetian, I understand that you young people tend to act impulsively, but you do need to calm down. We have to rely on Song Qing for food now, and there are twice as many women as men here. If we act rashly, we will definitely fail miserably. Yes, take your time. Good things come to those who wait." Chapter 62, Dancing Sisters, 3 points make aside. Please read. Zhou Zetian refused to give up. "Director Ma, good food is never too late, but the premise is that this bowl of rice is yours. We're worried that if we don't eat it while it's hot, someone else will come and take our jobs, leaving us with nothing to eat." This makes a lot of sense. Ma Kuo fell into deep thought. After a while, he looked at the two sisters and swallowed his saliva. His face turned grim. "Okay, but before we do anything, we have to kill Song Qing first. That old woman loves handsome guys the most. Go and get her. If you succeed in this, you can choose one of the two sisters to have the first share." Since Zhou Zetian dared to propose this matter, he must be determined to do it. Without hesitation, I agreed. "Okay, Director Ma, I'll leave the matter of contacting other people to you. We can't let those girls ride on our heads." Zhou Zetian went into a separate room with Song Qing to make a deal on the pretext of wanting to obtain superpowers. Then, when he was emotionally excited, he suddenly attacked and stabbed Song Qing's neck with a knife. Zhou Zetian said disdainfully while putting on his clothes, "I let you enjoy yourself for a while before I died. You're lucky." Zhou Zetian came out and told Ma Kuo that he had succeeded. Immediately, some people who were ready to make a move followed Ma Kuo and announced the reorganization of the power structure. Everyone obeyed Ma Kuo as the boss, and women became resources and wealth shared by everyone. Of course, the girls immediately rose up in resistance, and Zhou Zetian immediately led people to suppress these people with force. Although there are many girls, most of the girls who come here to study are majoring in flight attendants, while the boys are majoring in maintenance and have different physiques. They were easily suppressed. In addition, many of the surrenderists voluntarily surrendered, which resulted in an immediate one-sided defeat. All the girls were violently suppressed. Looking at Tan Tai Huan Yen, who was still kneeling, Ma Kuo stepped forward and said with a chuckle, "Don't worship me, I am your god. I am here, just come and serve me." Tan Tai smiled and glared at Ma Kuo. "I've heard you're a beast in human form. You actually killed Teacher Song. You will definitely die a miserable death." Zhou Zetian sneered. "We don't know whether we can die easily or not, but you will definitely live a life worse than death." At this moment, an inopportune voice sounded. "Hey! Did they just have a fight? Or did they prepare a show to welcome me?" Seeing Lu Zhang and Shen Digong approaching, Ma Kuo was shocked. He had no idea when these two people came up. "Teacher Chen, please save us. They want to treat us as slaves." A young man who had been beaten and covered in scars shouted. Shen Digong looked at him, then turned to Lu Zhang and said, "Boss, this person is one of my students. He can fly a helicopter." Lu Zhang nodded. "Go ask who else can fly. I have a lot of helicopters and need a lot of pilots." Zhou Zetian pointed a knife at Lu Zhang. "You're just pretending we don't exist, right?" Bang! Zhou Zetian's head exploded. Lu Zhang raised his gun and frowned. He's full of foul language and has no manners. The education in this college needs to be improved. As he spoke, his eyes fell on the sisters Tan Tai Huan Yen, and his eyes lit up. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Tan Tai Huan Yen. Age, 20. Occupation, flight attendant student at the Aviation College, dance blogger. Evaluation, beautiful, tall, fair, clean and pure, good at hands-on work, lacks thinking ability, lazy, possesses basic moral and values. Conclusion, meets both the venerable virtue and beautiful appearance requirements. Successfully protected. Receives a basic quality unlimited supplies card. Tan Tai Xiaoyu and Tan Tai Huanyan received exactly the same evaluation. Both of them had stupid and foolish personalities, not to mention being virtuous. So you can only get a basic quality unlimited supplies card. But Lu Zhang came here just to look for some drivers, and finding the Tan Tai Huanyan sisters was an unexpected surprise. He was very satisfied just to have the supply card. "You two are good, follow me." Tan Tai Huanyan stared blankly at the person in front of her and asked hesitantly, "Are you sent by the gods to save us?" Tan Tai Xiaoyu rolled his eyes and said quickly, "I'm sorry, my sister has some mental problems. Thank you for saving us." At this moment, Ma Kuo recovered from his shock at Zhou Zetian being shot in the head, and said with a flattering smile, "Brother, there are many beautiful girls in our academy, all of them are yours. How about I become your younger brother? I know these people very well." Tan Tai Xiaoyu suddenly took a step forward. "Boss, he just tried to take us over. We can't let him go. He's a beast and has harmed many girls. As long as you can get rid of him, I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly." In this situation, Tan Tai Xiaoyu was able to see the situation clearly and took the opportunity to put forward her own demands. Ma Kuo's face changed and he said quickly, "Boss, I was just lustful for a moment. This kind of woman can only be enjoyed by a boss like you. How could I defile her? Please spare my life, I can continue to help you find other beauties." He could tell at a glance that Lu Zhang was not a gentleman and had a great desire for beautiful women. So he proposed a condition that seemed very tempting. But Lu Zhang came here for important matters and had no time to listen to his nagging, so he just shot him to death. Then he urged Shen Digong, "Hurry up and select the person. I have other things to do." Seeing Lu Zhang's ruthless and decisive action, the rest of the people were all silent and let Shen Digong choose. Soon, 22 helicopter pilots were selected. There are only 3 girls among them. Lu Zhang brought everyone to the helipad and let them see what the wing-long attack helicopter looked like. "Can you all fly this type of helicopter? I don't need you to use firepower, just use it as a transport plane." Everyone nodded. An hour later, 23 wing-long attack helicopters took off one after another. In addition to the pilot, each aircraft carried 6 people, 2 more than the 4 authorized capacity. The total number is about 150 people. If you want to transport all the people here, one trip is definitely not enough, but helicopters are fast, and including the time for people to get on and off the plane, the round trip takes less than an hour. 10 helicopters form a formation. Feng Jun and Liang Chang were responsible for transporting the students of the aviation college. Feng Jun was in charge of the first formation, while Liang Chang led the second formation to Kanglin University with the helicopter piloted by Qin Digong. From now on, Lu Zheng's permanent residence will be Jinj Building, so he has to bring all his women over. Let Chang Ziqian and others be in charge of Kanglin University. He will not give up the two strongholds of hospital and university, and the 3 points form a surface. He will find a way to eliminate the bugs within this area, establish connections between the 3 places, and integrate all the personnel and supplies in the middle area. Chapter 63 Sister, please come with me. Please read. After Lu Zheng transferred the women from Kanglin University to Jinj Building, he immediately went to Zhongyang Hospital, distributed a batch of supplies there, and then designated a place to park the helicopter so that the sickle worms could prepare for defense and cleanup. After returning to Jinj Building, Lu Zheng took care of his business first. Tan Tai Huanyan and Tan Tai Xiaoyu both have special uniforms, which they wear together. Ding! Successfully protected Tan Tai Huanyan and obtained a basic supplies card. Ding! Successfully protected Tan Tai Xiaoyu and obtained a basic supplies card. Yesterday, I also protected 2 people at once. The same is true today. But the battle today is more intense. Although the system evaluation of these 2 people is not high, they are really top-notch as vases. Lu Zheng was very interested in studying things with artistic qualities, and for a moment he was reluctant to leave. It wasn't until lunchtime that I remembered to check the newly acquired supply card. Item: 1 serving of special soup. Type: basic material card. Effect: you can get unlimited special soups. Lu Zheng took a quick look and found that the so-called special soups included Buddha jumps over the wall, spicy soup, mutton soup, lotus root and pork rib soup, duck blood and vermicelli soup and other local specialty soups. Some of them are for health preservation, some are for savory taste, and some are for filling. Various flavors, unlimited quantity to choose from. Item: a bowl of special noodles. Type: basic material card. Effect: you can get unlimited bowls of special noodles. These noodles, like the soup, are all local specialties, including hot dry noodles, fried soybean paste noodles, knife-cut noodles, mixed noodles, flat noodles, beef ramen, stewed noodles, etc. As long as it's noodles, it's all available. Just like the previous buns, you can choose any one of them to satisfy all tastes. It has greatly enriched Lu Zheng's catering needs. Although it is not as good as the combat power increase brought by an extraordinary material card, it is also a very good thing that can improve life. Lu Zheng was quite satisfied. At noon, Lu Zheng arranged all the women to eat at a big table. The mature ones include Bai Zhiwei, Emilia, Pang Ruoyu, and Tang Kailin, and the young ones include Yu Zihan, Gu Miantong, Zhang Jingyi, Xiong Jiner, Tao Yingshi, Tan Tai Huanyan, and Tan Tai Xiaoyu. The 2 maids, Junisan and Tian Wei, helped everyone serve the food, while Shursweki, an outsider, sat aside and watched everyone eat and drink. Lu Zheng gave each of them 2 bowls of snow frog and bird's nest soup. If they couldn't finish it, they could drink 1 bowl and pour another. There are a serving of different kinds of noodles, a tray of different kinds of buns, and there are also roast duck, fried rice, various fruits, and drinks. Eat and drink as you please. Such a rich and luxurious meal, with its fragrant aroma, made Shursweki, who could only watch from a distance, drool. In the last days, it is very difficult for ordinary people to have a hot meal. But some people drink red wine that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars a bottle and drink bird's nest soup. This contrast made Shursweki even more shaken. Pang Ruoyu couldn't bear it and said, "Husband, can I dispose of the leftovers myself?" Lu Zheng glanced at her and said casually, "If you can't finish it, just throw it away. There are people rushing to eat it below." Pang Ruoyu sighed when she heard this. She knew that Lu Zheng didn't want her to sympathize with Shursweki. This is the other party's own choice. How can you expect to get good treatment without paying anything? She could only give Shursweki an apologetic look and continue eating. There is no such thing as not being able to finish food. These things are so delicious. Even before the end of the world, she had never eaten such delicious and precious food. Lu Zheng gave his women at least 1 strengthening pill, and their physical fitness and digestive ability have been greatly improved. These things are not a problem at all. Even after the meal, several people started eating fruit and drinking beverages. Yu Zihan found 2 sets of mahjong from somewhere, and after eating, she pulled Lu Zheng to the table to play together. If Lu Zhang loses, he will give him the crystal core. If they lose and don't have the crystal core, they will repay in other ways. The room was filled with laughter. Sweki could only eat the 2 buns given to her and drink a sip of tasteless water. Tao Yingshi came to her side and whispered, "Sister Sweki, you can't escape. Without our own strength, we can only rely on the strength of others. Now you are using the same things as me, which are our looks and bodies. Those people below don't even have the qualifications. I heard that my husband has 2 other women who want to go find their families. They both received financial support from my husband and were able to obtain 3rd-level superpowers. If you don't rely on his power, how long do you think it will take for you to master the 3rd-level supernatural power? The 2 of us can look after each other and have a place here in the future. Otherwise, if you join too late, they will have already formed their own alliances and we will be relegated to the sidelines sooner or later. Just think of it as a sister begging you, just come with me." Sweki was silent for a long time. "Let me think about it. I'll give you an answer tonight." While there was jubilation in the Jinj building, in a house on the outskirts of Kanglin City, a group of people ate dry bread, each taking a bite, and shared a bottle of mineral water. "Lingyue, once we get there, can we really live a safe and worry-free life?" A woman holding a child asked with concern. Gu Lingyue said with a firm look, "Don't worry, cousin, I'm here. Food and shelter won't be a problem. I will let my nephew grow up without worries." At this time, a woman in a security uniform and holding a gun walked in. "Lingyue, we're out of food. We'd better take advantage of lunch and rush to Kanglin University. If we're delayed on the way and can't arrive before nightfall, we'll have to find a place to stay for the night." Although Gu Lingyue controlled a lot of insects, the insects became very active at night. Once a large number of insects swarmed over, the safety of the people could not be guaranteed by relying on the ones controlled by Gu Lingyue. Yin Xinyao is a security guard. When Gu Lingyue found her parents, it was Yin Xinyao and her colleagues who protected them. When Gu Lingyue proposed the idea of transfer, Yin Xinyao and others initially disagreed. After all, it was very dangerous. They didn't agree until Gu Lingyue demonstrated her 3rd-level supernatural powers and the insects she controlled. So, Gu Lingyue, who originally planned to bring back only his parents and relatives, led more than 100 people from Yishan County to Zhongyang County. It only took 1 morning to enter the area of Kanglin City, which was already very fast. But everyone was very nervous and tired along the way. Almost on the verge of collapse. In the end times, the world is shrouded in black fog, surrounded by insects, and there is a shortage of food. The pressure is too great. Gu Lingyue and his men continued to head towards Kanglin University, while Lu Zhang began to lead his men to clear out the insects in 3 areas in the afternoon and bring back the survivors. For Lu Zhang, more people means bigger bait, which can attract more insects, expand his team, and increase the speed of hunting crystal cores. It is a strategic resource. Anyway, his food and water are unlimited. Chapter 64, Husband, don't do this, there are many people watching. Please read. It was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Through the insect puppets that were spread out to hunt insects and obtain crystal cores, Lu Zhang learned that a place was being attacked by sonic worms, so he rushed over immediately. A 3rd-level sonic worm crystal core is equivalent to 100 1st-level sickle worm crystal cores. It was worth a little of his time and effort. During this afternoon, he had already hunted 12 sonic worms, and the one in front of him was the 13th. According to Lu Zhang's estimation, perhaps 50 or so 3rd-level crystal cores or more than 500 2nd-level crystal cores would allow him to advance to the 4th level. Now, if calculated, he has absorbed 38 3rd-level crystal cores. The breakthrough is not that far away. A big killing spree tonight and another one tomorrow will definitely be enough for me to get promoted. The level of supernatural powers is what Lu Zhang cares about most besides the extraordinary material cards. However, what he didn't expect was that when he came over, he found that the person being attacked was actually his own woman. Facing the attack of the sonic worms, Gu Lingyue's expression was serious and solemn. This kind of sonic energy is really hard to guard against. If you are a little careless, many people may be eaten. But when she saw the figure emerging not far away, she couldn't help but show joy on her face. "Husband!" she called out. At this time, the sonic worms also launched an attack. Lu Zhang was very happy to hear Gu Lingyue's call, but was very annoyed when he was interrupted by the sonic worm. "Get out the bazooka and pull the trigger." Boom! The sonic worm was blown into pieces, a piece here, a piece there. After sending out a few sickleworms to search for the crystal core, Lu Zhang came to Gu Lingyue, hugged her in his arms, and then gently touched her lips. "Hubby, don't do this, there are a lot of people watching." Gu Lingyue was a little shy. She was such a serious person. Now I am kissing a man in front of more than 100 people including my family. It is so embarrassing. Yin Xinyao came over and asked in surprise. "Are you Miss Gu's husband? How did you get a bazooka? Why did you disappear again?" Lu Zhang said casually. "This is one of my special abilities." He looked at Yin Xinyao with admiration in his eyes. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Yin Xinyao. Age, 26. Occupation, security officer, dual master's degree. Evaluation, he has practiced martial arts since childhood, is heroic, has a strong sense of morality, is a continuous learner, is proficient in criminal investigation and psychology, is just yet sensitive, and has clear standards and principles for judging. Conclusion, meet the 4 requirements of virtuous, beautiful, and intelligent. Successful protection will grant you an extraordinary quality unlimited resource card. Another extraordinary material card. Lu Zhang really didn't expect that Gu Lingyue would bring him such a surprise when she came back. "Yue, wait here for a moment. I'll ask them to drive over to pick you up. I've already set up my base at the Jinj building. Kanglin University and the hospital are my other bases. We're currently clearing out the bugs in this area and rescuing any survivors." After hearing Lu Zhang's words, Yin Xinyao praised. Mr. Lu is truly a capable and responsible person. He is able to take the initiative to lend a hand and save everyone at this time. He is truly a person worthy of praise. Lu Zhang smiled and said, "I think so. From the very beginning, I took the initiative to take in weak women and protect them. I am such a kind person. The path leading here has been cleared. Controlled sickle beetles and 2-tailed scorpions clean the streets, keeping them clear for vehicular traffic. Just don't go too fast and keep the lights on. Visibility is very low in the black fog." Lu Zhang can summon an unlimited number of luxury RVs, but these cars are not for these refugees. If they were given the seat, many of them would have different thoughts. Lu Zhang directly asked people to drive buses and vans over, and soon everyone was taken to the Jinj building. Bai Jiawei took the baby from Gu Lingyue's cousin's arms and fed him with freshly prepared milk powder. Gu Lingyue's family members were wolfing down noodles and buns. Lu Zhang was still a little surprised to see Gu Lingyue's family. He originally thought that Gu Lingyue's whole family were intellectuals, but in fact, only Gu Lingyue's mother was a graduate student, and her father was a businessman with a big belly. People are different. The children born are also very random. Gu Lingyue's father, Gu Yao, ate the roast duck and said with satisfaction, "Son-in-law, you have a great place here. No wonder you were able to win over my precious daughter. It's really amazing that you have such a great foundation." Lu Zhang casually took out a bottle of Matai and poured a glass for Gu Yao. "Father-in-law, when you come to my place, just eat and drink well. Don't worry about safety and food. I will definitely prepare the best for you." After drinking a glass of wine, Gu Yao laughed out loud. "Okay, I'll listen to you. I thought it would be great to be able to survive in this apocalypse, but I didn't expect to be able to enjoy it so much. This is more comfortable than before. Yue, my son-in-law has built such a big business, he must be very tired. You should be more considerate of him." Gu Lingyue smiled and nodded without saying anything more. It's good to have some more happiness in the family. Yin Xinyao held a half-drunk bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup and said, "Making food out of this is also your ability, right? Just like conjuring up a bazooka, can your ability materialize supplies?" Lu Zhang chuckled. "Almost. Is there anything you need, Commander Yin?" As if waiting for Lu Zhang's words, Yin Xinyao spoke. "My colleagues and I are out of bullets for our pistols. We hope you can provide us with a batch of bullets. If you want to manage this area, you definitely need to maintain order. We can help you do that. Our identities are very intimidating and convincing. At the same time, we can also cooperate with you to fight the bugs outside the area and rescue more people." Lu Zhang shook his head and laughed. "You just arrived and you're already trying to seize power. Although Commander Yin sincerely wants to do something for the people, he doesn't need you yet. I have the guns, I have the bullets, and I have the men. If you completely submit to me, I can give you power, but it can only be given to you by me, not by you asking for it." If you still want to control power, then sorry, you are not welcome here. After eating, you can leave. Commander Ian, I'm a good person, please don't let me be a bad person. These words made Ian Xinyao's expression change. She said seriously, Mr. Liu, we are official law enforcement officers and it is impossible for us to serve a certain person. I've already received news that dozens of bases have been established across the country, and the nearest large base is in the neighboring city of Qishan. There's a sword base there, with 15,000 soldiers and over 300,000 civilians. There was no official collapse, only a temporary loss of order. There are things you can do and things you can't do. I hope you can tell the difference. Chapter 65, Already Clean, Protect Shirsueki. Please read. Ian Xinyao's words made the smile on Lu Zhang's face even more obvious. A large base with a population of 300,000. You can definitely find one or two extraordinary material cards there, and there will definitely be more basic material cards and advanced material cards. This is important news. All extraordinary material cards are not easy to obtain. From the beginning, Lu Zhang didn't think that he could definitely get Ian Xinyao to agree to follow him. It was worth it to be able to get such a crucial piece of information from her. Anyway, I saved her by the way. Of course, he still made a final effort. Commander Ian, I can accept people who obey my orders completely. As for unstable factors, we can only eliminate them. If you are willing to become mine, I can give you not only guns, but also more things, such as crystal cores. Think about it? Ian Xinyao refused without hesitation. Not considering it. Since Mr. Liu is unwilling to help and does not welcome us, we will leave. Thank you for your help and for the wonderful meal. Lu Zhang asked. Are you planning to go to the sword base? Ian Xinyao nodded. Only by working together with a large force can we play a greater role and help more people. After all, the power of an individual is insignificant. Mr. Liu, you should also pay attention to this. Lu Zhang smiled and said. Although you didn't agree to my conditions, you protected my woman and her family after all. I decided to send you over. Ian Xinyao showed a surprised expression. Really? Thank you so much, but the journey here is quite long. Will there be any trouble if you leave here for a long time? Anyway, at least things are stable here now, and these people need you to continue to maintain order. Lu Zhang gave a mysterious smile. It won't take long. You can rest here tonight. You'll know tomorrow morning. After bringing Gu Lingyue and the others back, it was already late. Lu Zhang arranged everything for Ian Xinyao and the others, and finally returned to the top floor to have dinner with his women. Shirsueki sat next to him. This was obviously an arrangement made by Pang Ruoyu and the others after discussion, otherwise she would not be able to sit next to Lu Zhang. Have you figured it out? Shirsueki blushed and nodded when she heard that. When Tao Engshir advised her, she said she would give an answer in the evening. After thinking for half a day, she finally chose this path which would cost her something but was more convenient. People are like this. Few people choose to face challenges head-on. Everyone will choose the easier path. Even if it is just a little easier, people will choose it like a flock of bees. What's more, the salary gap between the two paths is so huge. One is to leave directly and live on your own, living in uncertainty and with nothing to rely on. The other option is to stay here, eat and drink well, and use Lu Zhang's power to find his family. In this comparison, it is easy to find out which one is more important and which one is better. Shirsueki understood this from the beginning. The afternoon time is just used to convince myself. Lu Zhang directly hugged her in his arms and breathed on her neck. It's already cleaned. Very good. Yuer is back today, and Sueki has joined us. It's worth celebrating. Each of you can get 5 strengthening pills. Divide them among them. As he spoke, he took out a bunch of body strengthening pills and placed them on the table. Several girls quickly took 5 each. Lu Zhang called the people up again and rewarded them with 1,000 roast ducks and 2,000 bottles of various drinks, allowing everyone to celebrate together. The people below were very confused and didn't know why the boss would suddenly give such a good reward. After asking, I found out that it was the boss's woman who came back, and the big star Shirsueki also agreed to become the boss's woman. The boss waved his hand and decided to distribute 1,000 roast ducks every day so that everyone could celebrate together. Several children ate duck wings with big mouthfuls and said happily, "It would be great if the boss had a wife every day. Then we could eat roast duck every day." Gu Lingyue and Shi Sueki were touched when they saw Lu Zhang mobilizing so many people and spending huge amounts of money to celebrate. After all, these supplies are very precious. For ordinary people, it would be difficult to even eat a bite, but now it was distributed just to let everyone feel happy together. After eating and drinking, Shi Sueki took the initiative to sing a few songs, and Yu Zihan, Tao Yingshi, and others came forward to dance. The atmosphere was immediately created. In the black fog, some people were struggling for a bite to eat, while others were enjoying the wonderful singing and dancing and relishing the joy of life. The noise finally died down. Lu Zhang took Shi Sueki to take a bath. Ding! Successfully protected Shi Sueki and obtained a superb supplies card. At present, Lu Zhang has obtained 2 extraordinary material cards. The first one is the Beast Taming Ring, which allows him to control an unlimited number of insects, form an army of insects, and lay a solid foundation for establishing a base. The second one is a Strengthening Pill, which can comprehensively enhance his physical fitness, giving him the ability to fight in close combat, while also saving him from the tragic end of having his body hollowed out. Now this is the third one. Lu Zhang was very much looking forward to it. Item: Teleportation Talisman. Type: Extraordinary Material Card. Effect: you can obtain unlimited teleportation talismans. The teleportation talisman, activated with mental power, can randomly teleport to any location within 10 or 20 miles. It can also be used to teleport to a previously visited location within 20 miles. The maximum teleportation volume is related to the user's total mental power. The greater the volume the mental power can accommodate, the greater the teleportation volume. Hiss. He was planning to go on a long journey when the teleportation talisman appeared. Teleport to a designated point within 20 miles. If you have been to a place once, you can use the teleportation talisman to travel back and forth. Although the maximum transmission distance of a talisman is only 10 kilometers. But his talismans are unlimited. Theoretically, he could circle the entire planet and back in one day. If you are proficient in using the teleportation talisman, the time consumed will be shorter. This is equivalent to Lu Zhang having a teleportation skill. It will be much more convenient to go up and down the stairs in the future. With joy in his heart, Lu Zhang liked the big star in his arms even more. He gave her 2 strengthening pills to let her recover, and then doted on her again. The next day, after breakfast, Lu Zhang first left 100 teleportation talismans for each of his women, asking them to use half for daily use and the other half for life-saving purposes. Then he brought In Xinyao to the tarmac. After seeing the armed helicopter, the team members around In Xinyao couldn't help but exclaimed in horror. No, you can even materialize this thing, isn't that too outrageous? The materialization of a rocket launcher is understandable, after all, it is not particularly big. But this armed helicopter, such a big thing, is materialized by supernatural powers. How much energy does it consume? Could it be that energy is not conserved? Lu Zhang did not explain, but took them to the first flight formation, asked Chen Digon to drive a helicopter, and then called 2 team members. A total of 3 helicopters took off and headed towards the Lijian base. Chapter 66, Extra Conditions, Even the Skin is Eaten. Please read. Quozon City is right next to Kanglan City. The straight line distance from Jinj Building to Lijian base is only 170 kilometers. The attack helicopter flies at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Just counting the time in the air, we arrived in more than half an hour. The appearance of 3 helicopters immediately attracted the attention of base officials. As soon as Lu Zhang and his friends landed, they were surrounded by a group of people. After seeing clearly what Lu Zhang and others were wearing, the leading officer was stunned for a moment. Aren't you guys from other official bases? In Xinyao took the initiative to step forward and salute. Hello, I'm In Xinyao, a security officer in Kanglan City. These are my colleagues. This is Mr. Lu. He created these helicopters using his supernatural powers. Mr. Lu is here to see us off. We don't belong to any official base. We are just here to seek refuge. Shueli began to doubt his ears. You mean, he used his superpowers to create a helicopter? Lu Zhang smiled and waved. Put them all into the unlimited supply card. Seeing the helicopter disappear, Shueli's eyes widened. Then he walked up with great enthusiasm, his eyes full of passion. Mr. Lu, you are very welcome at the sword base. We really need you. In Xinyao and others who were left aside couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. They are obviously the ones who should stay. Lu Zhang smiled and said. I just came to see them off and take a look at how a large official base is managed. There are still thousands of people in Kanglan City waiting for me to support them. I have to go back and manage them. I can't stay here for too long. Shweli became anxious when he heard this. Mr. Liu, you can't leave. We are experiencing severe ammunition depletion. Production conditions are insufficient, and every bullet we use is one less. But the bugs seemed endless. We really need your help. In the end, he even used honorifics, which showed that they really needed help. Lu Zhang waved his hand and said, I'm sorry, I have to take responsibility for the people of Kanglan City. My special ability is not something I can use casually. It's not that I can't help you, but I need enough chips in exchange. For example, crystal cores or something like that. Shweli's expression changed, and he waved his hand and said, How about this? I'll take you to talk to our general manager. Let's discuss the price. I can't make the decision, but it should be negotiable. Lu Zhang's request is very reasonable. After all, since it is something that consumes supernatural powers, it is reasonable for people to ask for some crystal cores as compensation. Don't drain others. What he didn't know was that Lu Zhang's unlimited supply card had no consumption at all. You can take out countless things in just a single thought. He is simply harvesting the crystal cores of the sword base. Shweli casually asked a few people to take in Xinyao and the others downstairs to arrange accommodation, and then personally led Lu Zhang to an office reception room. 2 minutes later, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked in. Hello, Mr. Liu, my name is Zhang Zhenyu, and I'm the chief of the base here. Your abilities are very important to the development of our entire base. We are very willing to cooperate with you. I wonder what kind of assistance you can provide, that kind of armed helicopter with full firepower. How many crystal cores do you need in exchange? Originally, Lu Zhang came here to look for supply cards. But he was also very happy to be able to obtain a large number of crystal cores, and even to be able to obtain the crystal cores for a long time. Unlimited supply cards can be used at will, so he will never lose out. It's the difference between making a small profit and making a huge profit. For the sake of long-term cooperation, he cannot take too much at once and needs to consider the trading capacity of this sword base. After a brief thought, he said, I can provide 2 types of assistance. One is that kind of armed helicopter. I require 10,000 first-order crystal cores in exchange for 1, or 500 second-order crystal cores in exchange for 1. The other is this assault rifle, which comes with a magazine of bullets and 5 second-level crystal cores for 1. Just bullets. 1 first-level crystal core for 10 bullets. Pretty reasonable, right? Killing the bugs was not difficult for these well-trained soldiers. What prevented them from retaking the city was the black fog and the pits. 4 or 5 bullets can definitely kill a sickle bug. Just by calculating in this way, the sword base has a considerable profit margin. But in reality, due to losses in physical strength, personnel, materials, etc., the cost will be much greater than this figure. Of course, Zhang Zhenyu couldn't agree. So the 2 sides began to discuss, and after a tug of war, they finally determined a price that both parties were satisfied with. An armed helicopter can be exchanged for 8,000 first-level crystal cores or 300 second-level crystal cores, fully equipped. 3 second-level crystal cores can be exchanged for an assault rifle, and 1 first-level crystal core can be exchanged for 15 bullets. With prices reduced across the board, Lu Zhang will naturally have additional conditions. He did not forget the real purpose of his visit. He took the opportunity to ask to take a few people with him. Zhang Zhenyu and others knew that Lu Zhang also had a base of thousands of people and controlled a large amount of resources. He was willing to share some of the population pressure, which was a good thing. There was even a suggestion that he should take 10,000 or 20,000 people away. Of course, Lu Zhang rejected it sternly. I only take in those weak, helpless beauties. Forget about the others. There are so many people in Kanglan City waiting for my rescue. I don't need the 10,000 or 20,000 people here. They were all men, and they immediately understood Lu Zhang's thoughts. Zhang Zhenyu said seriously, Mr. Liu, I hope you can respect their own choices. Hearing this, Lu Zhang nodded without hesitation. No problem, I'm just giving them another option. Well, you guys prepare the crystal cores you want to exchange first. I'll go find someone who's interested. We'll do the transaction this afternoon. Zhang Zhenyu nodded in agreement. Then he asked Shweli to accompany Lu Zhang to look for the right person in the base, probably because he was afraid that Lu Zhang would cause some big trouble. Walking on the street, Lu Zhang casually took out a black-skinned watermelon, looked at Shueli and said, "Come, cut it up and eat it together." Shueli looked at the scene in astonishment, somewhat unable to believe it. Although it is almost autumn, it is still very hot. Watermelon is undoubtedly a very tempting fruit. But now everyone can't even get a bite of food to eat. Where can we find watermelon to eat? Shueli quickly cut the watermelon, and then, under Lu Zheng's instructions, distributed it to the other 2 soldiers who were following him. The 4 of them ate a few pieces of watermelon together. Shueli and the other 2 wanted to eat all the watermelon rind. Lu Zhang only took a few bites of the best part in the middle. He was going to throw the rest on the ground, but Shueli and the others stopped him and grabbed it to eat. "I'm going to search alone. With so many people here, it might be hard to find someone I'm destined to meet. How about this? Let's find an open space first. Then, Commander Shui, please call over 100 refugees. I'll give them food and ask them to help me with some work." As he spoke, Lu Zhang took out another black-skinned watermelon and asked several people to share it. Shueli immediately went to find someone according to his request. Chapter 67, Clean yourself up and rush to get a job. Please read. Soon, 100 people gathered in front of Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang sat in the luxury RV, enjoying the air conditioning and looking outside through the large glass windows. "I need you to help me find beautiful women. Don't force them. Once you find someone, tell them that if they come to me and get my approval, I will not only provide for themselves but also their family and friends. Any woman who comes here can get 10 meat buns and a bottle of water, even if she is not recognized." As he spoke, he took out a pork and green onion bun and threw it to the crowd. The steaming buns were immediately snatched away by 4 or 5 people and stuffed into their mouths. With Shueli and others maintaining order, they did not fight. Those who ate the buns looked very satisfied. "It's delicious. Boss, can we eat buns if we work for you?" Lu Zhang nodded. "You guys work for me, each of you gets 5 buns, and if you bring someone back, I'll give you an extra bun if they volunteer, regardless of whether I approve or not. If you can get my approval and bring one back, I'll reward you with 100 meat buns and 10 watermelons." As he said that, he threw out another watermelon, which fell directly to the ground and broke into pieces. Everyone rushed forward like wild dogs to grab the items. Shueli and others quickly stepped forward to stop them and maintain order. Lu Zhang looked at Shueli and said with a smile, "Could you please help me distribute the buns? After we're done, you can each get 100. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and tray after tray of buns appeared on the ground. The fragrance spread instantly, and everyone swallowed their saliva. If they had taken into account Lu Zhang's strength and the guns in Shueli and others' hands, those 100 people would have rushed up long ago. 100 people each received 5 buns. Some ate them all in one go, while others put 2 in their arms. They divided up all 10 watermelons and ate the rinds. "Go quickly. The first person to bring back a qualified candidate will be rewarded with 2 extra watermelons." 100 people scattered and ran to different locations. Shueli thought of something and immediately asked a soldier to find 20 soldiers to maintain order. This act of distributing food for free would undoubtedly cause a large number of people to gather and easily lead to chaos. Shueli felt that 20 people were not enough. But he did not call more people because he thought that he could ask the refugees who gathered around him to help maintain order. "I discussed it with Lu Zhang, and Lu Zhang agreed. Those who are willing to maintain order can also get 5 buns as a reward." A few minutes later, the first refugee returned with his men. She didn't meet the requirements, but she was indeed a woman. Lu Zhang followed the agreement and let the woman receive 10 buns and a bottle of water, and the refugee also got a bun. In order to prevent someone from claiming the buns repeatedly, the woman who received the buns was temporarily placed in the open space nearby. Shueli found dozens of people to guard it. It seems that the 2 watermelons were worth the price. This guy is very dedicated in his work. Lu Zhang gave each of the 20 or so soldiers a bottle of Pocari Sweat to quench their thirst. After the first one, there was the second one, and then the number of people increased rapidly, forming a long queue. From old ladies in their 60s and 70s to children of 6 or 7 years old, all were called over. Lu Zhang also gave rewards for this kind of thing. But if a man dressed as a woman was found, Lu Zhang would have him beaten up. He didn't care how many buns and watermelons he paid for. It didn't cost him anything anyway, just a little time. The unlimited resource card is so powerful. For him, finding a few ordinary supply cards would make the trip worthwhile. If you can find an extraordinary material card, you will make a fortune. After hundreds of people passed by, finally, the first supply card appeared. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Yen Chinchin. Age, 20. Identity, veterinary student at Kanglan Vocational and Technical College. Evaluation, handsome, well-proportioned, loving, self-disciplined, poor judgment, lazy and greedy. Conclusion, meets both the beautiful appearance and venerable morality requirements. Successfully protected. Receives a basic quality unlimited supplies card. At this time, Yen Chinchin was disheveled, with dirt smeared on his face, and he also had a bad smell all over his body. She was accompanied by a middle-aged couple. They must be a family. Boss, can I? Let me wash myself. I actually look pretty good. Although it was just a basic supplies card, having one more kind of supplies was a good thing, so Lu Zheng didn't mind. The business is finally open and he is in a good mood. Come on, get in the car and wash it clean for me to see. Yen Chinchin showed an excited expression. She was really starving. In the past, she relied on her parents' living expenses, had a comfortable life every day, and never neglected her stomach. At the end of the world, she was lucky enough to be taken to the base with her family. Although she was spared from the attacks of insects, she never had a full meal. The base only provides 2 meals for each person, one of which is porridge. She had long wanted to find someone to rely on, but no reliable person appeared. This time I came here to wait and see. But after seeing the pile of big meat buns, she was sure that this was her choice. She quickly entered the RV, and then, under Lu Zheng's guidance, went to the bathroom and washed off all the dirt she had deliberately made on her body. 10 minutes later, a man wearing a bathrobe appeared in front of Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng pulled her into his arms and kissed her first to taste her. Just follow me from now on. What do you like to eat? Yen Chinchin blinked. I like to eat noodles with soybean paste. Lu Zheng immediately raised his hand, and 2 bowls of noodles with soybean paste, a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup and a box of milk appeared on the table. Eat first. Yen Chinchin couldn't wait to pick up the noodles with soybean paste, but then he thought of something. Can my parents eat too? Lu Zheng smiled and said. They can't come in, I'll give them buns. Eat yours first. I'll go get you some new clothes. Yen Chinchin nodded obediently, then started eating without caring about anything else. Lu Zhang walked out of the RV and continued his good deeds today. Although he also wanted to eat the delicacy inside, he couldn't waste time and had to continue examining it. Most of them were just there to fill in the numbers, but Lu Zheng didn't expel them. Soon the number of people reached more than 2,000. Suddenly, a man carrying a girl on his back ran towards this side quickly. Behind him, there were several people chasing him. Quick, catch him, don't let him run over there. Lu Zheng's eyes fell on the girl on the man's back. His eyes lit up and he immediately released a teleportation talisman and came to his side. Don't run away, I'm the boss there, are you looking for me? At this time, the girl on the man's back spoke. I am willing to follow you, as long as you save both of us and help us get revenge. Chapter 68. Is it so delicious? You even cried after eating it. Please read it again. Lu Zhang is already accustomed to this situation. There is never a lack of tragedy in the end times. So almost as soon as I heard what she said, I understood what she had been through. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Tung Qiuyan. Age, 25. Identity, noble jewelry salesperson. Evaluation, beautiful figure, stunning appearance, basic moral pursuits, self-discipline, intelligent, good at communication, easily emotional, lacks decisiveness. Conclusion, meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. A high-level supply card, worth buying. Tung Qiuyan looked at Lu Zhang, her eyes full of hope. This is the last hope. She is a person with special abilities. Originally, she, her brother and her mother lived a pretty good life relying on the wages from participating in the insect hunting work. At least, they could eat their fill occasionally. But not long ago, a guy who had been coveting her body for a long time suddenly took action. She was seriously injured and her mother was killed by the other party. He was able to escape with his life thanks to his brother's super speed ability. But they were discovered just now. I just heard that there is a powerful boss who is recruiting beautiful women. Tung Qiuyan made her choice resolutely. In theory, private fighting is not allowed within the sword base. But with such a large base and so many people, and having to guard against bugs, there is simply no manpower to manage it. Problems are only dealt with when discovered during patrols. Unless there is a major chaos, the higher-ups cannot manage everything. If you can't control it, just consider yourself unlucky. Tang Qiuyan was already seriously injured, and she didn't want her brother to take any more risks. Finding a strong backer is the only option. If the other party wants her, they have to help her with treatment. Lu Zhang took a look at her condition and took her and her brother back to the RV. Then he said to Tang Qiuyan's younger brother Tang Yifeng, "You stay here, I'll take her in for treatment." After saying that, he went straight into the RV. Tang Yifeng was so exhausted that he didn't even have the strength to speak. He could only lean aside and wait for the result. Lu Zheng didn't know how to treat the disease, so he just carried Tang Qiuyan into the bathroom. Tang Qiuyan said with a pale face and a trembling voice, "You should at least wait until I recover before playing. I can then cooperate with you." Lu Zheng said nothing, just helped her take off her clothes and sit on the toilet. Then he gave her a strengthening pill. After Tang Qiuyan felt the changes in her body, she realized that she had misunderstood Lu Zheng's behavior. This made her blush. The next moment, when she couldn't control herself and started to defecate, her face turned even redder. Because she found that she still didn't have the strength to get up, or even to wipe it clean. Lu Zheng came in and gave her another one. The 2 elixirs finally restored some of her strength. She quickly washed herself and walked out in a bathrobe, but she didn't see Lu Zheng in the car. Yan Qinshan pointed at the bird's nest soup and crab roe buns on the table and said, "Come and eat, these are prepared for you by the boss." The boss said, "Don't worry about your brother. He's eating buns outside and has recovered." Tang Qiuyan subconsciously glanced out the window and found that her brother was helping to distribute the buns, and then she felt relieved. Sitting on the luxurious sofa, I took a bite of bird's nest. The delicious food delighted her taste buds, but she couldn't help crying. If she had met this man one day earlier, she could have enjoyed such delicious food with her mother. But now, it's too late. Yan Qinshan swallowed his saliva and asked in surprise, "Is it really that delicious? You even cried while eating it." Tang Qiuyan scooped a spoonful and handed it to Yan Qinshan, but the latter waved his hands repeatedly. "I can't eat anymore. My boss said I ate too much at once. If I eat anymore, I'll die of it." As she spoke, she touched her belly, which had finally become bulging, with a look of satisfaction on her face. Tang Qiuyan burst into laughter. She didn't expect this little sister to be so interesting. At this time, outside the property, a group of people surrounded a yellow-haired guy, and a little brother next to him said, "Brother Yang, that woman was taken away by the boss there." He appeared next to the woman and her brother in a flash, and then disappeared just as quickly. The next thing we saw was the woman's brother leaning against the car. He must have taken the woman into the car, and he might have done it while the heat was on. Hearing the last sentence, Lu Yang couldn't help but slap the guy. "Damn, they are all trash. This is going to be difficult." With such a big scene, he must be a very powerful psychic. There are soldiers standing guard for this kind of thing, and their background is very powerful. We can't afford to offend them. The younger brother covered his face and said, "But boss, that woman seemed to want that boss to avenge her. We don't want to provoke him, but there's nothing we can do." Lu Yang's face changed, and he looked at the crowd with a gnashing expression. "Let's go, get out of here. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, but we are too weak to fight head-on. Besides, the restrictions in this base are too great. It's better to be free and happy outside. Brothers, come out with me, I will find 3 women for each of you to have fun with." After getting Lu Yang's promise, these guys, who were originally a group of bad guys, responded and ran outside. The road was shrouded in black fog, making it difficult to see clearly. Lu Yang felt that even if Lu Zhang was very powerful, as long as they left here, Lu Zhang would never be able to find them for revenge. In fact, if it was before, it was true. After all, the black fog has a strong blocking effect on perception. Once a person disappears in the black fog, it is basically impossible to find him or her. But Lu Zhang did not attack them immediately, of course, because he was confident. When the few people left, several black crows followed them. Lu Zhang has always wanted to use the beast taming ring to capture a group of mutant beasts and train them. But something delayed me before. Just now, after he gave Tang Qiuyan the strengthening pill, he found a group of crows circling over Rubozi. Although these crows are not mutant beasts, Lu Zhang feels that they are worth cultivating. After all, it is a flying branch of the military. He immediately used the beast taming ring to control them all, and then found that he could observe the situation in the distance through these crows. This made him quite happy. It's an additional means of investigation. Just then, Tang Yifeng pointed out that Lu Yang's group was the enemy who was hunting them, so Lu Zhan let the crows follow first. For him, the most important thing is to find the supply card first. Revenge is easy. I can definitely kill them all today. With the teleportation talisman, I can move instantly within the sensing range, faster than riding a rocket. It's easy to hunt down a few people. Everything Lu Zhang did here was reported to Zhang Zhenyu almost in real time. After hesitating for a moment, he asked someone to call Yin Xinyao to his front. Chapter 69, Always Firm, Professional Dancer. Please read. Yin Xinyao was very excited when she learned that it was the base chief who summoned her. She thought she was finally going to be reused, but the first question after the meeting made her stunned. Colleague Yin, tell me what kind of person Lu Zhang is. The abilities he has demonstrated are so strong and comprehensive that we all need to pay close attention to him. We need to get to know him better. Yin Xinyao came back to her senses, thought for a moment, and replied. I don't know him very well. He just took me back home for one day. Because I didn't want to be his woman, he sent me to the sword base. As you said, he is indeed very capable and very powerful. He commanded an army of bugs, including sickle bugs and double-tailed scorpions, and was able to clear out a large area. According to him, he possesses more than one superpower. When we first met, he descended from the sky, conjured up a bazooka, and instantly eliminated a level 3 sonic worm. Everything he did seemed to be just to get more women and make his life more comfortable. But he did shelter a lot of people and provide them with food and supplies. This man is quite principled, and the women who follow him all make their own choices. Just like me, if I rejected him, he would kick me out of the base. After hearing this, Zhang Zhenyu was silent for a moment. The ability displayed by Lu Zhang really shocked him. He couldn't even estimate what level of psychic Lu Zhang was. Because from the perspective of energy conservation, what Lu Zhang manifested were too many things, which did not seem like something a 3rd or 4th level psychic could produce. This also further highlights Lu Zhang's importance. Once we get the opportunity to cooperate with this person for a long time, the stable supply of materials will provide a great help to the sword base. But at present, the basis for cooperation is too weak. Zhang Zhenyu suddenly said. Colleague Yin, are you saying that Mr. Lu once pursued you? How fond is he of you? Yin Xinyao felt a little shy when asked this question. How could she answer this question? She hesitated for a moment and then replied. I'm not sure. He said at the time that as long as I was willing to follow him, he would provide me with guns and crystal cores. Nothing else was said. Zhang Zhenyu nodded. Go back and rest first. I'll have someone make arrangements for your work. I hope you can continue to stick to your beliefs. Yin Xinyao immediately saluted and said. I am always determined. After a pause, she made her request. Chief, could you please help me check the news about Hangzhou City in Tunghua County? My parents work there and are also security officers. Zhang Zhenyu said in a deep voice. There's no official base established in Tunghua County yet, so we can't get in touch with them. If I have any news, I'll get someone to notify you as soon as possible. Yin Xinyao sighed and left the office. As soon as she left, someone came to inform her of the news about Teng Qiuyan. Immediately, Zhang Zhenyu ordered. Don't let those people get away. Arrest them all and ask Mr. Lu how to deal with them when we meet. This is also a gift. The more Zhang Zhenyu discovered Lu Zhang's important value, the more he wanted to use more methods to keep this person. Even if you can't stay, you must leave behind a friendship and a long-term cooperation. On the other side, Lu Zhang had another harvest. And I found 2 at once. Boss, I can dance. I'm a dance student at the Art Academy and I know many different dance styles. While Ding Nan Nan was speaking, her eyes were fixed on the window of the RV. At this time, Yan Chenchen and Teng Qiuyan had already eaten and drunk their fill, changed into new clothes, and were leaning against the window, eating freshly washed grapes. From behind them, you can see the bright lights and luxurious decorations inside. One can imagine that life inside must be very comfortable. Lu Zhang looked at Ding Nan Nan. This is a girl with a long ponytail. The braid is so long that it goes past her hips and reaches above her knees. But at this time her braids were full of dirt, and her face was also not clean, as if it had just been rubbed. The figure is well proportioned and not particularly outstanding. Ding. Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Ding Nan Nan. Age, 21. Identity, dance major student at Zhongyang Art College. Evaluation, beautiful figure, pretty face, healthy and positive, self-disciplined, good dancing skills, basic judgment, good at calculating, extremely attached to money, very utilitarian, lacking empathy. Conclusion, meets both the beautiful outside and intelligent inside requirements. Successfully protected. Receives a basic quality unlimited supplies card. Next to her, Wen Wanqing also made a request at the same time. Boss, I'm her classmate. We're in the same major. You'll definitely be satisfied with us working together. Wen Wanqing was more delicate and beautiful than Ding Nan Nan. She just had long hair that was simply tied up with a leather strap. Lu Zheng took a look at her information and could only say that she was indeed her best friend, as they had the same values. Ding. Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Wen Wanqing. Age, 21. Identity, dance major student at Zhongyang Art College. Evaluation, slender figure, affectionate eyes, self-disciplined, good dancing skills, basic judgment, calculating, extremely materialistic, very utilitarian, and lacking empathy. Conclusion, meets both the beautiful outside and intelligent inside requirements. Successfully protected. Receives a basic quality unlimited supplies card. If nothing unexpected happens, these two people should have many suitors who are willing to spend money on them. They were able to move around among men without being seduced, so they obviously had some brains. Know what you are most valuable and sell it when the price is right. After the apocalypse broke out, the two were still able to protect themselves, which obviously meant they had some skills. You two can go in and wash up. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately showed expressions of joy. At this time, a boy rushed out from the crowd and shouted, Nan Nan! Don't go! You promised me that you would be with me. I gave you half of my food. You can't leave me. Upon hearing this, Ding Nan Nan subconsciously glanced at Lu Zhang, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he didn't react. Then he said angrily, Li Hui, I just gave you a chance to pursue me. I never promised me to be with you. Don't bother me anymore, I'm afraid my husband will misunderstand. The boy wanted to move forward, but was pressed to the ground by Shueli. He watched the RV door close and lost sight of Ding Nan Nan, and he howled to the sky in despair. No. Lu Zheng sighed. Of course, I don't feel sorry for him, but I feel that today's harvest doesn't seem very good. There are only 3 basic cards and 1 advanced supply card. For hundreds of thousands of people, the harvest is so little. He suddenly thought of the introduction of the 2 people he had just seen. It seemed that there was a dance academy? There should be quite a few supply cards in there. Chapter 70 is a lawyer's act of kindness. Please read it later. It was exactly noon, and Lu Zheng announced a 1-hour break. After distributing a few buns and a bottle of water to all the staff, he went to the RV and had lunch with 4 beautiful women he had just met. Ding Nan Nan and Wen Wanqing had just washed up and were each wearing a bathrobe, having not changed their clothes yet. Lu Zheng took the 2 of them in his arms and sat on the sofa. Yan Chenchen and Tang Xiuyan sat opposite each other. What would you like to eat? Lu Zhang asked casually. Yan Chenchen, the foodie, immediately said subconsciously, I want to eat that snow clam bird's nest soup. Lu Zhang had taken this thing out earlier in order to help the injured Tang Xiuyan recover faster. The taste is top-notch and the ingredients are also top-notch. Before the end of the world, eating a bowl of it would cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yan Chenchen had never eaten anything so delicious before. After taking a bite, she couldn't forget it. Ding Nan Nan and Wen Wanqing were shocked. Can I eat whatever I want? And can I even eat something so precious? Ding Nan Nan asked. Wen Wanqing was also surprised and said, Aren't there just buns and watermelon? Lu Zheng chuckled and said, What do you want to eat? Wen Wanqing lowered her head. I can just eat the buns. Lu Zhang waved his hand casually, and 5 bowls of snow clam and bird's nest soup appeared, along with more than 20 crab roe buns. And 2 bottles of red wine. Come, eat and drink. Seeing the label on the red wine, Ding Nan Nan was surprised. I think I saw someone auctioning this kind of red wine online, asking hundreds of thousands of yuan a bottle. Did you buy it? Lu Zhang smiled and waved his hand, and hundreds of identical bottles of red wine appeared on the table. Then he waved his hand again and put them all into the supply card. Drinks are always available whenever you want. The premise is to make me happy, understand? Ding Nan Nan immediately picked up the spoon, scooped up a spoonful of soup, and brought it to Lu Zhang's mouth. Hubby, you drink first. Seeing this, Yan Qinshan asked weakly. Can I start eating? Lu Zhang smiled and nodded, drank the soup handed to him by Ding Nan Nan, and kissed her on the cheek. Okay, let's start eating. Several people happily ate the delicious food, and as they ate, they were moved by themselves. Such delicious food, I didn't expect that they could still eat it in the end times. Lu Zhang then asked. Ding Nan Nan, do you have any other classmates? If there are any who are as pretty as you, please tell me. If you find a suitable one, I will reward you with a crystal core. After saying that, he looked at Wanqing again. Wanqing, the same goes for you. If you can introduce them, there will be rewards. When the two heard that Lu Zhan was still going to look for other beauties, they couldn't help but look at each other, and then looked at Yan Qinshan and Tang Qiuyan. Tang Qiuyan had no expression on her face and ate quietly. Yan Qinshan, on the other hand, was concentrating on eating. Both seemed to be oblivious to the incident. Ding Nan Nan thought that a man like Lu Zhang must have many women already, and he didn't care about things like getting more favor. The most realistic thing was the benefits he could get. Yes. There are several of our classmates who are comparable to us, but some of them were separated when they were brought in with us, and some did not follow the main group into the base. Lu Zhang frowned when he heard this. So you don't know where they are? Ding Nan Nan saw that Lu Zhang was unhappy, and her mind raced. Suddenly, a face appeared in her mind and she said, I know a great beauty you'll definitely like. I used to tutor a little girl in Wutong Jiayuan community, teaching her some basic dance moves. She has an aunt named Fang Yixue, who is a lawyer. Fang Yixue is the most elegant woman I've ever met, and she's the most like the legendary heroine. As far as I know, she is still single and lives in that community. This news made Lu Zhang's eyes light up. If this person is really as good as Ding Nan Nan described, the minimum he should have is a high-level material card, and it is very likely to be an extraordinary material card. The possible existence of a supernatural material card is enough for him to expend energy to find it. Very good. This crystal core is for you. After absorbing it, you will be able to awaken your superpowers. Once things here are over, we'll go look for Fang Yixue. Lu Zhang happily took out a crystal core and placed it in front of Ding Nan Nan, who immediately took it in her hand and kissed Lu Zhang on the face. Thank you, husband. When Wanqing, who was standing by, looked on with envy. But she didn't know any beauties of this level, and she didn't dare to deceive Lu Zhang, so she could only watch Ding Nan Nan gain more favor. Although they can be considered as good friends who have experienced life and death together. But now, seeing that the other party got more, she still felt a little unbalanced. She made up her mind. When Lu Zhang asks them to show their dancing skills, they must work harder to make Lu Zhang like them more. After lunch, the activities continued. But when he arrived at the agreed meeting time with Zhang Jinyu, he only got a supply card. In fact, there are still a lot of good-looking girls. But the system's requirements are not just about looking good, you need to meet at least 2 requirements to get a supply card. Lu Zhang had no interest in accepting those people. After all, resources like beautiful women are not scarce for those in power like them. He doesn't want to waste his energy on making beautiful women happy if they can't bring him any benefits. The last lucky girl is called Xiao Sijia. She wore a pair of glasses, had short hair, and had bright eyes. At first glance, she looked like the type of good girl. Ding. Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Xiao Sijia. Age, 26. Occupation, dentist. Evaluation, quiet and sensible, considerate, gentle, pretty, loving, lacks a sense of the overall situation, lacks autonomy, and likes to follow parents' arrangements. Conclusion, meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. Xiao Sijia went to Lu Zhang just because of her parents' request. And made a request. Lu Zhang is needed to go to Shiyuan County to rescue her brother Xiao Sifeng. Lu Zhang agreed. For a girl like this, if Lu Zhang doesn't agree, she will probably have no other way out. With the idea of doing good, Lu Zhang decided to help her. He originally wanted to travel around, so going to Shiyuan County was a natural thing to do. Anyway, he didn't say he would go right away. This time, while doing charity work at the sword base, a total of 5 girls were taken in, and the information of a person who might be an extraordinary material card was also obtained. It was well worth the trip. Returning to the conference room he had first visited, Zhang Jinyu took out the crystal core used to exchange for weapons and ammunition. There are 1,700 second-level crystal cores and 68,400 first-level crystal cores. This number exceeded Lu Zhang's expectations, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Chapter 71, It's up to you to find Feng Yixue. Please read on. He knew that with such a large base and so many soldiers, they would definitely collect a lot of crystal cores. But crystal cores are consumables after all. Once they are obtained, they will definitely be quickly converted into combat power. A soldier with superpowers will have his combat effectiveness increase several times or even hundreds of times. The cost effectiveness is there, these are smart people, it is impossible for them not to see it. On average, only one double-tailed scorpion will emerge from a population of 20 to 50 sickleworms. Killing so many double-tailed scorpions means that they killed far more insects than that. He still underestimated the combat effectiveness of the core. In a short period of time, it is enough to obtain a large number of crystal cores. The sword base requested to exchange these crystal cores for 6 armed helicopters, and the rest for bullets. Lu Zhang did not take it out immediately, but asked to absorb a part of the crystal core first. If the crystal core is not absorbed and cannot be transformed into strength, it would be a waste. The most fundamental thing is to develop your own strength. He estimated that he would need 500 second-level crystal cores to advance to the 4th level. He was about to be promoted anyway, and now he absorbed 200 of them in one go. A successful breakthrough. The 4th level dimensional space ability has made great progress. The minimum spatial barrier distance has been reduced to 1/100th of a millimeter, or 10 microns. This is the edge radius of a typical sharp knife blade. He only needs to place a space thread on the road, which is enough to make most of the insects running over cut themselves in half. The energy limit of the 4th level reaches 2,000 units. The maximum space volume increased to 100 cubic decimeters. The space barrier defense that can be released instantly at one time can reach a maximum area of 10,000 square meters. A 10,000 square meter defensive barrier was instantly built. Even facing a nuclear bomb attack, he would not be afraid. This is the real absolute defense. Moreover, such a large paved area means that he can easily use the dimensional space as a stepping stone and run freely in the air. The energy consumed can be restored instantly. As long as he wanted, he could completely stay away from the black fog and stay in the air forever. Although this ability does not currently have the ability to actively attack, its control and defense capabilities are maximized. As for attack power, he has other infinite supply cards to make up for it. After completing the breakthrough, Lu Zhang first used the teleportation talisman to return to Jinj Building and brought Bai Jiahui over. It was inconvenient for him to carry so many crystal cores, so he brought Bai Jiahui with him, which was like carrying a portable space. After the crystal core was installed, Lu Zhang took Bai Jiahui out of the room. Zhang Jinyu and others were quite surprised to see that there was someone beside Lu Zhang after he came out, but they didn't ask any more questions. When they arrived at the open space, Lu Zhang took out all the bullets and armed helicopters for them at once. In fact, this little bit of stuff doesn't add much to the combat effectiveness of the sword base. But with the first transaction, there is a basis for cooperation. It's a good start. It took more than 500 second-level crystal cores to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. It is estimated that it may take 5,000 second-level crystal cores to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. Lu Zhang's men, including Chengzi, can bring about 200 second-level crystal cores every day. This efficiency is far inferior to that of the troops at the sword base. Therefore, if he wants to quickly advance to level 5, he has to rely on the sword base. Mr. Lu, if you can materialize other equipment later, you can also come and trade with us. I've prepared a gift for you. Zhang Jinyu brought Lu Zhang and others to an open space. Seeing the several people being controlled in the middle, Tang Qiuyan subconsciously grabbed Lu Zhang's arm. Those people were Lu Yang and others who killed Tang Qiuyan's mother and hunted down Tang Qiuyan's siblings. Zhang Jinyu said, Mr. Lu, I leave these people to you. You can do whatever you want with them. Thank you. Lu Zhang said, then looked at Tang Qiuyan. He took out an assault rifle and walked behind Tang Qiuyan. He helped her hold the gun from behind and pointed it at those people. After a burst of gunfire, everyone was killed. Tang Qiuyan lay in Lu Zhang's arms and sobbed. Although you can kill all your enemies, you cannot resurrect your dead relatives. Revenge is just a reason to let go. Dealing with these people was just a minor incident and insignificant. Zhang Zhenyu pointed at Yin Xinyo, who had just walked in, and said, Mr. Lu, you should be very familiar with this Indian security guard. We need a liaison. Officer India is serious and responsible. I plan to have her stationed at your place to be in charge of communication between us. Please take good care of me in the future. Lu Zhang understood immediately. This guy is trying to create opportunities for himself. It is also a gesture of goodwill. Lu Zhang looked at Yin Xinyo with a smile, and the latter smiled helplessly and lowered her head. She was not a fool, so of course she understood Zhang Zhenyu's intention behind this arrangement. Although she was somewhat resistant at first, she agreed after Zhang Zhenyu emphasized Lu Zhang's importance to the entire Lijian base and even to millions of people. She is really responsible. After completing the cooperation, it was already past 4 in the afternoon and it was still early. Lu Zhang looked at Ding Nan Nan and said, Let's go, take me to find Fang Yixue. If I'm satisfied after finding her, I'll help you upgrade your supernatural power to the 2nd level. After Ding Nan Nan obtained the crystal core, she awakened her special ability of cloud magic, which allowed her to create large amounts of water mist to block her vision. It can also condense water balls to bring itself drinking water. It can be said that with this ability, you don't have to worry about dying of thirst. Water resources are not very abundant now. Although groundwater is not polluted, there are few places where water can be provided. Under the cover of black fog, it is very rare to have enough water. Ding Nan Nan is very satisfied with her special abilities. When he heard that Lu Zhang was going to give him an upgrade, he was immediately very excited. Hubby, I will definitely help you find her. Wutong Jiayuan Community. Fang Yixu's sister Fang Yixu walked over with a sad look on her face. Schwer, the supplies are completely used up. We have to go out and find supplies, otherwise people might starve to death tomorrow. Do you have any idea how to deal with that mad dog now? Mad dog is really a dog, a 2nd-level mutant dog. This monster, which was mutated from teddy bear, loves humans as its favorite food. Fang Yixu is also a 2nd-level mutant, but when facing a 2nd-level mutant dog, her ability cannot effectively kill it. The mutant dog's speed and strength are so great that it comes and goes without a trace. When humans entered the black fog, their vision was obstructed and their perception ability dropped sharply, but the mad dog seemed unaffected. And it knows how to seek benefits and avoid harm. The last time Fang Yixu went out to look for food, this mad dog took advantage of her absence and entered the building, killing 4 people, eating 2, and injuring more than 10. A mad dog is not a bug. Insects cannot leave the range of the black fog, but mutant beasts like mad dogs can. The threat level far exceeds that of insects. So far, Fang Yixu has not thought of a feasible solution. Chapter 72 Buy 1 Get 1 Free. I'm her neighbor. Please read on. Fang Yixue glanced at her 9-year-old niece, gritted her teeth, and said, At this point, we can only give it a try. There aren't many supplies here to begin with, so we all set out together and moved to the community across the street. That mad dog will definitely take the opportunity to kill our people. When that happens, I will fight it with all my might. Staying here is just sitting there waiting to be killed. After hesitating for 2 days, she made up her mind to give it a try. In this situation, no drastic measures will be effective unless strong medicine is used. But when Fang Yixu told her plan, many people raised objections. An old woman said, This is too dangerous. Xiaoxue, I'm old and weak, I can't run fast at all. I'm just afraid of holding you back. How about this, you go to the neighborhood across the street and bring back the supplies, and I won't go down with you and cause you any trouble. Fang Yixue frowned and said, I'm not coming back once I leave. Besides, I don't know if I can defeat that mad dog. If I die, you can move to a new place and find supplies to survive. Staying here is just waiting to die. The old woman immediately said anxiously, Xiaoxue, you can't die. If you die, who will find food for us? Just like before, go out and find supplies on your own, don't fight with that mad dog. Fang Yixu couldn't help but ask. What if that mad dog rushes in and kills people again like last time? The old woman showed a confident expression. 2 guys died last time. We still have more than 20 guys. We can definitely stop them. According to this method, we can let Xiaoxue search for supplies at least 10 times. Maybe by then official rescue will arrive and we can survive. When some rational people heard that she let those young men die as a matter of course, they immediately showed surprised expressions. One of the young men was furious and kicked the old woman in the waist, knocking her to the ground. "Old man, why don't you just die? I think it's better to feed you, old thing, to the mad dog. Once it's full, it won't attack us. Then we can let Sister Shui go find supplies and we'll be safe." His words immediately attracted the support of a group of young people. Many people blared at the old woman fiercely. During this period of time, this old guy took away a lot of their food. Seeing this, the old woman immediately fell to the ground and wailed. "Ouch! You young people don't work hard and come to bully an old man like me. Is there still justice? Is there still morality? Is there still law? Are you still human? I tell you, if you don't give me a bottle of water or a piece of bread today, I will never let you go." As she spoke, she looked at Fang Yishuet again and said with tears in her eyes, "Xiao Xue. You are a good person, you have to make the decision for me." Seeing this scene, Fang Yishuo couldn't help but feel a headache. She didn't originally want to take care of so many people. Her elder sister Fang Yichou's husband passed away several years ago, leaving them orphans and a widow. Fang Yishuo was worried about leaving them alone at home. So they found some people to be together with, to give them more sense of security. Later, as more and more survivors gathered together, she became their leader. As a legal practitioner, she is very principled. Have considerable sense of social responsibility. Just when she was extremely conflicted, a younger brother suddenly ran over. "Sister Shui, there's a car driving into the community. It's a very large car." Hearing this, Fang Yishuo went to the window to check. Sure enough, I saw an RV appearing not far away with lights on it. Even in the black fog, this luxurious car was quite conspicuous. Just as she was thinking about how to use this group of people to help her get out of the predicament, a voice suddenly came from behind her. "Who is Fang Yishuet?" Lu Zheng's perception range is now very large. As a fourth-level person, his perception of space is even more acute. Although his perception was not as clear as Xiong Jiner's of the same level, he was still the first to notice that there were many people gathered here. The quickest way to find someone is to ask them. So he activated the teleportation talisman and came here directly. After asking the question, his eyes fell on Fang Yishuo. Fang Yishuo was not difficult to find. Her temperament is indeed outstanding. When she looks back through the gold-rimmed glasses, she is truly charming. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Fang Yishuet. Age, 26. Identity, gold medal lawyer. Evaluation, serious yet charming, rational yet tender, good-looking, moral, capable, principled, upholds justice, yet remains flexible. Conclusion, meet the 4 requirements of virtuous, beautiful and intelligent. Successful protection will grant you an extraordinary quality unlimited resource card. It really is an extraordinary material card. There was excitement in Lu Zhang's eyes. Regardless of whether you can succeed or not, it is a good thing to be able to discover it. If you can't even find the person, it's even more impossible to get it. After seeing Lu Zhang, Fang Yishuo couldn't help but frown slightly. Because there was no concealment of the desire for possession in Lu Zhang's eyes. It's like facing an object, a thing, rather than the desire for a woman. This also made her feel a little strange. "I am Fang Yishuet. Who are you and why are you looking for me?" Lu Zhang did not answer immediately because he saw the system prompt again. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Fang Yishuo. Age, 29. Identity, housewife. Evaluation, graceful and beautiful, fair skin, kind-hearted, and has basic moral values. Conclusion, meets both the beautiful appearance and venerable morality requirements. Successfully protected. Receives a basic quality unlimited supplies card. This woman bears some resemblance to Fang Yishuo, and it is obvious that they are sisters. I didn't expect that a basic quality supply card would also be included. Lu Zhang felt a little better. I want you to be my woman. My name is Lu Zhang. I have a base in Kanglan City. As long as you follow me, I will guarantee that you and your family will have enough food and clothing, and you won't have to worry about your safety. If you have any other requests, please let me know. Fang Yishuo had never met such a direct man. With her temperament and style, even in the end times, men would pretend to be gentlemen when they saw her. Lu Zhang's directness caught her off guard. Before she could speak, the old woman who had been lying on the ground walked forward with an excited look on her face. I agree, Xiaoxue, you heard it. He said he can guarantee our safety in food and clothing. Where can you find such a good man? Hurry up and agree to it, and we'll go to his base together. Lu Zhang looked at her doubtfully. No, who are you? The old woman said arrogantly. I'm her neighbor. I'm half her family. Young man, if you want Xiaoxue to marry you, you have to show me some respect. Chapter 73, A Happy Day, the sword controlling technique is revealed. Please read. Roll. Lu Zhang uttered a word casually, then looked at Fang Yishuo. That car down there is mine. I'm in a hurry. Come with me and I'll give you what you want. You don't want your sister and your niece to starve, do you? Fang Yishuo was shocked. Who are you? How do you know me? And how do you know about my family? Lu Zhang was about to explain the reason when the old woman interrupted. Young man, how can you be so rude? Apologize to me right now, or I won't let Xiaoxue marry you. Bang! The old woman's head exploded. Lu Zhang put the gun away without even looking at the fallen body. He continued to look at Fang Yishuo with a smile. I have a woman named Ding Nan Nan, who used to be your niece's tutor. She said you were a great beauty, so I came to see you. You have pleased me greatly. How about you come with me? It's okay if you don't want to. I'm a civilized person and won't force you. But next time you want to ask for my help, it will be difficult. As he spoke, his eyes fell on the little girl next to Fang Yishuo. A plate of roast duck appeared in his hand and he handed it to the little girl. Come, uncle will treat you to roast duck. The fragrant roast duck made everyone around look at it with eager and greedy eyes. They swallowed subconsciously. The little girl looked at her mother timidly, as if asking if she could eat it. Mom, my stomach is growling. The roast duck smells so good. When Fang Yishuo heard these words, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She is in trouble now. I was prepared for a desperate fight, but I happened to encounter someone like the old woman who obstructed me. This made her realize that even if she tried her best, it would not be easy to do. Now, there's a better option. An option that is almost 100% certain to allow my sister and niece to live a safe life. Fang Yishuo looked at Fang Yishuo and said, Swear, no matter what choice you make, we support you. Don't hesitate because of us too. That's what I said. But since the two of them are still alive, as a flesh and blood person, Fang Yishuo cannot help but consider them. Words are not enough. You have to come up with something that convinces me. Fang Yishuo looked at Lu Zhang and said. Hearing this, Lu Zhang was very happy, as it meant there was great hope of success. He couldn't help but feel extremely excited at the thought of getting a new extraordinary material card soon. He raised his hand, and thousands of steaming buns and hundreds of bottles of mineral water appeared on the ground. Looks like I can get a beauty today, that's worth celebrating, divide these among you. A young man was brave, or perhaps he was extremely hungry, so he immediately picked up a bun and took a bite. Wow! It's so delicious. It's actually filled with shrimp and mushu pork. With the first one to stand out taking the lead, the others followed suit, eating while not forgetting to put the food into their arms. On this happy day, please don't cause me any trouble. Behave yourself, or you won't be able to eat. Lu Zhang's calm voice came, and immediately, everyone stopped fighting, each took a few buns and a bottle of water, and ran to the side to eat. Fang Yishuo's daughter also wanted to get it, but was stopped by Fang Yishuo. Lu Zhang looked at Fang Yishuo and asked with a smile. Is this enough to convince you? If not, will this be enough? Before he finished speaking, an assault rifle appeared in each of his hands. As soon as this thing appeared, the whole place fell silent. Many people stepped back in fear. Guns still have too much impact on ordinary people. Both supplies and strength were displayed. Fang Yishuo took a deep breath. Okay, I'll go with you. What are you going to do with the people here? Some of them are my men, and I will definitely take them away. Lu Zhang thought about it for a moment. Do you plan to be just a vase in the future, or do you want to continue to manage your subordinates? His words were very straightforward, and Fang Yishuo didn't feel offended. After all, that was indeed the situation. She was a little surprised that Lu Zhang gave her a choice. Are you sure I'm struggling outside? Lu Zhang nodded and said. Of course, I have many women. It's impossible for me to keep them all around me. You have your own things to do, and I can continue to look for new targets. These words made Fang Yishou completely speechless. How blatantly shameless. Before he succeeded, he already started thinking about other women. The key is that he told everything without any hesitation. This can only mean one thing: the other party is really confident and not afraid of going back on his word. Fang Yishou thought of this instantly. She took a deep breath and actually laughed. Then I will continue to manage my men. I can help you find new targets. Lu Zhang couldn't help but feel delighted when he heard this. She was indeed the woman representing the extraordinary material card. She was already thinking about finding him a concubine before she even entered the door. Okay, then you will stay at the sword base with your men from now on. As my spokesperson at the sword base, I have a partnership with the base's chief, so I need someone to take charge. I will bring your sister and niece back to the base in Kanglan City. The living conditions there are much better than here at the Lijian base. How about this, you bring your people and follow me, I'll take you to the sword base first. Sword base. Zhang Zhenyu still paid enough attention to Lu Zhang, who had returned. When they heard that Lu Zhang wanted to establish a contact point here, they immediately allocated an area for him. Lu Zhang asked for an area on the edge of the base, which was the place facing the swarm of insects. And there are no tall buildings here, the black fog just reaches the top of the buildings. He simply summoned a luxury RV to serve as Fang Yishou's daily residence. As for others, they can live in tents provided by the base. You can also live in the house below that is shrouded in black fog. It will be safe here anyway. Fang Yishou is so important that Lu Zhang must give her a large number of beast-controlling rings so that she can control the insects to achieve effective defense. That's why he chose the edge of the base. Now that we're here, it's getting late. Lu Zhang simply stayed at the Lijian base for one night. After getting 2 new luxury RVs as accommodation for the other women and having dinner with them, he got down to business. Of course, the first one to do it was Fang Yishou. That is an extremely precious, extraordinary material card. Ding! Successfully protected Fang Yishou and obtained a superb supplies card. Item: Sword Control Skill Book. Type: Extraordinary Material Card. Effect: You can obtain unlimited copies of the Sword Control Skill Book. The Sword Controlling Skill Book increases the sword controlling experience value by 10 points after use. For every 100 points of experience value increase, 1 point of sword energy can be obtained. Sword energy is the basic energy for controlling the flying sword. Seeing this supply card, Lu Zhan was immediately extremely excited. Every boy has a dream of flying into the sky with a sword. Now, this dream can come true. But he was not in a hurry to experiment, because there were 5 girls waiting to feel the feeling of flying. Chapter 74, Open 5 cards in a row, Utopia Cruise. Please read it later. Today is a day of harvest. The harvest process is very hard and very tiring. But Lu Zhang is now so strong that he can kill an elephant with one punch. The strengthening pill continues to take effect, allowing him to help 6 girls complete the transformation of their life roles. Ding! Successfully protected Yen Shenchen and obtained a basic supplies card. Ding! Successfully protected Ding Nan Nan and obtained a basic supplies card. Ding! Successfully protected Wen Wansheng and obtained a basic supplies card. Ding! Successfully protected Tang Qiuyan and obtained a high-level resource card. Ding! Successfully protected Qiao Sijia and obtained a high-level resource card. Item: Seafood Feast. Type: Basic Material Card. Effect: You can get unlimited seafood meals. The seafood feast here is very wide, including both large lobsters and crayfish, as well as shark fins, abalone, knife fish and other kinds of aquatic products. As long as you can name the dish, you can materialize it through this supply card. Now the dining table is more abundant. The quality of life has been improved again. Item: Seasoning Gift Pack. Type: Basic Material Card. Effect: You can get an unlimited amount of seasoning gift packs. This surprised Lu Zhan a little. He always eats ready-made food, so why does he need so many seasonings? But after seeing things like hot sauce inside, he understood. The contents of this card can help improve the taste. After all, everyone has different requirements for the saltiness of each dish, but the taste of the same dish in the supply card is fixed. With these seasonings, you can mix and match whatever flavor you want. Item: Premium Grilled and Fried Skewers Set. Type: Basic Material Card. Effect: You can get unlimited premium grilled and fried skewers set meal. Another good delicacy. Grilled lamb kebabs are a classic, but everything can be grilled or fried, so with this set meal, you can eat almost any dish. There are even baked ice cubes. The basic supply card is just an appetizer. Lu Zhang still values the two advanced supply cards more. Currently, the high-end materials he offers include revolvers, luxury RVs, diesel, assault rifles, rocket launchers and helicopters. He is looking forward to this harvest. Item: Full range of luxury cruise ships. Type: Advanced Material Card. Effect: You can get unlimited luxury cruise ships from the entire series. A full range of cruise ships, from small river cruise ships to large cruise ships comparable to aircraft carriers, are available. Lu Zhang already has an RV for use on land, a helicopter for use in the sky, and now he has transportation on water as well. Moreover, super large luxury cruise ships can be used as mobile castles. Lu Zhang took a look and found that the largest cruise ship on this card was called Utopia with a total tonnage of 300,000 tons. It is nuclear powered and has a top speed comparable to that of a cruiser. It was fully loaded with 12,000 people, including 3,000 crew members and 9,000 passengers. There are more than 4,000 guest rooms, including family suites, presidential suites, slide rooms and other innovative room types. It includes an entertainment city, a 10-deck high slide, a climbing wall, and a wave pool. There is a central park inside, which is full of real and living plants, and you can eat fresh fruits and vegetables. There are also shopping malls, water theaters, and other entertainment facilities. There are 22 swimming pools, 30 restaurants, 10 bars, as well as theaters, dance halls, golf courses, etc. It is a completely independent small society. After just a quick look, Lu Zhang felt that this place must be more comfortable than the Jinj building. But the prerequisite is that he needs to recruit enough service personnel. A large cruise ship requires a lot of people to operate. Most of the 3,000 crew members are service personnel, but there are also quite a few people who are actually responsible for navigation. Find an opportunity to recruit a group of people and start your own ocean gaming life. But not yet. Lu Zhang looked at the last card. Items: Complete series of excellent cold weapons. Type: Advanced Material Card. Effect: You can obtain unlimited sets of a complete series of excellent cold weapons. The so-called sophisticated cold weapons here refer to weapons made of high-strength titanium alloy steel. They are considered the pinnacle of modern cold weapon industrial products, and each one is worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. There are swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, nunchakus, 9 section whips, and 18 kinds of weapons. Lu Zhang just needed a good sword to learn sword-wielding skills, and this supply card appeared at the right time. With an unlimited number of swords, one day he will be able to perform the legendary immortal technique of 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Just 10,000 swords. It was already the next morning when all 6 cards were opened. There was a knock on the door of the RV. Lu Zhang walked out, looked at Yin Xinyao and asked, "What's the matter?" Yin Xinyao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that Lu Zhang had not been sucked dry and was still in high spirits. Then he quickly said, "The commander just sent a message saying that new monsters have been discovered, including a 4th level one. He asked you to come over for a meeting as soon as possible." Lu Zhang showed a surprised expression when he heard this. "Level 4? Great, come on, take me there." He has just been promoted to the 4th level, with 4th level supernatural powers. According to previous experience, if he wants to be promoted to the 5th level, absorbing 54th level crystal cores will be enough. But if you want to absorb 2nd level crystal cores, you will need at least 5,000. That's not an easy thing to do. The time it takes for light to absorb the crystal nucleus is not short. But if you have a 4th order crystal core, it will be much simpler. As for the 4th level monster, he was not worried about its danger. For ordinary people, they can't even deal with a 1st level sickle worm. But for the core, even a 4th level monster would not be able to survive under the fire coverage. Therefore, Lu Zhang was not worried about the danger, but was only excited about the upgrade. Not long after, he arrived at the conference room. Zhang Zhenyu showed Lu Zhang 2 videos. In the video, a blue-black centipede with a body length of more than 20 meters releases an icy breath, and a layer of frost condenses wherever it passes. This is the 4th level frost centipede, one of the new monsters. The other is the 2nd level stun ghost bat, which has a wingspan of about 1.5 meters and can release sound waves with a hypnotic effect like the sonic worm. Zhang Zhenyu said. A 4th level frost centipede cannot be effectively killed by one rocket. It will take about 15 rockets to kill it. Its attack range is very large. Once it gets close to a crowd, the frost breath it exhales can instantly kill ordinary people. Even those with enhanced abilities would have a hard time surviving. Currently, a total of 24 have been discovered across the various bases. More than half have been killed. The rest have fled into bunkers, and there are survivors nearby, so they are still under surveillance. The species that had the greatest impact on us was the vertigo bat. When it was discovered, its population exceeded thousands in various locations, totaling no less than 100,000. It flies very fast in the black fog, and its attack methods are impossible to predict or effectively avoid. Once it rushes into a crowd, it can easily cause a large number of people to lose their combat effectiveness, and eventually be swarmed by other insects. Mr. Liu, we need your help. Chapter 75, Even a little bit is very precious. Please read. Lu Zhang looked at Zhang Zhenyu and roughly guessed what the other party wanted. Sure enough, Zhang Zhenyu said. I heard that you have a beast control ring that can control insects of a level not higher than your own. We need to purchase a batch from you to control the ghost-faced bats. However, Lu Zhang shook his head and refused. The beast controlling ring can not only control insects, but also people. He will not give this thing to others. Even for his own woman, Lu Zhang strictly controls the number of beast controlling rings she has. After all, if someone uses the beast taming ring to control a person to approach you and poison or assassinate you, wouldn't that be harming yourself? I won't give the beast taming ring to outsiders. Only I and my people can use it. How about this? I'll give a batch of beast control rings to my woman Fang Yishua, and have her control some dizzy ghost-faced bats to help you resist the invasion of these things. Yin Xinyao heard this and said. But what if you encounter a dizzy ghost-faced bat while on a mission? Lu Zhang spread his hands and said. Whatever other bases do, you will do. If you can't do it, don't do it. Without me, you still can't live? There are so many types of psychics. It's not difficult to find one that specifically counters this kind of monster. Training a few of them will definitely be enough to carry out the mission. I am willing to send people to help you resist those ghost-faced bats. This has already relieved a lot of pressure on you. If it weren't for the fact that we have a basis for cooperation, I wouldn't interfere. I possess such great power to enjoy myself, not to bear any responsibility or suffer any loss. Commander, what do you think of my solution? Zhang Zhenyu nodded and said. Very good. You're right. This isn't something you're responsible for. It's the responsibility of us. As a private citizen, it's already very rare that you can offer help. On behalf of the 300,000 people in the base, I thank you for your help. These two are the crystal cores of the 4th level frost centipede I just obtained. I give them to you as a thank you gift. Otherwise, how could he be the chief minister? The way this was said and done was very open and above board. Yin Xinyao has a strong sense of justice and is smart, but ultimately she lacks experience and cannot compare with someone as shrewd and calculating as Zhang Zhenyu. After leaving the conference room, Lu Zhang first went outside the base, looked for the so-called dizzy ghost-faced bats, controlled a group of them, and checked their specific status. This ghost-faced bat, like other creatures emerging from the pit, can only survive in the black fog. After leaving the black fog, the energy in the body will quickly dissipate and eventually turn into a pile of dust and float away. Compared to the double-tailed scorpion and sickle worm, and even the 3rd-level sonic worm, this stun ghost bat is indeed more threatening. Humans are too fragile. It was slow and had poor defense, so it was very passive in the face of such a fast creature with almost undefensible attack capabilities. But it still poses no threat to Lu Zhang. It just so happened that he had just obtained the sword-wielding skill book, so he quickly used it to see the effect. Using a skill book has no effect, but it only adds some knowledge about swords and chi to my mind. As the skill books were consumed rapidly, all 10 skill books were used up, and a little more sword energy appeared in his body. Judging from the quality of the energy, this bit of sword energy is roughly equivalent to 1% of supernatural power energy. In other words, 1,000 skill books are needed to obtain 1 unit of energy. Lu Zhang's ability initially has 3 units. It can be seen that this skill book only provides sword energy. By the way, the most important thing is the control of sword-wielding skills. Lu Zhang needs to open the skill books one by one with his mind, and he can open about 1,000 books in 1 minute. It took only 10 minutes to absorb 10,000 books. 10,000 skill books gave him 1,000 sword energy points, which is 10 units of energy. From this perspective, his sword-wielding ability is equivalent to that of a first-level psychic. At this moment, a large amount of knowledge poured into his head, allowing him to finally master the basic use of swordsmanship. He took out a sword, and with the help of sword energy, the flying sword rose into the air slowly, and then began to move up and down, left and right, making some simple movements. Finally, it circled around Lu Zhang's body. After about half an hour of practice, Lu Zhang mastered the basic routines and his sword energy was exhausted. He continued to consume skill books. Unlike superpowers, which require obtaining crystal cores, for this sword controlling technique, he only needs to continuously consume skill books to improve his strength. And his skill book is unlimited. In other words, theoretically he doesn't have to do anything, he just needs to keep absorbing skill books to become invincible. Soon, he absorbed 100,000 books, and the sword energy reached 10,000 points, equivalent to 100 units of supernatural power. This is already the level of a second-order psychic. At this time, he found himself feeling a little dizzy, as if he had absorbed too much at once and could hardly bear it. It seems that the upper limit of the number of skill books that can be absorbed at one time is currently 100,000. But he also has body-strengthening pills. As his physical fitness improves, the number of skill books he absorbs every day will definitely increase. Because he asked Xiao Sijia to learn the skill books as well. She was just an ordinary person now, and it was a bit of a headache for her to absorb 100 skill books. This shows that physical fitness has a great impact on the efficiency of absorbing skill books. Lu Zhang found Fang Yishuo and gave her a large number of crystal cores, allowing her to advance to the third level, and then helped her control a large number of insects, mainly sickle insects, and secondary ones were dizzy ghost-faced bats. Fang Yishuo sighed. I never thought you could create something this powerful. Your abilities are truly amazing. Lu Zhang was not surprised by his sigh. Many people think that his special ability is creation, and he can create all kinds of things, including some fantasy things. For example, this beast controlling ring. They all believe that these things were actually created by his supernatural powers. Lu Zhang thought this was very reasonable. In a sense, isn't the system a kind of supernatural power? Of course, he wouldn't explain his system to others, but the explanation of his supernatural powers was fine. Fang Yishuo was placed in the Lijian base by Lu Zhang, who left her 100 teleportation talismans for emergency use. Lu Zhang then returned to the Jinj building with a few beauties. At first, Fang Yishuo wanted to stay and live with her sister. But when Lu Zhang said that after arriving in Kanglin City, they could live in a spacious and bright house, and her daughter could play carefree with a group of children in the building, she still chose to follow Lu Zhang. It's not that she necessarily thinks her daughter is more important than her sister. It's just about choosing a better living environment. After more than half an hour by helicopter, everyone returned to the Jinj building. Seeing Lu Zhang bringing back so many beauties at once, Yu Zihan and Tao Yingshi seemed a little jealous. No matter what, the addition of new people will definitely divert some of Lu Zhang's attention. Even a little bit is very precious. Lu Zhang then told us about his own plan. Chapter 76, A Table Full of Beauties, A Door to a Supernatural Space. Please read on. On the top floor of Jinj building, more than 20 beauties were sitting around a long table. There are sweet school beauties, such as Gu Mianton, Yu Zihan, Tian Wei, Zhang Jingyi, Xiong Jiner, and Zhang Ningzhu. There are also mature beauties, such as Amelia, Bai Zhouwei, Pang Ruoyu, and Tang Kailin. There are aloof and noble ladies, such as Gu Lingyue and Tun Qiuyan. There are also beauties in film and television, such as Shi Sueki and Tao Yingshi. In addition, the flight attendant twins Tan Tai Huanyan and Tan Tai Xiaoyu, the foodie beauty Yan Qinshen, the dancers Ding Nan Nan and Wen Wanqing, and the good girl Xiao Sijia also have their own characteristics. But Lu Zhang felt that it was not enough. The number of extraordinary material cards is too small. With such a large population, it is impossible that there are only a few extraordinary material cards. He is now confined to Kanglin City and Quozon City, and there are too few resources to find, so he needs to go out. This is what I want to talk about today. He coughed twice and said, I have one thing to announce. I am planning to leave Kanglin City and explore other places. With the teleportation talisman, it's very convenient to travel back and forth here. 1,000 kilometers only requires 100 teleportation talismans. If you use them continuously, you can arrive in 15 minutes. But now that I'm out, I definitely won't be back often, at least not yet. So let me ask you, do you want to stay here and live a leisurely life, or go out and play with me? Jingyi, Jiner, and Zhiwei, the three of you need to follow. The others can freely choose whether to stay or follow. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Qinshan raised his hand and said, I want to follow you. Lu Zhang's mouth twitched, and he guessed. Do you want to follow me and eat delicious food? Yan Qinshan blushed and nodded. Yes. Only by following you can I eat delicious food. For a foodie, Lu Zhang's ability to easily conjure up delicious food was so tempting that she had no resistance at all. Lu Zhang smiled and said, Okay, then you follow. What do others think? Tan Tai Huanyan and Tan Tai Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, then said together, We'll follow too. I am safest only when I am with my husband. These words touched the hearts of many people. Even if the teleportation talisman is very effective, it still takes time. Only by staying with Lu Zhang can you get the best protection. The blonde beauty Amelia then said, I can't be separated from my husband. I want to fight with you, and I want to become stronger too. This is also the voice of some people. After mastering superpowers, they also want to become stronger, and only by following Lu Zhang can they obtain crystal cores without danger. In the end, almost all of these people chose to follow Lu Zhang. Even the big star Sweki wanted to stay with Lu Zhang. She wanted to take the opportunity to ask Lu Zhang to help her find her family. There are several girls here who have the same idea. Lu Zhang agreed to everything. This is a good thing. With their families around, they will only be more dependent on him, because only he can bring security to these people. Gu Lingyue said, Let me stay. Someone has to look after the family. I'll take charge. Tung Qiuyan followed up. I'll stay too. I'll help Sister Gu. Xiao Sijia raised her hand. I'll stay too. I don't want to go out. In the end, the three of them chose to stay and guard this place. Lu Zhang directly gave Teng Qiuyan and Xiao Sijia a large number of crystal cores, allowing them to upgrade their superpowers to the third level. This can be considered as having a certain degree of self-protection ability. If you take some teleportation talismans with you, you will basically not be in danger. As for the rest of the women, those without special powers, were also given crystal cores, allowing them to gain special powers and advance to the second level. Lu Zhang planned to let them practice using their special powers when they stopped to rest halfway. After they had a certain level of combat capability, Lu Zhang would not have to watch over them all the time. Most people gained attack skills such as Wind Blade and Fireball, but there were three who gained special powers. Sisters Tan Tai Huanyan and Tan Tai Xiaoyu gained the ability of telepathy. They can use their mental power to communicate with people they want to communicate with over a long distance, and when two people are together, this ability can be enhanced. By communicating with two people at the same time, you can use them as a transit station for long-distance communication. Very convenient. Sweki gained the superpower of a space gate. Every time she advances a level, she can create a space gate. The space gate can be fixed in any space, and you can create a temporary space gate at any time. Through the temporary space gate, you can go to any fixed space gate. The disadvantage is that there are few space gates, and she can only leave a gate wherever she goes, which is very restrictive. But it's understandable. This ability is too strong. With only a small amount of energy from a first-level mutant, it is essentially unable to support the opening of the space gate. Being able to use it is already very powerful. The emergence of this special ability completely freed everyone from the dilemma of whether to follow Lu Zhang out or stay at home. After Lu Zhang helped Sweki advance to the third level, she left a space door on the top floor of Jinj building. If you want to come back, just open a door and you'll be back in a second. That's good. After all, even if there is a luxury RV, it can't accommodate many people. Lu Zhang really likes to see the whole family sitting at the same table to eat. Looking at more than 20 beauties, the food tastes even better. With this space door, I can go back to Jinj building to rest at night. Now, those women who originally thought that they would not be accompanied by Lu Zhang if they stayed, completely relaxed. Everyone discussed the personnel arrangements again. The people Lu Zhang usually brings with him are Xiong Jiner, Zheng Jingyi, Sweki, and Bai Jiawei. The rest of the people were arranged to take turns every half a day, with two people taking turns every half a day to follow Lu Zhang on a car tour of various places. A luxury RV can accommodate 7 people, just right. This way only one car is needed and the process will be much faster. After the matter was settled, the next morning, Lu Zhang informed Chang Zichen and others of his plan to leave, which of course also included the existence of the space gate. Knowing that it would only take Lu Zhang a second to come back, everyone stopped paying attention to the matter. Continue to work step by step to complete control of existing territories. The small goal of the first phase is to complete the control of the areas within the 3 points of Jinj Building, Kanglin University, and Zhongyang Hospital. Make it a secondary safety zone. Lu Jiang called the absolutely safe area of the 3 strongholds the first-level security zone, and the expanded area of the strongholds the second-level security zone. The second-level safety zone means that there will still be bugs, but they are under control. After making all the arrangements, Lu Jiang asked Xiong Jiner to drive, and the group set off for their first destination. The first target did not leave Kanglin City. Before that, a female college student named Wang Yu showed Lu Jiang a photo of her cousin Jiang Shangtong. That is also a basic supply card. Now that I know this, I always feel like I'm missing something if I don't go and take a look. Since it was on his way, he also planned to go to the zoo to see if there were any suitable targets to control. The Hongfang building where Jiang Shangtong is located is right next to the zoo. Soon, the RV stopped downstairs of the Hongfang building. Chapter 77, A Good Swordsman Turned into a Gun-Wielding Thug. Please read. Commercial buildings like the Red Square building are usually equipped with a cafeteria with a lot of supplies, so it should be no problem for some people to survive. But it is hard to say whether Jiang Shangtong is so lucky. This building has 36 floors. It is obviously inappropriate and a waste of time to search one floor at a time. Lu Jiang directly asked Xiong Jiner to provide a position on the floor with the most people, and then flew on his sword and flew directly into it through the window. When they saw a man flying into the building on a sword, everyone present was stunned. An idea popped up in everyone's mind. Could it be that an immortal has come down to Earth to save us? But the next moment, the sword master they thought was there took out an assault rifle and fired 3 shots at the roof. Now I ask, you answer, don't run around or shout, otherwise don't blame me for shooting and killing people. A good swordsman suddenly turned into a gun-wielding thug. Such a change left everyone dumbfounded. I didn't know what to do for a moment. Lu Jiang was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Of course, he could have asked questions in a friendly manner, step by step, instead of adopting such a bullying and condescending attitude. But he worked so hard to become a strong man, and he still had to ask everyone in a humble manner. Didn't he become strong in vain? He pointed the gun at someone and asked, "Do you know Ale Culture Media Company?" The man shook his head in panic. "No, I don't know. I'm just a cleaner." Lu Jiang immediately pointed his gun at the next person and said, "If I ask the 10th person and no one knows, I will kill the 11th person. And so on. If no one knows after the 20th person, I will kill the 21st person. So, if you want to stay alive, tell me any information you have as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late when you are about to die." Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly started asking around. After all, Lu Jiang looked ferocious and didn't seem like someone who would be easy to talk to. No one wanted to be the 11th person to be killed. When Lu Jiang asked the 5th person, one of them took the initiative to say, "I know that Ale Culture is on the 16th floor, and I'm the venue controller there." Lu Jiang came to him immediately. "Are there any other people here who are in the same company as you?" The man immediately pointed out 4 people. Lu Jiang called them together and took out a roast duck. "Does anyone know anything about Jiang Shangtong? Tell me, who does this belong to?" Seeing the steaming roast duck, many people's eyes widened. They hadn't eaten anything hot for many days, let alone something greasy, so they were really greedy. "Jiang Shangtong is gone." Vice President Lin Xiao left with a group of people. Jiang Shangtong was among them. They didn't come back after going downstairs. I don't know where they went. Lu Jiang couldn't help but frown when he heard this. If this was true, this would be the first time he had made a wasted trip. Seeing Lu Jiang's bad face, the man hurriedly said, "Boss, I didn't lie to you. This is true. They really left." Lu Jiang casually threw the roast duck to him, then flew away from the window on his sword. Since you are not here, there is no need to waste time. It's impossible for him to spend too much time looking for a basic supplies card. Back in the RV, we drove towards the zoo. This place was also shrouded in black fog, and many animals that had lost their human care starved to death in cages or glass enclosures. Many were killed by insects. A small number of them killed the insects, obtained the crystal cores, and evolved into mutant beasts. Through the beast controlling ring, Lu Jiang controlled a second-level tiger and gave it a large number of crystal cores, allowing it to evolve to the 3rd level. This tiger has acquired the ability of Golden Body, which allows every hair of its body to turn into gold. Its body has the defensive power of metal, and its claws have become sharper like metal. At the same time, its size has also increased, becoming more powerful. Lu Zhang fed it 5 strengthening pills, which made it grow bigger, and its shoulder height reached a terrifying 2 meters. Such a huge tiger can be ridden on. Several girls took turns letting Lu Zhang hold them and ride on the tiger to play, looking very happy. In addition to tigers, some goats, rabbits, and flying birds were also found. After asking Shursweki to open the space gate, she sent all of them to be raised near the Jinj building. Then they set off and left Kanglin City. The general goal is to go west, all the way west, to find Zhang Ningzhu. After all, she is his woman, so Lu Zhang still needs to confirm her safety. The double-tailed scorpion and the Tiger King led the way, moving very quickly. The RV sped along, almost making Xiong Jiner feel like she was driving a sports car. Although the target is Fonglin City in Shifeng County, the interim goal is the nearby Mingyu City. Pang Ruoyu's family is in Mingyu City, so let's rescue her family first. Finding someone is a troublesome thing, but on the way, Tan Tai Huanyan and Tan Tai Xiaoyu's supernatural powers were upgraded to the 3rd level. After reaching the 3rd level, they found that they had an additional ability. If they want to find someone, telepathy can give a direction and location. It is conceivable that in the future, these 2 sisters will have the ability to communicate with people on the other side of the world almost anywhere, and no one will be able to escape from their perception. Its capabilities are of great strategic value. Lu Zhang also listed her as a key training target along with Xiong Jiner, Zheng Jingyi, and Bai Jiahui. He does not lack combat ability, what he lacks is this kind of auxiliary ability that can help. Through the joint efforts of Tan Tai Huanyan and Tan Tai Xiaoyu, they located Pang Ruoyu's family in a small base. Yin Xinyo had said before that the authorities had already established dozens of large bases and many small bases. Here is one of them. It is located on the overpass in Xicheng district. The city elevated road here is very high, more than 10 meters above the ground for quite a distance, which provides a relatively safe place. Without black fog, no insects would come near. People live in cars. Although the space is closed, at least there is a place to shelter from the wind at night, but it is like a steamer during the day. Some people found supplies such as tents from below, and others built huts. The core management team is a group of armed security guards, more than 30 people, which is a very deterrent force. After growing up during this period, most of the survivors understood the habits of insects. They only needed to make noise and gather together on the other side of the bridge, so that a small group of people could go to the opposite exit and look for supplies below. But as time went on, the surrounding supplies were quickly consumed, and if you wanted to find supplies, you had to go further away. The quantity and frequency of supplies received have decreased, and many people are eating only once every 2 days, which is almost unbearable. Pang Ruoyu's parents were among those who went starving. They are old and will be a hindrance when going out to look for supplies, so they can only survive by relying on the minimum guarantee set by the security guards. Seeing his wife weak and powerless from hunger, Pang Ruoyu's father Pang Chong came to the base's head security deputy Captain Shi Chang. Captain Shi, I want to go down and look for supplies myself. Chapter 78. You have to rely on yourself, my sister is very beautiful. Please read. Pang Chong is a cultured man. He no longer expected Captain Shi to give him more supplies. The supplies these security guards find belong to everyone. If he takes more, others will have less. Once this precedent is set, there will be no fairness and chaos will be imminent. Compared to hunger, once chaos occurs, these elderly people will be the first to be cleared out. Pang Chong is 63 years old and not in good physical condition. But he still has a wife and a daughter who lives far away in another city. He couldn't give up, it was his responsibility as a man, a husband, and a father. Shi Chang nodded calmly, which was considered as his agreement. He didn't say anything. Pang Chong was not the first to demand independent action. In fact, he set the minimum standard just to get some people moving, rather than to feed a bunch of parasites. There are only so many security guards. Even if a group of people with special abilities were added later, the increase in the number of survivors rescued is far less than that. The number of people on the viaduct has exceeded 2,500. Even if each person eats 1 bowl of rice every day, that is still a considerable number. Policies must be strict to ensure basic fairness. But just as he was about to go down, a giant golden tiger suddenly rushed onto the overpass, attracting everyone's attention. Shi Chang's face changed drastically, and he felt something extremely bad in his heart. Mutant beasts are different from insects. Insects can only survive within the black fog. As long as you leave the black fog, you can avoid being hunted by insects. However, these mutant beasts can escape from the black fog and come to this overpass, which is no different from eating a buffet. Everyone screamed in panic. But the giant tiger moved away and a luxury RV drove up from behind it. The car stopped and the door opened. The first person to get out was a woman, followed by a second woman. The third person to get out was a man, and then 4 more women got out. Surrounded by a group of women, Lu Zhang looked at the crowd. Tan Tai Huanyan and Tan Tai Xiaoyu were holding his arms on either side. His sister pointed at one of them and said, "Husband, that person is Sister Pang's family." Lu Zhang's gaze fell on Pang Chong, and then he slowly walked in front of the crowd. Shi Chang stepped forward and asked, "I'm the official administrator here. Do you need any help?" His tone was very polite, because the oppressive feeling brought by Lu Zhan was too strong. A giant tiger that has reached the 3rd level seems to be able to eat a person in one bite. Having a giant tiger lead the way, riding in a luxury RV, and being surrounded by 6 beautiful women, it's almost like a vacation. With such strength, how could he dare not deal with it carefully? Lu Zhang looked at Pang Chong beside him. "Who is Pang Ruoyu to you?" Hearing the name, Pang Chong immediately stepped forward excitedly. "She's my daughter, where is she?" Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Pang. Ruoyu is doing well now. She is in my base in Kanglan City. Does Ruoyu have any other relatives here?" Hearing that his daughter was fine, Pang Chong was not completely relieved. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Her mother is here too, there's no one else." Lu Zhan nodded. "Take me to find my aunt, and then I'll take you back to the base to reunite with Ruoyu." Shi Chang, who was ignored, watched the scene and did not dare to interrupt. Afterwards, Pang Chong found his partner. Lu Zhan looked at Shi, who waved her hand and a milky white space door appeared on the ground. It was more than 3 meters high and about 1.5 meters wide. The size of this space gate can be adjusted. The larger the space gate, the greater the consumption. Now, Shi can open a gate with a maximum area of 20 square meters, which is 5 meters high and 4 meters wide. After the door opened, Zheng Jingyi walked in and came out with Pang Ruoyu a few seconds later. Pang Ruoyu was extremely excited to see his parents and grabbed the hands of the old couple. "Mom and Dad, I'm sorry I'm late and made you suffer," Pang Chong said with emotion. "No, it's Daddy's fault for not protecting you the first time. Good boy, don't cry." Lu Zhang smiled and said, "It's a good thing to be reunited. Ruoyu, you should take your uncle and aunt back to reminisce about the past. I'll prepare some good wine and food for you." Pang Ruoyu reacted quickly and pulled her parents over and said, "Mom and Dad, I'll take you to where I live. We have everything we need there, and you won't suffer anymore." At this time, a middle-aged man next to him couldn't help but speak. "Lao Pang, if you want to enjoy yourself, you have to take us with you. We are all neighbors who share the same hardships. You can't just stand by and watch someone die." Someone started a conversation, and Shi Chang took the opportunity to interrupt. "Sir, with great power comes great responsibility, and times of crisis are the time to demonstrate the spirit of unity. Since you have the ability to take care of so many people, why not take on a few more? Everyone will be very grateful to you." After he finished speaking, many people followed suit. Yes, we'd be grateful to you. You can let them eat meat and drink wine, so giving us a bite of rice is a piece of cake. Young man, you can't be too stingy. You have the ability to support so many women, so you must have enough supplies. Share them quickly." Suddenly, the giant tiger roared. In an instant, the whole audience fell silent. There were even many people who were so frightened that their legs went limp, and they all remained silent, not daring to say a word. Lu Zhang said coldly, "If you want to survive, you have to rely on yourselves. If you cause trouble for me, you are courting death." No one dared to move. At this time, a young man rushed to Lu Zhang, took out a crystal core from his pocket and handed it to him with both hands. "Brother, this crystal core is for you. Please let me go with you. I won't eat for nothing. I can do things for you. I want to become stronger. I want to go find my sister." Lu Zhan was a little surprised when he saw this. "Where did you get this crystal core?" Meng Bowen replied, "This is what my parents gave me before they died. They told me to use it to survive and to find my sister and protect her. Lu Zhang looked at him with a smile and asked, "Is your sister pretty? Do you have a picture of her?" Meng Bowen glanced around and pointed at Shi Sweki. "My sister is very beautiful, just like this sister. I lost my phone and there are no photos of her." As everyone knows, the brother and sister look down on each other. The beautiful sister is just a pink skeleton in the eyes of her brother, but Meng Bowen praises his sister so much, which shows that his sister is really beautiful. "Where is your sister? What's her name?" Meng Bowen quickly said. "My sister's name is Meng Lianyun, and she's a sophomore at Shizhou University in Shifeng County." Lu Zhang clapped his hands immediately. "What a coincidence! I'm going to Shifeng County. You're lucky, kid. Come with me and see if your sister is really beautiful." Chapter 79, School Bell. Meng Lianyun, I love you, my husband. Please read on. Meng Bowen immediately showed an expression of great surprise. "Thank you, big brother. From now on, I will be your little brother. I will do whatever you ask me to do." Lu Zhang did not stay here for long. He took Meng Bowen with him and continued to march towards Shifeng County. Soon, the car stopped outside a shopping mall. "I don't come here to look for people, I come here just to shop. After all, the supplies in Jinj building are limited, so come here and get some new clothes and shoes to wear." After reaching upstairs, asked Shi Sweki to open a space door. Soon, all 20 beauties came over. They could change into new clothes, and even Gu Lingyue couldn't help but come out to go shopping together. Meng Bowen was lucky. Not only did he get 2 new sets of clothes, but he also had a feast of delicacies at noon. Meng Bowen had a nosebleed from eating so much fresh seafood, including abalone, lobster, and hairy crab. At this time, far away in Shifeng County, at Shizhou University, Meng Lianyun was eating a piece of bread. She was eating bread with her left hand, leaving half of her right body exposed. There was a wound more than 20 centimeters long on her right shoulder blade. A girl next to her was wiping and bandaging her wound. The little girl looked at the wound and was about to cry. "Sister Meng, does it hurt?" Meng Lianyun bit the bread and took a sip of water. "Pain. But I can bear it. Don't worry, I won't die, and no one can hurt you." She had just been through a big battle. A gang led by a boy from the same school tried to launch a surprise attack on her while she was fighting the bugs, but she ended up killing them. But she was also severely traumatized in the process. As one of the 4 campus beauties of Western State University, she had never been hurt since she was a child in a wealthy family. It really hurts. But she did not cry or scream, she just trembled silently and endured the pain. It was not only because she was the leader of the Blood Rose Society at the time, shouldering the survival hopes of more than 300 people, but also because she was thinking of going to Mingyu City in Zhongyang County to save her family once she was strong enough. After bandaging the wound and putting on clothes, Meng Lianyun took out a crystal core to absorb energy to speed up recovery, while calling his subordinate Xiao Hanqiu to inquire about the situation. "Have you found out the situation at Shishan Base? Can we go there?" Xiao Hanqiu quickly replied. "Lu Yi just came back. He said that there are now over 300,000 people at the Shishan Base, and their living conditions are not very good. Ordinary people only have 1 meal a day to barely stay alive. But security is still relatively high. Artillery and guns are enough to repel those bugs. If we develop there, we will have to go out and find supplies ourselves." Meng Lianyun nodded. Let Lu Yi familiarize himself with the route again. "Tomorrow morning, we will set off for Shishan Base." She had to go, not just to keep everyone safe. If you want to cross several counties to Zhongyang County, the fastest way is to get official help and use a helicopter to get there quickly. I don't know when I will be able to get through the black fog on my own 2 feet. In order to get there as quickly as possible, she couldn't waste any time. After eating the remaining bread, she couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if Bowen and the others have any bread to eat. When she was worried about whether her family could eat a bite of bread, Meng Bowen pointed at the crab on the plate and said with difficulty, "Boss, I really can't eat anymore. I'm too full." Lu Zhang waved his hand indifferently. "If you can't finish it, throw it out the window. Don't leave it in the car. It will smell." Meng Bowen licked his lips and said, "Boss, such precious food, why don't I put it in the refrigerator? It would be a waste to throw it away. I'll save it for tomorrow." But then Tan Tai Xiaoyu took out a plate of ice grapes from the full refrigerator, handed one to Lu Zhang, and then started eating it herself. Don't put it in the refrigerator. Those things have a strong smell. Bowen, the boss, has plenty of food. We eat these things every day, every meal, and we're tired of them. Throw it away quickly. What if the boss gets upset and throws you out? Hearing this, Meng Bowen quickly did as he was told and threw the king crab away. Tan Tai Huanyan, who was giving Lu Zhang a facial massage, glared at her sister. Don't scare the child. My husband is not the kind of person who would kill innocent people or bully children. What's more, Bowen might be the boss's brother-in-law. Lu Zhang waved his hand and said, if his sister isn't pretty enough, I'll throw this guy out when we get there. He got so much free food and drink from me, it was like he was getting a great deal. Meng Bowen was so scared that he quickly got up and cleaned the room. Boss, I can do the work, don't chase me away. Bai Jia Wei, who was cutting Lu Zhang's nails, couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. Honey, I just got home and Shishir told me that she has a best friend named Su Baitao who works at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China in Tianshui County next door. She said, hubby, if you're on the way, try to find her. She's a real beauty. Tianshui County is just west of Zhongyang County and can be reached quickly. Hearing that there was a new target, Lu Zhang was in a good mood. Okay, no problem. Go tell Lin Xinya to speed up and arrive at the University of Electronic Science and Technology before 3 p.m. The one driving now is Lin Xinya. Zhang Zhenyu's task for Lin Xinya was to serve as a liaison to maintain contact between Lu Zhang and the Lijian base. It is obviously inappropriate to stay in Jinj building all the time. After all, I can't talk to Lu Zhang at any time, and I have to wait for him to come home occasionally, which is not very convenient. So she took the initiative to ask to follow and take on the role of driver. She was a good driver, and it would be a good opportunity for his women to relax, so Lu Zhang agreed. Upon hearing Lu Zhang's instructions, Lin Xinya immediately started to increase the speed of the car. She wasn't worried about traffic. After spending these days together, she knew that Lu Zhang was quite thoughtful. Since she was asked to speed up, it meant that the speed at which the Tiger King and the group of double-tailed scorpions in front cleared the road also increased. The RV was moving fast, and Lu Zhang kept clicking on the sword-wielding skill book in his mind. These past 2 days, whenever he had nothing to do, he would click on the skill book to increase his sword-wielding experience points. Although there are limitations on his physical fitness, he has been taking strengthening pills, and his physical fitness has been getting stronger, so the number of skill books he can absorb every day is also increasing. The sword energy in his body has now reached 24,000 points, which is equivalent to 240 units of supernatural power. He has already reached the energy level of a third-order psychic. Only then could he fly freely on his sword. At the previous first and second levels, one could only fly the sword to kill the target from a long distance. The sword-wielding skills need to be further improved. The development of this ability goes far beyond this. He wanted to try flying with a sword, so he took out a broadsword, picked up the relatively small Zheng Jingyi, and flew into the air. Zheng Jingyi also stood on the flying sword, her head resting on Lu Zhang's shoulder, tightly pressed against Lu Zhang's body, with her arms open and Lu Zhang wrapping around her waist. She had always been quiet and timid, but at this moment she suddenly mustered up the courage to shout. Hubby, I love you. The two had just been enjoying the romance for a few minutes when they saw a birdman being chased by a big bird not far away. Chapter 80. I'm going to fight you. I don't eat beef. Please read on. That should be a second-level mutant bird, which looks like a larger vulture. Flames are spewing from its mouth, and its combat power is not bad. The birdman being chased by the fire-eating vulture obviously had no ability to fight back, but he was actually more agile than the bird and flew very fast, which was why he was able to keep fighting until now. But the birdman's speed was not enough to completely escape the pursuit of the fire-eating vulture. There were already burns on his body, and it was estimated that he would be burned to death in a while. Lu Zhang's figure flying on a sword also appeared in the birdman's sight. He was stunned when he saw the scene of the fairy couple. Am I already dead? Is everything I see an illusion? Ming was stunned and failed to dodge in time, and saw the fire vulture's claws about to fall on his shoulder. But the next moment, the mutant beast suddenly stopped. This made him stunned again. Then, I saw the fairy couple coming in front of me. Don't be afraid, I have already tamed this bird. What's your name, where are you from, and why are you being chased by this giant bird? Hearing that Lu Zhang was still speaking the Yanxia language, Ming came to his senses and realized that these two should be powerful psychics. He quickly replied. I'm a student at the University of Electronic Science and Technology. I came out this time to look for supplies, but I didn't expect to be targeted by this mutant vulture. Thank you for saving me. Do you two have nowhere to go? Why not join us? We have over 20 people with special abilities and thousands of people in the Fuming Society. We are powerful and can provide strong assistance. When Lu Zhang heard the other party's background, his eyes lit up. Do you know Su Baitao? Shi Ming blurted out. Of course I know her. She's the goddess of our programming department and now one of the 5 managers of our Fuming Society. After he finished speaking, he reacted and asked cautiously. What do you want to do with Su Baitao? At this time, Zhang Jingyi and Lu Zhang's arms spoke. Nothing, I just want her to be my sister and my husband's woman. Ha? What kind of lewd words are these? Shi Ming couldn't believe his ears. The beauty in front of me is obviously a school beauty, not inferior to Su Baitao. I originally thought that the two were a close couple, but I didn't expect that this woman would take the initiative to find other women for her husband. This is outrageous. Is this still modern? Where the hell did this happen? Lu Zhang ignored him. Since he was sure that Su Baitao was still alive, his trip was not in vain. Immediately, he continued to hold Zhang Jingyi in his arms and flew towards the University of Science and Technology. Seeing this, Shi Ming hurried to follow. Lu Zhang's flying speed was not fast. If it was too fast, the wind would be like a knife, causing damage to his skin and eyes. If you want to fly at high speed in the future, you will need to prepare a helmet or master other means. Soon, Shi Ming brought the two of them to the Fuming Society's headquarters. Shi Ming felt that since these two people were here, he might as well take the initiative to show goodwill. After all, the strength they demonstrated was simply unfathomable. That's why I took the initiative to lead the way. Seeing 2 more people falling from the sky, flying on swords, the group of people waiting on the rooftop immediately showed expressions of astonishment. Someone came forward to ask, but was pushed away by Shi Ming. Don't block the way. I'll take 2 strong men to see the 5 stewards. After a while, the 3 of them went downstairs and came into a classroom. Lu Zhang saw Su Baitao at a glance. It's so obvious. That pair of big peaches is so dazzlingly white. Although only a little bit of skin was exposed, it was enough to give us a glimpse. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Su Baitao. Age, 20. Identity, sophomore student in the programming department of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Evaluation, fruitful, fair and lovely, pure and sweet, rigorous and serious character, good at thinking and calculating, and knows how to make choices. Conclusion, meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. It is really a rare and delicious big peach. Lu Zhang was quite satisfied with this information. Su Baitao looks very sweet, but she is not a naive person. On the contrary, her personality is more like that of a queen. This contrast makes it look particularly attractive. Although it is not an extraordinary material card, it is still very rare. Su Baitao was a little surprised by Lu Zhang's admiring look. Shi Ming quickly introduced. Manager Su, these 2 came to see you. Thanks to them for coming to my rescue, otherwise I would have been eaten by the mutant bird. This sentence conveys a message that Lu Zhang and the other man are very strong. Su Baitao asked doubtfully. I don't know you. Who asked you to come to me? Lu Zhang smiled and said. It's Tao Yingshi. She said she has a good friend at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China and hopes I can take you in so you can continue to be good sisters. Su Baitao showed a surprised expression when she heard this. Is it Shi? Isn't she performing in Kanglin City, Zhongyang County? Lu Zhang smiled and said. She's mine now. I came here from Kanglin City to find you. Follow me, I'll take you back to reunite with her. How can good sisters be separated, right? Before Su Baitao could speak, a boy next to her couldn't help but speak first. Your girlfriend is right next to you, and you actually want Su Xuemei to be your woman. Aren't you too shameless? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang took out his pistol and made a bloody hole in his leg. The boy immediately lay on the ground, covering his bleeding thigh and wailing. The people around were so scared that they retreated one after another. Only one girl stepped forward to cover the boy's wound, and at the same time yelled at Lu Zhang angrily. Do you have any sense of reason? How can you just shoot at others? Lu Zhang sneered. I already have a gun, and I'm still trying to reason with it. Then, wouldn't I have held this gun for nothing? As he said that, he stepped forward and kicked the girl away, then stepped on the boy's wound and sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you scold me? Kowtow to me right now. If you don't kowtow 100 times, or one less, I'll open a bloody hole in your body and see how many bullets you can withstand. At this moment, the girl who had just been kicked away suddenly rushed up screaming. If you bully Senior Kai like this, I'll fight you. Bang! The girl's head exploded, as if completely breaking the boy's last psychological defense line. He quickly endured the pain, kowtowed to Lu Zhang and begged for mercy. I won't dare to do it again, please let me go, please forgive me. Bang! The boy's head also exploded. Such a scene made everyone silent, only Su Baitao could not help but speak. He kowtowed to you, why did you kill him? Lu Zhang smiled and said. He's too loud. After a pause, he looked at Su Baitao. 2 people have already died because of your hesitation. How many more deaths do you want before you come with me? At this time, Zhang Jingyi suddenly said. Sister Su, if you still want to find your family, you'd better agree to my husband's request. Now a 4th-level monster has appeared. It's almost impossible for you to see your family again on your own. Think about your family, think about these people. Su Baitao took a deep breath and looked at Lu Zhang with gritted teeth. Okay, I'll go with you. Chapter 81, Trading Teleportation Talismans to Make My Husband Happy. Please read. Lu Zhang actually respects the choices of these women. But today is an exception. He is so powerful, yet there are still people who dare to scold him. This is why he needed to vent his anger, and Su Baitao became the outlet. Someone makes a mistake, and someone has to pay the price. Lu Zhang stepped forward and hugged Su Baitao in his arms, then glanced at the students and sneered. Without strength, no matter how much grievance and anger you feel, you will have to swallow it yourself. No one is spoiling you now. After saying that, he was about to take his people away. But Shi Ming said quickly. Boss, can I come with you? I probably can't stay here anymore. He brought Lu Zhang and the other 2 here. Once Lu Zhang and the others leave, the people here will undoubtedly vent their anger on him. Lu Zhang is not a completely unreasonable person. It's just that some things don't need to be explained. But Lu Zhang understood Shi Ming's situation very well and nodded directly. Come with me. Shi Ming has good flying ability, which makes it convenient to use it for aerial reconnaissance, short-distance communication, and cargo transportation. Now he has a satellite phone in his hand and can directly contact people who have satellite phones. You can also move quickly through space gates and teleportation symbols. But there are still some shortcomings. It is more suitable to have Shi Ming as an errand runner. The 4 of them flew downstairs, and Yin Xinyao just happened to drive her car here. Lu Zhang asked Shi Sueki and Zhang Jingyi to take Su Baitao in to wash up. There were a lot of clothes stored in by Zhou Wei's space, which could be given to Su Baitao. He called Shi Ming over. Tell me about your ability. Shi Ming answered quickly, demonstrating as he spoke. His special ability is very simple, which is to transform into a beast. At present, I can grow a pair of wings. These wings can be retracted, but it takes a certain amount of time to release them each time, so it is better to keep them like this. It can also be used as a cushion at night. The beast transformation enhanced Shi Ming's vision and physical strength, which is why he was able to fight the 2nd-level mutant bird for so long. Lu Zhang positioned him as a communicator and messenger, and he still needed to continue to strengthen his flying ability. He was given a strengthening pill, which improved his physical fitness and flying ability. However, the speed of this kind of physical flight is restricted by the flow of air after all. Lu Zhang gave him a stack of teleportation talismans and asked him to use them when needed to avoid wasting time. Anyway, Lu Zhang has unlimited supply of this stuff, so he doesn't have to worry about consumption at all. After seeing Lu Zhang sending the talisman to Shi Ming, Yin Xinyao came up to him and asked, Can this talisman be sold? If soldiers have it, it can save their lives in critical moments, which will be of great benefit to the overall development of humanity. As for you, the lower mortality rate at the sword base and the greater number of crystal cores you can obtain will bring you greater benefits. I have to admit that Yin Xinyao is indeed a very good official staff member, and she always considers issues from a big picture perspective. Lu Zhang has no restrictions on the teleportation talisman. This thing is different from the beast taming ring and is not threatening. After all, even if someone uses a teleportation talisman to carry a bomb and die with him, he can use the space barrier to defend himself perfectly. So, he told Yin Xinyao the specific effect of the teleportation talisman and asked her to negotiate with Zhang Zhenyu. The results came out quickly. Zhang Zhenyu finally agreed to exchange 5 first-level crystal cores for a teleportation talisman. The teleportation talisman is actually very useful. As long as the mental strength is strong enough, a large amount of supplies can be transported together, which greatly reduces the transportation cost. For a large base like Li Jin base, there are many application scenarios. Zhang Zhenyu's first order was for 1,000 copies. In the past 2 days, he organized several encirclement and suppression campaigns against insects and obtained a batch of crystal cores, which were just right for trading with Lu Zhang. In addition to the teleportation talisman, he also exchanged for a helicopter and some bullets. In the end, Lu Zhang obtained more than 10,000 crystal cores. But if he uses first-level crystal cores to upgrade his level, Lu Zhang will need to absorb at least 50,000 of them. This is obviously inappropriate. He only absorbed crystal cores of the second level and above, otherwise it would be a waste of time. So far, the progress of his dimensional space ability from level 4 to level 5 has been about 1/8, which is a decent speed. As long as the insect army and the sword base maintain their efficiency in obtaining crystal cores, the next upgrade will only take 4 or 5 days. This is the benefit of having great power. If I rely on myself, I don't know how long it will take to obtain so many crystal cores. After completing the transaction, Su Baitao washed herself and changed into a white dress, which made her look even more delicious. Lu Zhang roughly hugged Su Baitao in his arms and kissed her without any hesitation. After a while, Su Baitao was panting, her face flushed and full of embarrassment. She bit her lips lightly, looked at Lu Zhang and asked, "Can you help me find my family? When can I see Shirshir?" Lu Zhang was quite satisfied with the taste of this big peach. Although he hadn't eaten it completely, he took a bite and found it very delicious. "Shirshir can be seen anytime. Where are your family members?" Su Baitao said quickly. "My home is in Yanshu City, Tianshui County, in the Jinqiu Mountain and River Villa District in the North District. As long as you can find them and ensure the safety of my family, I will follow you wholeheartedly from now on." Lu Zhang nodded. "This is quite close, but it's a bit off the direction I want to go. How about this, you all go back to the base first, and I'll call you out when I get there." The last few sentences were said while looking at Shirsueki and the others. Hearing these words, Su Baitao was a little confused. It was not until Shirsueki opened the space door and brought Tao Yingshi out that she showed an expression of extreme shock. "Tao Tao. Great, you're still alive." Tao Yingshi hugged Su Baitao, very happy, and even kissed her on the cheek. Afterwards, she took Su Baitao into the space gate and came to the top floor of Jinj building in Kanglin City. "I saw the luxurious and comfortable room here, with various fruits and snacks on the table, and several people happily playing mahjong and badminton. It looks like a relaxing vacation." Tao Yingshi took Su Baitao's arm and said with a smile, "Once you come here, you don't have to worry about anything. Eat well, drink well, be happy. As long as my husband is happy, basically any request can be met. You like dragon fruit the most. Come, there are a lot of them. Let's eat them together." Su Baitao was shocked, but she did not lose herself. She said quickly, "How long will it take for my family's affairs to be resolved?" Tao Yingshi grabbed Su Baitao's arm and said gently, "Your family is in Tianshui County, not far away. There will definitely be news today, but no matter what the news is, you must be prepared to accept it." Su Baitao suddenly became nervous. She understood that Tao Yingshi meant that her family might have met with an accident. At this time, Su Baitao's brother Su Jingcheng was holding a woman's feet and washing them. Chapter 82, It's clearly a paradise, the female devil is dead. Please read it later. The woman's name is Zhou Shuang. She is 1.75 meters tall and weighs 180 kilograms. On the day the apocalypse broke out, she returned home and found her husband and his lover having an affair at home. She immediately flew into a rage and in desperation, she killed both of them. Just when she was panicking, she learned that the end of the world had broken out and the world was in chaos. She was immediately surprised. Having watched many apocalyptic movies, she immediately prepared supplies and found some weapons. She used the bodies of her husband and her lover as bait to attract a bug and obtain its crystal core. She awakened the ability Death Summoning, and every time she killed a living being of a level not higher than her own, she could summon an undead of the same level. Obviously, this is a powerful ability that can produce a large number of troops. Very suitable for this end times. She summoned a ghoul and used it to kill the second sickleworm, then expanded her group. The number of crystal cores and subordinates continued to expand, and in a short period of time, she controlled a small-scale undead army. Once people gain power, they want to enjoy it. Zhou Shuang was very annoyed at the thought of betraying her husband and lover, and immediately set her goal of finding 100 men to serve her. So, she began to recruit subordinates in the villa area to expand her influence. By now, the entire Jinqiu Shanha villa complex has been controlled by her, and more than 200 people depend on her for their livelihood. 14 men, some handsome and some strong and skilled, serve her. Su Baitao's brother Su Jingcheng has the temperament of a domineering president at first glance. He is very handsome and has become Zhou Shuang's first man. After enjoying Su Jingcheng's foot washing service, Zhou Shuang put her plump soles on Su Jingcheng's mouth and said with a smile, "Come, clean the water for me." Su Jingcheng's eyes were full of humiliation and anger. But he has to endure this. His parents need to rely on the supplies he earns from working to survive, and he also needs to hold on until he gains strength so that he can save his sister. After doing some physical labor in broad daylight, Su Jingcheng was very tired. But Zhou Shuang was not satisfied yet, so she called a few more people in to play with her. She is very happy. Let everyone call her Her Majesty. This is the life a heroine should have. What end of the world? It's clearly a paradise. After Lu Zhang arrived at the Jinqiu Garden Villa area, he saw the summoned undead creatures and became very curious. This ability is very good. He has the potential to become the leader of a major force. He grabbed a man and asked about the situation in the villa area. Unexpectedly, when the man saw Lu Zhang, he knelt down. "Boss, you have to save us. These undead creatures were summoned by that female devil. She ruled the entire villa complex and treated us men as playthings, using whips, candles, and steel wool on us. Several people were killed by her." Hearing these words, Lu Zhang was not surprised or angry. In the end times, after obtaining the crystal core, there is not much difference between men and women. Especially this kind of special ability, whoever obtains it can gain power and become a big boss. It is only natural that women take control of the power and start to indulge in play. There are more men like this woman in this doomsday. Of course, these people deserve to die. Although Lu Zhang doesn't really care. He only cares about his own goals. Take me to her. The easiest way to find someone is to find the boss here and ask directly. We have to meet each other. The man thought Lu Zhang wanted to avenge them, so he immediately took Lu Zhang to a villa on the highest ground. The villa is built on a high ground, which is an artificially built high ground, so the upper part of the villa is not swallowed by the black fog. When they arrived at the door, two fat women blocked their way. When one of the women saw Lu Zhang, her eyes lit up and she said with a smile, "Hey! Did she find another handsome guy and want to present him to His Majesty? She is busy now and has no time to see him. How about this, let me inspect the goods for your Majesty first." As she spoke, she reached out to touch Lu Zhang's face. Bang! The woman's head exploded like a watermelon, and pieces of it were scattered everywhere. Only Lu Zhang used a spatial barrier to block it all and was not affected at all. The other woman was so frightened by this scene that she screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The gunshots and her howling also alarmed Zhou Shuang, who was enjoying herself inside. She immediately pushed the busy man away, put on a loose bathrobe, and quickly summoned the undead wolf to come closer. When she got downstairs, the undead wolf was already guarding her. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. His eyes swept over and fell on Lu Zhang. At this time, the howling woman rushed in front of Zhou Shuang and shouted, "Your Majesty, that man is rebelling. He killed Lingling." Zhou Shuang looked at Lu Zhang's otherworldly face, licked her lips, and shouted in a domineering tone, "Boy, you dare to kill my people. Now I will give you a chance. Be my man, otherwise, you will suffer." Lu Zhang laughed. It seems that he has said this to others before, but this is the first time for others to say this to him. "Do you have a family with the surname Su here? A middle-aged man named Su Shunfang, a young man named Su Jingcheng, or a middle-aged woman named Zhao Yalan?" The information Su Baitao gave him was about his parents and brother. Su Jingcheng is 5 years older than her and currently works in Su Xingfang's company. He should be aware of the news that the family of 3 has found another person. Hearing Su Jingcheng's name, Zhou Shuang immediately became alert and asked, "What is your relationship with them?" Lu Zhang said lightly. I'm asking you a question, you answer it. Zhou Shuang has been the queen who has the final say recently. Now that a man dares to disobey her, she immediately scolds him. You bastard, you dare to talk back to me when I ask you a question. Lu Zhang frowned, waved his hand, and a flying sword accurately cut Zhou Shuang's calf. The sword that could cut through iron like mud, with the help of the third-level sword-wielding technique, effortlessly cut off his calf. Zhou Shuang screamed immediately, and his huge body fell to the ground, shaking the ground several times. Ah! She howled in pain, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. I want you dead. A large number of undead creatures rushed towards Lu Zhang. Seeing this, Lu Zhang sighed. I had been planning to study this ability carefully, but this woman is really asking for death, so I can't let her stay. He took out his assault rifle, locked the woman's body with a space barrier, fired 3 times, and her head exploded. Having lost control of their energy, the surrounding undead creatures simply collapsed and disappeared. A queen who could have become a powerful force above all others fell just like that. Lu Zhang looked at the man who had just brought him in. Go get everyone out. The man reacted and ran out happily. The female devil is dead. Everyone, come out quickly. Chapter 83, Wash yourself and wait for me, I love you so much. Please read. Lu Zhang felt that it was too early for this man to be happy. When a female devil dies, a male devil may appear. If you don't have the strength, you will just be bullied. But that has nothing to do with him. He just came here to look for someone. The people upstairs heard the noise downstairs and several people came down. Lu Zhang saw Su Jingcheng at first sight, because this guy had many similarities with Su Baitao. He immediately asked, Are you Su Jingcheng? Su Jingcheng said in a deep voice. I am, it was you who killed Zhou Shuang? Although Lu Zhang didn't know the name of the fat pig, he probably understood that Su Jingcheng was talking about that woman, and nodded. I killed them. Are your parents still alive? Su Jingcheng asked back. Are you a friend of my parents? Lu Zhang shook his head. Su Baitao is my woman. She begged me to come to you. Hearing his sister's name, Su Jingcheng immediately asked nervously. Where is Tao Tao? How is she now? Lu Zhang waved his hand. She's safe and not in this city. Take me to find your parents, and call your other relatives too. I will send you back. Don't waste time, go. After Su Jingcheng thought about it for a while, he didn't hesitate any longer. After all, the strength Lu Zhang showed was enough to easily control his entire family, so there was no need to lie to him. Soon, Su Jingcheng found Su Shengfang and his wife. The couple was very excited when they learned that the female devil had been killed by Lu Zhang and that he was going to take them and the other two to reunite with their daughter. Lu Zhang brought them to the outside of the villa area and called Sweki out from the luxury RV. He asked him to open the space door, and then took the 3 of them into the Jinj building. Su Baitao was very excited to be reunited with her family. Lu Zhang asked someone to take Su Jingcheng and the other 2 to the suite downstairs to arrange accommodation, and Su Baitao was left behind. He pinched Su Baitao's chin and said with a smile. I've brought the person back for you. Wash up and wait for me tonight. After saying that, he took In Xinyao, Bai Zhouwei, Xiong Jiner, Zheng Jingyi and the sisters Tan Tai Huanyan to the other side of the space gate. The journey continues. In Xinyao was driving the car, but she was thinking about something in her mind. How can she get Lu Zhang to help her find her family? She felt it was hopeless to rely on the official team. The distance is too far. If you want to go, you have to fly a helicopter, which is obviously not appropriate. A helicopter is so precious and has so many missions to perform. How could it be used for a few ordinary people? It seems that the only hope is Lu Zhang. She had this idea originally, but it was not very strong. But watching Lu Zhang easily find the family of the woman he had just gotten and reunite them as a family. She also wants to be with her family. Just now, she was playing mahjong and chatting with a few women in the flat, and she heard that Xiong Jiner was late and her family had died. If she had met Lu Zhang one day earlier, her family would not have died. This also gave In Xinyao a sense of urgency. She was very worried that her hesitation would lead to the death of her family. The point is not death. But they could have survived. In Xinyao was extremely conflicted at this moment. She didn't want to be traded as a bargaining chip, but she couldn't bring herself to ignore it all with peace of mind. This is also the reason why Lu Zhang frequently saves the families of these women. If you want to make someone follow you willingly, this method is old but very practical. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Everyone returned to the large flat for dinner. There is a barbecue buffet tonight. Lu Zhang took out 100 portions of various barbecue foods. You can take whatever you want. Yan Shenshen, the foodie, simply picked up a small bowl and took a portion of various things. After dinner, Xiao Xijia, who had been silent all the time, came to Lu Zhang and whispered, "Husband, can you please go to Shiyuan County as soon as possible? I'm afraid something might happen to my brother." Lu Zhang held the girl in his arms and said with a smile, "Did your parents ask you to ask this?" Xiao Xijia shook her head. "No, they said don't let me make you angry, everything is up to you." "It's me. I'm really worried about my brother." Seeing her expression, Lu Zhang knew she was not lying. He nodded, pinched her cheek, and said with a smile, "Okay, since you rarely ask me for help, I agree." When Xiao Xijia heard that Lu Zhang actually agreed to her request, she immediately hugged Lu Zhang's neck excitedly and gave him a kiss. Lu Zhang actually had the idea of changing strategy this afternoon. Before, the space gate had not appeared. He used RVs and insects to clear the way and advance all the way, which was considered a relatively fast method. Because he needs to lead a lot of people to explore, find the way, treat and provide himself with enjoyable services. A helicopter would not be suitable. But now with the space door, if I want to enjoy myself, I can go back to the big flat at any time and have more than 20 people serve me. Driving the RV overland is a bit of a waste of time. Although he still planned to travel, he was more concerned about whether his extraordinary material card would be destroyed. In the meantime, he also had to help his women find their families, so it was necessary to take other measures. It only takes more than 3 hours to fly from here to Shiyuan County by helicopter. Taking into account the possibility of mutant birds interfering with navigation, it will not take more than 4 hours. Lu Zhang immediately called everyone together and said, "I have decided to use a helicopter to quickly reach the destination early tomorrow morning so that we can find your family in the shortest possible time. Now list all the people you want to find, and we'll plan the route." Tao Yingshi and other girls immediately rushed forward excitedly, hugged Lu Zhang and cheered. They also want to find their families. But the direction Lu Zhang decided at the beginning was to go west. Their families were all in the south, and it was impossible to rescue them in a short time, so they didn't tell Lu Zhang. But now, Lu Zhang actually gave up his original plan and turned to help all of them save their families. This is awesome. The Tantai sisters were the first to hold Lu Zhang and said quickly, "Hubby, my family is in Mingzhu City. When are we going to Mingzhu City?" Lu Zhang pinched their cheeks. "You are so obedient, of course I have to pamper you. How about this? I'll leave early tomorrow and try to finish things in the west by the morning, and fly to Mingzhu City in the afternoon. Okay?" Tantai Xiaoyu put her arms around Lu Zhang's neck and kissed him hard on the face. "Wow! Honey, I love you so much." Tantai Huanyan also followed suit and kissed Lu Zhang on the other side of his face. Tao Yingshi here quickly said, "Hubby, my family is also in Mingzhu City. We can bring them back with us." But Lu Zhang thought that maybe he didn't need to bring it back. Mingzhu City is close to the sea, where there are many ships, and there must be a large number of crew members who survived. This means that he can easily recruit a group of crew members there and start his own free life on the luxury cruise ship. "Okay, if any one of you needs to find someone, tell me now." Yin Xinyao couldn't help it. Chapter 84, finally took the bait, no sense of security. Please read. Seeing that so many people had made requests and most of them would be able to know the information about their family members tomorrow, Yin Xinyao could no longer sit still. She felt that this was her only choice in the short term. If you lose control of it, your family may have to suffer for a while longer, or they may even lose hope of survival. After mustering up her courage, she gritted her teeth and came to Lu Zhang. "Mr. Lu, I also want to ask you to help me find my family. I can promise to be yours." Finally took the bait. Lu Zhang made such a big fuss just to make Yin Xinyao make a decision. Yin Xinyao is very responsible, which is also reflected in her care for her family. Although she is very principled, her own sacrifice seems insignificant compared to the safety of her family. But this woman has been thinking about it for some time, and Lu Zhang feels that she should face some reality. "Okay, but I have plans tonight. How about this, you go with Su Baitao. I'll just work harder." Seeing Lu Zhang's look of "I have made a great sacrifice," Bai Jiawei and others couldn't help but roll their eyes. But they knew how strong Lu Zhang's fighting ability was, and that he was constantly getting stronger. Su Baitao and Yin Xinyao, two novices with no combat experience, will inevitably be injured and bleed, and will definitely be defeated quickly. Maybe we need a few more sisters to help us deal with Lu Zhang, who has an overwhelming desire to fight. When Yin Xinyao heard that he would be spending the first night with another woman, she felt very embarrassed and annoyed. But she also knew that Lu Zhang did this on purpose. She couldn't resist. Otherwise, you may lose the opportunity to rescue your family. Now that everything is arranged, it's time to get down to business. Eat the big peach first. Ding! Successfully protected Su Baitao and obtained an advanced resource card. Item: all-terrain armored off-road vehicle. Type: advanced material card. Effect: you can obtain an unlimited number of all-terrain armored off-road vehicles. This is a good resource. Lu Zhang himself cannot use it, he is mainly enjoying it, but his subordinates and various official bases should like it. This equipment can reduce casualties. Talent is the foundation of everything. This armored off-road vehicle has a high-strength alloy bulletproof body and a vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun. One vehicle is enough to deal with the encirclement of a swarm of 30 or 40 small insects. Forming a steel line of defense, it can effectively harvest insects. Lu Zhang first left 100 vehicles here as strategic reserve supplies. How to distribute it at that time depends on how Gu Lingyue arranges it. Lu Zhang has handed over full responsibility for matters here to Gu Lingyue. He is so powerful in order to enjoy life, but he cannot work himself to death for the survival of these people. After eating the big white peach, Lu Zhang found Yin Xinyao, who was feeling uneasy. Ding! Successfully protected Yin Xinyao and obtained a superb supplies card. Item: seal card. Type: extraordinary material card. Effect: you can obtain an unlimited number of seal cards. The seal card can seal any target with a volume no larger than 100 cubic meters and a total energy level 1 level lower than its own into the card. Time stands still in the sealed space, and all materials and energy remain sealed. This is very powerful. In the past, Lu Zhang could only freely access the items on the supply card. Now, whenever he likes something, he can seal it into the card and release it when needed. Even if someone is seriously injured and cannot be treated now, they can be sealed into the card and released when they have the ability to be treated. This is simply a magical skill. Lu Zhang tried it. As long as the mental power defines any independent objects within an area, and the total volume is no more than 100 cubic meters, they can be sealed into the card. Lu Zhang found 2 people to experiment and discovered that people could indeed be sealed inside. Once inside, the creature will feel like it has had a good sleep. Your mental consciousness still remains in the state before entering the seal. For example, when you are put into the seal card, you are in the sage time. After coming out, you are still in that time and cannot arouse interest. This is more convenient. When Lu Zhang acts alone, he can seal Shursweki into a card and carry her with him, which is equivalent to carrying a space door. For Shursweki, this is equivalent to losing less time in life, which is just a blink of an eye and has no effect at all. In addition, the seal card is also very convenient for carrying crystal cores and other supplies. Because all the cards can be stored in the body. It's like a storage space grid that can be stacked infinitely. No weights either. It feels so good. The next day, as the sun rose, the helicopter took off and flew towards Shiyuan County. Now he still has to rely on helicopters. Once your sword controlling skills have been promoted to the 4th level, you can simply fly with a sword wearing a helmet. His current flying speed with the sword is about 60 km per hour, and he estimates that it can reach at least 300 km per hour after reaching the 4th level. On par with helicopter efficiency. He has an unlimited amount of skill books, and he can restore the consumed sword energy by just clicking, without any endurance anxiety. But it's not possible now. It will take at least until tomorrow to be promoted to the 4th level. We set off at 5 in the morning and entered Shiyuan County at around 8. Shiyuan County, Hongzhou City, Shiyuan University. Xiao Sifeng came upstairs carrying a bag of supplies, pushed open the door, and was struck by lightning. The 2 people in the room were also a little surprised by his appearance. A trace of panic appeared on the girl's face, and then turned into anger. Xiao Sifeng, didn't you say you wouldn't be back until noon? Why are you back so early? Didn't you find enough supplies? Are you being lazy again? Hearing the girl scolding, Xiao Sifeng's eyes flashed with confusion, and then he shouted. Shenyu, you actually got together with Wang Xiu behind my back. I worked so hard to go out and find supplies, and you treat me like this. Chen Yu, however, did not even pull up her pants, and said confidently. You know, you have to go out and find supplies every day. Leaving me here alone, do you know how insecure I feel? You can't give your girlfriend a sense of security by yourself, so of course you need other men to help you. At this time, Wang Xiu, who had been silent all this time, chuckled. Brother Qiao, you're welcome. Just go find the supplies and leave Chen Yu to me. I'll help you take care of her. Xiao Sifeng pointed at the two of them, his lips trembling slightly. Shameless bastards. I'll kill you. At this time, Wang Xiu's arm suddenly turned into a huge claw, pressing Xiao Sifeng directly to the ground. With only one hand, Xiao Sifeng had no power to resist. Wang Xiu sneered. Xiao Sifeng, go find the supplies obediently. Chen Yu is still your girlfriend. I'll give it to you when I'm done playing with her. But if you want to die, I will grant your wish now. I remember you have a sister, right? When you die, I will find a way to find her and make her my woman too. Xiao Sifeng clenched his fists, then loosened them, lowered his head and stopped struggling. Chen Yu looked at him with disdain, then threw a coquettish glance at Wang Xiu. Don't stop, keep going. Chapter 85, how about I wait a minute? My pants are soiled. Please read on. Xiao Sifeng knew he couldn't die. He has to survive in order to have a chance to see his sister and family. My sister is so good to me, I must find her. The reason he didn't leave before was because of his girlfriend Chen Yu. This girlfriend was his childhood sweetheart, but he never expected that she would betray him. He had decided that after 2 days, after preparing enough supplies, he would leave here and go look for his sister and parents. Wang Xiu did not kill Xiao Sifeng because he still had some use for him. He had been together with Chen Yu for a long time, and before the end of the world, they often went to the hotel to play. After the apocalypse, he kept it a secret from Xiao Sifeng because the latter's awakened supernatural power was earth walking, which allowed him to move through the ground without worrying about insect attacks. Thanks to Xiao Sifeng's earth moving technique, they were able to obtain supplies. Wang Xiu used these supplies to gather a group of people, kill the bugs, and gain the ability to transform into a werewolf. Afterwards, he continued to control Xiao Sifeng and made him work for him. While he went out to look for supplies, he had fun with Chen Yu. Shiyuan University has no shortage of campus beauties. But Wang Xiu didn't have the charm and strength to provoke her. At that time, Chen Yu was good looking, and she had the identity of Xiao Sifeng's girlfriend as a blessing. He liked it very much. Now that their relationship had been exposed, he felt as if he had lost something, and couldn't help but take advantage of this last moment of feeling to push himself harder. Xiao Sifeng listened to Chen Yu's voice and felt extremely tormented. But he couldn't move around in the reinforced concrete, so he could only endure it. At this time, the sound of a helicopter approaching was heard, getting closer and closer. Did the helicopter land on the roof? Wang Xiu was a little stunned. He really couldn't imagine that there was any student in this university who had the connections to get a helicopter to rescue him. As he said this, he kicked Xiao Sifeng, who seemed to be pretending to be dead at his feet. Go up and take a look, and find out who it is. Chen Yu also urged. Go now, don't be an eyesore here. I've been interrupted twice already. It's really a bummer. Xiao Sifeng gritted his teeth when he heard this. He didn't expect that Chen Yu was so unruly and shameless. But he did it anyway. Helicopters are good things. If we can get help from this group of people, it will be easier to find my sister. However, as soon as he stood up, he saw another person not far away. Lu Zhang looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Yo, are you busy? How about I wait while you guys continue? Seeing the scene of these two men and one woman, Lu Zhang felt that he had come at the wrong time. The woman looked very happy, she was definitely not forced. The life of 3 people was already crowded, and Lu Zhang felt that he should not barge in rashly. A strange man suddenly appeared. He was furious and used yelling to cover up his incompetence. Who are you? Who let you in? Get out. Lu Zhang frowned. No matter who this person was, speaking to him in that tone was like being sentenced to death. Immediately, he took out his pistol and shot him in the head. Blood splattered all over Chen Yu, scaring her so much that she screamed and quickly jumped to the side. Lu Zhang looked at Xiao Sifeng. You are Xiao Sifeng, right? Your sister asked me to save you, come with me. Xiao Sifeng was stunned when he heard this. Who are you? Why haven't I heard my sister mention you? Lu Zhang smiled and said, "You can call me brother-in-law. But I'm not just your brother-in-law. Are you still with this woman? If so, ask her to clean herself up. I can't let her dirty my place." Upon hearing that such a powerful person was actually Qiao Sifeng's brother-in-law, Chen Yu reacted immediately. She didn't care about the blood and naked body, and quickly stepped forward to hug Qiao Sifeng's arm. "Hello, brother-in-law. I'm Offing's girlfriend. We're childhood sweethearts, and Sister Scarlet knows me too. Afong, hurry up and tell me. My brother-in-law is so capable, he can definitely take us to a big base to live a good life." Lu Zhang looked at Qiao Sifeng with a half-smile on his face. Wait for the other party's response. Qiao Sifeng suddenly pulled out his hand and slapped Chen Yu to the ground. "You slut! You betrayed me and even dared to mention my sister. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Get out!" Chen Yu was knocked to the ground, with resentment flashing in her eyes. She knew that Qiao Sifeng was furious now, and it was definitely impossible to ask him to take her away. Immediately, she quickly crawled to Lu Zhang's feet and hugged Lu Zhang's calves. "Brother-in-law, look at my figure, it's not any worse than Sister Scarlet's. Let me go with you, I will definitely make you happier." Lu Zhang was too lazy to waste any more words. "Shoot directly." Chen Yu fell in a pool of blood. Qiao Sifeng stared blankly at Chen Yu's body and asked subconsciously, "Why did you kill her?" Lu Zhang replied casually, "She soiled my pants." "Okay, let's go quickly. Your parents and your sister are waiting for you. I have other things to do and can't waste time here." Qiao Sifeng was stunned for a moment and was speechless for a moment. I had no choice but to follow Lu Zhang to the roof. I thought I was going to take a helicopter back, but I saw a beautiful woman get off the plane. With a wave of her hand, a door appeared in front of me. Lu Zhang pushed Qiao Sifeng indirectly. Xiao Sijia, who was waiting opposite, had been waiting for a long time. When she saw her brother staggering out, she quickly grabbed him. On the other side, Lu Zhang asked Shursweki to put away the space gate, and then got on a helicopter and headed towards Shifeng County. Meng Lianyun, the campus belle of Shizhou University there, is the ultimate target this morning. After the helicopter left, Wang Xiu's men from Shiyuan University came to this floor and saw the bodies of Wang Xiu and Chen Yu, but not Qiao Sifeng. Everyone came to a conclusion. Qiao Sifeng came back and caught the two people having an affair. He was so angry that he killed them all and then left in a helicopter. In Shiyuan University, many people who were cheating on their lovers were scared out of their wits. As the old saying goes, if you love one person, you must let the other person know, but if you love two people, you must not let them know. Shiyuan County and Shifeng County are adjacent to each other. In more than half an hour, the helicopter landed outside the Shishan base. According to Tan Tai Huanyan's telepathy, Meng Lianyun is here. Shishan base is a large base. Lu Zhang felt it necessary to leave a space gate here as a stronghold to be used for crystal core transactions in the future. If multiple large bases provide him with crystal cores together, even if they are only low-level crystal cores, he can be promoted to a high enough level. Since he had to deal with the base, Lu Zhang directly displayed his powerful means and asked to meet with the director. In fact, there are connections between all the large official bases. Lu Zhang asked Zhang Jinyu to contact Fang Qiankuan, the chief of Shishan base, in advance. When Fang Qiankuan learned that it was Lu Zhang who had arrived, he immediately asked someone to welcome him to the conference room at the base. Compared with Zhang Jinyu, Fang Qiankuan looks more prosperous and fatter. He smiled and shook hands with Lu Zhang. "Mr. Lu, I didn't expect you to come here. Welcome. Our Shishan base also needs your help." Chapter 86, Clear Water Brings Forth Lotus, Naturally Free from Embellishment. Please read on. Despite the interference of mutant birds in the sky, helicopters are still the most practical means of transportation today. Compared to the densely packed insects on the ground, staying away from the black fog is the right way. But the entire government has only 2,000 military helicopters, scattered in different regions, and there are not enough in every place now. There is neither the capacity nor the time to produce now. As for Lu Zhang, he only needs to pay some crystal cores to directly build a helicopter with full firepower. This is extremely cost-effective. In particular, Lu Zhang can also provide life-saving items such as weapons and teleportation talismans. When Fang Qiankuan knew about Lu Zhang's existence, he was extremely envious. "I didn't expect Lu Zhang to come here. We have to find a way to keep him here." Seeing Fang Qiankuan's friendly attitude, Lu Zhang also smiled. I am also looking forward to cooperating with the Shishan base. If Chief Fang had enough crystal cores, we could complete a deal right now. If the transaction goes well, I plan to establish a base here to keep the transaction going. Fang Qiankuan was delighted when he heard this and said with a smile, I will make Mr. Lu happy. Mr. Lu, you've been traveling so long, and it's almost time for dinner. How about we have a meal together and chat while we eat? Lu Zhan nodded. Of course, but I have another purpose for coming here. I need Director Fang to help me find a girl named Meng Lianyun. Fang Qiankuan didn't even ask about Meng Lianyun's identity or the reason why Lu Zhan was looking for her. He agreed immediately and asked someone to bring Meng Lianyun over. At this time, Meng Lianyun was worrying about how to obtain official support for the helicopter. When she learned that the director wanted to see her, she couldn't help but be stunned. Although she was very cautious, she decided to go in order to get a helicopter. When she came in, Lu Zhang and Fang Qiankuan had just sat down and the food had just been served. Fang Qiankuan pointed at Meng Lianyun and said, Mr. Lu, this is Meng Lianyun. I wonder if she's the one you're looking for. Without his introduction, Lu Zhang's eyes had already fallen on Meng Lianyun. She was wearing wide-leg jeans, a gray jacket, and her hair was simply tied up. But it still can't hide her proud figure. Her face has a natural temperament that makes me feel pity for her. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Meng Lianyun. Age, 20. Identity, sophomore at Western State University, well-known painting blogger, national second-level athlete, philanthropist. Evaluation, like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally free of embellishment. Beautiful and kind-hearted, talented, well-rounded, decisive and capable of execution, sensible, tolerant, loving, and principled. Conclusion, meet the 4 requirements of virtuous, beautiful, and intelligent. Successful protection will grant you an extraordinary quality unlimited resource card. Compared to Gu Lingyue and Zhang Ningzhu, who have achieved great success in one aspect, Meng Lianyun has developed in many aspects and has achieved certain results in each aspect. The evaluations in all aspects are excellent, so it is rated as virtuous. Another extraordinary material card. It was worth it for Lu Zhang to spend so much energy to rush from Kanglin City to Shifeng County to find someone. Although Lu Zhang came here not only to find her, but also Zhang Ningzhu. But it is undeniable that she did pique Lu Zhang's interest. Yes, that's her. Lu Zhang said with a smile. When Meng Lianyun saw Lu Zhang, she asked in surprise. Hello, I don't think I've seen you before. What do you want to talk to me about? Lu Zhang smiled and said. Sit down first and have something to eat. We'll talk to you alone after we finish our discussion. After saying this, he glanced at the things on the table and said to Qiankuan. It's so rare to see each other, I have to show some sincerity. Before he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and delicious dishes such as Buddha jumps over the wall, abalone soup, hairy crabs, lobsters, shark fins, roasted lamb legs, roasted suckling pig, etc. appeared on the table. Meng Lianyun was stunned by this scene. Fang Qiankuan was also greatly shocked. When I heard colleague Zhang talk about Mr. Lu's method of manifesting everything before, I was just amazed. But after seeing it today, I can truly say that it's astonishing. Even these delicacies can be materialized. Doesn't that mean Mr. Lu has already achieved his wish and can have whatever he wants? Lu Zhang smiled and waved his hand. It's just that I can materialize some inanimate objects. I want a beautiful woman, but I can't create one myself. When Fang Qiankuan heard this, it was undoubtedly a very important piece of information. In terms of material things, Lu Zhan lacks nothing. The only thing that can move him is a beautiful woman. This can be basically confirmed from the fact that he went to find Meng Lianyun as soon as he arrived. So the way to gain their favor is obvious. Come on, eat quickly. I haven't eaten such expensive dishes before the apocalypse. Don't waste them. Fang Qiankuan said with a laugh. Lu Zhan casually summoned a few bottles of mutai, wulianye, and other liquors. Brother Fang, feel free to take whatever you like to drink. Fang Qiankuan directly picked up a bottle of mutai and laughed. I really got a great deal this time. After the meal, Meng Lianyun was very satisfied. She had never eaten such delicious food. After the apocalypse broke out, this table of food was enough to trigger a fight among thousands of people. At the dinner, Lu Zhang and Fang Qiankuan finalized the cooperation terms, and the price was the same as that of the Lijian base. Fang Qianquan obviously stored more crystal cores here, and ordered 10 helicopters and 2,000 teleportation talismans at once. Pay 3,000 second-level crystal cores and 10,000 first-level crystal cores. Lu Zhang casually used a ceiling talisman to collect it. Fang Qianquan was amazed at this method again. After the transaction was completed, Lu Zhang and Meng Lianyun went to a room alone. "Mr. Lu, how do you know me?" "Your brother asked me to come find you." Lu Zhang went straight to the point. "Your parents died, leaving behind your younger brother Meng Bowen. I happened to meet him, and he said you were very beautiful and asked me to come and save you." Upon hearing the news of her parents' death, Meng Lianyun was struck by lightning. His body trembled violently and he almost fell down, but was supported by Lu Zhang. A full minute passed before Meng Lianyun came back to his senses. With eyes full of sorrow, he asked, "Where's Bowen?" Lu Zhang replied, "He's in Kanglan City, Zhongyang County. He's in the base I built. He's safe. I came to you from such a distance, and you should know what I think of you. I'll give you an hour to think about it. If you're willing to follow me, I'll take you to reunite with your brother. If not, then you'll have to rely on your own abilities and wait for the opportunity to go back. Of course, maybe you and he might encounter an accident while searching for supplies and never see each other again." After saying this, he did not entangle with Meng Lianyun anymore, but left the room directly and then left the Xishan base. Zhang Ningzhu is in Fenglin City, Shifeng County, and he has to go there quickly. After finishing things here, I have to take a flight to Mingzhu City in the south in the afternoon. Chapter 87. I'm worried about you, I want you to be happy. Please read. Lu Zhang used the teleportation talisman to quickly leave the Xishan base and arrived in Fenglin City in less than 10 minutes. When they arrived in the city, he released Shi Sueki from the seal card. Then he asked him to open the space door, find Tan Tai Xiaoyu, and determine Zhang Ningzhu's location through telepathy. Tan Tai Xiaoyu activated his sensing ability, and the next moment, his expression changed. "Oh no, this sister is in danger. Honey, in that direction, 12 kilometers away, there's a 4th-level frost centipede. Frost centipede, this is the most powerful monster that has crawled out of the pit so far. Wherever it passed, everything was frozen. Ordinary people would be frozen to death even if they passed by it, let alone being attacked." As soon as Tan Tai Xiaoyu finished speaking, the next moment, the two of them were sealed into the card by Lu Zhang. The teleportation talisman was activated, and 12 kilometers were reached in an instant. This is a 16-story building, and the giant centipede, which is more than 20 meters long, is crawling underneath the building, frantically attacking the lower floors of the building. The entire building is shaking. A woman in a windbreaker stood on the back of a big bird, controlling a series of cone-like alloys to attack the frost centipede. The cone's attack power was very strong, leaving scars on the frost centipede's body. However, due to its strong defense and the slowing effect of its freezing energy, it is impossible to kill it effectively. Zhang Ningzhu's gravitational field ability is still at the 3rd level. Too many crystal cores are needed to break through to the 4th level. It is not easy for Lu Zhang to help her advance to the 3rd level. She had too many things to do and had no extra energy to obtain enough crystal cores to evolve. Zhang Ningzhu took too long to get here by land. She only found her family yesterday. I had just settled down today, but ended up provoking the 4th-level monster frost centipede. This bug possesses a certain intelligence. It couldn't leave the black fog, so it directly destroyed the bottom floor of the building, causing the entire building to collapse so that it could obtain the living creatures above. Many tall buildings in various places have been destroyed by this frost centipede. There were not many high-rise buildings left for people to hide in, and after some of them were destroyed, the number was even smaller. Zhang Ningzhu was very anxious at this time. Her parents are in the building behind her. If the building collapses, her parents and relatives will be affected and killed. Just as she took out a grenade and was about to find a way to inflict serious damage to the frost centipede, suddenly, a rocket flew towards the frost centipede. Boom! 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 Not just one shot, but 3 shots in a row. 1 armor-piercing bomb, 1 fuel-air bomb and 1 incendiary bomb. The 3 shells exploded almost at the same time. A huge hole was immediately blown in the hard shell of the frost centipede. The fuel-air bomb amplified the damage, and the incendiary bomb made the damage continuous. The insects that emerged from the pit were extremely tenacious. Despite being so seriously injured, it was still alive, constantly releasing icy air in all directions, trying to fight back. But Lu Zhang, who was standing in the air, was not affected at all. The bazooka appeared in his hand again. If 3 shots can't solve the problem, then use a few more. Use the space shackles to control it and shoot it towards the wound just made. 2 shells penetrated it. The struggle finally stopped, and the remaining body twitched, looking quite miserable. Zhang Ningzhu looked at the man who appeared in front of her, and her eyes were dazed for a moment. "Husband, why are you here?" Lu Zhang put his arm around her waist and said with a smile. "Of course I was worried about you, so I came to find you. But, now that you're here, what will happen to the other sisters?" Zhang Ningzhu knew very well that those people were supported by Lu Zhang alone. If he came to find her, would the others die? Although she knew that Lu Zhang liked her very much, she felt that her charm was not enough to make Lu Zhang give up the entire forest. Lu Zhang hugged her waist and scratched her little nose. "How clever. Don't worry, we'll be able to see them soon. Come on, take me to meet my father-in-law and mother-in-law first." Zhang Ningzhu looked at the corpse of the centipede. "Hubby, I didn't take the crystal core." The crystal core of a 4th level frost centipede is equivalent to 2,000 1st level crystal cores and is extremely valuable. She felt that it was not a waste. But Lu Zhang waved his hand and released a big vulture. The vulture flew to the centipede and accurately found the crystal core. The higher the level of the insect's crystal core, the harder it is. A 4th level crystal core cannot be destroyed by artillery shells. After obtaining the crystal core, Lu Zhang took back the fire-swallowing vulture. He placed the crystal core in Zhang Ningzhu's palm and said with a smile, "Take it, as compensation for not being with you. This thing is much more precious than diamonds." Zhang Ningzhu couldn't help but feel a little moved. She immediately hugged Lu Zhang's waist and kissed him. "Leaves a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth. Hubby, I want to make you happy tonight," Zhang Ningzhu said with a slightly red face. Soon, the two entered the building. Seeing Zhang Ningzhu return safely, the frightened crowd quickly surrounded him. Many people were stunned when they saw her holding a man's arm. Most men who have witnessed Zhang Ningzhu's excellence would feel ashamed of themselves and even dare not look her in the eye. Not to mention standing shoulder to shoulder with her. The situation is even more serious now. It was Zhang Ningzhu who took the initiative to hold a man's arm. It's incredible. The first person to react was Zhang Ningzhu's father, Zhang Huan. He coughed lightly and asked, "Ningzhu, who is this?" Without waiting for his introduction, Lu Zhang took the initiative to speak. "Uncle and aunt, I'm Lu Zhang, Ningzhu's boyfriend. When she was in Zhongyang County, she came looking for you. I was worried about her, so I came here too." Zhang Ningzhu told her parents about Lu Zhang yesterday. They also knew that Zhang Ningzhu was able to make it all the way here thanks to Lu Zhang's help. Fang Shuyi was quite excited to see Lu Zhang. "Great, now that Mr. Lu has taken action, we won't be in danger," Zhang Ningzhu said quickly. "Mom and Dad, it's not safe here. Lu Zhang said he's going to move you to a safe place. Please follow his instructions." While she was speaking, Lu Zhang took out a card and threw it casually, and a beautiful woman appeared on the spot. Everyone was stunned again. Magic tricks? A magical transformation. Lu Zhang introduced Zhang Ningzhu. "Ningzhu, this is Sweki. She used to be a celebrity. You should have heard of her." When Sweki met Zhang Ningzhu, who was also a high-quality woman, she felt a sense of mutual appreciation. "Hello, Sister Xiaozhu, I'm Sweki. I'm here to open the space gate and take you to Kanglan City." Although finding a new building in YL City may not necessarily provide worse living conditions than in Kanglan City, but it is inconvenient to disperse them, so Lu Zhang still wants to gather everyone together. Sweki opened the space door. The door on the other side was now on the 5th floor of Jinj building. She let Zhang Ningzhu take the lead, and everyone passed through the door one after another and came to another city. Gu Lingyue and the others would arrange these people. Lu Zhang just introduced a few new people to Zhang Ningzhu and then returned to Shifeng County. And later came to Xishan Base. Flashing in front of Meng Lianyun, he asked straight to the point. "How are you thinking about it?" At the same time, Fang Qiankuan was also asking a girl the same question. Chapter 88. I really can't do it, let her have a baby. Please read it later. After realizing Lu Zhang's importance and seeing him rubbing the helicopter with his own hands, Fang Qiankuan wanted to keep Lu Zhang. Although Lu Zhang has promised to establish a cooperative relationship with the Xishan base. But that would be far less convenient and reassuring than letting it stay. Having Lu Zhang here is equivalent to having a weapons and ammunition storage depot and a granary. This is an irresistible temptation for any base. Fang Qianquan knew that Lu Zhang's only weakness and need was beautiful women. Compared with Zhang Jingyu, he is more radical. After separating from Lu Zhang, he immediately looked for someone with good looks and temperament among the active female soldiers. Immediately, one person stood out. Chao Lei, who is 173 centimeters tall and weighs 120 kilograms, joined the army at the age of 17. She is now 23 years old and serves in the Fire Phoenix Special Forces. Loyal to the people, determined and able to endure hardships. He was on the verge of death 4 times after the apocalypse, but survived to this day thanks to his tenacious will to survive. Fang Qianquan felt that she should live a good life. As long as you follow Lu Zhang, you will have no worries about food and clothing, and you won't have to face life and death crises. This is a good thing. Chao Lei, have you figured it out? This task is difficult, but extremely important to the entire Xishan base. He only has this one weakness. From among all the people, I have chosen you as the most suitable person to carry out this mission. Do you have the courage to face this challenge? Chao Lei looked bitter. Sir, if you ask me to assassinate him, I will accept the mission without hesitation. But I can't seduce him. I'm not very good at this. If the mission fails and he gets angry, the consequences are probably not something Xishan base wants to bear. Fang Qianquan felt that what he said seemed to make sense. No matter what, the cooperation has been reached now. If it gets messed up again, it will be ruined. At this time, Chao Lei continued. Sir, if the person you are talking about can really provide a good living condition, then I have a candidate to recommend. Chao Lei helps many people. She took out half of the supplies she had obtained and distributed them to those who were unable to earn extra income and could only rely on the minimum living allowance to survive. One of them was a mother whose child was just 1 year old and was basically on the verge of collapse. Chao Lei occasionally went out on missions and was unable to deliver the subsidy to the woman in time, so the child cried out of hunger. Before, the woman had told Chao Lei many times that she wanted to make money through her body, but Chao Lei stopped her. This path cannot last long. Once she falls into it, she will most likely be killed by those crazy men. It's nothing, this woman is just too beautiful. In terms of appearance, Chao Lei felt that she and the other party were on par with each other. But she has the charm of a young woman, which has a fatal attraction to men. If it weren't for her care, this woman would have been kidnapped and toyed with by countless dark and evil elements. She still gave the woman a crystal core, allowing her to awaken her superpowers. Unfortunately, the woman's special ability is just a life skill like plant growth. Without a lot of crystal cores to enhance her abilities would bring no benefits at all. And if Lu Zhang just likes to collect beautiful women and does not use violence against them, this would be a good choice for the single mother. After hearing Chao Lei's information about this woman, Fang Qianquan pondered for a moment and then said, Bring her here, I'll take a look at her first. Not long after, Chao Lei walked in with a woman holding a baby. This woman walked with a swaying gait. It was obviously just a normal walk, but she had a seductive feeling. Seeing that pitiful face and those big eyes that seemed to contain autumn water, Fang Qianquan made the decision after just one glance. It's you. However, her identity is different from yours. I have no reason to arrange for her to be with Lu Zhang directly. You have to do this yourself. Send her to Lu Zhang. I'll tell you where he is. Hearing this, Wan Lingxiu felt a little uneasy and couldn't help but say, Sir, will Mr. Lu really take care of us, mother and daughter? Fang Qianquan replied, I can only say that he does have the ability to provide you with food and clothing, and even a comfortable life. As for whether you can receive his care, it depends on you. A man like him has no shortage of beautiful women. You have to find a way to keep him. Wan Lingxiu bit her lip lightly, then nodded. Please help me take care of the child first. Let me clean it up briefly. On the other side, inside the room, Lu Zhang looked into Meng Lianyun's eyes, waiting for her answer. In the less than an hour that Lu Zhang was away, Meng Lianyun carefully thought about her future life plan. Before the apocalypse broke out, she developed her hobbies, improved her physical fitness, and funded the children in poor mountainous areas to go to school. It can be considered as all-round development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Her ideal is to become a perfect person with both self-awareness and great love. Now that his parents were dead, only his younger brother was still alive. Her brother was still trying to find her, and she definitely couldn't just leave him alone. At the same time, she also wants to reduce tragedies like the one she experienced, so she wants to help more people. I can be yours. But I need you to give me enough support so that I can build a safe community and save more people. Lu Zhang knew that this woman also had the title of philanthropist. Being judged as a philanthropist by the system means that he or she has truly done some charitable acts that have helped many people. Although Lu Zhang himself does not have such a philanthropic heart, he respects and admires such people. Lu Zhang smiled and said, I can support you, but it's limited. After all, I'm not a good person. Meng Lianyun nodded slightly, took the initiative to walk forward, put her arms around Lu Zhang's waist, and rested her head on his shoulder. Take me to find my brother. He is your brother-in-law now. Lu Zhang was in a good mood as he got another extraordinary material card. This trip was really worth it. Don't worry, wait until I finish what's going on here. Lu Zhang hugged Meng Lianyun and walked out of the room. As soon as I went out, I saw a woman in military uniform walking towards me with a plump woman. Lu Zhang's eyes lit up. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Ruan Lingxiu. Age, 25. Identity, full-time mother, dance anchor. Evaluation, fair and delicate, gentle and charming, with basic moral values and kind to others. Conclusion, meets both the beautiful appearance and venerable morality requirements. Successfully protected. Receives a basic quality unlimited supplies card. A basic supplies card is nothing, but the aura emanating from Ruan Lingxiu has a yearning that comes from the body's instinct. How to say it? When I see her, I ask her to give birth to a child. 1 is not enough, at least 3 or 4, and 7 or 8 is not too many. The person next to him made Lu Zhang's eyes light up again. Chapter 89. I'll take it then, and set my sights on myself. Please read on. Life is full of surprises, and there are 2 beauties when you open the door. Lu Zhang was in a good mood. I just got a super supplies card, but I didn't expect another one to appear. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Chao Lei. Age, 23. Identity, Fire Phoenix Special Forces Ace Warrior. Evaluation, good-looking, agile, strong in action, strong in execution, quick in thinking, caring, and principled. Conclusion, meet the 4 requirements of virtuous, beautiful, and intelligent. Successful protection will grant you an extraordinary quality unlimited resource card. Any girl who can be evaluated as virtuous must have an extremely outstanding ability in addition to basic moral and appearance conditions. This Chao Lei is obviously extremely outstanding in combat skills. She has similarities with Yin Xinyao, but there are also certain differences between the two. This girl with short hair stood there like a sharp knife, full of sharpness. Hello Mr. Lu, I'm Chao Lei, a soldier from the Fire Phoenix Special Forces. Chao Lei took the initiative to speak. Lu Zhang glanced at the 2 of them and asked with a smile. What's up? Chao Lei continued. It's like this. I heard that Mr. Lu is kind and generous, and he likes to take in weak and helpless beauties. This is my friend Ruan Lingxiu. She is a single mother with a baby daughter to raise. Life is difficult now, so I brought her here to ask Mr. Lu to take her in. As soon as she finished speaking, Ruan Lingxiu shyly bowed slightly to Lu Zhang, and a flash of white appeared in her eyes. Mr. Lu, please be kind and take us mother and daughter in. I will definitely work like a slave to repay you and will not let you down. As she spoke, she knelt down at Lu Zhang's feet and bowed to the ground with her hands. Seeing this, Lu Zhang sighed. There are too many people suffering in the last days. Although I have good intentions, my abilities are indeed limited. But since it's someone brought by Miss Chao, I'll accept him. If nothing else, I can ensure that you have good food and drink, and that you have enough milk to raise the baby. As he spoke, he helped Ruan Lingxiu up with both hands. It is obvious from Ruan Lingxiu's appearance that she is not short of breast milk. As long as she is well fed and well drinking, there is no need to buy milk powder. Breast milk is enough to feed the little one. Hearing Lu Zhang's promise, Ruan Lingxiu threw herself into Lu Zhang's arms and hugged his waist tightly. Thank you, from now on you will be my husband and my heaven. This is a woman with a gentle heart. Lu Zhang felt as if he was wrapped in a handful of water. It's really good. Although it was just a basic supplies card, Lu Zhang was still very satisfied with this person. Lu Zhang directly hugged Ruan Lingxiu in his arms, then looked at Chao Lei. Ms. Chao, if you need my help, you can contact me at any time. Take these 10 teleportation talismans to protect your life, but be sure not to get hurt. Hearing this, Chao Lei couldn't help but face twitching. This Mr. Lu really has an undisguised desire for beauty. He just recruited Meng Lianyun and Ruan Lingxiu, and now he has set his sights on me. But she is a celibate and is determined to rely on her own strength to get what she wants. Taking the teleportation talisman, she smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lu. If that day comes, I will come to find you." Lu Zhang nodded and didn't say anything more. He still respects other people's choices. The last incident with Su Baitao was an accident. The matter at Xishan base has been dealt with. Lu Zhang directly asked Shursweki to open the space door, and then sent Wan Lingxiu, her daughter and Meng Lianyun back to the Jinj building. He had to hurry on his way, so he could only wait until evening to enjoy the delicious food. Lu Zhang asked Shursweki to leave a space gate at the Xishan base. The location was in a room specially left by Fong Qiankuan to be used as a regular contact point. He has not yet arranged garrison personnel at the Xishan base. There is no rush. Starting from Xishan base, Lu Zheng's next destination is Hangzhou City, Tunghua County. That is Yin Xinyao's hometown. Coincidentally, the next destination, Mingzhu City, is right on this line. It took just over an hour to reach Tunghua County by helicopter. Yin Xinyao's parents are both security guards. Her father, Yin Guoxiong, is the deputy director of criminal investigation, and her mother, Milan, is the head of the physical evidence department. They both worked at the municipal bureau. Before Yin Xinyao lost contact with them, the two were together and were protecting the evacuation of the masses. In addition to her parents, her grandparents and grandmother also live with them. In other words, Lu Zhang needs to find 5 of them. After entering Hangzhou City, Lu Zhang asked Tan Tai Huanyan to use her telepathic ability to determine an approximate location. Then he used the seal card to seal Qin Digong, who was flying the plane, as well as Shursweki and Tan Tai Huanyan. After using the teleportation talisman and a few breaths, he arrived near the target location. He flew up on his sword and found that there was actually a base here. It is not an official base, and there is no military unit stationed there. Instead, it is a group of people dressed in ordinary clothes, holding only some weapons like sticks and a few guns. Many of them are psychics, although they are only at the first level, and the strongest is only at the second level, but they are already a strong force. Obviously, this should be a base organized by the people themselves. The base is established within a high school. Xinyuan High School has a total of 14 buildings, all of which are connected by corridors. You can go back and forth between the cafeteria, office buildings, gymnasium, and other places without going downstairs. There are no elevators in the teaching building, only large staircases. The building is about 6 stories high and is generally taller than a single floor of an ordinary residence. The areas above the 4th floor are absolutely safe. This place is indeed suitable for a base. Let Xiong Jiner investigate and confirm that there are probably nearly 3,000 people in the base. This is not a small number. The daily consumption of supplies is a considerable pressure on any leader. Like the base built by Shi Chang on an overpass in Mingyu City, many people were so hungry that they had to go down and try their luck to find supplies. The daily harvest is only enough for a part of the people to survive. This is the reality. When Lu Zhang looked at the base, he found that most people looked pretty good. No leader can ensure that everyone is well fed except Lu Zhang. But at least the people in this base don't seem to be particularly hungry, which means that the minimum guarantee is similar to that of the official base, or even better. Lu Zhang was somewhat interested in the manager of the base. This person must be very capable. Yu Jian came to a base guard and Lu Zhang said, "I'm here looking for someone. Take me to see your boss." Faced with a person flying towards him on a sword, the guard did not dare to slack off and responded quickly. "Please wait a moment. I'll go and inform them." As he said that, he called another person and asked him to take Lu Zhang to a room to rest for a while. A moment later, the man came over with a young man behind him. The young man took the initiative to introduce. "Hello, I'm Xia Qishuan, the general manager of this base. Who are you looking for?" Chapter 90, The Beautiful CEO Appears and Conquers Xia Qishuan. Please read. Lu Zhang looked at Xia Qishuan with an expression of appreciation. According to his perception, Xia Qishuan is already a 3rd-level psychic, and he is not at the initial 3rd level, but is in the middle 3rd level. He was able to grow so quickly without the resources of a large base, and his personal abilities are indeed very strong. "I'm here to see Yin Guoxiong and his wife. I wonder if Manager Xia knows anything about this?" Hearing Yin Guoxiang's name, Xiao Qishuan immediately smiled and said, "Yes, very well. Uncle Yin is the deputy general manager of our base. Thanks to his help, I was able to stabilize the situation here. I wonder what your relationship is with Uncle Yin." Lu Zhang also smiled and said, "I'm his daughter Yin Xinyao's boyfriend. I came here to help Yao Yao save her family." "That's wonderful." Xiao Qishuan waved his hand. Uncle Yin has always been worried about his daughter's safety, but he couldn't leave for the north. He will definitely be very happy to hear this news. "Brother, come with me, I will take you to see them." The two chatted as they walked. Lu Zhang revealed his identity as the boss of the largest base in Kanglan City, and told the other party that he had close ties with the authorities. Xiao Qishuan also informed him of his special abilities. His special ability is called possession. It can possess any living creature and control its body. The prerequisite is that your mental strength must be stronger than that of the other party. Moreover, the stronger the opponent's mental power, the shorter the time he can possess and control them. The weakness of his possession ability is also obvious. During the possession process, the physical body has no control. If the possession lasts too long, the physical body will be unable to awaken and will eventually die completely. Therefore, to activate this ability, you need a reliable person to protect you. After reaching the third level, he can split out his spiritual sub-bodies and carry out differentiated possession and control on the targets he has possessed, thus being able to control many targets at once. He controlled 4 double-tailed scorpions, which was the basis for his stable acquisition of large quantities of supplies. Having talked about this, we have arrived at the destination. Lu Zhang saw a group of people distributing supplies to those in line. Among those distributing supplies, a figure caught his attention. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Xiao Qingmei. Age, 24. Occupation, esports anchor, racing driver, president of Yunshan Fifan Culture Media Company, philanthropist. Evaluation, aloof and hot-tempered, possesses strong judgment and control, and has compassion and sympathy for the lower classes. Conclusion, meet the 4 requirements of virtuous, beautiful, and intelligent. Successful protection will grant you an extraordinary quality unlimited resource card. It's actually another extraordinary material card. However, looking at her message, Lu Zhang felt that it seemed unlikely to get this card. This eagle-like woman has no weaknesses and a hot temper. A woman with high IQ, strong hands-on ability and a sense of the overall situation. In addition, her brother has now built a base. The two of them have strength and background. It is unlikely that he would compromise. Of course, Lu Zhang will still make efforts, but just like he did with Chao Lei, he will leave a thought behind. Wait for the opportunity to arise. No chance, that's okay. The world is so big and there are so many women, so finding new extraordinary material cards is not a difficult task. Didn't he see 3 cards in one day? He even felt it was a bit too much. It turns out that as long as the search range is expanded, more supply cards can definitely be found. What he needs to do is cast a wide net and improve efficiency, instead of grinding his teeth on a tough bone. Xiao Qingmei seemed to notice Lu Zhang's gaze and turned to take a look. However, Lu Zhang no longer looked at her, but walked towards Yin Guoxiong. When Yin Guoxiong heard Xiao Qishuan's introduction, he was stunned for a moment. "My Yao Yao doesn't have a boyfriend?" Lu Zhang smiled and said. "We met after the apocalypse. At first, I sent her to the sword base, and later she stayed by my side as a liaison between me and the sword base. After spending some time together, she decided to be with me, and I promised her that I would find you. I've traveled thousands of kilometers to come here today just to reunite her with you." Yin Xinyao's mother, Milan, heard this and asked, "Are you going to take our family back to fight? Isn't this too dangerous?" Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Of course not. How could I let you, uncle and aunt, be in danger? I have a way to reunite you soon. But regarding your decision to stay or go, I think we can reconsider it. The conditions here are pretty good. Uncle Yin seems to be in charge of important work here. I think you are also worried about the people here. So if you want to stay and continue to help Brother Xiao manage this place, I support you. This does not prevent you from being together as a family." Everyone was confused when they heard this, but Xiao Qingmei suddenly asked, "Do you have the ability to teleport?" But with so many people in such a long distance, it would probably take multiple, maybe even hundreds of trips to accomplish this, right? I have to admit that this woman's IQ is really high. No wonder it has done so well in the three fields of esports, racing and media operations. Lu Zhang nodded in appreciation. Almost. At least it allows uncle and aunt to see their daughter anytime they want. Of course, if uncle doesn't want to be in charge anymore, you can come to my base and enjoy the good food and wine every day to live out your days. Yin Guoxiong shook his head decisively and said, "At my age, it's time for me to contribute to the country. How can I just sit there and enjoy my old age? Xiaolu, just take Yao Yao's grandparents and grandma back with you. They really can't bear to suffer with me anymore." Lu Zhang looked at Xia Qixuan and said, "Manager Xia, I admire your management skills very much and have decided to develop this place as a subsidiary base. From now on, if you listen to my arrangements, I will provide you with a large amount of material support to ensure that the people here have a more stable and safer living environment. What do you think?" The latter thought for a moment and nodded. "If that's the case, that would be great. It's really too stressful for me to support so many people alone. I'm very happy to help you. Xia Qixuan, meet the boss." Lu Zhang laughed and said, "Don't worry, you won't feel any pressure since you have me to rely on in the future." Next, Lu Zhang asked Xia Qixuan to select a room as the space contact point, then took out a card and threw it out, and a beautiful woman appeared on the spot. Xia Qingmei was surprised when she saw the woman's appearance. "Big star Shursweki?" Shursweki smiled and said, "I'm Shursweki, hello." Lu Zhang waved his hand and said, "We'll talk later when we have time. Sweki, open the space gate first, and then bring Yao Yao over." Seeing the big star obediently following Lu Zhang's instructions, several people looked at each other in surprise. Chapter 91 Sword Dance Hongxiu, The Ideal Husband Comes. Please read. Yin Xinyo had already been waiting for the result on the other side of the space gate. She was very nervous. She wanted to know about her family as soon as possible, but was afraid of hearing any bad news. After passing through the space gate and seeing her parents and relatives, Yin Xinyao couldn't help but pounce on them. "Mom and Dad. I'm so glad you're all okay." At this moment, she felt extremely fortunate. "Fortunately, I made the decision early, and my family is together, and no one died because of this disaster. If we delay for a few more days, someone might suffer misfortune. She would be heartbroken if any of her relatives died." Lu Zhang smiled and said, "The family is reunited, don't cry. Take uncle and aunt home, and ask Zhihui to bring out some good wine and food so we can relax." Previously, in order to make it convenient for a foodie to have delicious food to eat when Lu Zhang was not in Jinj building, Lu Zhang took out various delicacies and stored them in Bai Zhihui's personal space. Bai Zhihui had already reached the third level, and her portable space was more than 400 cubic meters. That was a large space, enough to store a lot of supplies. During this period, 80% of the material transportation work in the entire safe zone was completed by Bai Zhihui alone. Yin Xinyao nodded when she heard this, and looked at Lu Zhang with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Lu Zhang not only helped her find her family, but also made such careful arrangements, which gave her enough respect. As a latecomer who was not even in the 20th place, she is already very satisfied to receive such care. Yin Xinyao left with her family, and she was left to explain her relationship with Lu Zhang herself. Lu Zhang first helped Xia Qixuan use the beast-controlling ring to control hundreds of sickle insects and 10 double-tailed scorpions, and then left him a large number of buns and roast ducks. The steamed buns and roast duck are sealed with sealing cards and can be preserved forever. The seal card can be used not only by Lu Zhang himself, but also by others. After all, it is not an infinite supply card, but a kind of supply. But once the seal is broken, everything inside will be taken out at once, and the seal card will disappear. This is equivalent to a disposable portable space. But the blank seal card still poses a certain threat, so Lu Zhang will not give it to others. The seal card used to seal something can be given to anyone without any worries as a package. Finally, Shursweki left a space gate here, and Lu Zhang took a helicopter and left here. Currently, there is a space gate in each of the Jinj building, Lijian base, Xishan base, and Hangzhou base. Shursweki's ability has been upgraded to the 4th level, but it can only guard 4 doors. Apart from that, there was only one door that she could open at any time. Lu Zhang also wanted to set up a space gate between Mingzhu City and the luxury cruise ship on the ocean, but it was obvious that there was no space gate available. But he was not in a hurry and took things one step at a time. At least there is a door on Shursweki's body that can be opened at any time, so there is no problem in transporting supplies and personnel. Taking a helicopter to Mingzhu City, Lu Zhang kept clicking on the sword-wielding skill book on the way. At a certain moment, he felt something in his heart and used the teleportation talisman to directly fly into the air not far away. In an instant, sword energy burst out. The sword controlling technique has been promoted to the 4th level. The sword energy contains 200,000 points and 2,000 units of energy. Not only that, he also comprehended a sword technique called White Rainbow piercing the sun. A long white rainbow pierced through the sun, infused with majestic sword energy, and suddenly exploded, releasing an attack that shattered everything. Coincidentally, he sensed a 4th level frost centipede not far away. He immediately flew away on his sword. At this time, his sword riding speed reached 400 kilometers per hour, and he arrived in an instant. Then he slashed out with a sword. Sword energy gushed out, 200,000 points of sword energy were consumed in an instant, and 30,000 points were consumed. A huge white sword descended on the thin flying sword. It shot out like a cannonball, much faster than his flying speed. The frost centipede sensed the fluctuation of energy and instinctively released an icy aura to block the approach of the flying sword. When the sword light flew over, the ice and snow melted, and the sword pierced through the frost centipede's head. Immediately afterwards, Lu Zhang released the fire-swallowing vulture and let it pick up the crystal core. Then he put away the fire-swallowing vulture, and the flying sword turned into a stream of light and left in a leisurely manner. In a building not far away, a family of 3 witnessed the whole process with their own eyes. Yi Hongxiu looked at the graceful figure flying away on a sword, her eyes gleaming, and she couldn't help but say, "This is the ideal husband I'm looking for." The approach of the 4th level frost centipede made him extremely nervous, but at this moment, Lu Zheng came flying with a sword and destroyed the monster with one sword. Just like the heroes in ancient costume dramas, he appears at the critical moment and saves the heroine from trouble. Yi Hongxiu felt that she was the heroine because she also uses a sword. Her family runs a machinery processing factory. 2 years ago, she started live streaming in college and gained an account called Sword Dance Red Leaves with millions of followers. Then she asked her family to start producing weapon peripherals and made a lot of money. But she has always had a dream of pursuing revenge and living a free and unrestrained life. He practiced martial arts and swordplay since childhood. After the apocalypse, he killed insects, obtained crystal cores, and awakened his special ability Source Energy, which can enhance his body's explosive power and make his weapons harder and sharper. Relying on her martial arts and special abilities, she first rescued her parents and then lived with them until now. Now she is a 3rd-level psychic, and her parents are 2nd-level psychics. They form a team of 3 with considerable combat power. But it's just living aimlessly. But today, she has a goal. After glancing at the direction where the sword light disappeared, Yi Hongxiu turned to look at her parents and said, "Mom and Dad, I'm going to Mingzhu City to follow in the footsteps of my ideal husband. Hurry up and pack your things. We need to get to the edge of the city before dusk and inside Mingzhu City before tomorrow night." Hearing these words and looking at his daughter's shining eyes, Yi Nantian couldn't help but say, "Hongxiu, don't be impulsive. Even though that boy is very strong and looks very handsome, he might already have a girlfriend, or even a child. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing if you went to him?" "It's not embarrassing. I'm thick-skinned." Yi Hongxiu glared at her old father angrily and said, "Dad, you've been urging me to find a partner before, but now that I have a goal, why don't you support me?" The corner of Yi Nantian's mouth twitched. How can it be the same? We are in such a chaotic time right now, we shouldn't be in a relationship. I don't care, I have to go. Yi Hongxiu took her mother Yu Qiao's arm and said coquettishly, "Dear mother, you will definitely support your baby daughter, right? We've been waiting here, killing bugs over and over again. What hope do we have for the future? Don't you want to find a quiet and peaceful place to dance with a group of ants?" Yu Qiao nodded. "Girl, I support you. It's really boring to stay here, let's go out and have a look." If that young man hadn't suddenly appeared just now, the giant centipede might have collapsed this place. He saved our lives. No matter what, at least you should say thank you in person. Let's go. Chapter 92, Marry the Same Person, We Will Follow You. Please read. Lu Zheng didn't know that a female hero was chasing him. After he returned to the helicopter, he continued to click on the sword-wielding skill book. This sword-wielding technique has great potential. Before, I thought it was just about flying with a sword or killing enemies from a distance. But now it seems that different levels actually have skills. This has quite the potential. It's worth putting more effort into it. In addition to clicking on the skill book, another thing Lu Zheng continued to do was to absorb crystal cores. To upgrade to level 5, one needs to absorb at least 5,000 level 2 crystal cores. Although the demand is huge, they have already been gathered through transactions with Shishan base and Lijian base. It just takes a long time to absorb so many crystal cores. It would be much more convenient if you have a high-level crystal core. 1 4th order crystal core is equivalent to 200 2nd order crystal cores and can be absorbed very quickly. If he maintains the current absorption efficiency, Lu Zheng estimates that he will be able to be promoted to the 5th level by noon tomorrow. Every time his ability is upgraded to a higher level, the increase it brings is enormous. As the space barrier shrinks and the energy units increase, one day he will be able to cover the entire planet in the space barrier he created with just a thought. Although the black fog is pervasive, it is essentially composed of energy particles. As long as the gaps in the space barrier are small enough, it will not be able to enter. Then, Lu Zhang can use the space barrier to isolate the black fog on the ground and establish a real safe zone. Not long after, the helicopter entered Mingzhu City. After having Tan Tai Huanyan give the location, the helicopter finally arrived at a high-end residential area. There are large flats here, but the buildings seem too dense and there is no place to park a helicopter. Lu Zhang simply sealed the plane and Chen Digong into the card. He held the excited Tan Tai Huanyan in his arms and flew on his sword to the outside of the floor that the latter could sense. A sword flew out, shattering the window, and the two men flew into it. The people who were resting on the floor heard the sound and looked over. Then I saw a pair of immortal lovers flying on swords and descending from the sky. This scene left everyone stunned. Some people slapped themselves hard, apparently suspecting they were hallucinating. Tan Tai Huanyan immediately locked onto a target based on her telepathy. When she saw her parents in tattered clothes in the crowd, her eyes immediately turned red. Dad, Mom. She ran quickly towards the crowd. Tan Tai's parents in the crowd also recognized that the fairy who descended from the sky was actually their eldest daughter who lived thousands of miles away. The two of them immediately hugged Tan Tai Huanyan, who rushed over and asked with concern, "Huanyan, where is your sister?" The two sisters have always been inseparable. They go to the bathroom together and even joke that they will marry the same man in the future. Now they only see the eldest daughter but not the youngest, and the old couple are very worried. My sister is fine. She should be enjoying hot pot in the air conditioning. Tan Tai Huanyan smiled and introduced Lu Zhang, who had just walked over to the old couple. Mom and Dad, this is my sister and I's husband, Lu Zhang. He was the one who brought us here from Kanglan City to rescue you. Lu Zhang smiled and said, Hello, Uncle and Auntie, I am Huanyan and Xiaoyu's husband. The old couple was confused. He looked at Tan Tai Huanyan in disbelief. You really found the same man as your sister? As soon as these words were spoken, the people around who were watching the show started talking about it. The men all had expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred, while the girls looked at Lu Zhang and Tan Tai Huanyan with contempt. Tan Tai Huanyan is so beautiful, so her sister must be pretty too. It is really wrong that two sisters are committed to the same man. Tan Tai Huanyan nodded shyly, hugged Lu Zhang's arm and said, Thanks to him for coming down from the sky and saving my two sisters. He also lets us eat big meals every day, drink bird's nest soup, live in a big house, and live a carefree life. There's no other man like him in the apocalypse, so naturally we two sisters have to share him. The old couple were so angry that they were speechless. Can this be shared? Lu Zhang spoke at this time. Okay, Huanyan, this is not the place to talk. Take uncle and aunt back and we can talk slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man walked out from the crowd. He was wearing a pair of glasses and looked very gentle. Hey little brother, I'm Mao Ruiyang, the director of the Gaokai district. You have great abilities. I hope you can help the people here survive, such as helping them eliminate some bugs, so that more people can gain superpowers and find more supplies. In times of disaster, unity is important. I hope you can recognize this. Only by uniting together can we survive. Lu Zhang sneered. I'm better off without you. Why should I give you the crystal cores and supplies I obtained through my own abilities? Don't bother me here. You're not qualified to talk to me in official language. Mao Ruiyang's face darkened when he heard this. Little brother, don't think that just because your abilities are so strong, you can ignore everyone. There are quite a few people here with special abilities, and there are always some who can make you wary. Anyway, these two have consumed a lot of supplies during their time here. They haven't added any value to the team yet. It's a bit unreasonable for you to just take them away now, right? This does make sense. Lu Zhang is not an unreasonable person. He looked at Tan Tai Huanyan's parents and asked, "Uncle and aunt, who have helped you? I can give them something in return." The old couple looked at each other, and then looked at a middle-aged couple at the same time. "They only gave each of us a piece of bread every day. Thanks to Lin Huaxiang and his family for taking care of us, otherwise we might not have made it this far." Lu Zhang looked at the couple, who were accompanied by a little girl about 8 or 9 years old and a little boy about 4 or 5 years old. Both the husband and wife are psychics, and Lin Huaxiang has even reached the second level. He seems to have a military temperament. He does have the ability to obtain more supplies. Lu Zhang asked with a smile. "What did this brother do before?" "I'm a former Marine," Lin Huaxiang said. Lu Zhang's eyes lit up. He was just looking for someone to drive a cruise ship for him, and this person who had served at sea was very suitable. "Maybe you even know some sailors. Brother Lin, I give you 2 choices. First, I will give you 10 second-level crystal cores and enough food for your family of 4 to eat for 2 months. Secondly, if you follow me and work for me in the future, I will ensure that you and your family will have enough food and drink, and your family will be safe and secure." In terms of safety, only his family can be protected, because Lu Zhang is planning to let Lin Huaxiang take charge of security and other work on the ship, which is definitely dangerous. There were 2 choices, and Lin Huaxiang answered directly without any hesitation. "I choose the second option, and will follow you." As soon as he said this, Mao Ruiyang became anxious. "No, you can't leave." Chapter 93, Seaman Lin Huaxiang, I advise you not to be impulsive. Please read. A second-level psychic is already a very precious and rare combat force in such a small team. Moreover, Lin Huaxiang is a naval soldier, and his combat power is very strong. Coupled with his special abilities, he has become an important fighting force of this team. It can be said that many people here, including Mao Ruiyang, are counting on him for their livelihood. So, when Mao Ruiyang heard that Lu Zhang was going to take Lin Huaxiang's family away, he immediately became anxious. If Lu Zhang really allowed the people to be taken away, the supplies they obtained would be reduced by at least 1/3, which would be a huge blow. Among the 3 existing second-level psychics, only Lin Huaxiang's family is here, so he is the easiest to control. Mao Ruiyang had previously gained a certain status thanks to him. Therefore, he would never let Lin Huaxiang leave easily. Lin Huaxiang said, "I want to provide my family with a safer living environment. This gentleman can help me, so I have to go with him. Although I am a soldier, I have retired and I have to take responsibility for my family. Director Mao, I have to go with him." He repeated his decision one last time, showing a deterrent and determination that left Mao Ruiyang speechless for a moment. Lu Zhang suddenly said, "Does anyone among you have any sailing experience and any special skills? For example, if you've worked as a cook at sea or even as a cleaner, as long as you've been on a ship for a long time, it's all fine." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man stood up. "Boss, I used to be a seaman, and I worked there for more than 5 years." Another person raised his hand. "Boss, I'm a seaman now and have been working here for 3 years." A woman in her 30s asked. "Boss, I've been a bartender on a cruise ship for over a year. Is that okay?" Lu Zhang nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, you can all come with me. You 3, come out." Lin Huaxiang, take these 3 and question the others who claim to have sailing experience. Anyone who passes the inquiry will follow me. There are actually not many people here, estimated to be only about 200 or so, and Lu Zhang didn't expect to be able to recruit enough. According to his estimate, if people want to have free time on a luxury cruise ship, they will need at least 1,000 people to maintain the operation of the cruise ship. Not to mention anything else, he would need at least 100 good-looking waiters to match his status, right? He just wants to enjoy life and be happy however he wants. Soon, the 4 of them screened out another 17 people. There are more than 20 capable people among more than 200 people. Mingzhu City is indeed full of talents. Lu Zhang felt that his luxury cruise ship would be up and running soon. Of course, now is not the time to enjoy. Seeing that Lu Zhang was going to take away so many people, most of whom were young and middle-aged men, and there were also 2 women of average looks, Mao Ruiyang could no longer sit still. He spoke again. "You can't be so brutal. You've taken away so much labor and reduced the amount of supplies we can obtain. This is killing people. Although you are powerful, these bugs are no match for the Iron Torrent. The authorities will definitely retake this place and restore order. When that happens, you will surely be judged for your crimes." Young man, I advise you not to be impulsive and stop in time. Lu Zhang felt as if there was a mosquito buzzing in his ear. It didn't bite, but it was annoying. He slapped him in the face. With his current strength, a slap is enough to make an adult fly off the spot. Mao Ruiyan lost 2 teeth after being slapped in the face by him. He fell to the ground and fell asleep. Now it's quiet. The others didn't dare to speak anymore. Lu Zhang didn't kill him because he was in a good mood at the time. Stand together in groups of 5. Lu Zhang gave an order to Lin Huaqiang and others, and then raised his hand. Sealing cards flew out one after another, and more than 20 people were sealed in the cards and taken into his body. Now there is no need to ask Shirsueki to help open the portal, and it is no burden to carry it with you. Even if needed in the future, he can carry 1 or 2,000 people with him and release them to do things when needed. It's so cool. Lu Zhang flew to the next place on his sword. According to Tan Tai Huanyan's perception, Tao Yingshi's family lives in a high-end residential area. Not long after, Lu Zhang used the teleportation talisman to appear directly in a large, well-decorated flat with a river view. There were 4 people in the living room, 3 women and 1 man. The man was doing unspeakable things to one of the women, while the other 2 were lying naked on the ground, with collars and 2 chains around their necks. The other ends of the chains were held in the men's hands. Lu Zhang's eyes quickly swept over the 3 women, and surprisingly, he found someone who looked somewhat similar to Tao Yingshi among the 2 people lying on the ground. His brows furrowed. There were many scars on the other person's body, his hair was messy and dirty, and it was obvious that he had suffered terrible treatment. According to Tao Yingshi, her parents are together. Now there is only her mother, and her father has obviously met with an accident. Lu Zhang was wondering whether he should let Tao Yingshi know all this. Long Weiqian was so frightened when he saw someone who had appeared in the living room that he stopped moving and shouted angrily. Who are you? Why are you here? The 3 women also looked over. Lu Zhang was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and at the same time he couldn't kill him immediately, so he took out the seal card and sealed him in the card. Then he looked at Tao Yingshi's mother. Auntie, I'm Tao Yingshi's boyfriend. I'm here to look for you on her behalf. Where is my uncle? Hearing Lu Zhang mention Tao Yingshi, the woman's numb eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked excitedly. Shirshi, where is Shirshi? Let her run away and don't come here. Lu Zhang walked forward and pulled off her collar, then took out a nightgown he usually prepared and covered her with it. Shirshi is not here, she is safe. Auntie, don't get excited. Talk slowly and tell me what happened. I'll take you to see Shirshi later. After the collar was removed, the woman finally woke up completely. She clutched her nightgown tightly and burst into tears. After crying for 3 minutes, she looked at Lu Zhang and said, Thank you, young man. I've been trapped here by that beast for more than 10 days, and he's already killed Shirshi's father. I have survived until now just to see my daughter again. You're a good person because you came to save us. I'm relieved to leave Shirshi to you. I don't have anything else to worry about in this world anymore. I'm going to jump from here right now. As she spoke, she stood up and looked like she was going to rush to the window. Lu Zhang quickly grabbed her. Auntie, don't be impulsive. This is just a bad memory, not the whole of your life. Just think about it, if you and your uncle were gone, how sad would Shirshi be? If you don't want Shirshi to know what's happening here, I can help you make up a story. Just say that I rescued you from the road, and you can have a new life with Shirshi. Chapter 94, $1,000, a large-scale job fair. Please read. Although it may sound a bit selfish, Lu Zhang just wants to let it live. He has many women, and these women feel less lonely with the company of their families. Lu Zhang was just thinking about himself, to make himself feel more at ease. Tao Yingshi's mother naturally has the right to choose to leave. If she is just an insignificant person, Lu Zhang will not dissuade her. On the contrary, they will be very supportive. After all, if there is no hope in life, you will live in pain forever. But Tao Yingshi's mother is different. With Tao Yingshi around, she can live a good life. Having her daughter by her side and having grandchildren in the future are her hopes. After hearing Lu Zhang's words, Tao Yingshi's mother stopped and fell into thought. Lu Zhang didn't give her a chance to think, and looked at the other 2 and said, Auntie, what are you going to do with these 2 people? Seeing these 2 people would undoubtedly reveal his scars, so he must not be allowed to appear in front of Tao Yingshi's mother again. The latter was interrupted in his thoughts and quickly helped the 2 people up and said, They are also miserable people. Their men were killed by that beast. If you have the ability, why not take them to a safe place so they can start their lives anew? Lu Zhang nodded and said. You too, go get dressed. I'll take you to the official base and give you crystal cores so you can gain superpowers. I'll also give you some supplies so you can survive. At this time, one of the women asked with gritted teeth. May I ask how you're going to deal with that bastard? Lu Zhang looked at Tao Yingshi's mother. What do you want to do, auntie? The latter's face immediately became ferocious. I wish I could cut him into pieces. Lu Zhang nodded. No problem, just get dressed first, and I'll chop him into pieces in a moment. He is a man of his words, without resorting to metaphors or hyperbole. After a while, Lu Zhang released Long Weiqiang and Lin Huaqiang at the same time. Using space shackles to fix Long Weiqiang in a big letter shape, Lu Zhang threw a sharp dagger to Lin Huaqiang. Cut his flesh, and only after 1,000 cuts can he die. Lin Huaqiang hesitated for a moment, but when he thought of his wife and children who were still in Lu Zhang's hands, he picked up the dagger and walked towards Long Weiqiang. The latter had a look of horror on his face. No, what are you going to do? Let me go. Don't kill me, I have crystal cores, I'll give them all to you. If you want women, they're all yours. Lu Zhang was unmoved, but a woman couldn't help but picked up a kitchen knife and slashed at Long Weiqiang. The latter immediately let out a scream. Lu Zhang didn't stop him. Lin Huaxian began to cut the meat. He's clearly not a professional. You can't cut off a piece with one knife, you have to saw it slowly. In less than a minute, Long Weiqiang fainted from the pain, but was woken up the next moment. In less than 12 minutes, the man was completely silent. Lin Huaxian walked up to Lu Zhang and said with his head down. Boss, only 127 cuts were made. Lu Zhang nodded. It's okay, you'll improve if you practice more. After venting their anger like this, the three women let out a sigh of relief. Lu Zhang put it into the card, and then went to a house not far away and took out Tao Yingshi's mother and Shursweki. Shursweki opened the space door and then brought Tao Yingshi's mother in. As for how the latter tells Tao Yingshi, that depends on her own opinion. Shursweki came back and said. Hubby, my parents are at the Kyoto base. They shouldn't have any safety issues, but I miss them very much. Can you take me back to see them? Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will always follow you. Just checking on them and making sure they're safe. Lu Zhang had heard Yin Xinyao talk about the Kyoto base. Currently, there are 3 main bases in the Yanxiao war zone, all with a population of over 1 million. The largest base is the Kyoto base, with no less than 1.5 million living people. The reason why we say no less than is because it gathers living people around it every day. In fact, the country's stored grain is enough for the entire nation to eat for 3 years even if they do not produce any food. Ordinary people cannot obtain food from the black fog, but the powerful core can do it. So there is no shortage of food in the Kyoto base. Where it struggles is in the management and placement of personnel. The more people there are, the more likely it is that trouble will arise. Apart from anything else, once an infectious disease breaks out, the immediate solution is to drive everyone out and confine them to a place outside the main base. But compared to small private bases, large bases are indeed safer. Shursweki is a big star, and her parents are not ordinary people either. They have companies, businesses, and connections in Beijing. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Shursweki contacted her parents and learned that they had entered the official base, but their energy was not enough for the authorities to use helicopters for rescue. Therefore, Shursweki fell into Lu Zhang's hands. Speaking of which, Shursweki's spacegate ability is a good thing. If Lu Zhang hadn't got her, his development would not be so fast now. This kind of treasure girl, who also sings well, is of course favored. Gently holding her in his arms, Lu Zhang said with a smile. If you had spoken earlier, I would have taken you there first. You silly girl never spoke. How about this, we'll go there early tomorrow morning. As he said this, he pinched Shursweki's ear, and the latter immediately turned red from her ear to her face. Although they were already very close and had done everything. You know my strengths and weaknesses, and I know yours. But after all, they haven't been together for a long time, so theoretically, they are still in the honeymoon period, the kind of stage where you'll blush if you touch each other. Shursweki kissed Lu Zhang on the face. Thank you, husband. After running around all day, Lu Zhang wanted to take a break. While it was still early, he arrived at the Pearl base. Yes, there is also a large base here with a population of over 500,000 and a total of more than 60,000 garrison soldiers by land and sea. It can be said to be a very powerful force. But Lu Zhang had no interest in trading with the officials here. He used the teleportation talisman to directly come to the place where the civilians gathered, then released the luxury RV, turned on the headlights, and let Lin Huaqiang and others out. You recruit crew members for me here. Ordinary crew members can enjoy 3 meals a day and are guaranteed to have enough to eat. They can also bring their families on board. Skilled senior crew members, such as ship repairmen, can receive a first-level crystal core as compensation every 10 days, which means a monthly salary of 3 first-level crystal cores. Also, those with special abilities, such as captains, will receive a monthly salary of 3 second-level crystal cores, and can become second-level psychics on the day they start work. We will recruit a total of 1,000 people, and we will stop when we are full. By the way, if there are particularly beautiful women, they can stay. He let his subordinates handle the recruitment, and Lu Zhang went into the RV to rest. At this moment, this area has been completely shocked. Chapter 95. You are so humble, you little maid. Please read it later. Mingzhu base is also a large base, but it only provides 2 meals a day, and the meal standard is just enough to keep people alive. Everyone has a different appetite, and many people suffer from hunger. Especially seafarers. Due to the need to go to sea, many of these people are overweight, eat a lot every day, and consume a lot. But the supplies we get now are really not enough to eat. In addition, when there are too many people, evil forces will emerge, and some people will have to hand over part of their food to those who do evil. Everyone wants a job. When seeing Lu Zhang casually summon a luxury RV and more than 20 people, everyone around him was certain of one thing. This is a big guy. As long as you can get his appreciation, you will definitely have food to eat. Then, when they heard these people announce that they would recruit 1,000 crew members to serve this big boss, they became more certain of the news. Senior crew members are also given crystal core salaries, and elite crew members can directly obtain second-level superpowers. Lin Huaqiang has his means. In order to recruit enough senior and elite crew members, he recruited 10 ordinary crew members and then asked them to spread the recruitment news everywhere. Then, for every 10 people recruited, 5 would stay behind to maintain order, and 5 would go out to spread the news. Soon, a captain with 20 years of sailing experience appeared, named Hai Dashang. He is 48 years old this year. He was born into a fisherman family and has been a captain for 20 years. The largest ship he has driven is a 20,000-ton cruise ship. This qualification meets Lu Zhang's requirements. However, talents of this level need to be personally examined by Lu Zhang, and finally Lu Zhang confirmed and gave him the status of an elite crew member. In front of everyone, Lu Zhang took out a pile of crystal cores and gave them to him. The great sage Hai awakened the ability of water bombs, and then was promoted to the second level, becoming a second-level psychic. Second-level psychics can be directly incorporated into the base's psychic team and receive very good treatment. This made many people very jealous. Lu Zhang was about to go back when a woman with a big face, thick neck, and freckles rushed in front of him. "Boss, I heard you're still recruiting beautiful women. I'm one of them. I'm Xiao Man, a beautiful short video anchor with over 500,000 followers. But if you want me to follow you, you must at least give me 100 second-level crystal cores as a betrothal gift, otherwise I will feel insecure." After hearing this, Lu Zhang was completely speechless. How did such a stupid person survive? Lin Huaqiang even said angrily, "Get lost. How dare you, with your looks, come and disgust our boss?" Little Man was also angry and yelled, "You are so stupid. You are blind. I have a great foundation. Turn on the beauty mode on your phone and turn on the face slimming function. I'm a real beauty." Lu Zhang waved his hand. "Stop arguing, drag her out and give her a good beating, and get back to work." After saying that, he went straight back to the RV. When the maids Yuni-san and Tianwei saw him come back in the car, they quickly let him lie on them and continued to massage him. Yuni-san peeled a lychee, handed it to Lu Zhang's mouth, and asked softly, "Master, when are you going to Kyoto? My family is there, and I want to go see them when the time comes." On the other side, Tianwei also quickly said, "Master, my family is also in Kyoto. Can I go visit them too?" Among all Lu Zhang's women, the 2 of them are the lowest-ranking maids. Usually, tableware is placed for everyone before they can sit at the table to eat. But they were once the campus beauties of Kanglin University and goddesses admired by thousands of people. Among them, Tianwei is the vice president of the Kanglin University Dance Association, and Yuni-san is the vice president of the Kanglin University Minority Language Association. They are all talented and have status. But now she is extremely humble, and has completely lost the pride she had as the school belle and the president. Of course, this state only appears in front of Lu Zhang. In front of others, they, as third-level psychics who enjoy a life of luxury, are still unattainable. Hearing the two people's requests, Lu Zhang nodded slightly. You've been doing well recently. I'm going to the Kyoto base tomorrow and will take you to find your family. Tianwei and Unisan were just trying it out. They both knew that their current lives were already extremely superior, and as little maids, they were not qualified to make demands on their master. I didn't expect Lu Zhang to actually agree directly and go to the Kyoto base tomorrow. This surprised the two of them greatly. Thank you, husband. The two looked at each other and then worked together to massage Lu Zhang more vigorously, not missing any place. A recruitment conference for thousands of people is no small matter. It soon attracted the attention of the officials of Ningzhu base. A group of soldiers came here and questioned Lin Huaxiang. Lin Huaxiang came to the door of the RV and reported to Lu Zhang. Boss, an official from the base named He Guanyu hopes to meet with you. Hearing this, Lu Zhang opened the door, got out of the car, took out two mahogany chairs, and said to He Guanyu, "Please sit down. What do you want to know?" He Guanyu didn't find it surprising to see Lu Zhang's ability to take things out of thin air. After all, although the ability of portable space was rare, there were always a few people who could obtain it in such a large base. Of course, these people are generally talents specially protected by the base. Sir, we are very grateful that you are able to provide shelter and resources to these people. But we need to make sure you won't pose a threat to them. Can you prove it? For example, explain clearly the specific purpose of your recruitment of these people. Lu Zhang smiled indifferently and said, "What other purpose could there be? I have a luxury cruise ship and a large amount of supplies. I want to keep the cruise ship running, let these people serve me, and let me enjoy life. Why, is that not possible? My name is Lu Zhang. I have connections in cooperation with the chiefs of the Lijian base in Zhangyan County and the Xishan base in Shifeng County. You can confirm my identity. I also have a base with tens of thousands of people, but it's in Kanglan City. Now I want to play at sea for a while." He was telling the truth. But in the end times, playing on the sea is still a strange thing. "Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. I will report to the higher-ups and verify the results before I tell you." He Guanyu stood up and walked aside, picked up the satellite phone and reported to Chiu Kachin, the Director General of Mingzhu Base. 2 minutes later, he came over with a smile. "Mr. Lu, we have confirmed your identity. Our General Manager Chiu invites you to the conference room for a chat. Do you have time?" Lu Zhang waved his hand. "I still need to check if there are any suitable crew members here. There's no need to discuss this in the conference room. Once I've recruited the crew, I'll invite Chief Chiu to dinner on board." To him, the supplies provided by a base are not as important as the supply card provided by a beautiful woman. But since the other party has taken the initiative to extend an olive branch, he will not refuse the kindness. At this time, a figure squeezed forward from the crowd and knelt down in front of Lu Zhang with a plop. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Chapter 96, Revenge for your best friend, kill her however you want. Please read on. The person was wearing a stewardess uniform, but it was tattered and quite dirty. Her hair was disheveled and covered in dirt, making her look like a ghost. But the evaluation given by the system will not lie. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Peng Huilan. Age, 23. Occupation, flight attendant of Pearl Airlines. Evaluation, stunningly beautiful, intelligent, graceful, compassionate, able to endure, pure and flawless, with clear goals. Conclusion, meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. Lu Zhang immediately concluded that this woman's appearance was intentional. After Peng Huilan knelt in front of Lu Zhang, she raised her head, took out a wet cloth, and wiped her face hard. All the dirt disappeared, revealing a beautiful face. "Boss, as long as you help me get revenge, I will be your slave from now on." This request is not surprising. There are too many misfortunes in the end times. The official mission of the base is to protect the safety of the base, and it is impossible to avenge her for someone. It's very dangerous outside and ordinary private individuals can't do it. Lu Zhang could probably guess that Peng Huilan deliberately made herself look like a ghost in order to conceal her body and protect this last trump card. She had 2 choices. The best option is, of course, to find someone who can help her get revenge directly. The second option is to exchange for a crystal core, grow slowly, and then seek revenge when you are strong enough. The sooner you take revenge, the better. Waiting until your enemy dies of old age and then dancing on his grave is a sign of incompetence. The strength displayed by Lu Zhang is strong enough. He also directly proposed the need to find beautiful women, which was undoubtedly the best choice for Peng Huilan. That's why she squeezed to the front and seized this opportunity. Lu Zhan nodded. Okay, get up and follow me into the car. He did not ask who the other party's enemies were, how many there were, or what the strength of the strongest one was. Because no matter how powerful you are, you can never be stronger than him. Others only have one superpower, but he has several extraordinary material cards, which is equivalent to having multiple superpowers. When Peng Huilan walked into the RV and saw the luxurious interior and the two little maids eating fruit inside, she immediately realized that she had come to the right place. Thanks to Lu Zhang's strengthening pills, Yunisan and Tianwei looked better than before the apocalypse. Their skin was smooth and fair, as tender as lychee, and seemed as if it could be blown away, but in fact they were very healthy. They were like the pampered daughters of wealthy families before the end of the world, without a speck of dust on their bodies. The outside world seems out of place when placed next to them. What's your name, sister? My name is Tianwei, and I'm the master's maid. Tianwei walked over, not minding the dirt, and directly took Peng Huilan's hand and asked with a smile. Yunisan also came over and grabbed his other hand. My name is Yunishan, and I'm also the master's little maid. My name is Peng Huilan, hello. She answered a little nervously, not looking down on them just because they called themselves maids. Sister Lanlan, let me take you to take a bath, change into clean clothes, and show your best side. As long as the master is happy, I can give you anything. Tianwei said this and pulled Peng Huilan directly into the bathroom of the RV. Yunisan took out the clothes she had prepared with her. Not long after, the refreshed Peng Huilan sat in Lu Zhang's arms. Neither Tianwei nor Yunisan competed with her for this position, not because of their status as maids, but because according to convention, newcomers had the privilege of enjoying this position. After getting the new pillow, Lu Zhang felt its softness and smelled it, and the fragrance was refreshing. Tell me, who do you want to take revenge on? Where are they? Peng Huilan, who was originally a little shy because it was her first time to have such close contact with a strange man, immediately showed a sad expression on her face and gritted her teeth after hearing Lu Zhang's question. There's a gang of thugs led by Ma Yidao inside the Ginza building in the Gaokai district. Ma Yidao is a gangster who escaped from prison, gathered a large group of villains, and founded the Red Devil Gang. My colleagues and I were found by their search and rescue team and coaxed into the Ginza building. After we got there, they started beating us. One of our sisters resisted and struggled, and they cut off her hand on the spot. I was taken to a room alone. Just then, a giant centipede appeared. Ma Yidao went out to deal with it, and I took the opportunity to run into the black fog through the escape passage. Later, I met the official search and rescue team from the Pearl Base, and that's how I escaped with my life. Lu Zhan was a little surprised when he heard this. He thought those people killed Peng Huilan's family, but he didn't expect that they only killed a group of her colleagues. In order to avenge those colleagues, are you willing to use yourself as a bargaining chip? Peng Huilan's tears were streaming down her face. I am an orphan. I lost my family when I was 5 years old. Among the colleagues who were harmed by those people was my best sister, Lu Shan, who I had been close to since childhood. Please, help me kill them. Lu Zhan nodded. That makes sense. Without any family, Lu Shan became the only relative in Peng Huilan's heart. It is only natural to want revenge after suffering such a great humiliation. Which direction is the Ginza building and how far is it from here? Peng Huilan pointed in a direction and said. Not far, only 20 kilometers. Lu Zhang looked at Tianwei and Yunisan. Then I'll go with her and deal with it first. You guys watch here. If Lin Huashan finds the right person, you guys can ask him first. Yes, master. Peng Huilan was quite touched when she heard that Lu Zhang was going to help her get revenge immediately. But I was still a little worried and said. Should we make some preparations? It's 20 kilometers, and moving forward in the black fog is very difficult. It might take more than 2 hours to get there. Tianwei laughed and said. Don't worry, sister. We'll be there in the blink of an eye. If we hurry, you can come back and enjoy the air conditioning with us in 5 minutes. Under Peng Huilan's astonished gaze, Lu Zhan used the teleportation talisman. One teleportation talisman can teleport 10 kilometers. After using 2 talismans, the 2 of them were already in the air outside the Ginza building. Peng Huilan, who was held in Lu Zhang's arms, found that the scenery in front of her had changed drastically, and she was actually being held in mid-air. She was so scared that she subconsciously hugged Lu Zhang's neck tightly. Lu Zhang stood with his sword and looked towards the Ginza building. Is that where it is? Peng Huilan came to her senses and nodded vigorously. Yes, that's it. She added nervously. You better be careful. At this moment, Lu Zhang gave her a great sense of security, and she didn't want to lose it again. Don't worry, they're just ants. You can crush them easily. The question is, how do you want them to die? Chapter 97, There is no difference between you and those people. Please read. Lu Zhang's ability is about to be promoted to the 5th level. Coupled with the improvement brought by the body strengthening pill and sword controlling skills, his perception ability is very strong. In the entire building, the highest energy level is only level 3. There is no power to resist him. He only needed to throw out the beast-controlling ring to turn everyone here into slaves and let them be commanded by him. Killing was too easy, too simple for him. There is no sense of accomplishment in that. He came to help Peng Huilan get revenge, not just to kill people. Of course, she needs to be able to release her emotions. Peng Huilan was stunned when she heard his question. Her only thought was to kill all those bastards, and she hadn't thought of any other way to deal with them. But when she recalled the miserable experiences of those sisters, she couldn't help but reveal a ferocious expression. Is anything okay? Peng Huilan asked. Lu Zhang nodded. Anything is fine, do whatever you want. Then I'll make them suffer the same torture. Peng Huilan's words were not very clear, but Lu Zhang understood what she meant. If it were someone else, this would not be easy to do. But finding Lu Zhang was the right person. No problem, let's go. The next moment, 2 people appeared inside the building. Lu Zhang didn't waste time questioning. Whenever you see someone, just take out the seal card and seal them all into the card one by one. He captured all 768 people in the entire Ginza building in one go, and then placed the cards on the table. You choose who are the perpetrators. Peng Huilan was extremely shocked after witnessing Lu Zhang turning people into cards like a god. I still haven't recovered from it. After all, it took less than 5 minutes from the time the first person was sealed to the end. Peng Huilan suppressed her inner excitement and glanced at the people on the cards. These people maintained their own movements and expressions. Some looked terrified, some looked like they were enjoying themselves, some were hungry, and some looked like they were about to die. There were a lot of cards, but Peng Huilan recognized Ma Yidao at a glance. Ma Yidao obviously discovered Lu Zhang's presence. He was sitting on a chair enjoying the service of a woman without even putting on his pants. He turned his head to look over and was sealed in the card. The woman was sealed alone, so Ma Yidao was not covering herself at this time. Peng Huilan showed an expression of disgust and hatred. That's him. He's Ma Yidao. Lu Zhang nodded. Look for more, find a few more perpetrators, and then look for any survivors. Peng Huilan searched carefully and found 4 female colleagues who had some impression of the perpetrators and 3 survivors. But then she discovered a fact that made her extremely sad. There is no Lu Shan here. She asked Lu Zhang unwillingly. Are these all the living people in the building? Lu Zhang nodded. Yes, there is no one else. Peng Huilan burst into tears immediately. I'm sorry, Shanshan, I'm late. Lu Zhang held her in his arms and comforted her. Revenge when there's revenge, settle grievances when there's grievance, and look forward. This is the greatest respect for the deceased. As he said this, he released Peng Huilan's 3 surviving female colleagues. One of them was the one who served Ma Yidao just now. When the 3 of them saw the changes in their environment, they all looked confused, but after seeing the glamorous Peng Huilan, they were all shocked. Afterwards, each of them showed a different expression. Lan Lan, why are you back? Did Ma Yidao catch you again? One of the tall women spoke. The other woman looked jealous. Do you know that because you ran away, we suffered even more brutal torture from those guys? Lu Shan was tortured to death by them because she was your friend. Hearing this, Peng Huilan's face turned pale instantly. Lu Zhang hugged her and sneered. You have no power to resist, yet you have the power to blame your colleagues who are also victims. That's just bad nature. You always inflict violence on the weaker party. There's no difference between you and those people. At this time, the three of them paid attention to Lu Zhang. Peng Huilan said, "This is my current boyfriend. He has already captured all of Ma Yidao's gang. I need you to help me identify all of those thugs. All the pain and suffering you have endured will befall them." As she spoke, she pointed to the cards on the table. The three women turned around and saw people with different expressions appear in the picture. Just like a photo. But they look more vivid, as if they are living people. They knew quite a few of these people, and someone immediately pointed at the cards and said, "He, him, and them all violated me. Especially this bastard, he beat me with a stick and strangled me with a rope." Soon, the three people identified a large number of people, and also found several victims who had the same experience as them but were not their colleagues. Lu Zhang released the victims again and identified them again. After summarizing the data from multiple sources, it was found that among the 768 people, there were 224 perpetrators, which is as high as 1/3. All I can say is that these criminals and their subordinates are all of the same kind. Birds of a feather flock together. Once you find the perpetrator, it's much easier. Lu Zhang directly used the beast-taming ring to control 100 of them and let them retaliate against the rest. With the spatial shackles, they could only scream and were unable to resist. Ropes, sticks, and all kinds of tools were used, and finally the victims were forced to do the job themselves. Ma Yidao was dealt with by Peng Huilan. As a third-level mutant, Ma Yidao has a relatively strong vitality. So the pain lasts longer. After he died completely, Peng Huilan let out a long sigh. Revenge is actually a kind of redemption for the living. She threw herself into Lu Zhang's arms and whispered, "Husband, can we take these people with us? They can't survive here. Let's send them to the Pearl Base, okay?" Lu Zhang didn't mind his woman being too kind-hearted. Kindness is a virtue. As long as you don't use other people's lives to show kindness, it's fine. What he is looking for is a survivor who possesses truth, goodness, and beauty. Okay, it's a piece of cake. Lu Zhang waved his hand, the seal card flew out, and everyone was put into the card. Okay, let's go back. The recruitment over there is still going on. Let's see if there are any beauties who need my help. As he spoke, he put his arm around Peng Huilan's waist, activated the teleportation talisman, and returned to the RV in the blink of an eye. This trip took quite some time. After returning, Lin Huaxiang told him that the recruitment work had been completed, 1,000 seafarers had been recruited, and their relatives had also been settled together. The only pity is that there is no other qualified beauty who comes to the door. They were all eliminated by Yunisan and Tianwei. The fact that these two maids didn't have the courage to drive away the qualified woman only shows that the time was too short and the news was not spread strongly enough. But it doesn't matter, it was just a side thing. Finally, I can board the luxury cruise ship. Chapter 98. Is this still the end of the world? Swimsuit show competition. Please read it later. Lu Zhang used the seal card to turn all the crew members into cards and carried them with him. Then we came directly to the sea. After flying his sword far enough, he released the Utopia luxury cruise ship. The 300,000-ton ship entered the water, causing considerable ripples on the surrounding water surface. It was already dark at this time. After Lu Zhang got on board, he released the two captains he had recruited first. One is called Hai Dashing and the other is called Song Zihan. This ship is 300,000 tons, a large luxury cruise ship. Can you drive it? Lu Zhang took the two of them directly to the cockpit and asked about their abilities. They glanced around and looked at each other. The great sage Hai said, "If the boss can bring all the people he recruited during the day, we can get started." Song Zihan also said, "Where is the boss going?" Lu Zhang smiled and said, "I'm not going anywhere, just strolling along the beach. What I want is the living conditions here. That way, there's even less danger." Song Zihan gave the answer. "With a few hundred people, I can get it running in half an hour." Lu Zhang was quite satisfied after hearing this. He immediately released Lin Huaxiang as well, then went to the deck and released more than 1,000 people he had recruited. "These people will follow your instructions. Within half an hour, I want this ship brightly lit and all facilities operational." "Yes, boss." Under the pressure of survival, the three people are still very motivated. More than 20 minutes later, Lu Zhang released Shisueki, Yunisan, Tianwei, and Peng Huilan from the presidential suite. The 5 people then toured the boat. Shursweki slid down from the slide on the 10th deck and fell directly into Lu Zhang's arms, happy like a child. Wow! Hubby, you're amazing! It's so fun here. The shops in the shopping mall were filled with all kinds of clothes. At this time, Tianwei, Unisan and Peng Huilan had all changed into swimsuits and were having a lot of fun in the huge wave swimming pool. There were more than a dozen waitresses arranged here, and they looked at the girls who were playing with envy. As ordinary employees, they knew very well that more than 1,000 people here were serving the boss and his women. This is simply an imperial enjoyment. Shursweki opened the space door and went to the Jinj building to call all the sisters over. Ruan Lingxiu and Mang Lianyun, who had just joined the big family, were already extremely shocked by the treatment they received at Jinj building. When I came here, I didn't know what to say. My mind was blank, with only the girls' laughter. Looking at Yen Qinshan, Tung Xiuyan, Ding Nannan, Wen Wanqing, Xiao Xijia, Su Baitao and others, all wearing cool swimsuits, chasing and playing around, they even felt a little dazed. Is this still the end of the world? Today is the first day of the luxury cruise, and Lu Zhang asked all the women to come and choose their rooms. Even the persons in charge of the overall situation at each base came. Now it was night, Fang Yixio and Gu Lingyue had nothing to deal with, so they came over to relax. There is no need to say much about the others. They had nothing to do to begin with, and now that they had a place to play, they all came over. Tao Yingshi gathered everyone together and said, "I'm so happy today. My husband has brought us a better living environment, so we have to make him happier. I suggest we hold our first swimsuit show. Everyone should choose their own clothes, prepare well tonight, rehearse during the day tomorrow, and give our husbands a wonderful performance tomorrow night. How do you think?" Yu Zihan was worrying about how to get more attention from Lu Zhang, and immediately agreed. Okay. But just a catwalk is boring. We have to make it like a competition. Why don't we split into several groups? The winner can get a reward from my husband. How about that? Yin Xinyao's eyes lit up. I suggest taking the strengthening pill as a reward. She started relatively late, while the other women had already taken a lot of health-enhancing pills. Not only do they look more beautiful and attractive, but their physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. They can grasp a special forces soldier with one hand. But she was not good at expressing herself and didn't know how to get more strengthening pills from Lu Zhang. Now is a good opportunity. Although her figure is not the most outstanding among these women, due to years of exercise, she believes that she has a special temperament among this group of people. As long as Lu Zhang gives a few more places for promotion, she feels that she can get the reward safely. When they heard the question about rewards, everyone turned their eyes to Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang was enjoying a massage. After hearing what they said, he smiled and said, "The top 5 will be decided. The 5th place winner will receive 100 strengthening pills, the 4th place winner will receive 200, and so on. The 1st place winner will receive 510,000 sword control skill books. Also, no matter how many groups you are divided into, there will be a group award at the end. Each member of the winning group will receive an additional 50 strengthening pills. Is this reward okay?" Zhang Ningzhu said. "If I win, can you exchange all the rewards of the strengthening pill for the sword control skill book?" Her special ability is the gravitational field, which, when combined with sword controlling, can completely produce the effect of challenging opponents of higher levels, so she is very interested in sword controlling. Seeing that her proposal was agreed and appreciated by everyone, Tao Yingshi hurried to continue organizing. "How about this, we'll secretly form groups without letting my husband know, and we'll reveal them one by one tomorrow night. No one is allowed to tell the boss the secrets." Lu Zhang stood up with a smile. "Okay, you guys go ahead and discuss it. I'm going to go talk to the director of the Pearl Base about a business deal. These women of his are at least 2nd-level psychics, and there are quite a few 3rd-level psychics." Lu Zhang is not worried about their safety. Lu Zhang first used the teleportation talisman to arrive at the place agreed with He Guanyu. Xiao Kaqin, the chief executive of Mingzhu Base, is already waiting here. Seeing Lu Zheng appear, Xiao Kaqin said with a smile, "Mr. Lu, you've come all this way, so we should be the ones arranging the banquet. I didn't expect you to be asked to pay for it. That's really wrong." Lu Zhang waved his hand. "What delicious food can you have here? Come with me." As he spoke, he activated the teleportation talisman and teleported Xiao Kaqin, He Guanyu and several people around them to a restaurant box inside the cruise ship. "Come sit down, let's talk while we eat." Lu Zhang sat down and waved his hand. All kinds of delicacies appeared on the table. There were 20 bowls of shark fin and 3 lobsters. The rest of the food was also fragrant. Before Chiokachin and the others could react, they heard Lu Zheng ask, "I don't know what kind of wine you guys drink, but here are 20 kinds, including red, white, and beer. Come on." Coming back to his senses, Chiokachin said with a smile, "I've long heard that Mr. Lu has extraordinary magical powers. Seeing him today, I can see that he is indeed extraordinary. Give me a bottle of mutai." The meal was quickly finished and the content of the transaction was the same as that of the other 2 bases. However, the Pearl base was obviously wealthy and directly asked for 20 helicopters and 10,000 teleportation talismans. Chapter 99, A beauty pageant is held and the fiancé arrives. Please read on. This is not a small number. Although insects continued to emerge from the pit, as if there were endless. But there is a time for this too. Moreover, with such a large base, the consumption of crystal cores is also greater. If a soldier has superpowers, the cost effectiveness is far greater than that of an ordinary survivor with superpowers. As the chief minister, it is impossible for him not to have this foresight. Despite such a large consumption, there are still such abundant reserves, which shows that they have a very good method of harvesting the insect swarm. This is a good thing. After all, the more money they have, the more Lu Zhang can earn. If they can't get the crystal core, Lu Zhang will not be able to do trade. His business has no capital investment, it's all pure profit. 50,000 first-order crystal cores and 6,000 second-order crystal cores. These crystal cores are enough to create several 4th-level mutants. Lu Zhang has discovered 4th-level mutants in the Mingzhu base, and a guard next to Chiokachin is one of them. But tonight he can reach level 5 by himself, and both his supernatural powers and swordsmanship will reach level 5. And he will also open a new extraordinary material card, so he is not worried about the strength issue at all. "Mr. Lu, I heard you have a beast controlling ring that can control insects. To be honest, if we can get this stuff and control a batch of insects, it can greatly reduce our casualties, so we hope to purchase a batch. It's okay if the price is a little higher." Chiokachin finally made such a request. Lu Zheng smiled and said, "My beast taming ring can control insects of any level as long as the user's level is high enough. In other words, if there is a 5th-level esper, they can use a beast control ring to control a 4th-level insect, the frost centipede. In the future, it might even be possible to control 8th or even 9th-level monsters. Chief Cho, what do you think the price should be for a 9th-level monster?" When this question was asked, Chiokachin immediately didn't know how to answer. Just when he thought there was no hope, Lu Zheng changed the subject. "Of course, I'm not a stubborn person. As long as General Cho agrees to help me complete one thing, I can help a group of soldiers obtain their own insect pets under the supervision of my people." Lu Zheng's idea was very simple. All you need to do is arrange for a woman of your own to hold the beast controlling ring and distribute it to the warriors who need insect pets. The only threat is the blank beast taming ring, and its value is greatly reduced after it is used. It cannot be reused, and once used, it disappears. No threat. But for the official base, this result has achieved its goal. Chiokachin quickly asked, "Mr. Lu, please tell me. As long as we can do it, we can discuss it." Lu Zheng smiled and said, "It's simple, not dangerous. You know, I don't have any particular pursuits. I just like beautiful women. So I plan to hold a beauty pageant at the Pearl base. It's voluntary. Once selected, you can come to this cruise ship and enjoy a life of plenty. I think many beautiful women need such a channel. It's just that the scope of my publicity was too small. For example, not many people actually knew about the recruitment in the afternoon. So I need official help to inform everyone of the news. As long as you are willing to help, I can give you a share of 1,000 beast controlling rings." 1,000 beast controlling rings. These could be 1,000 sickle worms, 1,000 second-order double-tailed scorpions, 1,000 stun bats, or 1,000 third-order sonic worms. General Manager Chiu should be well aware of the value of this. I don't ask for much. It's a friendly price. One beast control ring costs 10 second-level crystal cores. Is the price-performance ratio high enough? Chiokachin didn't expect Lu Zhang to make such a request. He thought Lu Zhang would ask them for some large weapons and equipment or personnel assistance, but he didn't expect that he would be looking for a woman. But after thinking about it, with the abilities and means Lu Zhang currently possesses, it seems that he has everything he needs. It is indeed human nature to look for different women. One of the reasons why humans exist is to reproduce. Of course, Lu Zheng obviously does this for happiness. Everything is voluntary. Xiao Kaqin did not hesitate and nodded directly. Okay, when will Mr. Lu make the arrangements? Lu Zheng thought about it and decided to go to the Kyoto base tomorrow, and he planned to absorb the crystal core he had just obtained. The day after tomorrow, you can help me promote it tomorrow. I will arrange for people to conduct the initial screening. Anyone who passes the preliminary screening can take away at least 5 first-level crystal cores. If I am satisfied, I can take care of her family's food, clothing, housing and transportation on the cruise ship, and even help them find their family and friends who are far away. When Xiao Kaqin heard this condition, he was a little tempted. Although Lu Zheng is really lustful. But this guy can really meet all the conditions. Although the black fog and insects do not pose a threat to the Legion that can destroy the world, it is too difficult for an individual to travel hundreds of kilometers to find some people. However, Lu Zheng can take care of everything, which is definitely enough to attract quite a number of people. While Lu Zheng and Director Chiu were having a pleasant conversation, another person also received good news. Kanglin City, Kanglin University affiliated community. Boss, it's confirmed. My sister-in-law is inside the Jinj building. I heard she's working for the boss of the Kanglin Society, helping him manage the base in Kanglin City. Sister-in-law is a powerful figure. If we go to her, we can directly control a large group of people. Then we will have no shortage of supplies and women. Jai Jinchang was also somewhat happy to hear his younger brother's report, but he was not overly excited. This afternoon, he finally brought his men here, but after searching, he found that Gu Lingyue was no longer here. After some investigation, he already knew that the largest force here was a group called Kanglin Society, which controlled a large area and managed tens of thousands of people. So he asked someone to find out if there was any news about Gu Lingyue in the Kanglin Society. Now the news has been brought back that he really exists and has taken control of the power. Jai Jinchang was not overwhelmed by the good news and asked cautiously. Where's the boss of the Blue Society? Isn't he here? The younger brother waved his hand and said. People from the Kanglin Society said that their boss went west to look for his woman. It seems he went to Shifeng County. It's very far away. Even if he is very powerful, it will take him 4 to 5 months to go back and forth. Boss, we've had so much time. As long as we can find a way to contact my sister-in-law, and then we can work together inside and outside, we can definitely turn the entire Kanglin Society into our own territory. Hearing this, the other brothers around him showed excited expressions. It was as if I could already see myself standing in front of a group of people and showing off my power. They all spoke up to encourage each other. Boss, let's do this job. Chapter 100 is smaller than me, but more crisp. Please read. I learned that the boss of Kanglin Society was not in this city, and was not even in Zhengyang County. Jai Jinchang was indeed tempted. The boss of the Kanglin Society is just like him, even more ruthless than him. In order to find his girlfriend, he actually went to such a far place. If Gu Lingyue was so far away from him, he was not sure if he still had the conviction to kill her. But then again, since the boss is not here, this is indeed the best time to take action. But he is not sure whether Gu Lingyue will help him. Although Gu Lingyue was still his fiancée in name, she showed a disappointed expression towards him when he was taken away that day. And said a word. I won't be with a criminal. This is almost equivalent to severing ties with him. Given Gu Lingyue's upright character, Jai Jinchang was worried that the woman would arrest him. After thinking it over again and again, he said. We can't rush this matter. Let's first find a way to infiltrate the Kanglin Society. Then I'll find a chance to contact Lingyue to prevent anyone around her from monitoring or controlling her. Tomorrow morning we will find a way to sneak in. Let the brothers disperse and sneak in from different directions separately. There are too many people and the target is too big, which can easily arouse vigilance. Most of the people he brought with him were criminals, and the remaining half had followed him to commit many evil deeds such as murder, arson, and crime during this period. Many people can tell at a glance that he is a bad guy. Being integrated separately can also be said to be a matter of appearance. If you get together and join in, it's impossible for others not to be suspicious. He is still relatively cautious. At sea, in a room on the top floor of a luxury cruise ship, Lu Zheng absorbed a third-level crystal core, the energy accumulation was completed, and the level of his supernatural power entered the 5th level. The minimum spatial barrier distance has been reduced to only 1/1000th of a millimeter, or 1 micron. This rounded corner is already extremely sharp. The energy limit has reached 10,000 units. The maximum space volume has increased to 1,000 cubic decimeters, or 1 cubic meter. The fifth level only has 1 cubic meter of dimensional space, which seems very weak. But if Lu Zhang reaches its limit in thickness at this time, the maximum area can reach 1 million square meters, or 1 square kilometer. A two-way lane is calculated as 6 meters, so Lu Zhang can pave a 167-kilometer sky road in the air with just a thought. With his current energy, if he used it all up, he could spread the goods from Kyoto to Mingzhu City without any pressure at all. It only takes a few minutes. According to Lu Zhang's perception, the diameter of the black fog particles is 1 nanometer, which means that as long as his minimum spatial barrier can reach 1 nanometer, he can establish an isolation zone on the ground. Of course, he can actually use the space barrier to build a safe house now. There is no door, and you can only enter and exit by relying on teleportation talismans. But it's totally unnecessary. His special ability, this is his trump card. The fewer people who know about it, the better. In addition to his own dimensional space ability, Lu Zhang feels that his physical fitness and strength alone are comparable to those of a fourth-level psychic. The effect of continuous use of the body strengthening pill is significant. Another thing is the sword-wielding technique. As physical strength increases, the number of skill books that can be absorbed every day also increases. He finally reached the fifth level, with a sword energy content of 2 million points and an energy value of 20,000 units. At this time, if you use the sword move of White Rainbow piercing the sun, the result will not only be to open a hole in the body of the frost centipede, but you can directly blow it into pieces. With the fifth level of sword control, his knowledge increased and he also acquired new sword techniques. It is called the Great Five Elements Divine Thunder Sword Formation. It is a sword move that controls multiple flying swords at once to form a sword formation, producing a powerful lethal effect. It can also fight one-on-many, which is very powerful. The basic version requires 13 flying swords, and thereafter 5 or 8 flying swords can be added. The more flying swords there are, the greater the power generated. With Lu Zhang's current total sword energy, he can only control 13 flying swords. Lu Zhang was in a good mood as his own combat effectiveness was improved again. It's time to get down to business. Tianwei came to Meng Lianyun, who was playing water fight with Su Baitao, and said with a smile, "Madam, the master asked you to go over, I will take you there." Meng Lianyun realized something and her face turned red. Su Baitao smiled and grabbed her. Although Sister Meng's peaches are smaller than mine, they are crisper. My husband will definitely like them. Let's go. After a moment, Meng Lianyun was sure that Su Baitao had not lied to her and that Lu Zhang really liked her. Ding! Successfully protected Meng Lianyun and obtained a superb supplies card. Item, Teleportation Array. Type, Extraordinary Material Card. Effect, you can obtain unlimited teleportation arrays. Teleportation arrays can be used for free transmission when there are more than one of them and the distance does not exceed 100 kilometers. Each array plate takes 3 hours to recharge itself, and after recharging, it can be used 100 times. Whether receiving or sending, it is considered as one use. The maximum volume of each transmission is 1,000 cubic meters, with no weight limit. This thing seems to have the same effect as the teleportation talisman. But you should know that the teleportation talisman can only go to places you have been to, and the maximum single teleportation distance is only 10 kilometers. This teleportation array is different. There are not many restrictions on its use, and the transmission volume has nothing to do with the user. This is the perfect stopover. Although it can only be used 100 times, Lu Zhang has an unlimited number of teleportation arrays. If 10,000 array plates were placed together, teleportation could be performed 1 million times. It is only necessary to set up a teleportation point every 100 kilometers, so there is no need to consume Shursweki's spacegate. Her spacegate has no distance limit and can be used at any time. The entrance can also be expanded. It exists all the time and is not restricted by energy. It's a waste to use it as a contact point. Although the extraordinary materials obtained this time cannot directly improve strength, they are indeed very practical strategic materials, and Lu Zhang is quite satisfied with them. But Meng Lianyun alone was obviously not enough to satisfy his appetite. He had already asked the maid Tianwei to call Ruan Lingxiu and Peng Huilan. Their peaches are also edible. Ding! Successfully protected Ruan Lingxiu and obtained a basic supplies card. Ding! Successfully protected Peng Huilan and obtained an advanced resource card. Item, dessert set. Type, basic material card. Effect, you can get an unlimited dessert set meal. Dessert set includes a variety of cakes, breads, pies, cookies, ice cream, popsicles, chocolate, puddings, etc. There are even glutinous rice balls, rice dumplings, and mooncakes. The basic unlimited supplies he now has include premium roast duck, golden egg fried rice deluxe set, premium fruit basket, wine and beverage set, steamed buns, special soups, special noodles, seafood feast, seasoning gift pack and premium grilled and fried skewers set. There is no shortage of staple foods, soups, drinks, and fruits. Now that desserts are here, it can be said that there is nothing missing. You can satisfy all your food needs by yourself, and you don't even need a chef. Lu Zhang was also very satisfied with this basic supply. Come to think of it, my birthday is in 8 days. Before, I didn't have the conditions and no one cared about my birthday. Now that I am in power and have access to top resources, I should celebrate it properly. Looking at the advanced supplies card, Lu Zhang's eyes showed surprise. Chapter 101, Unloading Half a Caddy, please help me too. Please read. The high-end supplies Lu Zhang now owns include Python revolvers, Pioneer luxury RVs, 100-liter barrels of diesel, M416 assault rifles, Thunderbolt rocket launchers, Wing long attack helicopters, a full range of luxury cruise ships, a full range of sophisticated cold weapons, and all-terrain armored off-road vehicles. It can be roughly divided into 3 categories: weapons, energy, and vehicles. But this newly emerged material is not among the 3. Item, full-size high-end winter clothing. Type, advanced material card. Effect, you can obtain unlimited sets of full-size high-end winter clothing. This kind of winter clothing covers you from head to toe, with a transparent glass mask in front of you, leaving no blind spots. It has a built-in thermal insulation layer and a heating layer, and can be charged by charging or sun exposure. If there is no sunlight, the built-in energy storage block can maintain continuous warmth for 3 days. This surprised Lu Zhang a little. It is still summer now. Although it has become a little cooler recently, it is still far from winter. It is a bit early for this resource to appear. But then he thought of a problem. The black fog completely absorbed the surface temperature, causing the temperature to continue to drop. The temperature in summer is almost the same as in autumn. If it were winter, the temperature would definitely drop even more. By then, I am afraid that there will be an unprecedented extreme cold. Now it seems that the emergence of this winter clothing can be regarded as a precautionary measure. You can take out a batch of them and place them in different bases as a backup to prevent your men from freezing to death. Later, if we trade this winter clothing with major bases, we will definitely get good returns. The next morning, Lu Zhang opened his eyes and saw Ruan Lingxiu wiping the child's canteen with a tissue. She ate a lot of delicious food last night, including delicacies from land and sea. She took too much at once, so she felt bloated when she woke up in the morning. Juice keeps seeping out. Seeing how hard she was working, Lu Zhang quickly went over to help. His mouth worked very well, and after just a few minutes, Ruan Lingxiu felt much more relaxed. At least, unload half a pound. Lu Zhang hugged her and said with a smile. Have I eaten too much? Will your girl have nothing to eat? Ruan Lingxiu blushed and whispered. I have a large production, can you help me digest some tomorrow? Before, there was a shortage of food in the official base, so the girl didn't have enough to eat every day. But here, all kinds of delicacies from land and sea can replenish a lot of energy every day, and her output has increased dramatically. So Lu Zhang's help is really needed. Sure. But, as a courtesy, please help me too. Ruan Lingxiu's face turned even redder. Ruan Lingxiu didn't brush her teeth and rinse her mouth until Mang Lianyun and Peng Huilan woke up and took a shower. Lu Zhang came to the luxurious banquet hall of the cruise ship refreshed. There is a long table here, big enough to seat 100 people. There were only 27 people sitting there at this time, because Lu Zhang was currently only protecting 27 women. All I can say is, it's too slow and too little. Looking at this empty table, Lu Zhang secretly decided that he must fill this table within this year. When Lu Zhang appeared, all the girls looked at him eagerly. Although Bai Jia waste space stored a lot of ready-made meals, they were still more looking forward to what Lu Zhang would bring out. Every time, Lu Zhang would bring out some different delicacies, so that they could feel like they had eaten all over the world in this doomsday. It feels so good. It was early in the morning, so Lu Zhang didn't plan to eat anything too heavy. Each person was given 5 bowls of dumplings, each with a different flavor. They could eat whichever bowl they liked, or leave some for themselves. The servants would naturally share the delicious food. Then he brought out some dumplings, noodles and soups to satisfy everyone's different eating habits. Tianwei and Unisan stood aside and served Lu Zhang his meal. This was the feeling of just opening your mouth and eating. Lu Zhang had never been like this before. Today, these two guys were obviously afraid that Lu Zhang would not go to the Kyoto base, so they quickly showed their courtesy to him. I'm definitely going, but plans have changed. Originally, he was planning to fly there in one breath, but now that he had a teleportation array, he asked Lu Zhang to place the array so that he could return faster. The total distance from Mingzhu City to Jinj Building in Kanglan City is 1,142 kilometers. Assuming that one array plate is placed every 100 kilometers, at least 12 array plates are needed. The kind with a beginning and an end. From Kanglan City to Kyoto base, the total distance is 574 kilometers, which requires the placement of 6 array plates. Of course, what we are talking about here is the spacing, and the actual number of array plates placed will be much greater. In the future, these transfer stations will have to build bases and make use of the array plates. At present, it is just used by Lu Zhang himself. He didn't need to choose a place. He could just use the space barrier to build a non-enclosed cubic space 300 meters above the ground, and then place 10 formation plates inside. The whole process doesn't take much time at all. Because he used the teleportation talisman to teleport directly, it only took a moment. Including the time for reaction and determining the direction, it takes less than a minute to transmit 100 kilometers. It took less than a quarter of an hour to teleport from Mingzhu City to Kanglan City. It takes even less time to get from Kanglan City to Kyoto base. There are a lot of people in the Kyoto base, and the number of troops and weapons and equipment are far beyond the reach of the Lijian base and the Shishan base. This means that it has extremely strong combat power and the ability to harvest crystal cores. Lu Zhang was almost certain that there were no less than 10 4th-level psychics in this base, and there might even be 5th-level psychics. With such a large volume, the number of crystal cores collected every day will be a huge number. Now that we are here, we must make a deal. Yesterday he asked Zhou Kachin, the chief of Mingzhu base, to contact Wang Shangbang, the chief of Kyoto base. The conditions are the same as other bases, and beast taming rings can also be traded. Wang Shangbang's order for Lu Zhang was 50 helicopters, 100,000 teleportation talismans, and 2,000 beast controlling rings. Such a large transaction volume shows how much capital it controls. He did not make the deal right away, but first used Tan Tai Huanyan's telepathy to determine the location of Tianwei, Unisan, and Shursweki's families. The families of the 3 people were found. Among them, Unisan's brother Yun Haichang was a 2nd-level mutant, and the family lived a pretty good life. The families of Tianwei and Shursweki are relatively miserable. We have been receiving relief food and squeezed into a large dormitory, struggling to survive. Of course, compared with the disaster victims in ancient times, their current living conditions are already very good. At least they can survive without doing anything. At the beginning, Lu Zhang's plan was to let all 3 families live in Jinj Building. It was easy for him to support these people. But Yun Haichang refused. Brother-in-law, I want to stay here and continue to develop. If you can give me a little help, that will be enough. Lu Zhang nodded when he heard that. That's fine. You're right here as my contact person. Come with me to see the chief. Ha! To meet the chief. Chapter 102, Satisfying Career Ambition, the method is ridiculous. Please read. After knowing that Lu Zhang had his sister and 2 other women, Yun Haichang knew that he was not an ordinary person. At least he is much stronger than me. But he didn't expect that Lu Zhang was going to meet the director of the Kyoto base. That's a real big shot. He himself was not even qualified to meet the other party's guards, let alone meet the chief. Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Yes, as my spokesperson here, you must get to know the director. They will definitely arrange for someone to connect with you later. Don't worry, given the scale of my cooperation with the base, your status will be very honorable." Half an hour later, Lu Zhang and Yun Haichang were led into a conference room. "Mr. Lu, you finally came to our Kyoto base." Wang Shangbang is a middle-aged man with a square face, about 1.8 meters tall. He looks very majestic, but at this moment he looks kind. He took Lu Zhang's hand and sat down at the conference table. "Mr. Lu, I hope you can arrange the beast taming ring as soon as possible. The crystal core is ready. These beast control rings are very important. If we deploy them as soon as possible, our soldiers can reduce casualties and improve the efficiency of rescuing the civilians." Lu Zhang nodded. The beast controlling ring and other supplies are ready. We can trade at any time. But the commander should be clear about the rules for using the beast taming ring. This will not change. As he spoke, he raised his hand, a card flew out, and a woman appeared in the spot. This is my wife, Zhang Ningzhu. She will be responsible for the trading of beast taming rings and other supplies from now on. Then he pointed at Yun Haicheng next to him. This is my eldest brother-in-law. I will set up a base here. Ningzhu won't stay here all the time. If you need to contact me, you can ask him to contact me if the phone number is not connected. Wang Shangbang smiled and nodded at the two of them. Please help me more in the future. Yun Haicheng quickly said. No matter what, it's as I should do. I will actively cooperate. His reaction was timid and he was obviously a little nervous about meeting such an important person. Zhang Ningzhu directly made a request. The Kyoto base is full of talented people. They must have already started researching the crystal core. If you have any latest results or progress, please share them with us. If my husband is interested, he will definitely offer a price that will not disappoint the general manager. She is one of the women with the highest IQ among Lu Zhang's women. None of the women who can open extraordinary material cards are ordinary beauties. Zhang Ningzhu has always been ambitious. This time, Lu Zhang arranged her to such an important place as the Kyoto base so that she could display her abilities. She is about to be promoted to the fourth level gravitational field ability. If she is combined with the sword-wielding skill, she will become the most powerful among Lu Zhang's women. Not the highest level. Because Bai Zhehui and Zhang Jingyi had already been trained to the fourth level by Lu Zhang. After all, one is a portable space and the other is a portable medicine bag, and both have to keep up with the pace. Wang Shangbang's eyes showed approval. We are indeed conducting research on crystal nuclei, bringing together hundreds of experts in physics, chemistry, biology, geology, and other fields, but we haven't yet produced any applicable results. If there are any relevant results, we will inform you as soon as possible. The two parties reached a cooperation, and Lu Zhang sealed the crystal core into the card, and there was no need to count it. Then take out the helicopter and teleportation charm. He took out the teleportation array disk and introduced its functions. Commander, I don't need to explain the importance of material transfer and transmission. A distance of 100 kilometers is much more convenient than a teleportation talisman. Since we have a cooperative foundation, one array plate can contain 500 second-order crystal cores, 45 third-order crystal cores, or 4 fourth-order crystal cores. How much do you want? For an individual, a teleportation talisman is something that can save his life. The teleportation array is obviously designed to target a large force. Nowadays, in the hot summer, the core combat power is dispersed across the country, and large-scale transfer of personnel is difficult. If there is such a formation, it will be of great help in assembling troops, transporting weapons and equipment, and transferring personnel. 21st. We'll definitely need more later. I'll collect the crystal cores, and you need to prepare at least 100 for me. Wang Shangbang now really wants to keep Lu Zhang and let him produce this kind of strategic materials specifically for the base. After all, the strategic value demonstrated by Lu Zhang is too strong. If he defected to the hostile forces, or even fell into evil, Wang Shangbang couldn't imagine how great a negative impact this would have on the major bases in Yanxia. But the thought only flashed through my mind. When the various bases held meetings, there was only one word to describe Lu Zhang's strength: unfathomable. No one knows what kind of abilities Lu Zhang has, and they don't have the courage to take a gamble. Since we can't use a hard approach, we can only adopt a roundabout strategy. Wang Shangbang remembered a suggestion made by an aide earlier. He initially rejected the suggestion. The directors of each base pointed out that Lu Zhang's only weakness, or hobby, is beautiful women. Therefore, that person suggested selecting a few people with firm beliefs and letting them join Lu Zhang's big family, so that they can supervise and guide Lu Zhang and prevent him from going astray. This method is ridiculous. First of all, it is inappropriate for them to use their own people as bargaining chips and tools. Secondly, the uncontrollability is too high. But now it seems that this is the only method that may be effective. Xiao Kaqin told him that Lu Zhan was going to hold a beauty pageant at the Mingzhu base tomorrow. This is a great opportunity. Moreover, Xiao Kaqin has a very good candidate in his hands. It seems that after Lu Zhang leaves, we will have to hold another meeting to discuss this plan. We can't just do nothing, right? In any relationship, complete passivity cannot last long. When he came out of the conference room, Yun Haicheng still felt a little dizzy. I actually got to talk to such a big shot, and I will continue to deal with him in the future. He looked at Lu Zhang and felt that his brother-in-law was truly amazing. When he saw Yuni-san again, he called her aside and gave her some instructions. Sister, I know you are proud, but this brother-in-law is very special. You must not make him unhappy. Otherwise, with my brother's ability, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you when the time comes. Yuni-san rolled her eyes. You can't even beat me, so of course you can't protect me. Don't worry, my husband is a good man, and we sisters get along very well. But you, please don't cause trouble for me, otherwise I will be implicated and banished to the cold palace. Then my parents won't be able to live a life of luxury with me. Yun Haicheng immediately made repeated assurances. Not long after, Yuni-san returned to Lu Zhang and excitedly kissed him on the face several times. Because in fact she was Lu Zhang's maid, not Yun Haicheng's brother-in-law. Lu Zhang gave her a status outside, which made her feel very face-saving. The work at the Kyoto base is done. Lu Zhang first returned to Kanglan City through the teleportation array, and then set out from Kanglan City, using the teleportation talisman to travel, installing teleportation arrays along the way, setting up transfer stations, and placing them all the way to the Shifeng base. Chapter 103, Husband, you are a liar, stop oppressing me. Please read. Next, we will return from Shifeng base to Mingzhu base. In this way, Kanglan City radiates to the north to Kyoto base, to the west to Shishan base, and to the southeast to Mingzhu base. The main road of the teleportation array has been completed. Next, if we conduct transactions with small bases with tens of thousands of people along the way, we can gradually add more teleportation arrays. There's no rush. Lu Zhang had just obtained a large number of crystal cores, which he needed to absorb as quickly as possible and transform into his own strength. To upgrade a 5th level ability to a 6th level ability, at least 50,000 second level crystal cores are required. Fortunately, just from this transaction with the Kyoto base, we obtained nearly 20,000 second level crystal cores. It won't take a few days to collect 50,000 of them. Strictly speaking, these bases are all working for him. After all, his supplies were completely free of charge. The unlimited supply cards are inexhaustible and can be used endlessly. Those people only thought that he needed to rely on his supernatural powers to accumulate things bit by bit, but in fact he could produce countless things with just a thought. Of course, not countless. How much he can take out each time is related to the strength of his mental power. At first, he could only take out one item at a time. Later you can take out more. While absorbing the crystal core, Lu Zhang clicked on the sword controlling skill book to continue improving his sword controlling skills. Tianwei, Yunisan, and Yan Shenshen took turns to massage him, rub his legs and pinch his shoulders. In short, just let him enjoy himself all the time. Fortunately, he had a strengthening pill, otherwise his bones would have been broken by these women sooner or later. Yan Shenshen and Su Baitao came over together. As a foodie, she came up and ate 3 lychees that Xiao Xijia had peeled for Lu Zhang before she left. Then he looked at Lu Zhang and said with a smile, "Honey, I want to eat that drunken date egg tart. Can you give me another one? No, 10? As she spoke, she shook Lu Zhang's arm continuously, making it impossible for him to even absorb the crystal core. Okay, stop shaking. Look, the peach is so much bigger than you, but it eats much less than you. Your little mouth never stops talking. Why don't you grow up? Yan Shenshen glanced at Su Baitao, who was massaging Lu Zhang's head. Looking at the big peach that was as big as Lu Zhang's head, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Sister Taozi's peaches are a special case. Mine are already very big, okay? If you want it to be bigger, you can only eat more, husband, so you have to give me more delicious food. Lu Zhang was speechless. This guy only knows how to eat. He remembered that Yan Qinshan was a veterinary student. If the apocalypse hadn't happened, Lu Zhang doubted whether this girl would steal dog food. After all, she looked like she wanted to taste everything. Su Baitao said softly, "Honey, I need to eat something delicious too, or the other sisters might have more peaches than me. Today, she is undisputedly the greatest. But many of Lu Zhang's women are only slightly weaker than her. For example, head nurse Pang Ruoyu is 6 years older than Su Baitao. With 6 more years, the peach is already ripe. The 2 sisters, Tan Tai Huanyan and Tan Tai Xiaoyu, who are the same age as Su Baitao, have also achieved great success. Therefore, Su Baitao wants to maintain her position and cannot relax. Okay, I'll give you a big watermelon first." Su Baitao took the watermelon with both hands and smiled sweetly. This watermelon is not even bigger than my peach, how can it be called a big watermelon? Husband, you're lying. You must give me 5 strengthening pills to compensate me. Otherwise people will be sad. Su Baidao's existence goes against common sense. As the old saying goes, a big peach has no brains, but not only is her brain big, but her brain is also very useful. In terms of calculating ability, he is second only to Zhang Ningzhu, Gu Lingyue and Fang Yishiu. Yin Xinyao, Shi Sueki and Meng Lianyun, who opened extraordinary material cards, are no match for her in this regard. She could see that Lu Zhang was in a good mood, so she took the opportunity to act coquettishly and ask for benefits. Because she knew very well that this would not cause Lu Zhang's disgust, but would instead make her more expressive in Lu Zhang's heart. If you don't have 5, I'll give you 3. Lu Zhang smiled and said. You girl got the watermelon and still want the elixir. Look, Qinshan is very satisfied with just the egg tart. Yan Qinshan immediately threw herself into Lu Zhang's arms and hugged his neck. Hubby, I want the elixir too. Emilia, a beautiful blonde girl who happened to be walking by, came over immediately when she heard the word elixir. She squeezed directly to the side of Lu Zhang. I want it too, honey. Surrounded by 6 peaches, Lu Zhang felt the air was filled with the sweet scent of ripe peaches. Give it all to me, stop pressuring me, I'm practicing. Last night was fun enough, there's a swimsuit show tonight. We can't waste any more time during the day, we have to practice for a while, right? You can't enjoy it all the time. Well, although he is enjoying it now. Lu Zhang was immersed in the joy of improving his strength and enjoying the gentle life. However, at this time, in Kanglan City, someone had a ferocious look on his face and was furious. Zhai Jincheng has successfully infiltrated the Kanglan society. After all, management nowadays only does a simple personnel review, asking about general experience and abilities, and then doesn't ask any more questions. It's not difficult to join. But during the investigation in the morning, Zhai Jincheng received bad news. It turned out that his fiancée Gu Lingyue had become Lu Zhang's woman, so she had such great power. In other words, the wife he pursued with great difficulty was eaten by someone else in less than 2 months. The woman who was perfect and inviolable in his heart was no longer clean. It was as if ink had dripped onto a piece of white paper, so eye-catching that it made him grit his teeth in hatred. What made it even harder for him to accept was that Gu Lingyue was now helping Lu Zhang manage the Kanglan society, which meant that she was doing it voluntarily. He had been pursuing her for so long, but he had never even touched her hand. As a result, others brought it to their doorstep so quickly. This made him feel extremely frustrated. As an elite in the financial world, a top trader who manages billions of funds, he cannot admit that he is being outdone. When he learned that Gu Lingyue was already someone else's woman, he felt like a fool. He fought his way from Hongye City prison to Kanglan City just for that flawless woman. But now she has flaws, and they are so glaring. I must get back what I lost. Zhai Jincheng shouted in a low voice with a sinister look in his eyes. He is a man who knows how to endure, otherwise he would not have been able to seize power successfully and fight his way here. After a little thought, he told his men not to act rashly. First rely on this big tree to develop well, and then wait for the right opportunity to seize power. Lu Zhang is not here, so it is not convenient for him to take action. It is still unclear what Lu Zhang's abilities are. Acting rashly is not what a qualified trader should do. Time soon turned to night. Inside the luxury cruise ship, next to the swimming pool, a red carpet was laid out, the lights were bright, and there was only one person at the end. He is Lu Zhang, the only audience member tonight. The host Fang Yishiu, who was forced to take the stage, walked to the center of the stage with the microphone. Chapter 10 for the swimsuit show begins and takes off immediately. Please read. Fang Yishiu is 29 years old this year. As a young mother, although she is not as beautiful as her younger sister Fang Yishiu, she is still very pretty. But she also has a gentle, mature temperament and good looks. At this moment, she was wearing a black cheongsam, which showed her graceful curves, elegance and dignity, adding to her beauty. Clearing her throat, she looked at Lu Zhang and said with her phone in hand. Dear Mr. Lu, the swimsuit show specially organized for you is about to begin. Please appreciate their beauty and give them a round of applause to encourage them, okay? Lu Zhang clapped his hands cooperatively and said with a smile. I'm looking forward to it. Please start your performance. Fang Yishiu nodded slightly. Next, please enjoy the first group, the pure female students. The first person to come on stage was Gu Miantong, which surprised Lu Zhang a little. In order to force Gu Lingyue to make a choice, he deliberately ignored the girl with the same surname as him. It made her presence felt a little low. But as one of the campus beauties of Kanglin University, she is impeccable in terms of appearance, thinking ability and physical fitness, and is already an outstanding existence. If it were before the end of the world, with Lu Zhang's conditions, it would be impossible for him to be with a girl of this level. But now her existence still needs to be the first to appear to gain more attention. Gu Mianton looked into Lu Zhang's eyes and slowly walked towards him. Although her catwalk movements were a little clumsy, she was still very beautiful. He walked straight to Lu Zhang, then made the gesture of drawing a bow and arrow towards Lu Zhang, and what he shot out in the end was a flying kiss. Lu Zhang reached out to take it and replied. The latter turned around with satisfaction, twisted his waist, and walked back to the stage and stood still. Immediately afterwards, the second two people who appeared, Unisan and Yu Zihan, came up from the backstage holding hands and skipping. Then they walked towards Lu Zhang together. Unisan was wearing a white swimsuit and Yu Zihan was wearing a black one. They walked to both sides of Lu Zhang, held their chins, and kissed Lu Zhang on the cheeks, one on the left and one on the right. They turned around and walked back, and halfway through, they looked back and made a heart shape with their hands. Lu Zhang cooperated well and made a heart shape with his hands to them. The two of them skipped to Gu Miantong's left side and stood still. Next to appear were Yan Chenchen and Zhang Jingyi, both wearing youthful orange. Although Zhang Jingyi is usually gentle and doesn't fight or compete. But you have to know that she was a cross-dressing blogger before, and her figure is still very attractive. Almost on par with Yan Chenchen. The two men's actions were very simple. They came directly to both sides of Lu Zhang and hit his head 4 times. Then they walked to Gu Miantong's right side and stood still. Xiong Jiner came out. She was wearing a black swimsuit and holding a basketball in her hand. Halfway through her walk, she threw the basketball at Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang caught the basketball with both hands, and the next moment, he felt his lips wet. It turned out that Xiong Jiner took the opportunity when his hand was raised, teleported in front of him, grabbed his arm, and gave him a deep kiss. Looking at Xiong Jiner taking back the basketball and leaving in a graceful manner, Lu Zhang felt emotional. As expected of the basketball team's vice-captain. As soon as Xiong Jiner went down, 3 people came up at once. In the middle is the most prominent Su Baitao, on the left is Zhang Ningzhu, and on the right is Meng Lianyun. It was obvious that Su Baitao was arranged by these two people on both sides. Meng Lianyun and Zhang Ningzhu both have beautiful but ordinary figures, but extraordinary temperament. Su Baitao is one of those people with a particularly outstanding figure. The 3 of them together are undoubtedly perfect in temperament, figure and appearance. They walked in front of Lu Zhang. Zhang Ningzhu and Meng Lianyun lowered their heads together, leaning on Su Baitao's 2 peaches respectively, and then made a heart shape with their hands to Lu Zhang. Su Baitao put her arms around the 2 men's waists and stood up proudly. After they walked back, Fang Yiqiu walked onto the stage and said to Lu Zhang. Okay, the young women's group has finished their presentations. Mr. Lu, you have the last 10 seconds to memorize each of them, make your choice, and evaluate them. Wait till the end and give me the results. After counting down to 10, the women in this group walked together to Lu Zhang and enjoyed the following show together. Next, please enjoy the second group, Urban Beauties. The first person to take the stage was Peng Huilan. This flight attendant who had just joined the big family was obviously given the first opportunity to show herself. Although she was dressed coolly, she still wore a white hat and was pulling a small suitcase behind her. She walked gracefully with her long legs. After coming in front of Lu Zhang, she leaned forward and said softly, "Sir, the plane is about to take off, please take your seat." Then he looked back and returned to the stage. Then 3 more people came up at once. They all wore gold-rimmed glasses and had their necks slightly raised. Although she was wearing light clothes, every step she took was dignified and elegant. Professor Gu Lingyue, editor by Zhao Wei, and lawyer Fang Yixiu. All 3 women are cultured and well-educated, but each has her own characteristics. Gu Lingyue is cold, Bai Zhaohui is fawn-like, and Fang Yixiu is proud. The 3 of them walked towards Lu Zhang together, showing a very strong aura. This even made Lu Zhang feel like he was about to be overwhelmed by the 3 of them. They only walked halfway, then gave Lu Zhang a disdainful look and turned back. Lu Zhang clapped his hands. Good, it has characteristics. The next 2 people to appear had somewhat strange looks. In Xinyo handcuffed Teng Xiuyan, who had half of her face covered with a black scarf, and walked onto the stage. After the 2 came in front of Lu Zhang, In Xinyo gently pushed Teng Xiuyan, and the latter fell to the ground. "Sir, the jewel thief has been apprehended. Please give us your instructions." After Yin said this, she felt so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into immediately. These were the lines and styling designed for her by Tao Yingshi. She wanted to refuse at one point, but thinking that it could attract Lu Zhang's attention, she gritted her teeth and practiced many times. Now that she said it, she felt like she had thrown everything into tatters. "Just die." Tang Qiuyan sat down beside Lu Zhang's legs and looked at him lovingly. "Husband, save me." No sound, only mouth shapes. Lu Zhang's eyes lit up. Wow, there's a plot here. He simply grabbed both of them into his arms, one on the left and one on the right. "I've caught you all." But then the two broke free again, and Yin Xinyao took Tang Qiuyan back to the stage. She had just uncuffed Tang Qiuyan when three more people came on stage. In addition to their swimsuits, the three of them also wore a white coat. Xiao Xijia is a dentist, Pang Ruoyu is a nurse, and Tang Kailan is a school doctor. They are all medical staff. When they came to Lu Zhang with their long legs, Xiao Xijia held Lu Zhang's face and whispered, "Be good, open your mouth and let me show you your teeth." After Lu Zhang opened his mouth, she put her tongue in. Tang Kailan and Pang Ruoyu grabbed Lu Zhang's hands and asked him to listen to their heartbeats with his hands. I have to say that Lu Zhang was very satisfied with this physical examination. At this point, the urban beauties finished their show, and they also came to Lu Zhang to watch together. Fang Yiqiu came on stage. Next, please enjoy the third group, the talented beauties. Chapter 105, My own girl group is very concerned. Please read. Under the light, figures emerged one after another. All those who didn't go on stage came up. Tianwei, Emilia, Shi Sueki, Tao Yingshi, Tan Tai Huanyan, Tan Tai Xiaoyu, Ding Nannan, Wen Wanqing, Wan Lingxiu. The 9 women lined up in groups of 3, then separated by angles. Dynamic music appeared and 9 people started a passionate dance. Tianwei is the vice president of the Kanglan University Dance Association. Tan Tai Huanyan, Tan Tai Xiaoyu and Wan Lingxiu are all dance hosts. Ding Nannan and Wen Wanqing are students majoring in dance. Shi Sueki and Tao Yingshi are both stars and have certain dance skills. Emilia is a pianist, but she has a talent for rhythm and melody, and she also knows some dancing. It makes sense for these 9 people to form a group. Shi Sueki is indeed a popular star. She stands in the center and leads the dance. On both sides are the sisters Tan Tai Huanyan and Tan Tai Xiaoyu. This scenery alone is already breathtakingly beautiful. Before Lu Zhang could say anything, Yu Zihan and the others couldn't help but cheer. "Ah! My sister is so beautiful. It's amazing." After a passionate dance, the 9 people came to Lu Zhang, stood in a row, and then did a one-legged standing split together. It was as if 9 white jade pillars stood in front of Lu Zhang, extremely beautiful. Lu Zhang applauded and said, "Good, very good." The 9 people returned to the stage, and the rest of the girls followed suit. Fang Yiqiu walked to the front, looked at Lu Zhang and said with a smile, "Mr. Lu, the performances of the 27 beauties from the 3 groups have all concluded. They are the Pure Girls Group, the Urban Beauty Group, and the Talented Beauty Group. Now, please consider the performance of each person in each group and give the best combination and the top 5 individuals." The girls looked at him eagerly, hoping to receive the best compliments. In fact, they can come up with more combinations. For example, the sisters Tan Tai Huanyan can form an aerial beauty group with Peng Huilan. But they are now divided into 3 large groups, obviously to allow more people to get combined rewards. Otherwise, a group of 2 or 3 people will receive the best combination award, but in the end there will be too few people who get the award. Lu Zhang smiled and said, "The best combination is, without a doubt, the talented and beautiful group. Each of you will receive 50 strengthening pills." Tan Tai Huanyan and others immediately cheered. Lu Zhang continued. The top 5 individual winners, 5th place, Xiao Xijia. "I really like this way of seeing a dentist. I'll give you 100 strengthening pills as a reward." Xiao Xijia didn't expect that she would get a reward because she felt that she had always been very passive and insignificant. After being stunned for a moment, Tang Kailan next to him pushed him, and then he came to his senses and said happily, "Thank you, husband. I will protect your teeth." Lu Zhang looked at the pure female group. 4th place, Xiong Jiner. "If nothing else, I also really like playing basketball." Xiong Jiner held the basketball to his chest and said coolly, "No matter who you want to fight, I'll fight you to the end." Lu Zheng continued to announce. Third place, Gu Miantong, I received your arrow of true love, I love you. Gu Miantong looked at Lu Zhang making a heart gesture to her and felt like crying. After being accepted by Lu Zhang, I had been ignored because of Gu Lingui's matter. Now I finally feel like I am being seen again. Hubby, I love you. She shouted loudly. Su Baitao, who was standing next to him, watched eagerly and said, Hubby, I love you. Lu Zheng laughed and said, The second place goes to Big Peach, Su Baitao. Your strength is unquestionable. 400 strengthening pills. Remember to limit the amount you take each day and don't waste them. Su Baitao said happily. Okay, husband, I will definitely grow bigger and more delicious peaches for you to taste. The tonic pills are good for beautifying and nourishing the body. For women like them, they are extremely precious things. She also wanted to give it to her family, but the rewards she had received before were too little. Now with so much, everyone in the family can have a good health. Now came the most exciting moment. Everyone was waiting for Lu Zhang to announce who he wanted to be the number one. I declare that the first place winner of this competition is Yin Xinyao. As he spoke, he brought Yin Xinyao directly to him and held her in his arms. Now, you are under arrest. Yin Xinyao was stunned. She didn't expect it to be her. The group of Gu Lingyue, Fang Yixio, and Bai Jiawei had such a strong aura that even she was very moved. In the pure girl group, every sister is so pure and lovely. In the group of talented beauties, there is the superstar Shursweki who has a strong aura. She never expected it would be herself. In name, she still has the identity of a security guard and is affiliated with the official agency of the sword base, and does not entirely belong to Lu Zhang. So she never thought that she could get this reward. She immediately realized that this was a sense of security that Lu Zheng deliberately gave her. Moved by her heart, she turned around, hugged Lu Zheng's neck, and kissed him. Seeing this, Yu Zihan, Su Baitao, Tianwei, and Yunisan all came over and grabbed Lu Zheng's arm. Hubby, I want a kiss too. Lu Zheng quickly teleported out of the crowd and regained the initiative. Well, this competition has come to a successful conclusion. I'm very satisfied with this kind of activity. Shurshur took care of it all by herself, and I'll give you 100 strengthening pills as a reward. Also, today I'm happy. In addition to the rewards that have already been distributed, everyone can get an extra 50 strengthening pills. In fact, distributing the strengthening pills is not good for him. Because as these women's bodies become stronger, their needs become greater. It is not easy to satisfy all of them. He has no choice but to find a way to further improve his physical fitness. This is probably the trouble of happiness, right? After the game, the girls were having fun together, and Lu Zhang asked Fang Yixio to accompany him. Fang Yixio has been assigned by Lu Zheng to work at the Lijian base for some time. As a capable woman, she is not like a foodie like Yan Qinshan who can see Lu Zheng anytime and anywhere. They have very little time to communicate with Lu Zheng in a day, so Lu Zheng naturally needs to consciously pamper them more. At the end of the first half, Fang Yixio was sweating profusely. An unexpected woman walked in. Ding! Successfully protected Fang Yixio and obtained a basic supplies card. Fang Yixio had no other idea but to find a father for her daughter. In today's competition, she was just a host, but she could clearly feel that there were only two kinds of people in Lu Zheng's eyes. One is his woman, and the other is someone else. Only the former can obtain his true protection. Although Fang Yixio is there to guarantee the supply of materials, the supplies given to Fang Yixio are limited after all. She wanted to get some good things for her daughter herself. For example, that strengthening pill. Lu Zhang naturally wouldn't refuse to open one more. This night was very comfortable. The next day, the beauty pageant began at the Pearl Base. Chapter 106, Preferences Will Not Change, Young and Beautiful is the Best. Please read. Pearl Base, inside the conference room. Yan Ruoying looked down at her green vest, camouflage pants, and black boots, and asked uncertainly. Director, will Mr. Lu like me like this? How about I change into a dress? Xiao Kaqin said with a smile. Be more confident. You are undoubtedly the most beautiful pilot in our flight squadron. Mr. Lu has more than 20 women with different characteristics around him. Many of them wear skirts, but none of them wear combat uniforms. He'll definitely like your wild temperament. Having said that, he suddenly became serious. I repeat, you don't need to hide your identity, just be yourself. Mr. Liu possesses many abilities and his strength is unfathomable. We are currently unable to determine what he hates. But one thing is for sure, no one likes being deceived. The reason you participated in the pageant is based on your actual needs. This is not a problem for him. Hearing the last sentence, hope appeared in Yan Ruoying's eyes. She was born in a poor mountainous area. Although her salary has brought a lot of improvements to her family's situation in recent years, the whole family still lives in the mountains. The southwestern mountainous area has complex terrain and dense jungle. Under the current conditions, it would be impossible for the base to find her family unless it sent thousands of soldiers into the mountains to search. She had requested many times before to fly a plane to find her family, but was rejected every time. Airplanes have more important uses, and there's nowhere for her to land. There was a 10-meter-high black fog and no airport could stop her. Until last night she was called into the conference room alone. Xiao Kachin told her that there was only one person who could help her find her family as soon as possible. Now she has a chance. At the same time, this is also a task issued by the organization, which requires a competent person to carry out. After learning about the content and objectives of the mission, although I felt that Mr. Liu was a bit weird, this was indeed the only hope. A person who needs to be closely monitored and treated with caution by all major bases must have extremely powerful power. Only such a person could help her find her family. Therefore, she agreed without much hesitation. One of the reasons was that when she saw Lu Zhang's photo, she thought he was quite handsome and young, and she would not be at a disadvantage at all. Commander, I understand. Please rest assured, I will complete the mission and will not allow him to do anything that harms society. Yan Ruoying assured. She does not need to participate in the first round of auditions and will directly participate in the final judging stage. The entire Pearl base promoted the information for a day and a night to ensure that everyone was aware of it. After hearing the news, people were skeptical at first. Only after they were sure that everyone knew the news did they believe it without a doubt. At the same time, I am also very curious about what kind of powerful existence can make the base officials cooperate in doing such a ridiculous thing. Although this beauty pageant is nominally about selecting good-looking attendants, but everyone knows exactly what it is. Some beautiful women who had never suffered much but were now at the bottom of society and living in precarious conditions began to have ideas. The registration desk was soon filled with people. 30 luxury RVs were parked there side by side. Anyone who passed the appearance review by Tianwei and Unisan was allowed to enter the RV. After 5 minutes of washing, they entered the big tent behind the RV to wait. As Lu Zhang's foot-warming maids, Tianwei and Unisan are school beauties themselves, so they naturally understand Lu Zhang's discerning taste. Those whose appearance score is less than 8 points are not qualified to enter the RV to wash. After washing, you go to the tent and have your body checked by Qiao Xijia, Pang Ruoyu and Tang Kailan before you can be considered to have passed the preliminary screening. Lu Zhang is a very generous person. All women who come to the event and fail the screening can also receive 5 buns. Bai Jiahui is responsible for distributing the buns, and Ding Nannan and Wen Wanqing assist her. Lu Zhang felt very relaxed. He was still enjoying a massage on the luxury cruise ship, eating fruit, absorbing crystal cores, and clicking on the sword-controlling skill book. Nothing else, I just love to learn. He was actually looking forward to it. Mingzhu City is one of the most prosperous cities and there are many beautiful women here. The more prosperous the city, the more beautiful women there are. Resources are gathering in big cities because here their beauty can bring greater value. Humans are profit-driven creatures. If you can achieve not being driven by interests, you are a saint. As the only large-scale base in Mingzhu City, there must be many beautiful women in distress here. In the end times, their beauty still has value. But if it is obtained by someone else, its value will be greatly reduced, and you may even lose your life. Only with Lu Zhang can the benefits be maximized. Everyone has their own destiny. Lu Zhang has given them an opportunity, and it depends on whether they can seize it. He doesn't ask for too much now. After the initial screening, they will be rescreened by Shi Sueki, Tao Yingshi, Yu Zihan, and Peng Huilun. Through past experience inquiries, professional skills checks, etc. Always strive for perfection. Lu Zhang felt that the only thing that could catch the attention of the 4 of them would be a high-level supply card. Lu Zhang would feel satisfied if he could draw an extraordinary material card in this beauty pageant. If you have 2, you will make a lot of money. He plans to find other bases to hold a few more shows. Only by casting a wide net can you reap a big harvest. In fact, the main reason is that he is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see those beautiful women living on the streets. He is capable enough and it is his duty to give them a home. There were so many people running for election that we were busy until 11:30 in the morning. While having lunch together at noon, Tao Ingshir said enthusiastically, "Honey, I saw a lot of good sisters at this beauty pageant, including celebrity actresses like me and Sister Sweki. Are you looking forward to it?" Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Of course I'm looking forward to it. After all, this is a gift you gave me personally, so I have to cherish it." Yu Zihan said, "Since ancient times, only emperors and princes have been treated this way. I just hope that when my husband finds a new wife, he won't banish us to the cold palace. Otherwise, by then, I'm afraid they will point their fingers at us and call us clowns." Lu Zhang replied indifferently, "Are you stupid? Can't you recruit some younger and prettier ones and turn them into old ones too?" Su Baitao lay behind Lu Zhang and said, "That's a good idea. Anyway, no matter how many new and old people there are, I will definitely be the oldest one. As long as my husband's preferences remain unchanged, I'm not afraid of anything," Lu Zhang assured. "Don't worry about that. My preferences won't change. Young, beautiful, and big. That's all." Everyone rolled their eyes when they heard this. Chapter 107 Become Mine, tomorrow. Please read. If they were in a normal society, they might be a little worried. Worried that I will no longer be young and beautiful. But now they have body-strengthening pills, which almost have the effect of keeping them young forever. Not only did they not age, but they became even more radiant and charming than before, and look several years younger. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as she can continue to get strengthening pills from Lu Zhang, she will be able to maintain her current youthful and beautiful state. The only thing that needs to be considered is that Lu Zhang has more and more women, and he may not be able to allocate enough time. As a result, some people who don't like to compete will lose the opportunity to communicate and meet Lu Zhang. But last night's swimwear show was a great way to do that. Lu Zhang also said that more similar activities will be held in the future so that everyone who wants to show up will have the opportunity. At the same time, last night's grouping also showed that they actually already had small groups. Lu Zhang did not object to this. With so many people, it is definitely impossible for everyone to do everything together. It's also nice to form different small groups based on their different personality traits and play together. He certainly cannot observe every woman in detail, there will always be things he overlooks. Women helping women should be done at this time. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the first Mingzhu-based beauty pageant came to a successful conclusion. A total of 129 people passed the initial screening, but only 11 passed the re-screening. Only these 11 people are qualified to be interviewed by Lu Zhang. They passed through the space gate and arrived at a large stage on a luxury yacht. A group of people were sitting on the seats in front of the stage. The one in the middle is naturally Lu Zhang, and the others are his women who came to watch the fun. The 11 women who came on stage were trembling with fear. After all, the women around Lu Zhang are all top-notch women who have been nurtured by him. Being scrutinized by so many beauties has made them, who were originally confident, feel a little less confident. Fang Yiqiu, who had just officially joined the big family, took the initiative to be the host. She wanted to show herself more in front of Lu Zhang so as to get more body-strengthening pills and other rewards for herself and her daughter. Congratulations on entering the final round. The person sitting below is Mr. Lu. If you are lucky enough to pass the selection, you will become our sisters and have everything you want. Now, step forward one by one and show yourselves. There's no limit on the length of time or the format. As long as the boss says he's satisfied, you can stay. The first one is Yan Ruoying. Yan Ruoying, still wearing the green vest, stepped forward, stood up straight, and held her chest and head high. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Yan Ruoying. I'm 24 years old this year. I'm a fighter pilot. I've been awarded the second-class merit once, the third-class merit 4 times, and I won the runner-up in the military pilot competition. I'm 1.74 meters tall and weigh 118 kilograms. I'm in good physical condition and very flexible. Please give me your instructions." Lu Zhang looked at her with a satisfied expression. Ding. Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Yan Ruoying. Age, 24. Identity, ace pilot of the Tornado Fighter Squadron. Evaluation: beautiful appearance, strong body, decisive and good judgment, kind-hearted and principled, self-reliant, aware of the overall situation, and has a broad perspective. Conclusion: meet the 4 requirements of virtuous, beautiful, and intelligent. Successful protection will grant you an extraordinary quality unlimited resource card. Yan Ruoying is similar to Chao Lei, who was discovered before. Both are outstanding women with outstanding combat capabilities. The other aspects are naturally not bad either. The fact that he can be evaluated as virtuous shows that he has done a lot of good things and has something he sticks to in his heart. Lu Zhang nodded and waved to her. Satisfied, come here and sit next to me. Yan Ruoying stood on the stage and asked, Boss, when can you help me find my family? Lu Zhang smiled and said, Be mine tonight and you'll be mine tomorrow. Yan Ruoying then walked over to Lu Zhang and sat down in the empty seat to his right. The girl with twin ponytails next to her said, My name is Yu Bingxia. I'm 160 centimeters tall and weigh 80 kilograms. I'm a professionally sports player and have won the Best Player award for 3 consecutive seasons. Boss, my family is at the Pearl Base. If I follow you, can my family come here too? Lu Zhang shook his head. This place is dedicated to serving myself and my woman. Your family can be sent to Jinj Building in Kanglan City. That's my base camp, and the living conditions there are very good. Maybe you want to stay at the Pearl Base. I can support that. I plan to choose a high-rise building in Mingzhu City to set up a separate base. If you want to develop here, you can stay. There's a teleportation array. It's very convenient for you to stay here and come to me. While speaking, Lu Zhang had already completed his judgment of Yu Bingxia. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Yu Bingxia. Age, 18. Identity, professionally sports player, game anchor. Evaluation, lively and cute, sundura and charming, has a wide range of movie watching skills, is moral, principled, and has his own judgment. Conclusion, meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. Yu Bingxia looks a bit childish and has a small frame, so she needs to take more body strengthening pills to make her body stronger. After hearing Lu Zhang's response, she nodded and smiled. Sure, I'm relieved then. Boss, when can we play games together? Lu Zhang waved to her. Come here, let me see how good you are. Yu Bingxia came over skipping and bouncing, her 2 ponytails bouncing, and she looked in a good mood. This girl was very bold. She came here without looking for a seat and sat directly in Lu Zhang's arms. Then he picked up a lychee that Tianwei had just peeled for Lu Zhang and put it in his mouth. Tianwei was about to say something when Yu Bingxia smiled sweetly at her. Thank you, sister. Now, Tianwei didn't know what to say to her. Lu Zhang laughed. I don't know how much random stuff this little girl has seen, but she has a lot of tricks up her sleeve, which is really interesting. He looked at the stage and pointed at the girl who was next to Yu Bingxia. Please introduce yourself. This girl seems a little timid. Before coming here, they all changed their clothes. According to Tao Engshi, they can dress in a way that reflects their profession and is more distinctive. The girl was wearing a delivery uniform and was obviously a courier girl. Xu Qingyao raised her head, looked at Lu Zhang, and said with courage, My name is Xu Qingyao. I'm 19 years old, a freshman, and a delivery man. As she spoke, she suddenly knelt on the ground. Boss, my mother is sick and I can't contact them now. Please, help me find my mother. I'll do anything you ask me to do. Chapter 108, Check the lines, not meeting the requirements. Please read on. Lu Zhan looked at Xu Qingyao. She didn't wear any makeup, and her face wasn't very smooth, but there were no wrinkles or acne scars, and her skin was a wheat-colored color. She has a pair of big watery eyes and medium-length hair that falls to her shoulders. The delivery girl's uniform couldn't hide her graceful body curves. She clenched her hands together, looking a little nervous. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Xu Qingyao. Age, 19. Occupation, first-year student at Mingzhu Normal University, delivery driver. Evaluation, hardworking and pragmatic, good at thinking, good figure, beautiful appearance, able to distinguish right from wrong, self-reliant, and has basic judgment. Conclusion, meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. This is a girl who looks very clean at first glance. The overall effect can be summed up in 2 words: refreshing. Unlike the impetuous feeling of most girls, I felt very at ease the first time I saw her. This is a good girl who can make a living. Unfortunately, in this apocalyptic environment, it is already very difficult for her to survive. Not to mention trying to find family, which is almost impossible. In the end, he could only be defeated by a bad guy like Lu Zhang. Where are your mother and the others? Xu Qingyao quickly replied. In Hongye City, Zhengyang County. Lu Zhang nodded and said. This is quite close. We can go there early tomorrow morning. Come down and rest. We've passed. Xu Qingyao showed a happy expression, trotted down and sat down next to Yan Ruoying. Next. Yu Bingxia in Lu Zhang's arms spoke. She is very familiar with people. 2 people stepped forward, and one of them, a girl in ancient costume, spoke first. Hello boss, my name is Zhang Jialing, I'm a singer and an actress. Sweki, Shirshir, and I all know her. She's 27 years old, 164 centimeters tall, and weighs 100 kilograms. She's good at performing female nights. She was wearing an indigo-colored corseted dress with flowing cloud patterns embroidered on the lapels and cuffs with silver thread. Her black hair was tied up in a ponytail, secured only with a wooden hairpin, and a few strands of hair hung beside her heroic eyebrows. He had a sword on his waist, and after saying that, he drew out the iron sword, did a split forward stab in the air, and then landed on the ground, shaking a sword flower. He obviously has some basic skills in martial arts and dancing, and holds the sword very steadily. Tao Yingshi behind him said. Hubby, Sister Jialing is very famous in the circle. She never does kissing scenes and has never had any scandals with anyone. He is one of the rare actors who keeps himself clean. Ding. Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Zhang Jialing. Age, 27. Identity, singer, actor. Comment, has affairs with multiple directors, has a chaotic private life, evades taxes, has bad conduct, is good at disguising himself, creates personas, and fools the public. Conclusion, does not meet the requirements. Lu Zhang's face turned cold. He looked at Pang Ruoyu and Tang Kailin and asked. Have you checked this person inside and out? Pang Ruoyu said. She was just checking the lines, and then Shirshir happened to come over, so she followed Shirshir to chat. At this time, Tao Yingshi seemed to realize something and her face turned pale. She quickly came to Lu Zhang and knelt down. Hubby, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It's just that Zhang Jialing did help me before, and I didn't notice for a moment that she was using me to avoid the inspection. On the other side, Sweki also walked up to Lu Zhang and said with her head down. I'm also at fault. Because she was my senior, I didn't ask too many questions and just talked about her experience. When Zhang Jialing heard the conversation between Lu Zhang and the other 2, a hint of panic suddenly appeared on her originally calm face. She tried to keep herself calm and asked. Mr. Lu, I wonder what you think of me. Is it that my appearance does not meet your requirements? Even though I'm 27 years old, my skin isn't much different from these girls. I'm proud of my figure and have great dancing skills, which can bring you even greater happiness. Is there something wrong with me? Lu Zhang said coldly. A junky car that's been through who knows how many hands, no matter how many coats of paint it has on the exterior, can't change the fact that the engine is severely worn out. Sweki, send her back. Zhang Jialing didn't bother pretending when she heard this, and quickly stepped forward and said. I'm a big star, a lot of people know me. Playing with me is definitely more conquest than playing with a delivery guy. Let me stay. I know a lot of moves. You can play wherever you want. Lu Zhang remained unmoved, but Xu Qingyao lowered her head in inferiority when she heard that. In my eyes, you are not even as good as one of Qingyao's fingers. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingyao looked at Lu Zhang in surprise, but the latter directly embraced her and pressed her on Yu Bingxia and kissed her. Yu Bingxia widened her eyes, never expecting that she would become a cushion. Xu Qingyao shrank back with a red face, sitting on the chair, too shy to look up. It was so embarrassing for her to kiss a man with so many people watching. However, being used as a cushion is even more uncomfortable. Yu Bingxia was not someone who was willing to suffer a loss, so she immediately put her arms around Lu Zhang's neck and kissed him. Lu Zhang tried his best to meet this small request. Until Yu Bingxia was out of breath and buried her head in his arms with a blushing face. Zhang Jialing had been dragged into the teleportation array by Sweki and Tao Yingshi and sent back to the Mingzhu base. When she arrived at the Mingzhu base, she could no longer hold back and knelt on the ground, hugging Sweki's legs. "Sweki, please give me another chance. Let me show you my technique, he'll love it. I don't want to live that precarious life anymore. I want to live a refined life like you. Since I helped you before, please help me." Sweki said coldly. "You could have just explained the situation to us directly. I could have given you some crystal cores to help you become a powerful psychic. But you shouldn't have deceived and taken advantage of us. My husband already hates you, so there's no need for you to disgust us anymore." These words completely broke Zhang Jialing's defense. She was furious. "Sweki, why are you pretending to be so noble? I just don't believe that you can still be clean after being in this circle for so long. I've worked with no fewer than 100 directors and producers, and you've certainly worked with no fewer than 80. He can drive me out, and he can drive you out too." Tao Yingshi said with disappointment. "I thought you were truly untainted, and I took you as a role model, but I didn't expect you to be already covered in filth. Okay, take care of yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, she ordered her subordinates who were guarding the place to drag Zhang Jialing away. Seeing Zhang Jialing being dragged away, the remaining people were a little surprised. They didn't expect that even this popular star was eliminated, and they were a little nervous. Lu Zhang pointed at a woman wearing an apron and said, "Go on, start with you." Chapter 109, I can give you food, a sudden request for help. Please read. The woman who was called was wearing only underwear and a white apron with red lychees on it, which set off her fair skin. This outfit is very distinctive. Lu Zhang looked at her curiously. Ding. Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Lu Shuxian. Age, 25. Identity, chef, food blogger. Comment, beautiful and delicious, with delicate hands, she stirs soup. Not only does she have good cooking skills, she also knows how to capture traffic and has excellent network thinking, but she knows when to stop and is not greedy. Conclusion, meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. Lu Shuxian exhaled, looked at Lu Zhang, and said, "My name is Lu Shuxian. I'm 25 years old, 170 centimeters tall, and weigh 110 kilograms. I can cook and am a food blogger with 13 million followers online. I'm quite famous. Boss, if you let me stay, I can cook delicious food for you. I can give you some too. I just hope you can help me find my family. Those who are willing to come here basically come for their families. In this chaotic world, most people would not even think of living if they didn't have someone they cared about. Lu Zhang has no shortage of delicious food. The food obtained from the supply cards is all top-notch delicious, equivalent to the taste of food cooked by state banquet chefs themselves. Lu Shuxian probably can't reach that level yet. But sometimes eating is not just about filling your stomach, nor just for the taste, but also for the feeling. The meal that your wife cooks for you is a token of friendship. Okay, I really want to eat. You passed. Come sit here and we'll look for it together tomorrow." Lu Shuxian breathed a sigh of relief. When she first decided to participate in this event, she went through a long psychological struggle. After all, she had managed to survive to this day, and she didn't want to push herself into the abyss with her own hands. But when she thought of her parents and younger sister, she couldn't just sit there and wait. Maybe this is the only chance. The strictness of the selection process made her certain that the recruiting boss was indeed a strong person. Just from the outward appearance of Sweki and the other girls, it can be seen that without the ability, it would be impossible to raise them so well. Then she started to worry about whether she would be selected. At this point, the dust had finally settled. I was successfully selected, and I also received Lu Zhang's personal promise. Her heart finally relaxed. There were 11 people in total who entered the final selection stage. Excluding Zhang Jialing, 4 people passed. 6 people are still waiting for the final results. The next person came to the stage, and suddenly, Lu Zhang's phone vibrated. Only his women and the chiefs of the major bases know this cell phone number. Since his women are all here, it can only be the chief of the base. He immediately raised his hand, signaling a pause, and then answered the call. "Mr. Lu, I'm Cho Kachin. The nearby Fenghuan base in Yuzhou City, Southeast County, has been attacked by a large-scale insect swarm, along with numerous mutant beasts, including 4th-tier frost centipedes and 2nd-tier stun bats. The base's defenses have been breached. It's raining heavily in Yuzhou City. Our reinforcements won't be able to arrive anytime soon. We need your help. Please help me. There are over 40,000 survivors at Fenghuan base. Only you can save their lives. As long as the rescue is successful, we will give you a satisfactory reward. Lu Zheng quickly asked. I agree. What's the name of the chief of Fenghuan base? My name is Su Tao. Hearing this answer, Lu Zheng directly said to the Tantai Huanyan sisters. Sensing that direction, the location of Su Tao at the Fenghuan base in Yuzhou City. Tantai Huanyan and Tantai Xiaoyu activated their telepathy together, and 2 seconds later, they both answered in unison. 244 kilometers. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them and Shursweki were turned into cards by Lu Zheng. The next moment, Lu Zheng disappeared. After the sword controlling technique was promoted to the 5th level, the flying speed increased to 1,000 kilometers per hour. But this is still not as fast as using the teleportation talisman to teleport quickly. After all, one can travel 10 kilometers in an instant, and it will take less than 10 seconds to use up all 25 teleportation talismans. Yuzhou City, Peak Base. Su Tao held a submachine gun and fired at the rushing sicklebugs, shouting, Brothers, don't retreat. Once we retreat, our relatives, friends and compatriots behind us will be slaughtered. Mingzhu Base has sent support. As long as we hold on, there's still hope. He was only in his 30s and his position was not high, but this was the highest position he had, because his original superiors had all died in battle. After the base was established, he became the chief. He was under a lot of pressure. Fighting so many insects and supporting such a large population was already an enormous pressure. As a result, an unexpected situation suddenly broke out today, and the insects seemed to be going crazy and gathered towards the side. Some insects even rushed out of the black fog. He just found out the reason. There is a mutated peach tree in the Fenghuan base. The tree originally grew bigger and bigger, and it grew to more than 100 meters high, but it did not produce a single peach. There is a directive from the official base. We should try our best to protect mutant plants so that we can conduct research on biological samples and drug development. The peach trees were designated in an area for protection. Just today, the peaches are ripe. Almost at the same time, those insects and mutated animals attacked this side continuously like crazy. It wasn't until someone noticed the flying mutant beasts rushing towards the ripe peaches and then fighting each other that they understood the reason for these creatures' madness. Su Tao tried to have people attack the peaches and peach trees, but because there were too many insects and mutant animals gathered, they were unable to destroy them. Then, without wasting firepower, the people were moved to a side away from the mutated peach tree. Although casualties were greatly reduced after the relocation, a large number of insects were still pouring in from all directions. Unless everyone moves 10 kilometers away from the peach tree, they will still be attacked by swarms of insects and mutant beasts. The evacuation continues, but the defense line must be maintained. Otherwise, as he said, it would be a massacre. In most battles, there were very few deaths in frontal combat, and the huge casualties basically occurred during major defeats and escapes. Now we can only pray that the nearest large base, Mingzhu base, can send strong reinforcements. Heavy rain was pouring down, and even though modern equipment was very waterproof, under such conditions, the soldiers' combat effectiveness was still weakened. Hope seems to be becoming very slim. Suddenly, a loud thunder exploded in the air, and then a number of flying swords with thunder quickly fell on the body of the 4th level frost centipede. Boom! 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 There were several explosions in succession, and the powerful 4th level insect was easily crushed. Immediately afterwards, Su Tao and others were surprised to find that the insects and mutant beasts rushing in the front suddenly turned against them and actually attacked the mutant beasts and insects rushing from behind. Chapter 110, A Great Harvest, The Parasitic Peach Pit. Please read it later. Lu Zhang looked at those crazy mutant beasts and insects and felt that this was a good opportunity. He happened to have just been promoted to level 5, so he could control even level 4 insects and mutant beasts through the beast controlling ring. Before that, he had to enslave the insects and beasts through sweeps. But now there are so many high-level insects and mutant beasts gathered together. This is the first time he has encountered such a scene. Immediately, he threw out a large number of beast-controlling rings. Swarms of insects and enslaved people, hundreds and thousands, soon exceeding 10,000, 10,000, 30,000, 50,000. The situation has already been reversed. Su Tao ordered everyone to shrink their defense line, and then he looked at Lu Zhang flying in the sky in amazement. Lu Zhang stopped next to the huge peach tree. Looking at those high-level flying mutant beasts, his eyes were filled with joy. Flying mutant beasts are rare to begin with, and high-level ones are even rarer. Even if you look for them deliberately, you won't find many. Previously, he had only more than 20 flying mutant beasts in his hands, except for the dizzy-bats that emerged from the pit. It is estimated that there are no less than 3,000 of them here, and most of them are above the second level. This is a great harvest. He quickly threw out the beast-controlling ring and controlled them all. After he had controlled almost all the mutant beasts around him, he turned his attention to the peaches on the big peach tree. According to the information feedback from the mutant beast controlled by the beast-controlling ring, this peach emits a special energy fluctuation. The fluctuation is very weak, but it spreads very far, with a range of about 30 kilometers. This fluctuation stimulates the excitement of the spiritual consciousness and makes it feel extremely eager. The simpler the spiritual consciousness of a creature, the greater the impact. The human spiritual consciousness is very complex, and the spiritual consciousness of some terrestrial mammal mutants is also very complex, so they are not affected. But the simple-minded avian mutants and insects were greatly affected. Lu Jiang was very curious about why this big tree attracted so many creatures. It is absolutely impossible that it is specifically to help them increase their strength. The genes of any organism are selfish. In essence, they are all for the purpose of allowing their own genes to continue and allowing themselves to survive. This peach tree has grown so tall and now produces so many big peaches, attracting so many mutant beasts. It is definitely not there to let itself be eaten. He called a mutant beast that had eaten a large peach to his front, but did not find anything unusual. The key point is that this mutant beast did not give any feedback about an increase in energy level. The energy of this thing can't just disappear out of thin air. Lu Jiang released Tan Tai Huanyan and asked her to sense whether there was anything inside the mutant beast. She closed her eyes and said in surprise after a few seconds, "There seems to be a faint spiritual consciousness taking shape within this mutant beast. This spiritual consciousness is too weak for me to perceive clearly. Call Sister Jeaner over. She should be able to sense something." Lu Jiang immediately released Sher Sweki, asked her to open the space door, and then called Xiong Jeaner over from the opposite side. Xiong Jeaner's supernatural life fluctuations have reached the 4th level, and her perception of vitality is very keen. After hearing Lu Jiang's request, she used all her strength to perceive it, and in less than half a second, she spoke. "There's something like a thread inside this thing, emitting faint life waves. These threads are gradually devouring the vitality and nutrients in the mutant beast's body, as if it's nurturing something." Lu Jiang frowned and said, "Sense all the mutant beasts and insects that have eaten peaches and see if you find anything new." Xiong Jeaner immediately released her supernatural powers with all her strength, and the life waves spread in all directions, gradually encompassing all the creatures that had eaten the peach. 2 minutes later, Xiong Jeaner uttered 2 words. "Peach pit." She pointed to a 2-tailed scorpion and said, "That insect has the most silk threads inside its body, and its core has formed something like a peach pit." When he heard the word peach kernel, Lu Jiang had roughly deduced the reason why this big peach tree grew so many peaches. As he guessed, it was for reproduction. If nothing unexpected happens, after the peach pits and these insects and mutant beasts are formed, they will continue to grow and develop. In the end, just like Cordyceps sinensis, they will completely kill the insects, turn them into shells, and then a brand new peach tree will grow. This cycle repeats itself until all living things are used as nutrients by this peach tree. This thing is very threatening. Although it only has the simple target of attracting spiritual consciousness, if my guess is correct, humans will also be infected if they eat this peach. Sweki, go call Jingyi over. Lu Jiang currently has no idea how to deal with this thing, so he can only try the effect of holy light first. Zheng Jingyi came over quickly and released holy light on a mutant beast. Xiong Jeaner shook her head. It has no effect. The holy light has enhanced the vitality of both the mutant beast and the peach pit. Hubby, I think we should discuss this matter with the authorities as soon as possible. There are so many people with special abilities in the authorities, and maybe there are people with special abilities that can target this kind of thread. Sher Sweki said. The most urgent thing is to check who is infected. My husband's seal card can save the status. If we seal these people first, we can save their lives temporarily. Lu Jiang nodded and said, "Okay, I'll seal all these infected targets first." Not only were there infected bugs and mutant beasts, he also sealed a few big peaches. Then he came to Su Tao. When Su Tao saw Lu Jiang coming down, he immediately said excitedly, "Thank you, sir, for saving so many people. You are truly a modern hero. Lu Zhang waved his hand. I was commissioned by Chiu Kachin, the chief of the Pearl Base, to come and rescue you. You are not completely out of danger yet. The peaches on this peach tree contain a kind of life thread that parasitizes living organisms. Many mutant beasts and insects are infected with it. I suspect that humans attacked by those infected bugs and mutant beasts will also be infected. There are two things we need to do now. The first is to gather everyone together. I will have people conduct a comprehensive investigation and isolate those who are infected. The second is to completely destroy this peach tree. When Su Tao heard that it was contagious, he broke out in a cold sweat. This thing is so harmful. If it spreads from here, wouldn't it be another huge disaster? I'll have the people gather for inspection right away, but this tree is so huge that even with bombing, it would be difficult to completely destroy it. Not to mention, its root system is so extensive and widespread, making it even harder to destroy. Lu Zhang frowned. This was indeed difficult to do. Unless there is a way to turn it into a whole and destroy it directly. Suddenly, a person flashed in his mind. You go gather the crowd first, I'll find some help. Having said that, he immediately asked Shirsueki to open the space door again, and then called Gu Miantong over from the opposite side. Honey, what do you need me to do? Chapter 111, Granting me eternal life, you are truly a living God. Please read on. Gu Miantong's tone was a little excited. She was finally needed by her husband, which filled her eyes with hope. Lu Zhang pointed at the 100-meter-tall tree and asked. Your petrifying light can completely turn a living being into stone. Can this tree do the same? Gu Miantong turned around and exclaimed. It's so big. This tree is too big, and its energy level is too high. Not to mention that I'm only at level 3 now, even if I upgrade to level 4, I'm afraid I can't do it. Just looking at the height above ground, it's already this big. The underground part is probably twice the size of what's above ground. My petrifying light can't even freeze it. Lu Zhang thought for a moment and said. I can find a way to destroy the above ground part first. You only need to petrify the underground part. Then I can find a way to promote you to a 5th level psychic. Is this possible? Gu Miantong did not answer immediately. She shook her head and said. I'm not sure. I need to wait until I'm promoted to the 4th level before I can estimate the energy of the 5th level. Okay, don't worry, take it one step at a time. Lu Zhang didn't insist on getting an exact answer. He is here to save the situation. Let us leave this troublesome problem to the authorities. Being able to come up with a plan to try is the most we can do. Su Tao still has some execution ability, and all the survivors including soldiers gathered together. Xiong Jiner began to check these people in batches. It turns out that there is a certain risk of infection if you are attacked by infected insects or mutant beasts. Among the people being examined, some ordinary survivors and soldiers were infected and were all placed in the newly designated quarantine area. Some people almost collapsed emotionally after learning the reason for their isolation. Lu Zhang stood on the roof of the luxury RV, turned on the lights, and said, You've all been infected by the mutant peach tree. There's no solution yet, but I can seal you away and release you once a solution is found. During this period, your lives came to a standstill, just like the hibernation in a science fiction movie. There won't be any pain, just waiting for a solution to come. If you'd like, please step forward and stand in groups of 10, forming 2 lines. If you don't want to, then stand on the other side and I will help you cremate and be freed. He is not a saint. Giving them a chance to wait for a solution is all we can do. If there are still people who don't appreciate it, then just eliminate them. To prevent it from infecting other people. However, what Lu Zhang did not expect was that several people from the crowd who were not infected suddenly rushed out after hearing his words. They knelt in front of Lu Zhang and begged. Sir, please seal me up too. Wait until the end of the world and then release me. I really don't want to live in this world anymore. What's more, his eyes were full of admiration. Great Lord, please grant me eternal life. Let me be sealed away and live forever. There are also those who do not do it for themselves. A young man pulled his old mother to kneel in front of Lu Zhang. Boss, please seal my mother away. My mother has severe asthma, but she has no medicine now. She can't hold on any longer. Please let her out after I find some medicine. After hearing the young man's words, Zheng Jingyi came to the old mother and released holy light. In an instant, the old mother who had been coughing and had a sickly face returned to normal. She said in surprise, "My asthma is gone. I feel like a miracle. Fairy, I kowtow to you." Upon seeing this, the young man immediately knelt down and kowtowed to her to express his gratitude. Zheng Jingyi's miraculous method immediately attracted a lot of attention, and many injured people came forward to ask for help. Seeing this, Lu Zhang originally wanted to stop everyone from approaching. But he stopped after seeing Zheng Jingyi showing an innocent and sweet smile after treating another person. With the help of villagers, Zheng Jingyi was admitted to university and has been doing good deeds ever since. She is a truly kind-hearted person, and this kind of activity of saving lives can make her feel real happiness. This is the real her, and Lu Zhang doesn't want to change anything. He called Yuni-san and Tianwei over. "Go protect Jingyi and maintain order. Tell Jingyi that she can only treat 100 people a day. When she reaches that number, she will be taken back to rest." When they heard this, they knew that Lu Zhang was worried about Zheng Jingyi and didn't want her to be too tired. He immediately went over and stood guard over Zheng Jingyi. Tianwei's ice spikes and Yuni-san's fireballs are still very intimidating and are more than enough to protect Zheng Jingyi. In fact, Zheng Jingyi also has the teleportation talisman given by Lu Zhang, and her strength is not weak after taking a large number of body-strengthening pills, so there is no need to worry about her safety. The role of Tianwei and Yuni-san is to maintain order and supervise Zheng Jingyi so that the latter will not consume too much energy. While Lu Zhang was sealing the infected person, he called Zhou Kaqin. After briefly explaining the problem with the peach tree and the current situation, Lu Zhang made a request. "I will now help you temporarily seal and rescue these people. For each of them, I will give you a second-level crystal core. If you want to use Gung Yintong's petrifying light to deal with the peach tree, you need a large number of crystal cores, especially high-level crystal cores, to quickly raise her energy level to the 5th or even 6th level. You can figure it out on your own. You're the only ones left to figure out how to remove the parasitic threads from the infected. No one here has the ability to restrain them." A shrewd man like Zhou Kaqin naturally realized the seriousness of the problem. This peach tree is definitely not an isolated case. If we can't find a solution now, when it breaks out in the future, there will be only despair. "Mr. Lu, we agree to all your requests. Please stay there for another day to prevent the problem from spreading further. I will immediately hold a meeting with the chiefs of all major bases to find a solution nationwide. Once we have news, we will reply to you immediately." At this time, Zhou Kaqin was very glad that he had decided to make every effort to befriend Lu Zhang and cooperated with him to organize the beauty pageant. Otherwise, he would be completely helpless in today's situation. Not to mention the problem of mutant peach infection, even the entire Finghuan base might be destroyed by the swarm of insects. So far, among the people Zhou Kaqin knows, only Lu Zhang has the ability to quickly reach the Finghuan base, and he is the only one who can discover the problem so quickly and control its spread. Today's incident further strengthened his determination to establish a good cooperative relationship with Lu Zhang. Soon, the directors of the major bases, including Wang Shangbang of Kyoto Base and Fang Qianquan of Xishan Base, held a video conference. A large number of personnel were immediately dispatched from all places to check the existing registered superpowers and look for possible effective superpower solutions. Just 5 minutes later, the basic information of a person's photo was transmitted to the mobile phones of each general manager. Wang Shangbang gave the news and photos to Lu Zhang. Chapter 112, Another Extraordinary Card, Will you join us? Please read. Lu Zhang saw the 4 most important words in the message at a glance. Life drain. This is this person's special ability. See the following introduction. It can absorb the vitality of a target that contains vitality. The vitality absorption rate has an upper limit, but the total amount can be absorbed infinitely. The vitality that cannot be digested by the body will escape from the body. It can only absorb vitality and cannot transfer it. After reading the ability introduction, Lu Zhang felt that this person was simply the nemesis of the mutant peach tree. As long as this person's vitality absorption rate exceeds the big peach tree's vitality recovery rate, the big peach tree will definitely die. I just don't know if I can absorb the parasite's vitality alone. After reading the introduction to superpowers, Lu Zhang looked at other information, and the first thing he saw was a photo. A woman wearing glasses, with an extremely prominent figure and a somewhat serious face. Ding. Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Nan Yuru. Age, 28. Affiliation, biological researcher at the Kidato Institute, professor of biology at Kyoto University. Evaluation: talented, sensible, with a striking figure and beautiful face, intelligent and kind-hearted, and willing to dedicate his life to scientific research. Conclusion: meet the 4 requirements of virtuous, beautiful, and intelligent. Successful protection will grant you an extraordinary quality unlimited resource card. Lu Zhang didn't expect to find an extraordinary supplies card at this time. But this woman is indeed perfect. She has the same style and image as Gu Lingyue, and they are even professors studying biology. Lu Zhang doubted whether the two knew each other. But now is not the time to think about these things. This person is currently in the Kyoto base, and Lu Zhang needs to go over and pick her up for experiments. But he is only a 3rd-level mutant now, and Lu Zhang feels that this is not enough. The space gate of Kyoto base has been retracted. Lu Zhang first returned to Kanglan City through the space gate, and then came to Kyoto base through the teleportation array. After meeting Nanny Ru, the Kyoto base had prepared a batch of crystal cores sufficient for Nanny Ru to upgrade to the 4th level, and Nanny Ru was already absorbing them. Lu Zhang took her through the space gate and came to the Fenghuan base. Seeing the huge peach tree, Nan Yiru's eyes lit up. "This is truly a great biological masterpiece," she exclaimed. With the ability to absorb life, the scenes she saw were even richer. At first glance, the huge peach tree was deep underground, and all kinds of debris were quickly absorbed by it as vitality, allowing it to grow to such a large size in a short period of time. Moreover, the speed at which the vitality in his body flows is beyond imagination. When she saw the big tree, she almost drooled as if she saw a delicious peach. Lu Zhang asked, "Professor Nan, are you sure you can absorb its vitality?" "No," Nan Yiru answered directly. "Even if I reach the 4th or 5th level, I won't be able to suck it dry directly. This thing has a very developed underground root system, constantly absorbing the vitality of underground creatures and above-ground debris within its range. Its vitality transmission speed is also very fast. My absorption efficiency cannot match its recovery efficiency." Lu Zhang called Gu Miantong over and asked him to release the petrifying light on a branch of a peach tree. "Professor Nan, do you think you can surpass it by reducing its vitality like this?" Nan Yiru was very surprised by Gu Miantong's petrifying light ability. She felt it carefully and shook her head and said, "It's having an effect, but it's not enough. The peach tree's spiritual consciousness is very active. If I can control it as well, its life recovery efficiency will be greatly reduced. In that case, when I reach the 4th level, I should be able to deal with it." Lu Zhang immediately thought of Gu Lingyue's special ability, mental hypnosis. He had never paid much attention to this ability. After all, in daily battles, Gu Lingyue doesn't need to assist. Although she has been working hard to improve her supernatural power level, she has not experienced any difficult battles. There aren't many uses for it. This is why it has been ignored. Now that Nan Yiru mentioned this aspect, Lu Zhang realized that Gu Lingyue's ability was also a very powerful means. "Sweki, go and bring Gu Lingyue over." "Professor Gu, it's really you." Nan Yiru looked at Gu Lingyue in surprise. She and Gu Lingyue had had many academic exchanges. Although Gu Lingyue was only an associate professor, their academic abilities were similar and they had a lot of common topics. Even when we don't meet in person, we often video call each other to exchange our ideas and discoveries. Although she couldn't be considered a close friend, she still knew this person very well. "I never expected that Gu Lingyue would become Lu Zhang's woman." After confirming that she should come, Wang Shangbang personally told her the general situation about Lu Zhang. One thing was particularly emphasized: all the women around Lu Zhang basically have a close relationship with Lu Zhang, so don't have conflicts with them. You must never provoke Lu Zhang and make him unhappy or even angry. After roughly understanding the abilities that Lu Zhang possessed, she also became a little interested in Lu Zhang. Seeing that Gu Lingyue was also by Lu Zhang's side, she became even more interested. Gu Lingyue was also a little surprised to see Nanny Ru. "Professor Nan, are you going to join us too?" She thought that Nan Yiru was favored by Lu Zhang, and then she heard Nan Yiru talking about her, so Lu Zhang called her over. Lu Zhang coughed awkwardly. Although he was indeed a little moved when he saw Nanny Ru, she had no such intention. He said quickly, "Lingyue, the authorities want to get rid of that giant peach tree. The main force is Professor Nan Yiru. Her ability is life absorption. We need Neon Tang's petrifying light and your mental hypnosis to weaken and interfere with the tree. You two should try it out together first. If it works, I'll have the authorities provide crystal cores to help you three upgrade quickly." Not long after, Naniru's eyes lit up when she saw the effect of Gu Lingyue's mental hypnosis ability. Very good, the life force transport rate has been significantly reduced. This method is feasible, but we must do one thing in advance: clear out as much life as possible from the root system, to prevent it from finally unleashing its potential and absorbing the vitality of the surrounding creatures. Mr. Liu, only you can do this. This is indeed something only Liu Zheng can do. The root system of the big peach tree is extremely developed. According to Xiong Jiner's perception, the maximum diameter of its underground root system exceeds 12 kilometers. The entire Finghuan base, including any refugees and slightly larger animals that might be nearby, had to be relocated. Liu Zheng thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then let's transfer everyone to the Pearl base. Sweki, go inform Chief Chiu and ask him to quickly arrange an area large enough for 60,000 people to live in. It could be a community outside the base. Mian Tang, Lingyu, and Professor Nan, you all need to level up as quickly as possible. I estimate that it will take you at least one night to level up. Tomorrow morning, we will start working on the peach tree." Chapter 113, show it to him, I am a little moved. Please read it later. Liu Zheng took Xiong Jiner to sweep all living creatures within the range. Any living person or creature with vitality greater than that of a cat would be sealed by him directly. No matter what the other party is doing, just take it even if he is about to die. No need to think, just seal them all. Wait until this matter is settled, release them all together and deal with them slowly. Of course, he doesn't have to handle it, he can just leave it to the authorities. He is also helping others. Some suitable mutant beasts were found during the process and were accepted with a smile. The scope is not small and the workload is not small. It takes some time. On this side, Nan Yura looked at Gu Lingyue and Gu Miantong curiously. I remember you two were teacher and student before, but now you're sisters? And you're sharing the same quilt? Gu Miantong was too shy to look up at her, feeling a little embarrassed as if he had met an elder. Although Gu Lingyue was also a little shy, she was 1 year older than Naniru, so she nodded in acknowledgement generously. In order to get Liu Zheng to save me, Mian Tang agreed to Liu Zheng's pursuit. Later, I wanted Liu Zheng to help me gain strength and save my family, so I ended up being with him. Now I feel that my choice was a wise one. Although he has many women, he doesn't force us to do anything we don't like. I can continue to do research, and he will fully support me. By the way, this thing will definitely interest you. As he spoke, Gu Lingyue took out a strengthening pill and handed it to Nan Yuru. This is a tonic pill. After taking it, it can detoxify, improve your complexion, and strengthen your physical fitness. Depending on your basic physical fitness, the amount of medicinal power you can absorb each day is limited. It was materialized by Liu Zheng through his supernatural powers. It is a substance that does not exist in this world. I've been researching it for a while and found a lot of interesting ingredients in it. You might also be interested in studying it. Nan Yura looked at the pill in surprise. What a magical thing! It's clearly a chaotic mass of matter, yet it has a vitality. As she said that, she ate it directly and felt it carefully. The next moment, her expression changed, she squeezed her legs together, and asked quickly, "Where's the toilet?" Gu Miantang smiled and said, "Come with me to the RV. You still need to take a shower. The first time you eat it, it will expel a lot of toxins and impurities." 10 minutes later, Nan Yura walked out of the bathroom with a radiant look on her face, and Gu Lingyue also arrived at the RV. This thing is really good. Do you still have it? I'll trade it with you for the crystal core. While absorbing the crystal core, Gu Lingyue asked, "Do you think I'm someone who lacks crystal cores? This kind of elixir is only available to us, his women, in limited quantities. If it weren't for the swimsuit show last night, he gave us a lot at once. I wouldn't be willing to give you one. Giving my family one more pill can help my parents live longer." Nan Yuru's face was filled with shock. She glanced at Gu Lingyue with a strange expression, then looked at Gu Miantong. "You too, a swimsuit show?" Gu Miantong's face was as red as a boiling kettle, and he wanted to jump out of the car window immediately. But Gu Lingyue remained calm and chatted and laughed happily. "Why? Can't I wear it with my body shape?" Naniru subconsciously straightened her body. They had compared sizes before, and she had grown again now. Wearable. I mean, in this apocalyptic world, is he still in the mood to hold a swimsuit show just for himself? Gu Lingyue smiled and nodded. Yes, let him see it for himself. There are nearly 30 of us, divided into 3 groups to compete. The winners can get more strengthening pills. He was very free. He easily conjured up a 300,000-ton luxury cruise ship, recruited over 1,000 survivors, provided them with accommodation and food, and allowed them to keep the ship running. Everything is done so that he can have fun. He has a lot of abilities that support him in doing all this. Nan Yuru was stunned. That's just like the emperor. But then again, being able to conjure up a 300,000-ton cruise ship is outrageous. According to the law of conservation of energy, his level must have reached at least the 7th level. He can even materialize such a miraculous elixir. I'm even more curious about him. Gu Miantong here suddenly said something. Why don't you join us then? After saying that, she hid her head behind Gu Lingyue, not daring to look at Nan Yuru. Nan Yuru laughed. It sounds like the conditions here are indeed much better than those in the Kyoto base. Aside from the lack of some experimental equipment, it seems to provide better living and working conditions. I am indeed a little tempted. Gu Lingyue also laughed. If you join us, we can do the next swimsuit show together. She and Gu Miantong thought Naniru was just talking. After all, they both made this choice out of necessity. They still attach great importance to their bodies. But Naniru was not in such a predicament, so how could she easily hand herself over? But they didn't know that Naniru really had some ideas. Lu Zhang was really too mysterious, and there were many things about him that made her want to explore him. Some of his abilities were also very helpful to her research. For example, the seal card and the beast controlling ring. If you can get these 2 things, it will be much easier to do biological research. Of course, she hasn't really made a decision yet. The night passed quickly. With the official assistance of a large number of crystal cores, Lu Zhang also took out a batch of crystal cores, successfully allowing Gu Lingyue, Naniru, and Gu Miantong to reach the 5th level. Lu Zhang also completed the cleanup of the radiation area of the mutant peach tree before 3 in the morning. Everything is ready. Lu Zhang put all the controlled targets into the ceiling card. In the entire venue, within a radius of dozens of kilometers, only he and 3 women were left. And the peach tree that is over 100 meters tall. I'll get rid of the above ground part first, so it will be easier for you to deal with the roots underground. The 3 of them looked at him curiously. Although Gu Lingyue and Gu Miantong knew something about Lu Zhang's abilities, they had no idea how he would get rid of this 100-meter high tree. But when Lu Zhang raised his hand, 169 flying swords appeared in the air. The flying swords floated in the air, vaguely forming a formation. Flying swords came around the huge peach tree, forming a very huge formation that enveloped the peach tree. Lu Zhang had a thought in his mind. Great 5 Elements Divine Thunder Sword Formation. In an instant, the formation took shape and the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. Dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. The mutated peach tree seemed to sense something and its body began to tremble. It obviously also has a certain degree of self-awareness. But the world is cruel and all things compete with each other. For their own survival, they can only let it die. In a flash, countless golden sword lights wrapped in white thunder fell on the peach tree. The huge branches turned into ashes in an instant. Thunder is already the strongest and most powerful energy between heaven and earth, and sword energy also has the ability to destroy everything. The 2 combined, with the blessing of the 5 elements formation, blocked the surroundings. The huge peach tree on the ground disappeared in the thunder sword light in the blink of an eye. Nan Yuru opened her mouth wide. Chapter 114, Rub Me and Feed Me at the Same Time. Please read on. The scene before me was a little too shocking. The power was like a precise super missile hitting the peach tree, turning it into nothing in the blink of an eye. Only a deep pit is left on the ground. From the roots in the pit, one can tell how huge a tree once was here. Nan Yuru exclaimed. Professor Gu, your man is a sword immortal. The way this sword formation summoned thunder was exactly the same as that of the immortal cultivators in the legend. Nan Yuru was so moved by what she saw. Lu Zhang came in front of the 3 people and said quickly. Hurry up and do it. Otherwise, that thing will react and cause more accidents. The 3 of them came to their senses after hearing this and quickly came to the tree roots. Gu Lingyue first released a wave of mental hypnosis to soothe the entire tree root. At the same time, Gu Miantong's petrifying light fell. Its power cannot petrify the entire tree root, but it can put it into a petrified state where energy cannot flow. Finally, Nan Yuru took action. Life draws. The vitality gushing out like a spring made her feel a lot of pressure. Soon, her body could no longer bear the burden and her vitality dissipated. Vitality is a mysterious energy that can only exist within a living body. Once it leaves the living body, it will become nothingness. Its vitality recovery speed is indeed very fast. Even though there is no other life around, it can still absorb the energy from the black fog to restore its vitality. But fortunately I can surpass it, but it will take at least 5 hours to completely destroy it. Mr. Liu, this process is very exhausting for the three of us. I'd like to trouble you to take care of it. Nan Yura said so. Lu Zhan nodded. No problem, I will protect you. As he spoke, he swallowed a strengthening pill, took out the crystal core, put it aside and began to absorb it. At the same time, he took out a hairy crab, dug out the crab meat, ate a bite himself, and then fed a bite to Gu Lingyue and Gu Miantong respectively. All three of them needed to use their hands as guides for energy transmission, so they couldn't move. Even for the sake of stability, it is best not to move your body. Lu Zhan was really hungry. After all, he had been busy all night, sealing humans and non-humans. So he started eating and drinking. There were all kinds of food, including hairy crabs, lobsters, grilled fish, lotus root and pork rib soup. He ate some himself and fed some to Gu Lingyue and Gu Miantong respectively. Seeing the three of them eating with gusto, especially when she saw Lu Zhang took out the fragrant lamb skewers, Nan Yuro couldn't help it. Mr. Liu, there's another person here who's hungry. Give me some food too. Oh? Professor Nan, do you need me to feed you too? Lu Zhang asked with a smile. Nan Yuro rolled her eyes at him. Of course, they can do it, why can't I? Lu Zhang nodded and handed the lamb skewer to her mouth. She bit it hard, as if she was biting Lu Zhang hard on his body. She was obviously very angry about Lu Zhang's use of various delicious foods to tempt her. But when she ate the lamb skewers produced by this system, her eyes lit up immediately. I want to eat more, and I want to drink soup too. Nan Yuru opened her mouth, waiting for Lu Zhang to feed her. She didn't expect that this great professor had such a side to her. Gu Lingyue and Gu Miantong both looked at Naniru with suspicion. They all suspected that this guy really wanted to join them. You know, there are 6 beauties in the luxury cruise ship waiting for Lu Zhang to choose. They were still waiting in line to join when suddenly someone cut in line. If those people knew about this, I wonder if they would scold Naniru behind her back for not following the rules? Half an hour later, Nan Yuro had eaten all kinds of delicious food and was very satisfied. Her brows furrowed slightly. Oh, my stomach is a little bloated. I see you guys obviously eat more than me, how come you're all okay? Gu Lingyue smiled and said. We've all taken a lot of strengthening pills, and our digestive abilities are very strong. If we were to use all our strength to digest, we would have digested everything we just ate long ago. At this rate, I won't be able to eat enough. Nan Yuru was a little envious. Ah, so taking that kind of pill has such benefits. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken so much. She pursed her lips and looked at Lu Zhang. Can you rub my belly? Lu Zhang is a kind-hearted man who was willing to help beautiful women, and he chose to answer with actions. He immediately placed his hand on Naniru's lower abdomen, gently rubbing and pressing it. But Nan Yuro looked at Gu Lingyue and asked with a smile. Professor Gu, I asked your husband to rub my belly. You won't be angry, right? But Gu Lingyue gave her a cold look. When you're done, let my husband give you a scrub. I'm very generous. Nan Yuro quickly shook her head. That won't do. I'm afraid of pain. Lu Zhang said seriously. I'm very gentle when I scrub my body. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mian Tang, right, Mian Tang? Gu Miantong blushed and nodded. Yes, my husband is right. Nan Yuru was speechless. If I really ask you to give me a bath, it will definitely hurt. These words are very profound. It is obvious that she is afraid that Lu Zhang will lose control and turn her from a girl into a woman. After a while, Nan Yuru felt much more comfortable and let Lu Zhang let go of her hand. But Lu Zhang took out a lot of fruits, desserts, and ice cream, and fed them to Gu Lingyue and Gu Miantong. Nan Yuro swallowed and couldn't help but open her mouth. I want some too. Lu Zhang looked at her with a smile. But you're already full. Nan Yuro said angrily. I don't care. I want to eat. You can rub me and feed me at the same time. Lu Zhang satisfied her. In fact, The entire process of absorbing the vitality of the mutated peach tree is very energy consuming. What Naniru eats is quickly converted into energy and consumed. Even her body felt a little tired. In the end, she simply leaned on Lu Zhang, and then somehow slipped into his arms. The four of them leaned together. After 4.5 hours, the mutant peach tree's vitality was finally exhausted. Naniru's face flushed and she hugged Lu Zhang's arm. Hurry, help me to the car, I need to go to the bathroom. Although eating too much consumes energy, it also causes a lot of excess water and impurities in the body. She had been holding it in for half an hour and couldn't bear it any longer. But at this time, she was a little weak and her legs were weak because she had consumed too much energy. She could only let Lu Zhang support her. After putting her on the toilet, Lu Zhang came out and looked at Gu Lingyue and Gu Miantong. How are you two feeling? Both of them shook their heads to indicate that nothing was wrong. They all took a lot of body strengthening pills, and their physical fitness is not comparable to Naniru's. Although the latter has stronger vitality, that only means that she recovers faster after being injured and has a longer lifespan. Energy and vitality are related, but they are not one-to-one. Gu Lingyue asked. Do you want her to join us? Think. Lu Zhang answered without hesitation. Gu Lingyue smiled and said. Okay, I'll help you. I want 100 strengthening pills. Gu Miantong immediately said after hearing this. I can help, just give me 20. Chapter 115, Shameless, Ski Athlete. Please read. Lu Zhang couldn't help but smile when he heard what the two said. Because he distributed the strengthening pills in limited quantities, these women thought that it was difficult for him to obtain it. That's why I want to use this thing as a bargaining chip. In fact, he has an unlimited supply of body strengthening pills, but the current efficiency of his consumption is not enough for him to fully utilize them. Okay, 120, whatever. But you have to give me a time, right? Gu Lingyue thought for a moment and replied. 5 days. Within 5 days, I'll get her to agree to join. How about that? Lu Zhang nodded. Make a deal. As he spoke, he hugged the two of them, one on each side, and said with a smile. You two are both 5th level psychics now, the top combat power. The responsibility of the club's development falls on you, Mian Tang. Yeah is now the vice president. I appoint you as the president's assistant. You will only be responsible to the president and vice president, and you can manage all subordinate departments. You help Yaya manage the club. Gu Miantong nodded excitedly and said. Okay, husband, I will never let you down. But, we are the ones doing all the club stuff. What are you going to do, husband? Lu Zhang smiled and said. Of course I will continue with the beauty pageant. I wonder how many beautiful women in distress are waiting for me to rescue them in the various bases. You are so kind, you must hope that your husband can help more people, right? Nan Yira heard Lu Zhang's words as soon as she came out, and she blurted out something immediately. I have never seen such a shameless person. Lu Zhang turned around and smiled. You see it now. What can I do? Will you marry me? Nan Yiro rolled her eyes. Please, Mr. Lu, take me back to the Kyoto base. I need to report what happened here as soon as possible. Lu Zhang waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, I've already told the Kyoto base the good news. A space gate has been built over there. It will only take a blink of an eye to get there. It's noon now. It's not too late to leave after lunch. Thinking about the delicious food she had eaten all morning and touching her empty stomach, Nan Yiro found that she couldn't refuse at all. A moment later, on the luxury cruise ship, looking at the beautiful women in the buffet restaurant, Nan Yiro looked at Gu Lingyue beside her in disbelief. Without her asking, Gu Lingyue already understood what she meant. These are all my husband's women, but some of them haven't entered the house yet. Come on, take whatever you want to eat. These should be what he just put out. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Baitao walked towards her with her chest puffed out and her head held high. Its target was very clear, and its eyes were fixed on Naniru. Sister Yu, who is this sister? Her capital is almost as much as mine. Nan Yura's mouth twitched when she heard that. Just now she was surprised why this girl was staring at her, thinking that she recognized her identity as a genius professor, but she didn't expect that she was greedy for her body. Gu Lingyue smiled and said. This is Professor Nan Yurunin from Kyoto, a good friend of mine. She's not our sister yet, don't worry. Su Baitao said proudly. I'm not worried. I can still grow up, but she's at the end of her life. Nan Yuru was speechless for a while after hearing this. A few minutes later, she, Gu Lingyue and Gu Mientong found a small table by the window and sat down. Although they couldn't see the sea because of the black fog, they could see the sky outside. After clinking her glasses and taking a bite of the delicious fish, Nan Yuru exclaimed, "So this is the kind of life you all lead. No wonder so many people are willing to follow him. You don't have to do anything, just enjoy yourself. Because of that health-enhancing pill, I don't even have any worries about my body shape or my aging appearance. Although I can eat and drink enough at the Kyoto base, I work more than 10 hours a day and even eat and sleep in the institute. Compared to you, I really can't compare." Gu Lingyue smiled and said, "Why? Do you also want to stay with that shameless person?" Nan Yuru shook her head subconsciously, but when she was about to refuse, she didn't know what to say. She had never longed for a lifelong love between two people and didn't particularly care about it. There seemed to be many reasons to stay. But there seemed to be a voice inside saying that I couldn't do this. Finally, she did not give an answer before leaving. After lunch, it's time to get back to the unfinished business. The final round of the Pearl-based beauty pageant has not yet ended. There are 6 more people. The 6 people rested here for one night and had 3 delicious meals here. They didn't want to leave at all. Outside there is black fog, bugs, mutant beasts, and thugs with no bottom line or morals. There are delicious food here, clean, comfortable and luxurious rooms, and most importantly, there is no need to worry about safety issues. It's hell outside and heaven here. How could they be willing to return to hell when they are already in heaven? Therefore, this time, the 6 people were very active and stepped forward together, wanting to introduce themselves first. Lu Zhang waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't be in a hurry. Take them one by one, from left to right. The one holding the ski poles, start with you." The girl who was named quickly said, "Hello, Mr. Lu. My name is Hua Mengdai. I'm 24 years old. I'm a ski athlete and a coach. I weigh 104 kilograms and am 1.73 meters tall. I also know a little classical dance. Can I show you?" Lu Zhang nodded slightly. This person can be accepted. Ding. Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Hua Mengdai. Age, 24. Occupation, ski athlete, coach. Evaluation, beautiful figure, good looks, self-discipline, excellent hands-on ability and body coordination, bold but careful. Conclusion, meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. Hua Mengdai took off her coat and immediately began to show off her dancing moves. The host Fang Yiqiu was very dedicated and immediately turned on the music accompaniment. After the dance, the girl danced very well, like a butterfly in the snow. Lu Zheng applauded and expressed his satisfaction. "Okay, you passed." Hua Mengdai immediately shouted excitedly, then quickly rushed off the stage and came to the side of the Tan Tai Huanyan sisters. It seems that she has found her own little circle. As soon as she went down, the second one started introducing himself. "Hello, future husband. I'm Zhang Chanqian, a financial reporter. Height 170 centimeters, weight 100 kilograms, 24 years old. I don't have any other talents, but I will try my best to be a good wife and take good care of my husband." Lu Zhang looked at her. This reporter had long black hair and a delicate face. She was wearing a professional suit consisting of a white shirt, a black miniskirt, and black high heels. He was holding a camera in his hand and posing for a photo. Chapter 116, The Contrasting Mentor, The Sword Immortal Brother. Please read. This posture is very serious, but this scene at this moment has a different feeling. Lu Zhang looked at Zheng Chanqian's information. Ding. Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Zheng Chanqian. Age, 24. Identity, financial reporter, financial blogger. Evaluation, well-proportioned, good-looking, self-disciplined, good eloquence, professional journalistic skills, able to distinguish right from wrong, and possesses basic moral values and judgment. Conclusion, meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. Zheng Chanqian gave Lu Zhang a very good first impression. First of all, she has a pair of long legs. Although her figure is not very plump, she has a sense of exquisiteness. She has a confidence that comes from within. Lu Zheng smiled and nodded and said, "You passed, take some nice pictures for everyone." Zheng Chanxian nodded quickly immediately. "Okay, hubby." She walked over with a camera and took pictures of everyone, and the third person began to introduce themselves. He did not introduce himself directly, but performed 2 movements first, and finally did a handstand split and looked at Lu Zhang. "Hubby, my name is LV Yaton. I'm a yoga instructor. I'm 23 years old and weigh 98 kilograms. My body is very flexible and I can perform many movements that ordinary people cannot do. It will definitely make you feel different." When she said the last sentence, her face turned red, and it was unclear whether it was because she was tired or shy. Lu Zhang looked at her. She was wearing a gray yoga suit that showed off her figure, which was well proportioned. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, LV Yatong. Age, 23. Occupation, yoga instructor. Evaluation, has a good figure, good flexibility, beautiful appearance, eloquent, good at acting, calculating, desires a better life, enters the upper class, keeps himself clean, and is waiting for the right price. Conclusion, meets both the beautiful outside and intelligent inside requirements. Successfully protected. Receives a basic quality unlimited supplies card. Lu Zhan was a little surprised to see that it was just a basic supplies card. After all, except for the big star who got in through connections, these people are all carefully selected high-quality beauties. All aspects have been examined, and they can basically be regarded as goddesses with well-rounded development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. I didn't expect there was a basic card mixed in. However, there is nothing wrong with being so calculating. There are benefits to worshipping money. As long as you have money, you will be an obedient child, even more obedient than others. Lu Zhang waved to her, and before he could say anything, Lu Yatong had already run over and squatted beside Lu Zhang. She raised her head and called out obediently, "Husband! Look, he is really well behaved." Lu Zhang touched her head with a smile. "Okay, you pass too." The fourth person who introduced herself was a gentle girl, referring to her appearance. But her outfit was quite different. Although she was wearing glasses and holding a tablet, she was wearing a black leather hip skirt that revealed her smooth thighs and high heels. The upper body is a white shirt with a bow tied around the belly, revealing the flat belly. "Mr. Lu, my name is Yao Chao Chao. I'm a graduate student advisor at Mingzhu University of Science and Technology. I'm 27 years old, 1.68 meters tall, and weigh 104 kilograms. My talent is pole dancing, but it's not convenient to show it here. If I could find a good condition, I could show it to you alone." Seeing her reminded Lu Zhang of Naniru, who had returned to the Kyoto base. Generally, people of this age who can achieve such achievements are highly regarded. After all, it is quite good for an ordinary person to be able to become a university lecturer from a university counselor at this age. To become a graduate supervisor, one generally needs to have a doctoral degree or above. But after hearing about her talent, Lu Zhang couldn't help but look surprised. No wonder his clothes and demeanor are so different from his identity. It turns out he has this kind of hobby. Lu Zhang quickly looked at her information. Ding! Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Yao Chao Chao. Age, 27. Occupation, graduate tutor at Mingzhu University of Science and Technology, pole dance video blogger. Evaluation, graceful, elegant yet charming, possesses excellent knowledge, a unique understanding of beauty, the ability to distinguish right from wrong, and possesses basic moral values and judgment. Conclusion, meet the 4 requirements of virtuous, beautiful, and intelligent. Successful protection will grant you an extraordinary quality unlimited resource card. It really is an extraordinary material card. Lu Zhan was quite happy. So far, among the 6 selected girls, only Yan Ruoying has an extraordinary material card. You know, there are so many people in Mingzhu base, and there are quite a few beautiful women. If there is only one extraordinary material card, it means that Lu Zhang's luck is too bad. Now another one appeared, and Lu Zhang was quite satisfied. He laughed happily and said, "Okay, I'll prepare a room just for you, and then you can show it to me." At this time, Lu Yatong next to him said, "Honey, I also want to learn pole dancing. How about I let Sister Yao teach me and then we can dance together for you?" He learned to teach himself skills right after arriving here, so it's not a bad thing to be calculating. "Okay, then let her teach you, Chao Chao." The task of teaching her is now yours. Yao Chao glanced at Lu Yadong and nodded with a smile. It's a good thing to have someone to accompany her when she first arrives, as it will help her get established here more quickly. At this time, Tao Yingshi suddenly said, "Hubby, if that's the case, why don't we hold a dance competition as our next event? How about we each practice a dance, and then my husband will select the best individuals and groups and give them prizes?" Lu Zhang smiled and nodded. Yes, it just so happens that after using the strengthening pill, everyone's physical fitness is very different, so we can develop it well. Next. Just as Lu Zhang was performing the second half of the beauty pageant, a family of 3 arrived at the Mingzhu base. Yi Hongxiu became excited when she learned that there were as many as 700,000 to 800,000 refugees here. With so many people here, someone must have seen my sword immortal brother. My destiny lies here. Yi Nantian was originally very happy to enter a large base. They came all the way from the nearby city, and both the husband and wife had reached level 3. It can be seen how many insects and mutant beasts they have killed. After going through so much hardship, I finally found a place where I can sleep peacefully. I thought I could settle down and make my daughter feel at ease. But when he heard Yi Hongxiu say this, the smile on his face disappeared immediately. This unfortunate child, why is he still thinking about that person? That guy doesn't look like a good person, and he really doesn't want his daughter to go find that person. But now both husband and wife live with Yi Hongxiu and can't do anything to her. I can only follow her to inquire about the sword immortal. Chapter 117, Your Dad Wants to Go to Heaven, a Family Photo. Please read. Not many people are qualified to see Lu Zhang's sword-wielding skills. Therefore, Yi Hongxiu inquired for a long time at the Mingzhu base, but could not get any information about the sword immortal. During this period, I heard about a job fair and a beauty pageant with thousands of people. After hearing these two things, Yi Nantian sighed. There really is a huge gap between people. Most people are exhausted and struggling to survive. We have food and drink, and we are safe, which is beyond most people. And yet there are people who actually recruit thousands of people to serve them, and even get the Pearl Base officials to help organize a beauty pageant. This is the consequence of power and violence being concentrated in one dimension. Yi Hongxiu's mother Yu Chao glared at him. What? Are you envious of them? Do you want me to find you some homeless girls to take care of you? Yi Nantian immediately waved his hand and said, Wife, what are you talking about? I'm an honest person, don't you know me? I'm just lamenting the decline of morals and the change of people's hearts. That Lu Zhang is definitely not a good person. Yi Hongxiu on the side said. Many people have said that this man just rescued tens of thousands of people at the Fenghuan base. If this isn't a good person, then what is a good person? Yi Nantian didn't know how to refute for a moment, and finally dropped a sentence. He has great love, but his private morality is flawed. Yu Chao rolled her eyes at him, grabbed her daughter's arm, and said, Girl, it won't be easy to find this person. This is a large base with widespread information. I think it's better if we settle down here and then you build a team. We'll develop while searching for the sword immortal. Strength lies in numbers, and it's better than the 3 of us searching like headless flies. Yi Hongxiu's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she immediately hugged Yu Chao and kissed her on the face. It's all thanks to you, my dear mother. When I find brother Jianxian, I will definitely let him take you to the sky to play. Yu Chao laughed and said, Mom won't go. She's afraid of heights. Let Dad go. He really wants to fly. Yi Nantian said nothing, he really didn't dare to say anything more. The 3 of them immediately went to recruit people. They are all 3rd-level psychics with considerable strength and sufficient financial resources. The difficulty in recruiting people lies in distinguishing between good and bad people. There is nothing else to consider. A group of people were found quickly, and a team member who had just passed asked, Sister Hongxiu, what is the name of our organization? Upon hearing this, Yi Hongxiu said, It's called Xuanjian Pavilion. Our goal is to find the sword immortal. The man immediately praised. What a handsome name, with a hint of ancient style. It really matches your outfit, Sister Hongxiu. Yi Hongxiu raised her chin and said proudly, Call me Pavilion Master from now on. As you command, Master. Seeing this scene, Yi Nantian was speechless. I don't know what these people would think when they learned that the so-called search for the sword immortal was to help Yi Hongxiu find a partner. At this time, the sword immortal brother that Yi Hongxiu was looking for was judging the last two contestants of the beauty pageant. My name is Himani. I'm 21 years old, 1.72 meters tall, and weigh 110 kilograms. I'm one of the top 5 campus beauties selected by Mingzhou University of Finance and Economics. At school, I'm the head of the Arts and Culture Department of the Student Union. I can sing and dance a little bit, and I can also play some instruments like guitar and flute. My father's name is He Yangzhou. He is the richest man in Heiyu City and the chairman of Tianzhou Group. Boss, if I can pass, I hope you can help me find my parents. My father said he would bring people to rescue me and had already left Black Jade City and was heading here, but we lost contact later. I'm very worried about his safety. This reminded Lu Zhang. He had originally promised the selected women that he would help them find their families today, but because of the unexpected incident last night, he was busy until noon. After lunch, he thought about finishing the beauty pageant first. We really need to act quickly to save lives. After all, if you promise something to someone, you have to do it. Lu Zhang looked at Himani's message. Ding. Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Himani. Age, 21. Identity, a third-year student in the Department of Finance at Mingzhou University of Finance and Economics. Evaluation, slender, self-disciplined, the daughter of a wealthy family, approachable, kind to everyone she meets, highly educated, eloquent, versatile, with a broad perspective and good judgment. Conclusion, meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. Himani is a typical daughter of a wealthy family. She has a good upbringing and can treat people sincerely, which is rare. Judging from her abilities in all aspects, He Yangzhou is training his daughter to be the future successor of the group, and she is very outstanding. Although it has not reached the level of extraordinary material cards, it is already very good. Okay, I promise. But you said there are 5 most beautiful girls at Mingzhou University of Finance and Economics. Do you know where the others are? Lu Zhang is a very greedy person, especially when it comes to supply cards. Among the 5 school beauties, there is a high-level material card here, and among the remaining 4, there is a high probability that there is an extraordinary material card. Himani was stunned for a moment and quickly replied. 1 was eliminated. Of the other 3, I only know one named Quang Teng. She didn't come to the Pearl base, but is still in the university town, where there is a small base. Lu Zhang nodded when he heard this. This was an extra gain, so he put it aside for now. Okay, come down, you passed. The last one is holding a drawing board. Is this for me? Hearing this, the girl turned the drawing board around, and the picture showed a family of 3 happily swinging on a swing. Hubby, I'm Lin Xiaoxia, a student majoring in oil painting at Mingzhou Art College. I'm 20 years old, 166 centimeters tall, and weigh 90 kilograms. This picture shows what our family looks like. The little kid in there is a combination of our looks. Isn't he cute? Lu Zhang couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he heard this. Only college students know how to have fun. She even thought about what the child would look like. Lu Zhang looked at her message. Ding. Survivors found, testing in progress. Name, Lin Xiaoxia. Age, 20. Identity, sophomore student majoring in oil painting at Mingzhou Art College. Evaluation, innocent and lively, bright and charming, infectious, good empathy, careful observation, meticulous work, self-discipline, kind and principled, able to distinguish right from wrong. Conclusion, meet the 3 requirements of virtuous, beautiful appearance, and intelligent and successfully provide shelter. You will receive a high-level resource card. Lin Xiaoxia's figure is similar to Himani's, both are ordinary but elegant. There is no shortage of women with particularly outstanding figures here in Lu Zhang. There are no strict requirements in this regard, which is also very good. Everything else about her was naturally impeccable. This bright and charming girlfriend would have been the white moonlight of countless men before the end of the world. Now that even his childless appearance has been drawn, what else is there to ask for? You passed. Chapter 118. The boss is really you, the fairy sister. Please read. Lu Zhang looked at Lin Xiaoxia and said with a smile. But it won't work for just the 3 of us. The sisters here are all family. Everyone needs to have one and draw their children. This task is given to you. I'll give you a little reward after you finish drawing one. Hearing that Lu Zhang had assigned her a task, Lin Xiaoxia took the opportunity to speak. My father's name is He Yangzhou. He is the richest man in Heiyu City and the chairman of Tianzhou Group. There are still many people from other places who come to Mingzhou City to attend university, and quite a few of them are from the north. Most people were separated from their families. So it is not surprising that they want to find their families through Lu Zhang. After all, Lu Zhang promised them. This is a necessary condition that prompts many people to make choices. Lu Zhang stood up and said, "Okay, without further ado, I'll go help you find your family now. How about this? The 10 of you gather your information and roughly determine the location of your family members. Those who are close together can search together." Among the 10 girls, the families of financial reporter Zhang Shanshan and game anchor Yu Bingxia were originally in the Mingzhou base, and have now been moved to the Jinj building in Kanglin City. If you want to play on the cruise ship, you can come anytime. The other 8 people all want to find their families. In the north, they are Shuqingyao, Hongye City, Zhongyang County, Lushushan, Linzhou City, Beijing County, Huamengdai, Shuishan City, Beijing County. In the south are Himani and Lin Xiaoxia, who are in Heiyu City, Southeast County, and Songzhou City, Nanlin County respectively. To the west is Longya Mountain in Southwest County, which is Yan Ruoying's hometown. Lu Yadong and Yao Xiaoxiao's families are all in Kyoto, and should be in the Kyoto base at this time. Lu Zhang was not here before, but now he brought a few people directly through the space gate to the Kyoto base, and asked Tan Tai Huanyan and Tan Tai Xiaoyu to use telepathy to find people. They soon found their respective families, but Lu Yadong's mother had died, leaving only her father, second aunt and cousin alive. Yao Xiaoxiao's parents were both alive. Although her living conditions were a little difficult and she suffered a lot, she survived at least. With Lu Zhang as my son-in-law, all I can do now is enjoy life. Immediately afterwards, Lu Zhang returned to the base in Kanglin City, and then reached the area of Hongye City through the teleportation talisman, and then asked Dan Tai Huanyan to come out to find Xu Qingyao's family. Found it. Tan Tai Huanyan pointed in a direction and said happily, "Sister Qingyao's parents are still alive." Xu Qingyao, who was standing by, was immediately surprised when she heard this, and couldn't help but grab Lu Zhang's arm and shake it. Husband, please take me there quickly." Lu Zhang didn't let her worry any longer. He immediately used the teleportation talisman and flashed again, arriving in front of the group. However, after seeing the appearance of one of them, Lu Zhang couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Yang Dong. The 3 people who suddenly appeared also scared Yang Dong and others. Especially since Xu Qingyao and Tan Tai Huanyan are both beautiful women, and Lu Zhang, who has been taking health-enhancing pills for a long time and has been reborn, is like a god descending to earth. When he heard his name being called, Yang Dong looked at Lu Zhang in disbelief. "Brother Zhang, boss. It's actually you. What brought you here? Are you here to save me? I'm so touched." Lu Zhang smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. "That's not the case." Before he finished speaking, Xu Qingyao rushed forward and hugged her parents. "Mom, how are you feeling?" Xu Qingyao's mother was also extremely excited when she saw her daughter appear. She hugged Xu Qingyao and said, "Mom is fine now, thanks to this young man Yang Dong. He gave me a crystal core. After I absorbed it, my body became much stronger and my fever went away." Xu Qingyao looked at Yang Dong and said sincerely, "Thank you. I will definitely thank you very much." Yang Dong waved his hand and said, "No, sister-in-law, brother Zhang was my college classmate for 4 years. If I had known that your uncle and aunt were your family, then they would be my family, Yang Dong." When Xu Qingyao heard his name, her face turned red. After all, she was not really together with Lu Zhang yet, they just had a status. But she did not refute, but looked at Lu Zhang and introduced him to her parents. "Mom and Dad, this is my boyfriend Lu Zhang, and this is sister Tan Tai Huanyan. They brought me from Mingzhou City to find you." Yang Dong was stunned and said, "Boss, aren't you in Kanglin City? Why are you going to Mingzhou City? One is in the south and the other is in the north, the gap is too big." Lu Zhang smiled and said, "The story is a bit complicated, so I'd better send you to a safe place first and let your sister-in-law explain it to you." As he spoke, he raised his hand, the seal card flew out, and Shursweki was released. Seeing Lu Zhang casually release a beautiful woman, Yang Dong and others were all stunned. After seeing the space door opened by Shursweki, he was stunned. "Xingyao, take them there. Let your way arrange accommodation for your family, and Yaya can arrange for the others." After finding her parents, Xu Qingyao became more obedient. He nodded immediately and said to everyone, "Come with me." Across the door is the Blue City base. You will be safe there. Soon the group was taken there. Lu Zhang then flew back to Kanglan City, and then came to the Kyoto base, from where he set off to Beijing County. There is also a large base in Beijing County with a population of over 200,000, the Beijing base. A batch of teleportation arrays purchased from him by the authorities have been arranged in place, and they went directly to the northern base through the teleportation arrays. At this time, in the northern base, in the 42nd refugee area, in a tent. It's difficult to see faces in the black fog, and violent incidents such as theft often occur, with all kinds of people mixed together. Lu Tianda and his wife Feng Qian held their 8-year-old daughter tightly in their arms, fearing that someone would steal her away. During this period, many children have been stolen. Some children were found as mutilated corpses, having suffered tremendous torture in their lifetime. Some of them became food for certain people and their bodies were never found. In the black fog, the evil of human nature is released. As the saying goes, only after putting on a mask can a person fully reveal his true self. The 8-year-old daughter asked in a low voice, "Dad, when can we see my sister? My sister said she would make me sweet and sour pork ribs and cola chicken wings." Lu Tianda didn't know how to answer. Although he prayed in his heart that nothing would happen to his daughter, he was also afraid that she was in great danger. The little girl must be hungry. She has never eaten her fill since coming here. Suddenly, a light appeared in the darkness. A man and a woman appeared in front of them. Lu Tianda immediately stood up and protected his wife and daughter behind him. "You, who are you? What are you going to do?" Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Hello uncle, I am your son-in-law." As he spoke, he raised his hand and summoned Shursweki. When 8-year-old Lu Shuyi saw Shursweki, he exclaimed, "Wow! The fairy sister has arrived." Chapter 119, The Last Straw, the 5th level blade appears. Please read. Shursweki's most popular image on the screen is that of a little fairy, and people of almost all ages like her. Especially the little girls, they all treat her as a fairy sister. At this time, Lu Zhang released Shursweki from the seal card. This sudden appearance, coupled with the fact that Shursweki's temperament had improved after taking a lot of body strengthening pills, made her appear to be in a state of shock. This made Lu Shuyi mistake her for a fairy. Lu Tianda was also stunned for a moment. After reacting, he asked repeatedly, "Who are you? Why do you say you are my son-in-law? Do you know my daughter?" Lu Zhang didn't say much. He asked Shursweki to open the space and then asked Tan Tai Huanyan to call Lu Shuxian over. The latter had been waiting behind the door like everyone else. "Come out immediately." After seeing his parents, he couldn't help but rush forward. "Mom, Dad, and my little sister." Time was running out, and Lu Zhang did not give them more time to reminisce about the past. He quickly asked Lu Shuxian to take her family back to Kanglan City. There are still several people whose families need to be rescued. Any further delay will put them in greater danger. Hua Mengdia's family was not in Beijing County. Lu Zhang asked Tan Tai Huanyan and Tan Tai Xiaoyu to sense it together, and finally they both shook their heads. Lu Zhang sighed and released Hua Mengdai. Hua Mengdai asked excitedly as soon as she appeared, "Honey, where are my family?" Tan Tai Huanyan said, "Sister Hua, I'm sorry, we didn't sense the presence of your family. They may have all died." Hearing this, Hua Mengdai was struck by lightning. The whole person stood there in a daze. Lu Zhang held her in his arms and comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid, I will be your family from now on. The sisters in Jinj building and on the cruise ship are all your relatives, and we will always be with you. If you want, we can go to Shuishan City to look for traces, and maybe we can find some clues. Now come home with me, okay?" Hearing these words, Hua Mengdia's tears instantly welled up and her body trembled slightly, as if all her strength had been drained away. Her eyes were first filled with disbelief, then gradually filled with despair and grief. Her lips trembled but she couldn't speak. "My father is a retired national first-class skier and is in good health. He even gained ice powers by killing a bug. How could this happen?" As she spoke, she burst into tears again. "Hubby, can you please look for them again? Maybe their perception is blocked? Or maybe they went to a place farther away." She suddenly grabbed Lu Zhang's arm, her nails almost digging into his clothes, as if she was grabbing the last straw. Lu Zhang thought for a moment and said, "I can't stay here. There are other people whose families need my help finding them. How about this? I'll let Xiong Jiner lead the team, leaving Tan Tai Xiaoyu and Mian Tang with you to search for any trace of them near Shuishan City. Jiner has the ability to sense life waves, and with Xiaoyu's telepathy, if we search Snow Mountain City and still can't find anything, you can come back to Kanglan City with me and don't let us worry about you, okay? Hua Mengdai nodded repeatedly. Gu Miantang is a 5th-level super-powered person, and with 2 people with 4th-level detection abilities leading the team, this is a very luxurious lineup. She was very touched that Lu Zhang could come up with such a team to help her continue looking for her family. Okay, thank you, husband. She hugged Lu Zhang tightly, as if she had grasped the last hope. After a while, Lu Zhang made arrangements and left a teleportation array leading to the northern base in Shuishan City. Then he returned to Kanglan City and teleported to the Pearl Base. Then used the teleportation array set up by the Pearl Base to reach Hongyan City next to Heiyu City. According to the information provided by Himani, his parents lost contact with her here. Lu Zhang brought Himani to the sky above the ruins of Hongyan City. Shrouded in black fog, the entire city seemed like a ghost town and was extremely quiet. Huanyan, can you sense He Yanzhou's location? Lu Zhang looked at Tan Tai Huanyan beside him. Tan Tai Huanyan closed her eyes and was about to answer when suddenly a loud noise was heard. Lu Zhang looked up and saw a black mantis with a body length of more than 5 meters waving its 2 large sickles at a building not far away. Its 2 large sword-like forelimbs flashed with a cold metallic light. Every time it swung, a blade-like energy wave flew out, instantly reaching more than 20 meters in length, directly breaking the building in half. The energy waves emanating from his body made Lu Zhang exclaim in surprise. Level 5. This is a level 5 life form. At this time, it is unlikely that mutant animals will grow to the 5th level, unless they are giant creatures in the ocean that can swallow a large number of insects at a time, obtain a huge amount of crystal cores, and grow rapidly. Other mutated animals do not have the organizational ability of humans. After obtaining the crystal nuclei, they eat them themselves and will not gather together to help a creature evolve. Then it cannot be a mutant animal, but a new type of insect that crawled out of the pit. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. After he answered it, Wang Shengbang's urgent voice came from the other end. Mr. Lu, I just received news that a 5th-level insect named Blade Mantis appeared in the pit. They can escape from the black fog and fly high into the sky to pose a threat to us. Lu Zhang asked back. I just saw one. How many are there now? Wang Shengbang replied. According to the information transmitted by the satellite, there are about 20 of them in the entire Yanqiu war zone. We are currently deploying an annihilation operation and may need your support at any time. Currently, there are no more than 24 5th-level psychics in the Yanqiu war zone, and on Lu Zhang's side, Lu Zhang himself, Gu Miantang and Gu Lingyue occupy 3 places. That's why Wang Shengbang called him immediately to inform him that he needed his help and support. The power of a blade mantis's strike is comparable to that of a missile, and its speed is the same. It is difficult to attack and has extremely strong lethality. The most important thing is that it can escape from the black fog. It is not certain whether it can escape permanently, but its existence has seriously threatened the safety of the survivors who are scattered and hiding in high-rise buildings in cities across the country. Its appearance means that the total number of survivors will once again experience a large-scale reduction. Okay, I'm in Southeast County now, and then I'll go to Nanlin County and Southwest County. I'll deal with the blade mantises in these 3 places. I'll have someone handle Zhengyang County, and someone will also handle Beijing County. As for the rest, you guys can handle it yourselves. When Wang Shengbang heard Lu Zhang directly agree to help solve the blade mantises in 5 locations, he immediately said with joy. No problem, thank you very much, Mr. Lu. I won't bother you anymore. Please act quickly. A 5th-level bug represents a 5th-level crystal core, which is a very important strategic resource. The energy content of a 5th-order crystal core is no less than that of 2,000 second-order crystal cores, or even more. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhang took decisive action. Dimensional space shackles fix the target, sword controlling skills, a rainbow pierces the sun. Chapter 120, Use me in exchange, I want to live. Please read. A huge sword light flashed across the sky, instantly splitting the blade mantis's body into 2, from head to butt, into 2 halves. Lu Zhang landed next to its head and brought back a crystal core with his flying sword. The 4th-order crystal core is bluish-white, while the 5th-order crystal core is dark red. It is fundamentally different from the 3rd-level blood red. The energy is extremely rich, and a crystal core is as big as an orange. Lu Zhang didn't have time to appreciate it. Because the building that was attacked by the blade mantis just now was collapsing, and there were many survivors inside. If he didn't take action, these people would all die. In an instant, he created a large number of dimensional space barriers, completely fixing the entire building. Then seal all the people who fall out into the cards. When he came to a tilted floor, he saw a middle-aged man holding an unconscious woman in one hand and holding the wall tightly with the other hand, with his fingers dug into the wall. Lu Zhang was stunned by the middle-aged man's appearance. He quickly came to his side and used the dimensional barrier to build a platform. "Uncle, just put the person on it." He Yangzhou looked at the young man who suddenly appeared and asked in surprise. "Who are you?" Lu Zhang asked back. "You are Himani's father, He Yangzhou, right?" The latter nodded. "So you know my daughter, so you know me?" "But my daughter is not with me." As he spoke, he was already standing on the platform built by Lu Zhang, holding the unconscious woman in his arms. Lu Zhang smiled and said, "That's right, Himani is my woman now, and she asked me to come find you." "Is this Manny's mother? What happened to Auntie?" He Yangzhou was a little surprised to hear Lu Zhang's answer. Because it means Himani is still alive. But when Lu Zhang mentioned the woman beside him, a look of sadness appeared on his face. "Yes, this is Manny's mother. I failed to protect her. After being injured, she became a vegetable and her vitality is very weak now." Lu Zhang immediately released Shirsueki, and then asked her to go in and call Himani and Zhang Jingyi over. After seeing her unconscious mother, Himani anxiously grabbed Lu Zhang's arm. "Hubby, there must be a way to save my mother, right?" Lu Zhang gently stroked her back. "Don't be anxious, let Jingyi try it first." At this time, Tan Tai Huanyan beside him suddenly said, "Hubby, maybe I can help. I can use telepathy to communicate with Auntie and help her wake up. Also, I think it would be more effective if I gave Auntie a strengthening pill at the same time." When Himani heard about the strengthening pill, she knew that it was a very precious thing. Usually, these women of Lu Zhang competed for this thing. She quickly said, "Hubby, please give my mother a health strengthening pill. I will repay you in every way I can." At this time, He Yangzhou on the side had already heard that something was wrong between Himani and Lu Zhang. After all, there are already two girls calling Lu Zhang husband. He immediately said, "Lu Zhang, I can exchange myself for this strengthening pill. Please don't hurt my daughter." Seeing that the father and daughter were about to sacrifice themselves to save their mother, Lu Zhang quickly interrupted them. "Manny, uncle, don't worry. A tonic pill is nothing. You don't need to make such promises." As he spoke, he took out a strengthening pill and handed it to He Yangzhou. "Uncle, you feed it to Auntie, and then Huanyan and Jingyi will treat her." He Yangzhou is also the helmsman of a large group. Without hesitation or delay, he immediately gave it to his lover. At the same time, Tan Tai Huanyan activated telepathy, and Zhang Jingyi released holy light to replenish vitality, which only took a dozen seconds. Himani's mother murmured, "Manny." Then Yu opened her eyes. Himani wanted to rush over and hug her mother, but she was worried that her mother had not recovered yet and would be hurt. "So I just held my mother's hand gently, and tears kept falling." "Mom! You're finally awake." Her voice trembled, as if she was afraid of shattering a beautiful dream. He Yangzhou, a tough businessman, also had tears in his eyes at this moment and helped his wife sit up. Zhang Jingyi reminded at the right time. "Auntie has just recovered and needs to replenish her nutrition." As he said that, he looked at Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang waved his hand, and a bowl of lotus root and pork rib soup appeared in his hand. "Manny, feed Auntie this bowl of soup first, then take Auntie and Uncle back to the cruise ship. There are more supplies there, so let her have a good rest." He Yangzhou suddenly said, "There are over 30 survivors on this floor. They are the families of my employees who fled with me. Can we take them away too?" Lu Zhang nodded. "No problem, you guys go ahead." As he said this, he winked at Himani, who immediately supported her mother and walked towards the space gate. He Yangzhou naturally couldn't bear to see his wife and daughter out of his sight, so he followed them in. It was very simple for Lu Zhang to deal with the survivors. He sealed them all into cards and then released them across the door. It was convenient and quick. After dealing with Himani's matter, he immediately asked Tan Tai Huanyan to sense whether there were other blade mantises in Southeast County. Not found. Then sense the direction of Nanlin County and find one. Lu Zhang quickly flew away on his sword. He first killed the blade mantis, and then he let Tan Tai Huanyan sense the location of Lin Xiaoxia's parents. Only one person was found. He quickly flew into a building, and the people inside looked at him warily. "Brother, you have great abilities. You actually appeared in front of me without anyone noticing. I don't remember meeting you before, so I guess I haven't offended you, right? Excuse me, what can I do for you?" A middle-aged man looked at Lu Zhang cautiously and asked. Lu Zhang pointed to a woman next to him. "I want her." The middle-aged man rolled his eyes when he heard this, then pushed the woman towards Lu Zhang. "No problem, he's yours, bro. Just consider it as me making a friend." Lu Zhang ignored him and looked at the panicked woman. "Auntie, I'm Lin Xiaoxia's boyfriend. Did this person bully you? If you nod, I can kill him now." The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard Lu Zhang's words. "Brother, what a misunderstanding. I didn't bully her. Her husband died and she had no one to rely on, so she followed me of her own accord." Zhao Lina looked at Lu Zhang and asked in surprise. "Where's Xiaoxia?" "In a safe place." Lu Zhang continued to ask. "Auntie, answer my question." Zhao Lina glanced at the middle-aged man and lowered her head. "Yes, I took the initiative to follow him. I want to live." Lu Zhang nodded. This choice was also human nature. He took out a third-level crystal core and threw it to the middle-aged man. "This is your reward for taking care of Auntie. We're even now." After saying that, he released Shursweki, who immediately opened the space gate after appearing. "Auntie, Xiaoxia is just across the street." After sending Zhao Lina to Lin Xiaoxia, there is only one goal left. Lu Zhang set out again and headed for Southwest County. During the flight, he suddenly thought of a question. The beauty pageant was over, but he didn't get to eat any of the food. Both extraordinary material cards have not been opened yet. That won't work. We must speed up. Chapter 121, New Monster Night Demon, Father-in-law kneels to son-in-law. Please read. Southwest County, Longya Mountain. Lu Zhang had just killed the 5th-level blade mantis in Southwest County and headed straight here. He also did not forget to leave a dimensional space at intervals along the way and then put in a teleportation array disk. After all, I don't know when I might come here again. Once the teleportation array is set up, I have to fly with a sword. Flying with a sword is very fast, but flying continuously is too damaging to the eyes and skin. It is also because he has taken a lot of body strengthening pills and his physical fitness is very strong. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to withstand the impact of flying on a sword at high speed. I have been busy since lunch until now, running around, and it is already dark. When Lu Zhang passed by a pit, he suddenly saw a white shadow passing by. He immediately used the space shackles to trap it. Only then could I see its appearance clearly. Overall, it looks like a human, but it crawls on 4 legs and has sharp claws. It is about 3.5 meters long and has no eyes or hair on its head. It only has cochlear-like ears, a pig-like nose and a mouth that can split to the back of the head. They are very sensitive to sounds and smells. When they hear a sound, they jump up. They can even break away from the black fog and jump to a height of about 15 meters. After the limbs and body are opened, there is a layer of membrane, like a hang glider, allowing it to fly in the air for a period of time as it jumps. Its energy level is only level 2, but like the stun bat, it is very threatening. Even more threatening. Because this monster can escape from the black fog, it is very sensitive to light sources and should not be able to leave the black fog during the day, but at night, it can enter high-rise buildings to hunt. The 5th-level blade mantis can also escape from the black fog, but their numbers are small and they are easy to track and attack. However, these newly emerged monsters exist in huge numbers. Like a ghost in the dark night, Lu Zhang named it the Night Demon. Lu Zhang had just made a discovery when the phone rang. As expected, Wang Shangbang wanted to tell him about the Night Demon. A 5th-level blade mantis appears during the day, and a 2nd-level Night Demon appears at night. Both new types of monsters can break away from the black fog and attack the homes of humans. The situation has worsened. Wang Shangbang's request was the same as before, he still wanted Lu Zhang to use the beast-taming ring to control him. But Lu Zhang had already tried it at the first opportunity. The beast-taming ring cannot control it. After my inspection, I found that these night demons have no self-awareness and are like puppets being controlled. It should have a mother body, or a main body, but no one knows where it is hidden. Wang Shangbang said in a deep voice. If that's the case, then we're in even bigger trouble. The researchers just reported a piece of information to me. After a night demon dies, unless more than 3/4 of its body is destroyed, it will absorb the black mist and gradually recover. This recovery speed is very fast, and it only takes about 10 minutes to grow half of its body back. This half can be the lower body or the upper body. Lu Zhang was also a little surprised when he heard this. He had never noticed this aspect. If this is the case, then this kind of monster will definitely become the most threatening existence to ordinary humans. Wang Shangbang said. Mr. Lu, the appearance of the night demon will greatly threaten the safety of all citizens. I think only if you take action can we reduce the death rate in various places to the lowest level. No matter what it takes, we will do our best to meet your needs. Please be sure to help and let more people survive. Lu Zhang knew what he meant. In fact, he just wanted Lu Zhang to use more beast-controlling rings to control more insects to fight against the night demon. The night demon is not afraid of death and can escape from the black fog. If it costs human lives, it would be a huge loss. It can control insect consumption and is definitely a sure win. After all, you can get the crystal core when the bug dies, and you can also produce while killing the night demon. Whether out of humanitarianism or from the perspective of cooperation with major bases, Lu Zhang cannot sit idly by and watch this matter. He couldn't turn a blind eye when it came to the lives of tens of millions of people. Let's put it this way. Tomorrow I'll send people to each base. They'll have a certain number of beast-taming rings in their hands. They'll help the soldiers control the insects. I'll personally give away 10,000 of them for free. For the rest, each base will have to provide crystal cores in exchange. I can give you a slight discount on the price, but in order to ensure that more beast-taming rings can be utilized, I need your crystal cores to arrive as soon as possible. To advance from a 5th-level mutant to a 6th-level mutant, a large number of crystal cores are required. With subsequent rank upgrades, the demand will only be greater. If the power of all major bases could be mobilized to provide him with crystal cores, then the speed of his promotion would undoubtedly be greatly improved. Okay, no problem. I'll notify all the major bases right away. From now on, I'll keep half of all the harvested crystal cores as compensation for you. We are fully committed to creating the beast taming ring. Our population is already rapidly decreasing, and the number of warriors cannot be reduced any further. Wang Shangbang made the promise. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhang glanced at the night demon, and a sword light flew past, turning it into powder. Release Tan Tai Huanyan and let her determine the location of Yan Ruoying's parents. Lu Zhang instantly appeared in a cave somewhere in Longya Mountain. The black fog will cover the mountains and move along the mountainside, but there are some mountaintops that are very steep and the black fog does not extend up. It seems that the condition for this black fog to cover the area is to maintain an angle and continue to extend. If it exceeds a certain angle, it can only reach a maximum of 10 meters. The cave here is free from the black fog and is not bothered by insects, so it is very safe. But tonight the night demon appears, and a battle breaks out. The villagers, armed with torches and farm tools, formed a defensive line at the steep cave entrance. The roar of the night demon emanated from the black fog, its pale body appearing and disappearing in the firelight. A night demon broke into the cave and started killing people. The dark cave seemed to be a grave chosen by the villagers for themselves. Screams and children's cries were heard everywhere. Faced with this hideous and terrifying monster that seemed to be immortal, people almost fell into despair. The sword flashed, and the cave suddenly became bright, and all the night demons fell to the ground. A piece here, a piece there, everywhere. Lu Zhang stood in front of everyone, surrounded by flying swords, like an immortal descending to earth. Thump! One person knelt down, and everyone knelt down. The more backward the area, the more superstitious the villagers are. After seeing Lu Zhang's methods, they all regarded him as a sword immortal who could save the world. They knelt down and kowtowed, muttering something. Thank you, immortal, for saving my life. Lu Zhang turned on the flashlight and shone it. The person closest to him looked about 70% similar to Yan Ruoying. Wow, the father-in-law knelt down to his son-in-law when they met for the first time. Ahem, everyone, please stand up. I'm not an immortal. I'm Yan Ruoying's husband. Chapter 122, Spiritual Domain Fruit, 3 New Materials. Please read. Yan Ruoying is the first college student in Longyashan village to attend a prestigious university and become a pilot. Almost no one doesn't know her. Yan Shifeng, who was kneeling in the front, was stunned when he heard his daughter's name. Then he stood up quickly and said in astonishment, "You are my daughter's husband?" How come I didn't know he was married? Did you two get married secretly? Lu Zhang smiled and said. We met after the apocalypse, and she follows me now. She was worried about you, so she asked me to come here from Zhengyang County to pick you up and bring you to my base to enjoy life. As he said that, he released Shursweki. Shursweki was already very familiar with this process and directly opened the space door. Then, he called Yan Ruoying out. This was the last one, and she knew who to call without Lu Zhang reminding her. After completing this order, she can return to the cruise ship and have fun. Yan Ruoying came out from behind the space door. After seeing her parents, the heavy burden in her heart finally fell. She excitedly went forward and hugged them. Lu Zhang said. First, send all the villagers to Jinj Building, and then take the uncle and aunt to the cruise ship to rest and reminisce. This is not the place to chat. Yan Ruoying reacted and said repeatedly. Yes, everyone follow me. We will be safe over there. She has a strong appeal, and coupled with the fact that Lu Zhang just displayed abilities like a god, these people are very obedient. Soon, everyone had left. Lu Zhang hugged Shursweki. Thank you for your hard work these past 2 days. I've been taking you around all the time. Shursweki, however, hugged Lu Zhang with her backhand. It's you who's working hard. I just came out to open the door, but you have to rescue people, kill monsters, and deal with the affairs of various bases. Hubby, don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, the power of one person is limited. No matter how big the disaster is, there are naturally those official bases to support it. We just need to live our own lives. This is the value of the extraordinary material card. Shursweki was not angry at the fact that Lu Zhang was almost using her as a tool. Instead, he sympathized with Lu Zhang's fatigue from running back and forth to many places and dealing with various matters. Lu Zhang held Shursweki's head and kissed her red lips hard. Wife, you are so nice. The latter leaned on Lu Zhang's shoulder and said softly. Hubby, I love you. Half an hour later, Lu Zhang returned to the cruise ship through the teleportation array. At this point, the family affairs of the 10 beauties who came out of the beauty pageant have basically been dealt with. There is only one family member of Hua Mangdai who cannot be sensed, so we have to search for a while longer. It was already late at this time, so Lu Zhang first called Yao Chao Chao to learn pole dancing. Ding! Successfully protected Yao Chao Chao and obtained a superb supplies card. Item, Spiritual Domain Fruit. Type, Extraordinary Material Card. Effect, you can obtain an unlimited amount of Spirit Realm Fruit. The Spiritual Domain Fruit, after eating it, you will gain a superpower spiritual domain. The spiritual domains are connected and projected with each other. The maximum connection distance is related to the strength of the spiritual power of both parties. After possessing superpowers in the spiritual domain, the party with stronger spiritual power can forcibly establish a spiritual link with the other party. Obviously, the basic function of this superpower is to assist communication. No longer limited to external forces such as mobile phones, we can directly use mental power to communicate over ultra-long distances, which is much more convenient than mobile phones. This ability can also facilitate the management of subordinates. Just give an order and a thought can be transmitted to the other person's mind. There is no need to gather people and hold meetings. By omitting cumbersome procedures, personnel arrangements will be extremely fast. Lu Zhang was quite satisfied with the harvest this time. Yao Chao Chao had just joined here and hadn't taken many health-strengthening pills. After dancing on the pole for a while, she ran out of energy. Lu Zhang practiced yoga with Lu Yadong again, and talked with Zheng Qianshan and Himani about the differences in finance and economics. Ding! Successfully protected Lu Yadong and obtained a high-level resource card. Item, Self-Identifying Intelligent Attack Drone. Type, Advanced Material Card. Effect, you can obtain an unlimited number of self-identifying intelligent attack drones. This drone comes at the perfect time. Automatically identify targets and carry out precise strikes. You only need to enter the morphological information of creatures such as the night demon to track and attack them. It doesn't even require human management. A drone is equipped with 6 small explosive bombs. After firing, it will return and fall down. Lu Zhang only needs to release 10,000 drones around the Jinj building every day, and no matter how many night demons there are, they won't be able to get close to it. The night demon is almost immortal and keeps emerging from the pit? It doesn't matter, his drones are unlimited too. The sense of urgency brought by the appearance of the night demon disappeared without a trace in an instant. Ding! Successfully protected Zhang Cece and obtained a high-level resource card. Item: Space Capsule Mobile Home. Type: Advanced Material Card. Effect: You can get unlimited sets of Space Capsule Mobile Homes. When Lu Zhang saw the word space capsule, he thought it was some kind of space technology. I didn't expect it to be a mobile house, a small mobile home with one bedroom, one living room, one kitchen and one bathroom, an integrated house. This thing is a little more comfortable to live in than an RV. For Lu Zhang, it is entirely possible to use the dimensional space barrier as the foundation and build a city in the air using this kind of house. Theoretically, it is even possible to build hundreds or thousands of floors. If it is surrounded by dimensional barriers on all sides, neither the night demon nor the blade mantis will be able to break through. That is the absolute safe zone. As the number of monsters increases, the construction of this enclosed sky city becomes very valuable. Ding! Successfully protected Himani and obtained a high-level resource card. Item: Large Snowmobile. Type: Advanced Material Card. Effect: You can get unlimited large snowmobiles. This large snowmobile has 6 seats and looks very powerful. Its built-in engine and other accessories are very cold resistant and can be started at temperatures as low as -100 degrees. Previously, Lu Zhang also obtained a full-size advanced cold-proof suit, and now he has a large snowmobile, which can be used in extreme low-temperature environments. It was summer when the apocalypse broke out, and now it is autumn and winter is about to begin. At this time, the temperature has dropped to only a dozen degrees, and it will reach around 0 degrees at night. The temperature drop is obvious. Lu Zhang estimated that this winter would be very cold. And it is very likely that there is global cooling, not just a difference between the northern and southern hemispheres. There are 3 high-level supply cards, and the supplies that appear are all pretty good stuff. Although it is of little use to Lu Zhang himself, it should be a good deal if he can use it to exchange for more crystal cores from the official. Anyway, for him who has unlimited supply cards, these are all no-cost businesses. If you can sell it, you make money. After doing so many things with 4 women in one night, Lu Zhang was a little tired and hurried to take a rest. The next morning, he gathered all the women on the cruise ship. Chapter 123: You are so perverted. You are so bad. Please read. Hua Mengdai has returned. She is now certain her parents are dead because she has found survivors who saw their own family members die. After a night of adjustment, the sadness dissipated a little. Come have breakfast with everyone. Lu Zhang glanced around and saw nearly 40 people, all beautiful girls. He brought out a lot of soups, noodles, and seafood barbecues. Just take whatever you like. While we're eating, I have something to announce. Due to the appearance of the night demon, each base needs a large number of beast taming rings to control the insects to resist the night demon. I agreed to Chief Wang's cooperation request. They will give me a large number of crystal cores today, and then I will send you in groups of 2 to use the teleportation array to go to different bases to distribute the beast taming rings. I don't think I need to explain the special nature of the beast taming ring. This thing is very important, and I only trust you to use it. So, make sure every beast taming ring is used up by you. Help each of those warriors contract 200 double-tailed scorpions, or 100 double-tailed scorpions and 100 stun bats. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, all the girls nodded in agreement, but a few showed doubtful expressions, namely those who had just joined through the beauty pageant. The beast taming ring can only guarantee 100% success when used on a target of a lower level than itself. It is not cost-effective to contract a first-level sickle worm, and a second-level worm is the most suitable. But there are not many third-level super warriors. So the method Lu Zhang gave was to let one person contract 200 insects, so to build a legion of 10,000 insects, only 50 people would be needed. Such a large base can still provide hundreds or even thousands of super warriors who have reached the 3rd level. Soon, Lu Zhang divided the girls who needed to carry out the mission into groups, and gave each of them a stack of new teleportation talismans, a seal card with 200 beast-controlling rings, and a spirit domain fruit. By eating this fruit, you will be able to establish a spiritual connection with me. You can communicate with me remotely at any time without having to call. The stronger the strength, the greater the distance they can communicate. As long as one of them reaches the 5th level, they can communicate across 1,000 kilometers. Anyone who reaches level 5 can cross 2,000 kilometers. You can also establish a transfer station between each other, using each other's spiritual domain to talk to another person, which can increase the distance of the call. Yao Xiao, a graduate student advisor at the University of Science and Technology, immediately discovered one of the special uses of this ability and exclaimed, "This spiritual realm can store information. The images seen by the human eye can be recorded and broadcast to others. Doesn't that mean I can let someone else be my monitor?" Lu Yatong threw a coquettish glance at Lu Zhang and said with a silly smile, "Then when my husband is with Sister Yao, can I experience my husband's love through Sister Yao's perspective?" The outspoken little girl Yu Bingxia spoke subconsciously. "Wow! You're so perverted." Everyone burst out laughing, and Lu Yatong herself was shaking with laughter. But some people seemed to have thought of that scene, their faces flushed and they looked eager to try it out. Lu Yatong looked at Yu Bingxia with a playful look in her eyes and said with a smile, "Xia hasn't been with your husband yet, right? I don't know if this is your first time. Can I join in?" As a yoga instructor, Lu Yatong has come into contact with many reserved ladies and is knowledgeable. Of course, speaking was not something that a little girl like Yu Bingxia could handle. Yu Bingxia's face turned red after being scolded by this hooligan, and she turned around and threw herself into the arms of Lu Shuxian beside her. "Oh, you guys are so bad." Lu Shuxian looked thoughtful. There were only 6 people present who had not received any tasks, nor had they received beast taming rings, seal cards, or anything like that. Including her and Yu Bingxia, these women had no real history with Lu Zhang. Yan Ruoying also discovered this fact. She was originally sent by the authorities, and now was the time when she was needed. She felt that she could not do nothing. He gritted his teeth and said, "Honey, can you come to my room later?" After she finished speaking, everyone looked at her, and she immediately blushed and lowered her head. Being surrounded by so many people, everyone knew exactly what she was going to do, which made her feel a little embarrassed. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoxia followed up. "Come over to my place after you leave Sister Yan's place." Yu Bingxia raised her head from Lu Shuxuan's arms and turned her head to say, "I'm the third one." They are not stupid and know that only after taking that step can they truly integrate into this place. Xu Qinyao mustered up the courage to speak. "I'm the fourth one." Later, Lu Shuxian and Hua Mengdai also signed up. They all knew that Lu Zhang's physical fitness was different from that of ordinary people, and he would not suffer any loss if he talked to 6 people in one day. After all, they only have the physical fitness of ordinary people. "At most, I have taken 1 or 2 health-enhancing pills." Lu Zhang laughed and said, "Okay, I'll finish talking to you today." Getting the supply card as soon as possible is also a real need for him. However, after breakfast, the first thing he did was to go to the Kyoto base to collect the crystal core. The official base has a rich supply of crystal cores. In order to obtain enough beast-controlling rings to resist the night demon, Wang Shengbang asked various major bases to provide a large number of crystal cores through teleportation arrays. Counting them all, there are 180,000 second-level crystal cores, 4,000 third-level crystal cores, 224th-level crystal cores, and 4 fifth-level crystal cores. First-level crystal cores can no longer be used as trading currency. At Lu Zhang's level, it takes too much time to absorb the first-level crystal core. He was still short of the energy of about 2,000 third-level crystal cores to advance to the 6th level. After obtaining the crystal cores, he completed the promotion immediately. The minimum spatial barrier distance has been reduced to only 1/10,000th of a millimeter, or 1/10th of a micron. This is scalpel-grade sharpness. In addition, the dimensional space barrier is unshakable. If it is stretched into a silk thread, a speeding train will hit it and be cut in half silently. He even only needed to place a few intertwined silk threads and taunt the monsters, and as soon as those monsters rushed up, they would cut him into pieces. The energy limit has reached 100,000 units. The maximum space volume has increased to 10 cubic meters. The maximum area of the space barrier that can be instantly expanded can reach 100 million square meters, or 100 square kilometers. What is the concept? It is equivalent to the total area of 14 standard football fields, which is similar to 1/10 the area of an ordinary prefecture-level city. Converted into farmland, that would be 150,000 acres. In other words, with just a thought, he could cover 1/10 of the city with an indestructible cover. I'm not afraid even if a nuclear bomb is dropped. After the successful promotion, there were still a lot of crystal cores. He calculated and left enough crystal cores for Zheng Jingyi to advance to the 6th level and absorb all the rest. Zheng Jingyi's holy light ability is very important. It can save lives at critical moments, so it is necessary to improve it simultaneously. The levels of other people can be upgraded after the next batch of crystal cores are delivered. After completing the advancement, Lu Zheng came to Yan Ruoying's room. It was time to fulfill his promise. Chapter 124. The king is coming to arrest me. A big peach tree. Please read more. Yan Ruoying was only wearing a black lace pajamas, showing off her beautiful figure. Should I change my clothes? Lu Zheng smiled and said. No need to change, just like this. Ding. Successfully protected Yan Ruoying and obtained a superb supplies card. The newly appeared extraordinary material was a piece of equipment, which made Lu Zheng very satisfied. Item, Evil Thought Bracelet. Type, Extraordinary Material Card. Effect, you can obtain an unlimited number of Evil Thought Bracelets. The Evil Thought Bracelet can release evil thought perception fluctuations to detect surrounding targets. Anyone who has malicious intentions towards oneself will be marked in red. The greater the evil thought, the darker the color. Turning black represents the intention to kill. Wearing the Evil Thought Bracelet can absorb the evil thoughts around and purify them into pure mental power, which the wearer can absorb and gain. This is good stuff. After wearing this thing, you can accurately sense everyone's attitude towards you. Once evil thoughts arise, get rid of them in advance to resolve major hidden dangers. Moreover, it can also help enhance mental strength. Mental power has a great impact on the accuracy of his control over dimensional space abilities, the range and maximum volume of teleportation talismans, the level of swordsmanship, and many other aspects. It can be directly enhanced, which is very good. It just so happens that the Kanglan Society has been developing for so long and has a complex staff, and now the number of people has exceeded 50,000. It's time to do a screening and clear out some trouble before it causes any trouble in the future. Even if something goes wrong, it won't have much impact on him, but after all, it is the base he built, and the families of many of his women are there. If someone is implicated and dies, it will affect the relationship between him and his women. Now his dimensional space has been upgraded to the 6th level. Even if there are gaps, they are enough to block the black fog and isolate energy shocks. Combined with the high-end materials obtained before, we can build an absolutely safe airbase. He was thinking when he saw Yan Ruoying hugging his neck. Hubby, I want to go on the mission too. Lu Zheng smiled and said. Do you still have the strength? Doesn't it hurt anymore? Yan Ruoying looked at Lu Zheng and said coquettishly. Hubby, I know you have a way to help me recover quickly. Sister Jingyi can do it. Let her treat me. I can do it. Lu Zheng knew what she was thinking and held her in his arms. If you want to do something, I can support you. However, I have another task for you. In the Shishan base, there's a woman named Chao Lei. She's the ace fighter of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces. Find an opportunity to help me win her over to our big family. She has a similar personality to you, you two must have a lot to talk about. So far, Lu Zheng knows of 3 owners of extraordinary material cards who have not yet succeeded. One is Chao Lei, one is Professor Nan Yiru from the Kyoto base, and the other is the beautiful President Xiao Qingmei. No matter what, you have to fight for it. If you get a chance to get it, it will be an extraordinary material card, which may contain something good that can greatly improve your strength or even save millions of people. After having nearly 40 beauties, Lu Zheng is no longer looking for suitable survivors just for the sake of beauty. It's more about the fun of drawing cards. There have been so many things happening during this period. He is really busy. I only just had time to draw cards, so I thought of these 3 people. Whether you can get it or not, put it aside for now, at least you have to try your best. On Naniru's side, Gu Lingyue is there to do the work. As for Chao Lei, it would be most appropriate to let Yan Ruoying, who is most similar to her, go. As for Xiao Qingmei, we can wait a little longer and find another opportunity later. Yan Ruoying hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said. I can go, but there's no guarantee she'll agree. I can only do my best. Lu Zheng nodded and said. Okay, I'm not going to force her, I just want to give her a choice when the time is right. Next, I will establish an absolute safety zone in the air. Even if an 8th or 9th level monster crawls out of the pit, it won't be able to break through. Order can be restored there, and a new life can begin. You can tell her. She or her family might want to come. Hearing about the air safety zone, Yan Ruoying's eyes sparkled, and she said in an admiring tone. Hubby, I think you are the legendary savior. Lu Zheng waved his hands quickly. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. At best, I'm just a beauty savior. Yan Ruoying held Lu Zheng's face and kissed him deeply. You are my savior. After a while, Zheng Jingyi came in and treated her, while Lu Zheng came to Lin Xiaoxia, the second person to register. Each room here is dedicated to each woman. Lin Xiaoxia is worthy of being an art student. She has transformed her room into one that is full of cuteness and artistic atmosphere. Her outfit is also very artistic, with white underwear and a blue denim jacket, which makes her look very playful. My king! Come and catch me. Lu Zheng chuckled when he heard this. This literary girl actually did this. There's nothing much to say, just catch him up and give him a lesson. Ding! Successfully sheltered Lin Xiaoxia and received an advanced resource card. Lu Zhang no longer has much thought about the advanced supply cards. After all, he basically has everything he needs. But I took a quick glance and found that what appeared this time was a bit interesting. Item, Peach Tree. Type, Advanced Material Card. Effect, you can obtain an unlimited number of peach trees. Advanced materials are still within the realm of reality. But before, they were all weapons and ammunition, or some technological items. A peach tree, it's a living thing. This is the first time that a living creature appears on a supply card. Lu Zhang was very curious and used his mind to enter the supply card and take a look. It was indeed a real peach tree, with 10 cubic meters of soil, a rich root system, about 6 meters tall, and 360 large peaches. Lu Zhang has no shortage of peaches. He can take out a lot of peaches from his fine fruit basket unlimited supply card. But the most valuable thing about this supply card should be the soil under the peach tree. Lu Zhang wanted to establish a safe zone off the ground, but the biggest problem was that there was no land, and food and other crops could not be regenerated, so it could not exist for a long time. But now, with an infinite number of cubic meters of soil, he can easily fill the air with a piece of land that is thick enough to cultivate all kinds of fresh fruits and vegetables. Now most areas are shrouded in black fog, with only a patch of green shade left on the steep cliffs. The massive death of plants means that oxygen levels will drop significantly. This is definitely another bad thing for humanity. And with the arrival of winter, the disaster will become even more severe. In order to survive better, it's time to start the airbase plan. Chapter 125, I am really tired, I opened 4 trees. Please read it later. After coming out of Lin Xiaoxia's room, Lu Zhang walked into Yu Bingxia's room opposite. This esports girl is still playing a stand-alone PC game. Seeing Lu Zhang coming, she stood up in surprise. Keep playing. I'll see how your level improves under the influence of the outside world. Yu Bingxia showed a puzzled expression when she heard this. What is under external influence? Ah. How can I play games like this? Ding. Successfully protected Yu Bingxia and obtained a high-level resource card. Yu Bingxia is indeed a professional game anchor. Lu Zhang looked at the death scene on her screen and said with a smile. You need to practice this technique more, you've died so many times. Upon hearing this, Yu Bingxia rolled her eyes at Lu Zhang and hugged his neck with a bitter face. It hurts so much. Hurry up and ask Sister Jingyi to come and help me with the treatment. This girl is the youngest, so acting like a spoiled child comes naturally to her. Lu Zhang didn't even look at what card was opened, and first used the spiritual domain to call Zheng Jingyi. She'll be here soon. You should have a good rest first. Seeing Lu Zhang getting up to leave, Yu Bingxia said. Hubby, you have to take care of yourself. There are 6 of us today. If you can't hold on, you can push back. Lu Zhang looked at her and smiled. What? Are you not satisfied yet? Yu Bingxia quickly shook her head. No, I feel like I'm going to die. Please go away and let me wait quietly for Sister Jingyi to save me. Lu Zhang kissed her forehead lightly and put down 5 strengthening pills. Take 2 pills once the treatment is complete, and you will recover faster. Yu Bingxia kissed him back, then closed her eyes weakly. She was really tired. Lu Zhang didn't see any supply cards, so he decided to look at all 4 cards together. After walking about 10 meters, he pushed the door open and entered. Xu Qingyao was wearing silk pajamas, her eyes were a little dazed. When she saw Lu Zhang coming in, she stood up to greet him. But he accidentally tripped and fell down. Lu Zhang held her in his arms and captured her lips directly. Naturally, everything will fall into place. She was only 1 year older than Bingxia and was also very green and needed a little guidance from Lu Zhang. Ding! successfully protected Xu Qingyao and obtained a high-level resource card. Xu Qingyao hugged Lu Zhang's waist tightly, her eyes were as dazed as before, but she kept repeating herself. "Hubby, I love you." Xu Qingyao had been feeling sleepy for a long time. After all this trouble, her body was even more exhausted, and she fell asleep directly in Lu Zhang's arms. Lu Zhang gently put her down, covered her with a quilt, and notified Zhang Jingyi to come over and help Xu Qingyao with her treatment. "Then go to the next room. This matter must be completely finished today. Then you can start the next step of planning." When I came to Lu Shushuan's room, I found Hua Mengdai was also there. The two of them were wearing the same white pajamas and kneeling together. Seeing Lu Zhang coming in, he said at the same time, "Welcome home, husband." As they spoke, they walked forward from the left and right and hugged Lu Zhang's arms. It was obvious that the two had discussed this beforehand. Perhaps because of the lessons learned from the past, they realized through the spiritual realm that they could not cope with the situation alone, and that fighting together would make things easier. Ding! Successfully protected Lu Shuxian and obtained an advanced resource card. Ding! Successfully protected Hua Mengdai and obtained an advanced resource card. After a tiring day, Lu Zhang did not move. Lu Shuxian and Hua Mengdai both have plump figures, and it's quite comfortable to lean on them when the two of them are together. Warm, fragrant, and soft jade in my arms. He began to check what the 4 advanced material cards were. Item, Persimmon Tree. Type, Advanced Material Card. Effect, you can obtain an unlimited number of persimmon trees. Item, Apricot Tree. Type, Advanced Material Card. Effect, you can obtain an unlimited number of apricot trees. Item, Plum Tree. Type, Advanced Material Card. Effect, you can obtain an unlimited number of plum trees. Item, Jujube Tree. Type, Advanced Material Card. Effect, you can obtain an unlimited number of jujube trees. 4 trees. Including the peach tree from before, there are 5 trees in total. 5 kinds of fruit trees, really interesting. Lu Zhang has no shortage of fruits and other things. The greatest benefit of these fruit trees to him is the 10 cubic meters of soil that come with them. A little disappointed. But he changed his mind and thought that this was just the result of the beauty pageant at the Pearl Base. As long as he held one at his Shishan base, Kyoto base, and other large bases, he would definitely gain more. In any case, infinite supply cards are useful. Taking advantage of the break, Lu Zhang used the spiritual domain to ask Gu Lingyue and others about the progress of distributing beast-controlling rings to officers and soldiers in major bases. Most people have already finished it. The rest can be returned in another half hour. It's okay for everyone to have dinner together. Himani learned that Lu Zhang had finished his hard work today and sent him a message. "Hubby, my dad wants to meet and talk with you." Lu Zhang replied. "No problem, bring uncle over." According to seniority and etiquette, Lu Zhang should be the one to meet He Yangzhou. But Lu Zhang deliberately asked the other party to come and see him, in order to let these relatives recognize their own status and not think of using the heirs of an elder to command him to do things, or relying on this status to cause trouble for him. Through the teleportation array, He Yangzhou quickly arrived at the cruise ship. Before he arrived, Himani had already arrived and stayed by Lu Zhang's side. She was obviously worried that her father might anger Lu Zhang, so she wanted to plead for him. When He Yangzhou walked into the reception room on the top floor of the cruise ship, his footsteps paused slightly. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the sea shrouded in rolling black fog, but the room was brightly lit, with the crystal chandelier casting tiny spots of light on the clean carpet. Inside and outside the cruise ship, it seems like 2 different worlds. He subconsciously adjusted his suit cuffs. This was a habit he had developed after 30 years of ups and downs in the business world, and he couldn't change it even in the end times. "Mr. Lu." He Yangzhou bowed slightly, his eyes glancing at his daughter who was brewing tea. Himani was wearing a lavender cheongsam, and the jade bracelet on her wrist swayed slightly with her movements. It was the dowry her mother had prepared for her. Now that the daughter already has a man and the wedding cannot be held, this thing was given to her directly. Lu Zhang stood up from the leather sofa to greet him. "Uncle, you're welcome. Just call me Xiao Lu." He smiled and gestured for the other party to take a seat, then said directly, "Uncle, if you have anything to ask me, just tell me directly. As long as it's not too much trouble, I can satisfy you." He Yangzhou took a sip of the tea poured by his daughter. "I want to find something to do. I hope you can assign me a management position." He Yangzhou looked at Lu Zhang and said seriously, I've been at the helm of Tianzhou Group for 27 years, and I'm a bit older now. He paused, the tea reflecting the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. But the management experience is still there. I think I can do something to help you. Chapter 126, Cube City, Don't Let the Termite Be. Please read. Yangzhou is not a person who is particularly greedy for power. He is very sentimental. Especially care about your lover and daughter. At first, I didn't know that Lu Zhang had so many women. After learning about the relationship between Lu Zhang and his daughter, he initially thought about letting his daughter leave. But he refused without hesitation. She feels very happy now. In the end times, going to other places would mean wandering, and only by staying with Lu Zhang can you live freely. She was originally from a wealthy family, and she didn't want to go back to that kind of precarious living environment. Here she can sleep in a luxurious large flat, take a hot shower every day, change into new clothes, eat top-notch food, have fun, and be free and stress-free. She quite likes this kind of life. Yangzhou respects his daughter's choice. At the same time, Lu Zhang also saved the couple's lives, and leaving directly was not in line with his principles. After comprehensive consideration, he decided to help Lu Zhang. It would be best to gradually gain a certain amount of power and have a sufficient share under Lu Zhang. This choice was made to increase the weight of his daughter in Lu Zhang's heart. When he met him in the future, he would think of his daughter and would not let her suffer any grievances. Lu Zhang saw what he was thinking but didn't point it out directly. That's a good thing. Uncle, he has been in the business world for so many years and has a lot of management experience. I feel very relieved to have you helping me. It just so happens that I have a plan and I need a manager. As he spoke, he raised his hand and created a 1 square meter space barrier in front of the two of them, and then placed the teacup on it. Uncle, this plane in front of you is one of my special abilities, the spatial barrier. Theoretically, this barrier cannot be destroyed even by a nuclear bomb. And with just a thought, I can build 100 million square meters, or 100 square kilometers. I plan to build a cube with this plane and put houses inside it to create a real safe zone. Yangzhou showed a shocked expression. He couldn't help but reach out and touch this plane, but he didn't feel any friction. It was an absolutely smooth plane, a plane that should not exist in the physical sense. But now we have superpowers, and everything can be explained by superpowers. He had no doubt about Lu Zhang's ability. He was just a little unsure about his position. So you want me to run this safe zone? Lu Zhang nodded and said with a smile. First air safety zone, my plan is to resettle 100,000 households. You will be the district chief. This safe zone is important as a model for official demonstration. If the safety zone runs smoothly during the trial and can be used, I will sell it to the government. At the same time, this will also be my base camp. All my women's families, including Manny, will be accommodated there. So for this district chief position, I need someone who is capable and trustworthy. It's just right that Uncle comes to see me today. Yangzhou's pupils dilated slightly. His original intention was just to get an ordinary position like director, and then gain greater power step by step. However, he did not expect that the son-in-law would directly give him such an important and powerful position. Am I suitable? The old man's voice was a little hoarse. Lu Zhang suddenly hugged Manny in his arms. He grabbed her mouth while she was looking at him in astonishment. A minute later, Manny huddled in Lu Zhang's arms with a blushing face, not daring to look at her father. Lu Zhang smiled and said, Uncle, if you don't do it, someone else will. Yangzhou suddenly came to his senses after hearing this. Lu Zhang would definitely entrust such an important position to someone he trusts. Apart from his women, there are the families of these women, who can be him or someone else. If he doesn't do it and someone else does it, then Lu Zhang will pay more attention to other women. For his daughter, he has to do it. Okay, then I'll take on this responsibility. When will the safe zone begin construction? Lu Zhang smiled and said, Tomorrow. The next day, during breakfast, Lu Zhang announced the construction of a safe zone. He looked at his women and said, The standard housing in the safety zone is a space capsule mobile home with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. I will give each of you 10 houses to accommodate your relatives and friends. If there are more people and you need more housing, you must rent according to the unified regulations. Each apartment in the safe zone requires a monthly payment of 1 second-level crystal core, a deposit of 1/3, and rent. After paying the rent, you can own the right to live in the apartment. Everyone is deeply bound to the house, and each house can be bound to up to 10 people, including babies. Of course, you can also let your family live on the cruise ship. It is absolutely safe here. The simple-minded Yu Bingxia asked directly. Does that mean many people aren't eligible to enter the safe zone? Furthermore, once you enter the safe zone, without a job, you have no source of income and can't live there long term. Lu Zhang nodded and said, Yes, I only take in useful people. If you can't survive on your own, then rely on others. I won't support a bunch of parasites. You find your own work. Where there are people, there are jobs. The group has many logistics and field service positions. As long as you don't just want to lie down and wait for death, you have the ability to enter the safe zone. One house, 10 people, and the rent of only 1 second-level crystal core per month is already very low. Fang Yixue, who used to be a lawyer, said, Since we've established a formal living community, I think we should also clarify all the rules and regulations, formulate some provisions, and arrange a group of patrol security personnel to regulate community life. It is indeed necessary. Shuer and Lingyue should discuss this matter and recruit a group of people to be responsible for this matter. As for arranging patrol personnel, Lu Zhang looked at Yin Xinyo and continued. Yao Yao, I'll let you take charge. Hearing that she was named and entrusted with an important task, Yin Xinyo nodded seriously. Okay, I will make the community peaceful and harmonious. Whether it is Lu Zheng's Jinj building Kanglan community or the major official bases, they are actually in a state of chaos and disorder at this time. Unless a major riot occurs, the authorities will have no time to care about the lives of a few or even a dozen people. Because most people still live in the dark fog and really cannot see the sunlight. Lu Zheng's safe zone is a real new community. This means that a truly orderly place is about to be born. Yin Xinyo has been looking forward to this day. From the very beginning, she had hope in Lu Zhang, and as Lu Zhang became stronger, she learned more about his abilities. She felt that if anyone could do this, it would be Lu Zhang. Now, it finally begins. Chapter 127, Goddess Discount Coupons? The boss is on his knees bargaining. Please read on. Through discussions with the women, Lu Zhang determined the details of all aspects of the construction of the safe zone. These women are not all just for show. Most of them are very smart people who have achieved some success in their respective fields. Their thinking gave Lu Zhang a lot of inspiration. At first, Lu Zhang only planned to spread a layer of soil on a flat surface and then arrange the houses on it in a grid-like manner. Then build the second floor, and so on. You just need to stagger specific positions, leaving gaps for sunlight to shine through, to ensure sufficient lighting. But Zhang Ningzhu raised the issue of transportation. Since the upper and lower parts were separated, they could only move through the teleportation array. They had to use the array to visit each other or go out to buy vegetables, which was very inconvenient. Lu Shuxian raised the issue of sewage discharge. People need to excrete, and how to deal with the filth requires a specific place. Finally, a plan was decided upon. This model is called the large carpet on the ground floor plus housing surrounding the central park scheme. Simply put, the bottom layer is covered with 100 meters of soil as the base, and trees, flowers and plants are planted to provide oxygen, which also serves as a place to degrade excrement. The first floor residential area is 100 meters above the ground and is circular in shape. The center is sunken, and soil is piled from the bottom layer to the residential area, where flowers, plants and trees are planted to provide fresh air and a play environment. At the same time, the sewage channel here goes directly to the large carpet below. 1,000 houses are placed around each central park to form a community. For a scale of 100,000 households, 100 such structures are needed. There will be safe passages between each community, connected like an ant's underground nest. The gaps between the cells allow sunlight to shine through. This will maintain the ecological stability of the underground carpet. At the same time, specific functional posts such as the Security Zone Management Office and the Community Security Department are set up to maintain the stability of the community. Provide some basic positions such as garbage collectors, traffic management, park maintenance, etc. In short, every aspect has been considered very carefully. The next word is, do it. Lu Zhang directly established a safe zone above the center of Kanglan City. First, make a huge cube, and then fill it with soil. Whether it is a peach tree, an apricot tree or a jujube tree, just throw it down and use it as 10 cubic meters of soil. An area of 100 million square meters, a height of 100 meters, and a full 10 billion cubic meters of soil. Fortunately, his supply card is an infinite supply card. If it requires consuming his own energy to materialize, he will never be able to finish it even if he dies. But for him who had unlimited supply cards, it only took him more than an hour to successfully lay it out. With his current mental strength, he can take out a considerable amount of things in 1 second. 3 hours later, the first safe zone was completed. Almost the entire process here was seen by senior officials such as Wang Shangbang via satellite. Witnessing this scene that could be described as the creator in person, everyone fell silent. Zhang Zhenyu, the chief of the sword base, said, "I came to Kanglan City through the teleportation array and watched with my own eyes as he covered the sky little by little. It's hard to imagine that this was actually made by one person. According to the information provided by Yin Xinyao, he wants to establish a true safe zone. This much soil is specifically for planting forests. At this moment, I saw that the land in the air was covered with fruit trees. The peach tree, persimmon tree, plum tree, apricot tree, and jujube tree, each one is laden with fruit. But these fruits are enough to feed tens of thousands of people for a while. Lu Zhang's strategic value is much greater than we imagined. And it seems that everything he has done is very beneficial to us and to humanity. Regarding the matter of the Sky City, I think it is very necessary for us to obtain his support. An absolute safe zone is extremely important for restoring order." Fang Qianquan, Director General of Xishan Base, said, "If that's the case, I'm afraid we'll need to pay enough. That guy isn't one to let others take advantage of him for free. Besides, are we relying too much on him? The beast control ring, the teleportation array, and some other things were all taken out by him. If we survive by one person, we will be destroyed by one person. In fact, everyone who is participating in the online meeting here understands this principle. They are all experienced and powerful people, and naturally know that it is not advisable to rely too much on one person. But now, for better development and to allow more people to survive, we must do this." Wang Shangbang made the final decision. "Every city must have one of these safe zones. I'll discuss the compensation with him. Recently, all your major bases should pay attention to collecting more crystal cores. If he has any other requests later, I need your active cooperation. The new base concerns the life and death of tens of millions of people. We cannot hesitate. New monsters keep popping up in the pit. Today, there aren't many level 5 blade mantises, but what about 10 days from now, or 100 days from now? Our strength cannot keep up, and technological weapons cannot provide effective protection. The space barrier safe zone is our last hope. If you wait until disaster strikes before looking for him, it will be too late." Not long after, Lu Zhang received a call from Wang Shangbang. It was he who took the initiative to let Yin Xinyao, Yan Ruoying, and others spread the news of the safe zone. This was not something that could be concealed, and it was also intended to be sold. Letting them see the construction process directly is also a way to demonstrate one's own strength. "Mr. Lu, what's the price for one set of your safe zone?" Wang Shangbang didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. He knew that Lu Zhang was not a person who liked to be polite. This guy only loved beautiful women and crystal cores. 100,000 for a set of third-level crystal cores. Lu Zhang made the offer he had prepared long ago. Wang Shangbang on the opposite side was speechless by the price. 100,000 third-order crystal cores are equivalent to 15 million first-order crystal cores, which means that one needs to hunt 15 million sickle insects to obtain them. This number is not difficult to come up with by relying on the major bases. But the key is, they don't need just one set, they need one set for each city. It is estimated that only half of the demand can be met if all the insects in the entire Yanqiao war zone are killed. "Can you make it cheaper?" Wang Shangbang's tone was even a little humble. Lu Zhang also immediately gave good news. "Yes. But there are conditions." He didn't hesitate and directly put forward his needs. "You know, I just have a simple hobby. I need a top-notch goddess, someone who is not only virtuous and beautiful, but also someone who has achieved great success in some area. As long as you can provide me with one person's information that satisfies me, the total price can be reduced by 10%. For specific details, you can refer to Professor Nan Yuru of the Kyoto base or Commander Chao Lei of the Northwest base. You just need to provide information. Whether or not I can catch the person is my business. This isn't difficult, is it?" Chapter 128, Hope City is born to replace it. Please read it later. Wang Shangbang agreed without hesitation. Lu Zhang's exemption conditions are indeed very sincere. It is just providing a person's information, not forcing a person to follow Lu Zhang. This is already very easy. With Lu Zhang's financial resources and strength, finding someone himself would just take a little more time. Compared to this period of time, the crystal cores given at a discount are a huge number. In Wang Xingbang's opinion, Lu Zhang might not even be doing this for the so-called top goddess, but to reasonably help the authorities. At the same time, we must protect our own rights and interests. Just give him a way out. There are already nearly 40 women with unique characteristics on Lu Zhang's ship. How could he still be obsessed with pursuing other beauties? Little did they know that what Lu Zhang pursued most importantly was the top goddess. The number of crystal cores that the official can provide is limited, but if you get an extraordinary material card, the materials in it are unlimited. If one could obtain a skill book resource card similar to the sword-wielding technique or a miraculous medicine resource card similar to the strengthening pill, the combat power improvement and benefits would be greater than that brought by a batch of crystal cores. After all, Lu Zhang now relies on teleportation arrays, beast taming rings and other extraordinary materials and official transactions to obtain a large amount of resources. After finalizing the cooperation matters with Wang Xingbang, Lu Zhang landed in the square outside Jin's building. At this time, he had temporarily used the space barrier to disperse a piece of open space without black fog. Everyone in the Kanglan society came here, gathered together, and waited for his speech. 50,000 members of the Blue Society, together with tens of thousands of survivors who were struggling to survive in the surrounding black fog and rushed to the scene after hearing the news, crowded the temporary safe zone around the building. People's eyes were focused on Lu Zhang and the huge monster behind him that spanned the sky. It is an existence beyond imagination. Looking up, my sight was occupied by an indescribable land that was so huge that it blocked the sky at the end of my vision. It hovered hundreds of meters above the ruins of Kanglan City, like an artificially cut cube. Under the shadow cast by the giant, the crowd looked as small as ants. The square was deathly silent. 50,000 pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the sky. Heavy breathing, suppressed exclamations, and even more breaths forgotten due to excessive shock intertwined to create an indescribably heavy atmosphere. Shocking. Absolute shock dominated the minds of everyone present. Is that a miracle? A gray-haired old man muttered to himself, his cloudy eyes covered by a huge shadow, as if they had lost focus. He used to be a staunch atheist, but everything in the end times and the emergence of supernatural powers are gradually subverting his cognition. And at this moment, this scene seemed to make him completely become a believer in God. He couldn't imagine who else could do this except the legendary gods. Land, flying in the sky? A young man with a scar on his face pinched his arm hard, and the pain reminded him that this was not a dream. His companions around him also had dazed expressions, their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. Is it really safe? Will it fall? A low murmur of doubt arose among the crowd, carrying with it the instinctive suspicion that had developed after years of struggling in the apocalypse. Someone subconsciously took a step back, as if worried that the huge city hanging above the roof would fall at any time. For humans who are accustomed to the solid ground beneath their feet and the empty sky above their heads, a huge city floating above their heads itself carries a certain sense of unease. What's it like in there? Can we go up? A mother holding a baby has eyes full of desire, but more of anxiety. She held the sleeping child tightly in her arms. That tiny, fragile life made her both expectant and fearful of any promise. Going up, what's the price? More people are weighing the pros and cons. Lu Zhang has never been a kind and compassionate person. In the Kanglan society, obtaining supplies also requires people to take on various positions. This place is far away from the black fog and monster attacks on the ground. It is truly absolutely safe. It is a new society and a new civilization. There is no way they can go there in vain. Some survivors in the crowd who had experienced the collapse of order, been deceived and abandoned, had particularly obvious vigilance in their eyes. They yearn for security, but they also know that there is no free lunch in this world. Just when the crowd was excited, Lu Zhang's voice rang out clearly, and the square instantly became quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lu Zhang's gaze swept across the countless faces below, which were a mixture of shock, uneasiness, and desire. His voice was steady and powerful, penetrating the last trace of doubt. As you can see, above your heads is the Blue Hope City that I have painstakingly built. It will become humanity's new home during the Dark Ages, a completely safe haven. Hope City. These three words exploded among the crowd like a thunderclap, and were quickly drowned out by ecstasy and deeper expectations. The bottom layer of the safe zone consists of 100 meters of fertile soil, planted with enough vegetation to support the ecosystem cycle. Above it will be the community you will live in. He briefly introduced the structure. Then, he announced the rules of entry. His voice was emotionless, yet it determined the fate of countless people. Members of the Blue Society and their registered immediate family members have priority in the application process. Each household must apply for a housing quota according to the criteria. Non-Blue Society members must apply publicly. Those who have passed an assessment or possess special skills can obtain a quota through normal rental channels. For the rental fee, each unit needs to pay 1 second-level crystal core per month, with a deposit of 1 1/3 of the rent. All positions within the safe zone will be based on merit. Management positions will be openly recruited. Any parasites who attempt to sit back and wait for death will be expelled immediately. Insects, you only deserve to live in the dark fog. The cold words announcing the rules were like a huge rock thrown into a lake of hope that had just been ignited, causing violent ripples. Cheers and excited hugs erupted from the core members of the Blue Society and their families. We have a home. We have a real home. Tears and shouts of ecstasy filled their area. However, a huge commotion suddenly broke out in the larger crowd. The high costs and strict conditions made many people feel like they were falling into an icy cave. Second-level crystal core. 1 per month? How can ordinary people like us earn that much? Aren't all Blue Society members assigned directly? Do we need to apply? How will it be evaluated? Expulsion? God, can't you help everyone? Lease. Not allocation. What are we going to do? Questions, arguments, and even cries of dissatisfaction intertwined, forming a stark contrast between the delighted core circle and the anxious and worried periphery. But there is one person whose ideas are different from these people. Jai Jinchang looked at Lu Zhang, who was high above everyone like a god, with his eyes full of madness and jealousy. A real man should be like this. I can take your place. But the next moment, he suddenly found that Lu Zhang's gaze was actually directed at him, making him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Chapter 129. Someone slandered me. Who should I think I was? Please read on. Lu Zhang personally announced the establishment of the first safe zone, on the one hand to strengthen his position in the hearts of the people in the Kanglan safe zone and to intimidate some people who had their own ideas. On the other hand, it is to use the evil thought bracelet to perceive everyone's malice towards oneself to the greatest extent. This will help you identify potential risks that may cause you trouble. Lu Zhang has distributed the new extraordinary item, the evil thought bracelet, to each of his women. With this thing, we can not only issue an alarm before danger breaks out. It can also absorb evil thoughts and transform them into mental power, strengthening one's own mental consciousness, thereby increasing one's resistance to mental abilities. It will also be good for them if they get it earlier. For Lu Zhang himself, the benefits are naturally greater. He knew that with so many people, there would definitely be some who were dissatisfied with him as the supreme leader. He anticipated that there might be a lot of hostile red marks appearing. But no one expected that an extremely dark black mark would appear among the crowd. Very outstanding. He saw Jai Jinchang at a glance. He had never met this person before and had no recollection of any friction between them. But judging from the fact that the other party immediately lowered his head to dodge and even began to move his body, it can be judged that he is definitely a person with ulterior motives. Lu Zhang casually threw out a stack of seal cards. Seal up all those with red and black marks, including this person. The subsequent review of personnel entering the safe zone Hope City will be handed over to the team led by Gu Lingyue and He Yangzhou, assisted by Zhang Ningzhu and others. Although this matter is a bit cumbersome, it is not difficult for them. Lu Zhang returned to the cruise ship and released all the sealed people on the deck of the cruise ship. At the same time, he used space shackles to trap everyone in place. As a domineering dictator, he needs no evidence. Since the evil thought bracelet detected that these people were hostile or even had murderous intentions towards him, it would be right to arrest them directly and torture them severely. He called Lin Huaxiang out and asked him to bring people to interrogate these people. As for the guy with extremely strong murderous intent, Lu Zhang called Tan Tai Huanyan. Look at why he hates me so much. This guy wants to kill my whole family. Lu Zhang said. Tan Tai Huanyan immediately activated her telepathic ability. Her telepathy, after possessing the spiritual domain, gave her the ability to read other people's minds. Although it is impossible to read all thoughts and memories, it is possible to know what the other person is thinking. Thoughts are something that is very uncontrollable. The more you stop yourself from thinking about something, the more information about it will pop into your mind. Zhai Jincheng didn't know what Tan Tai Huanyan was capable of. He pretended to be terrified and said loudly, "Why are you arresting me? I didn't do anything. Don't kill me, I can do anything. You must be the great Mr. Liu. Respected President, I will do anything you ask of me. I am willing to be your most loyal servant." Lu Zhang had a blank expression on his face as he waited for Tan Tai Huanyan to give the result. Tan Tai Huanyan quickly got the information she wanted and looked at Lu Zhang with a strange expression. "What's wrong? Tell me, who was he and why did he want to kill me?" Hearing this, Zhai Jincheng's body trembled. But he still held out hope, hoping for a lucky break, and quickly defended himself. "Slander. Someone is slandering me, President. You provide us with a safe living environment and food, just like my adopted parents. Your strength is so great, so majestic. I have nothing but respect and fear for you. How could I possibly want to kill you? Wouldn't that be suicide? Please don't listen to the slander of this villain. Someone must be deliberately framing me." However, what Tan Tai Huanyan said next completely cut off all his hopes. Tan Tai Huanyan said with a smile, "He is Sister Ling Yue's fiancé. After escaping from prison, I came specifically to look for Sister Ling Yue. Later, I learned that Sister Ling Yue had followed you and had always wanted to kill you. Seeing how powerful you are today, I have the idea of replacing you." Lu Zhang suddenly understood. Looking at Zhai Jincheng, he smiled and said, "Who am I thinking? So you're the criminal who was arrested by the security guards on the day of your engagement. Fortunately, you went in early, otherwise Ling Yue, such a good woman, would have been defiled by you. You are really capable. You fought your way here from prison. No wonder I was able to deceive Ling Yue back then. Fortunately, he met a kind person like me." Hearing Lu Zhang's self-evaluation, Tan Tai Huanyan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Zhai Jincheng's face became ferocious. Tan Tai Huanyan said with a smile, "Husband, he really wants to tear you into pieces, dismember you, and scatter your bones to ashes." Zhai Jincheng could no longer hold back and roared like a wild beast. "Lu Zhang, I must kill you. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. You son of a bitch. Bastard." A large amount of evil thoughts surged out like a tide, and were all absorbed by the evil thought bracelet, and finally purified into mental power and added to Lu Zhang's spiritual consciousness. It feels very comfortable. But Lu Zhang couldn't stand being pointed at and scolded for such a small amount of mental power. And he would not let someone who was so malicious towards him die so easily. He suddenly smiled. After communicating with Gu Lingyue through the spiritual realm, half a minute later, Shi Sueki arrived, opened the space door, and Gu Lingyue walked out. Lu Zhang hugged Gu Lingyue into his arms. "Lingyue, look who this is." Gu Lingyue turned around and was stunned when she saw that it was Zhai Jincheng. Then he frowned and said, "Why are you here? We have no relationship anymore." When Zhai Jincheng saw Gu Lingyue snuggling in Lu Zhang's arms and heard Gu Lingyue say this, his veins suddenly bulged and he was extremely angry. "Ah! You adulterers, ah!" Before he could finish his words, one of his legs was cut off by Lu Zhang's sword. At the same time, Lu Zhang said to Gu Lingyue, "This guy has been lurking in the Kanglan community for a long time. I was screening for people with malicious intentions just now and found him. He's hell-bent on killing me and taking you back." As he spoke, Zhai Jincheng had lost his limbs and his face was extremely distorted, which showed how intense the pain was. Gu Lingyue's face turned cold when she heard this. She looked coldly at the dying Zhai Jincheng. "You're already in jail, and you still don't repent. Being engaged to someone like you is my greatest shame." As she spoke, she also activated the sword controlling technique and pierced Zhai Jincheng's head with a sword. Lu Zhang felt that this was not safe. After all, what if he really turned into a ghost? So he took out a rocket launcher and fired a fuel air bomb at him, leaving no trace of his body, completely turning into nothingness. The spiritual consciousness is annihilated. Now it's clean. Lu Zhang asked Gu Lingyue to go back and continue to be in charge of the safe zone affairs, while he went to the Kyoto base. Another batch of crystal cores has arrived. Chapter 130, looking forward to this day, taking the initiative. Please read. In order to obtain the air safety zone as soon as possible, Wang Shangbang asked the major bases to quickly collect a batch of crystal cores. They did not hesitate to exchange large amounts of food and other supplies from individuals or non-governmental organizations. Originally, supplies had a standard price in each base. But in order to obtain a batch of crystal cores quickly, they had to exchange twice as much supplies for the crystal cores. Mr. Liu, this batch of crystal cores contains a total of 260,000 second-level crystal cores, 5,000 third-level crystal cores, 200 fourth-level crystal cores, and 3 fifth-level crystal cores. Wang Shangbang said earnestly. We will pay the required amount of crystal cores as soon as possible. We have also assigned personnel to provide the information you requested. We will reply to you as soon as we have any news. I hope the price can be reduced to 1/10, and we will provide you with no less than 10 qualified personnel information. Those people cannot be delayed, please, sir. After a pause, he seemed afraid that Lu Zhang would refuse, so he added a sentence. Professor Nan will come to your place today. Please take good care of her. The meaning of this statement is very clear. Nan Yuro has agreed to be his woman. In the past few days, Gu Lingyue has been hinting at Nanny Ru, and the latter has become shaken. Wang Shangbang personally found her, emphasized the importance of Lu Zhang again, and told her about the various benefits of following Lu Zhang. In the end, Nan Yuro gave a positive answer. Although it was not the information of a newcomer, Lu Zhang was still quite satisfied that he could unlock a new extraordinary material immediately. He smiled and said, Okay, once I've absorbed the crystal core and restored my energy, I'll immediately begin construction of the second aerial safety zone. The price is 1/10, which is 10,000 Tier 3 crystal cores per safe zone. But when we build the next safe zone, we'll have to provide another crystal core and information about an additional top-level goddess. Once you provide enough information for 9 times, you only need to pay the crystal cores, and I will build a new safe zone. Wang Shangbang immediately nodded in agreement. In any case, if the first air safety zone can be built, a group of people can be accommodated. If we can relocate some people in advance, we can reduce casualties. Okay, Professor Nan needs to pack up some lab equipment and will be at your place in the evening. After Wang Shangbang finished speaking, the conversation ended. Lu Zhang obtained a large amount of crystal cores and absorbed them quickly without wasting any time. He is already a 6th-level mutant. If he wants to advance to the 7th level, he will need at least 50,000 3rd-level crystal cores, or more than 600,000 2nd-level crystal cores. Lu Zhang has now absorbed energy equivalent to 20,000 3rd-level crystal cores. After absorbing all the crystal cores obtained in this transaction, it still could not be promoted to the 7th level. But it's just one step away from success. His supernatural powers have been enhanced, and it is estimated that if he gets a small amount of crystal cores, he can be promoted to the 7th level. After absorbing the crystal core, it was night. Even missed the meal. Now the cruise ship has chefs in place and a batch of fresh ingredients has been obtained, so delicious food can be provided. In addition, Bai Jarwei's personal space and the seal cards in the hands of other girls all contain more or less food and supplies. Therefore, there is no need to worry that his women will have no food to eat when Lu Zhang is not around. When they returned to the cruise ship, Nan Yuro was chatting with Gu Lingyue and Yao Chaoqiao. All 3 of them are university professors with rich knowledge. Although Yao Chaoqiao and the other 2 have different research directions, their thinking abilities are comparable. We can talk about various topics. They chatted while soaking in the swimming pool. There was a floating table in the water with some fruits and snacks on it. They ate and talked, looking very happy. Lu Zhang entered the swimming pool, then emerged from the water, holding Gu Lingyue and Yao Chaoqiao in his arms, one on each side. Then he smiled and said to Nan Yuro, Professor Nan is finally here. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Hearing this, Nan Yuro couldn't help but rolled her eyes and said to Gu Lingyue and Yao Chaoqiao, Did you hear that? Your husband has been plotting against me for a long time. Gu Lingyue smiled and said, I helped him chase you, of course I know. Yao Chaoqiao also laughed. I'm very welcome to it. I like you as a sister. As they spoke, Gu Lingyue and Yao Chaoqiao communicated through the spiritual realm, then grabbed Nanny Ru's arm together, pulled her between the 2 of them, and stuffed her directly into Lu Zhang's arms. Lu Zhang is a helpful person, and of course he couldn't just watch Nanny Ru fall into the water, so he immediately went to meet her. After a very soft and elastic collision, the 2 people's mouths were blocked by each other. Nan Yuru's eyes suddenly widened. Just when Lu Zhang thought she was going to push him away, Nan Yuru's legs directly wrapped around his waist. 2 arms were wrapped around his neck. After a full 3 minutes, Nan Yuro finally let go of Lu Zhang, panting, then turned around and sat in his arms. She glanced at Gu Lingyue and Yao Chaoqiao beside her, raised her chin and said, I chose this man. I hold the initiative. And you still want to arrange things for me?
But the next moment, after feeling the changes in Lu Zhang's body, her face turned red and she was about to leave.
It's too late.
Lu Zhang put his arms around her slender waist, said a few words, and used the teleportation talisman to send the two of them to a quiet place.
I have something urgent to deal with. Ding.
Successfully protected Nan Yiru and obtained a superb supplies card. Professor Nan is a relatively strong person.
She likes to take the initiative.
But her physical strength was obviously not enough, and in the end she could only endure it silently. Lu Zhang gave her 2 strengthening pills to replenish her fighting power, but she was soon defeated again. She was too lazy to move her last finger, and lay on Lu Zhang's body, muttering to herself.
So this is what it feels like. If I had known, I would have come sooner.
Lu Zhang took advantage of the break to look at the newly appeared extraordinary supplies card.
Item, rejuvenation pill. Type, extraordinary material card.
Effect, you can obtain unlimited amounts of rejuvenation pills. Rejuvenation pills can provide abundant vitality and mental strength, heal injuries, and replenish energy and lost mental strength. There is no limit on the number of uses, but taking it again after recovery will have no effect. Simply put, this pill can only be used for treatment and recovery, and cannot be used to assist in training or increase combat effectiveness.
Seeing it can also replenish your energy.
Lu Zhang decisively ate 10 pills in one breath.
Then draw a conclusion.
1 pill of this rejuvenation pill is enough for a 5th-level mutant to recover all his lost energy and mental strength in just one breath. Due to the restrictions on the use of the body strengthening pill, Lu Zhang's physical fitness has just reached the 6th level. After eating 20 pills, you can completely recover your lost energy and replenish your mental strength. After taking a look at the beauty lying on him, he directly gave her a rejuvenation pill and forced her to turn on the machine.
Come on, let's continue playing games.